are, and entire crew is go.
Okay, Scooter, well, look, it's a great day to go fly. On behalf of the KSC Processing and Launch Team, I'd like to wish you, your crew, and the whole Hubble Space Telescope team a great mission. Good luck, Godspeed, and we'll see you back here in about 11 days. Enjoy the ride, pal.
Nozzle check of the SRBs. Firing chain is armed. Sound suppression water system armed. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to day 3 of the Seattle Boat Show. I would call it a mini-series, as a matter of fact. My name is Peter Schrappen with Northwest Marine Trade Association. I am one half of the team that's bringing forth to you this mini-series, and I'm joined by Denise Whittaker once again. Hi, Denise.
Yes, hi there. How's it going?
It's going good. I got up bright and early, probably not as early as you did, but I had a little trouble sleeping. I was so excited given how successful the last couple of days have gone, if I may be so bold. So, yeah, how are you doing?
I am great. I got up early, got some work done around the house, got some coffee, jammed some tunes on the way here, so I'm good.
You're fired up and ready to go. All right, so we've got an avid boater, we've got an aspiring avid boater in myself. I'm a little later in the game. I'm a little later in the game to be an avid boater, but I started boating probably in 8th grade at the Lake of the Ozarks, Table Rock Lake in Branson, Missouri. And when I moved out here in 2000, my in-laws were kind enough to invite me on their boat periodically, and it's been hard to get me off ever since. And Denise, you as well. Grew up in the Midwest, boating and water skiing. And
Lake of the Ozarks as well, which I find interesting that we have that in common. And yes, my husband and I have a 32-foot Carver aft cabin. It's an older boat, late 80s, but it's perfectly fine. It's mechanically sound, and my husband is good at keeping it up. That's important.
That's exactly right. No doubt about it. And if you have trouble keeping your boat up, or if something happens, that's really nice about the Boat US membership, which we have available at the $89 level. So, which is a larger point here is we love having you watch us at home. But even more than that, we really want you to get inside of the Seattle Boat Show and see what it's all about. That's where we have 200 exhibitors lined up on the red carpet, waiting to visit with you and share their expertise and all their secret sauce that goes into making boating such a magical experience. We've got over 600 boats, 1,000 accessories, 10,000 photos to peruse and for you to favorite them, and so that you can come back to them time and time again. You can set up appointments with different exhibitors as well. We've got it all taken care of you, so get comfortable. The weather out there, I'm looking outside the window, it's perfect for staying inside. So
it is.
Just take the day off. The Pope has canceled work. The General Assembly of the United Nations has asked everyone to stay home today, so there's going to be none of that today. We're going to be sitting around having fun. We've got a lot of guests here.
Oh, we have a lot of guests coming up here. And if you go into the show, you can see all the seminars like you were talking about too. So, yeah, I'm excited. We're going to talk seasickness, so that's a good one because we were talking about that a little bit yesterday. Like, it's one of those things that you never know if you will get seasick until it actually happens to you, because you think, I'm never, ever going to get seasick. And I know quite a few people who they were never seasick, and then all of a sudden they have a bad day and they're seasick. You know, that happens with mountain climbing too. You could just,
I wouldn't know.
Yes, you could just suddenly end up with altitude sickness. It's never happened to me, but I've been on climbs before where all of a sudden a guide ends up with altitude sickness. So seasickness is the same thing. So we're going to learn about that. Next generation maritime workers. That's important too. You know, a lot of people watching might have kids, grandkids who are coming up, going to college or whatever. These are great career opportunities, and we need to fill those spaces.
And that's actually a part of the activity section of the SeattleBoatShow.com, Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. We've got a career center there that's staffed by Tori Gearing of Core Plus, which is a phenomenal program. I've known Tori for several years. Their website is core-plus.org. So maybe college isn't for you. Maybe college isn't for your kids. There's certainly a lot of careers in maritime and aviation and other vocations that are so important to our economy. So check out the activity section. And that's not the only item in the activity section. There's a Dogs on Deck presented by, I believe, Basta Boat Lifts. There's all sorts of different fun activities. There's a year. Have you checked out the yearbook yet?
I have.
That's the Basta sponsor.
That's the Basta one, and I've tried posting a few pictures, and so that's the deal. It's Boat Show Yearbook, and you want to hashtag that on Instagram, on Facebook, and we're going to have a whole yearbook of whatever you did in the last couple of years out on the water. Just go ahead and post your favorite pictures there, and just make sure that you add at Seattle Boat Show, at Basta Boats, or hashtag Boat Show Yearbook.
We've talked a lot about the importance of getting on the water, not just from a fun perspective, but also the science behind getting on the water. We'll talk a little bit about that later, but just having done some research too, just the fact that there's this sustained happiness that comes from making those connections, not just with your family, but with other fellow boaters. Denise is a member of the Queen City Yacht Club. There's so many different great organizations out there. So that's kind of the beauty too of the Seattle Boat Show, is that you're coming together.
Right.
There's this funnel that appears. All this expertise to tap into, all the wisdom, the knowledge that's all here. Once you get in at the $5 level, you can certainly make the most of it. You kind of get out of it what you put into it. Right. So have a plan today, have a plan tomorrow. No shortage of activities. If you have any questions or comments, you're welcome to text me or email me, peter@nmta.net. I can field those. There should be a chat function with our live stream here. And I think we actually have our first guest already waiting to hop on board here, and that's NMTA President George Harris. Hey, George.
Hey, Peter. Good morning. Hi, Denise.
Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you today?
I woke up and I forgot it was Saturday.
What day did you think it was?
I thought it was Friday. And so since it's Saturday, I put on my favorite boat show red vest.
Yeah, you
and my
changed it up a little bit.
My favorite boat show hat, going casual, and then turned on my favorite Saturday radio program, Outdoor Line, and listened to Tom Nelson and Rob, and feeling good.
How did the show go yesterday for you? What did you do yesterday? Did you meet anyone new, discover anything different?
Well, my tradition at the Seattle Boat Show is once things get up and running smoothly, a little bit like that shuttle launch this morning that you guys started with.
Yeah, that was nice of NASA to do that for us.
Yeah, nice work. So I checked in with the businesses. So what I would do is I would go onto the show floor, the virtual show floor plan. I'd stand in front of their booth and I'd watch their video, and then I'd give them a call and check in with them, see how they're doing. And I liked what I heard. A couple of the businesses I talked to, I was talking to Mark Lord and Guy Phillip at Seattle Water Sports, and they've got some tents and heaters set up out at their store on up north in Bothell, and they've got some customers up there that have made appointments and coming up and checking out the boats. So they were happy with what was going on. And then I checked in with James Baker at Seattle Boat Company, same thing. They've got opportunity for people to come in, and it was just really fun to sort of check in with the members and get some good reports from them.
And of course, if anyone watching right now needs or wants to check in with any of those members, it's just $5, and that gets you right inside the show.
Yeah, and it was fun to hear some reports that people are discovering how this new virtual boat show works. You start online, and you can connect with a phone call or a Zoom meeting, and I think people are getting the hang of it now.
George, we haven't really spent too much time on the different boat show deals, and you and I were talking this morning, thinking about today's show and tomorrow. What are some of the different activities that our members are promoting?
Well, what they're doing is it is like the boat show. The businesses, the dealers, the brokers, they are trying to put their best foot forward right now with incentives and that sort of thing. So if you go to our event calendars tab on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see what the businesses are doing, and a lot of them are opening up their businesses, follow all the health and safety guidelines. You can make an appointment, or you can come up just like you would any retailer, but they've set up white canopies. They've got more boats on display. I know Union Marine down in Fife has more boats on display than ever. And then they've got a lot of swag bags and gifts and food when you come into their dealership right now. Seattle Boat has their own cafe. Bow Riders Grill is serving food at Seattle Boat Company. Tom and Jerry's up in Master Marine has some extra incentives if you can buy a boat this weekend with some gift baskets and some swag from some of their manufacturers. So they're rolling out the red carpet, putting up the white tents at their dealerships.
And all those activities can be found on the calendar section of seattleboatshow.com. So I would say roll around, as George would say, roll around with that website, get to know it, get familiar with it, and you can get the most out of this experience for sure. George, have you been able to play with the website at all, walk the carpet at all after show hours? Yeah,
and I like some of the features that we've added to the site, like the Live Now button. So you can just click on that Live Now button and see what content is playing right now. So we've got some good seminars on right now with Tom Nelson from the Outdoor Line, who I mentioned earlier, salmon fishing in the San Juans, and then John Neal and Amanda Swan Neal right now doing a seminar that's available for all the people at the $5 level. So just high quality people. I can't say enough good things about John and Amanda and Tom, what they've done. They just do such a great job. So that's something that I discovered yesterday. I forgot about that Live Now button that we had. So that's super easy to use. And then I went down to the pirate ship yesterday on the virtual show floor, went up into the crow's nest. You get a really nice, I guess that's why they call it the crow's nest, bird's eye view of the show. And then I got a selfie. I did my selfie up in the crow's nest. Pretty fun.
And did you share that with your friends and family?
I did.
Yeah.
I did. And then actually there's another selfie station down when you get onto the main floor again and next to the main stage. And I caught a 40-pound Chinook yesterday.
Oh,
Woo!
Congratulations.
Yeah, so
Where was
a few of the
Adipose
guys that I
stand?
fish with were happy to see that.
Exactly. George, speaking about catching fish, you love the Northwest, you love the San Juans. Can you talk about how boating in the San Juans is different than any other place you've boated?
Well, I grew up on the Great Lakes. You can see the Great Lakes charts behind me. And, when I moved out here in the early 90s, I didn't realize that you could boat year-round. And, in the Great Lakes or on the East Coast, you put your boat away for 8, 9, 7 months of the year. And so I think the boating that I enjoy the most is the stuff I do in the off seasons, the fall and the spring and the winter time salmon fishing and that sort of thing. So, and then, different than the Great Lakes or the ocean, on Puget Sound, you're never more than, a mile or two from marina or safe harbor, if you want to call it that way. In fact, we have a presenter that used to present at the Seattle Boat Show, Don Douglas. He would say that, from here all the way to Sitka, you're never, ever more than like 30 miles from land. So it's just so protected. You're always in these protected waters of Puget Sound. So I think it's a really great place to get into boating, start boating.
We've got different ticket packages available for you. George, would you mind walking folks through the various packages that are in store?
Yeah, good question, Peter. So we have a $5 mate package, and that's kind of the starting point. So you can get into Seattle Boat Show Connected. You can watch all of the boating and fishing seminars when they happen, at their scheduled time. You can shop all the boats. You can use the exhibitors tab to shop the boats. You can filter, you can search, and then there's a shop the show tab where you see all 600 boats, all 300 marine products, all the show specials there. You can just sort of cruise through that. And you'll never know what you're going to see, kind of like walking the real show. And then for $20, we have the sailor package. That allows you to rewatch any of the boating and fishing seminars that we've got coming up today and tomorrow. And then next level up is the captain package, and that allows you to start watching the long format, in-depth Boat Show University seminars. Those are 90 minutes long, and we've got several of those today and another 5 of them on Sunday. And then the Admiral package, which I think is the way to go, because it includes, for $89, you get $75 of goodies. You get a $36 2021 Wagoner Cruising Guide, which is really the Bible for Northwest boaters on Puget Sound. You get a $25 basic membership to Boat US, which is like the AAA of boating. So if you need a jump start on your boat or you need a tow, there's a discount there. And you can also use that to upgrade to a renewal of a Boat US or a higher package Boat US. And then you get a 1-year subscription to the oldest boating magazine on the West Coast, which is Sea Magazine. I think over 100 years they've been publishing.
I've got the 1955 edition right here. I don't know if you've seen this, George. Thanks for giving me a budget. I got the 1950. That's the last time you'll make that mistake.
Yeah.
I got the 1955 November or 1956 November Sea Magazine featuring the Seattle National Boat Show issue.
Excellent. I need to take a look at that, Peter. So that Admiral package, great way to go. And then all of the content for those that bought the sailor, captain, or admiral level will be available through February 7th. So you don't have to watch it all today or watch it all tomorrow. You can have a week to watch all that.
George, you like to say small staff, big show. What does that mean?
It means that we have 8 people that work for the Northwest Marine Trade Association that work really, really hard. And we run the trade association, 12 months of the year. And then during the wintertime, we pivot and we produce a very big show. And I just can't say enough about what our crew has done to produce this event. It's also it's always a lot of work to produce the in-person show, and that's very familiar to us. But what we've done this year, all the new skills that we've all learned, I've learned, I'm just couldn't be prouder of what we've done as an organization. And Seattle Boat Show has a great reputation and a great brand. And I was concerned, could we meet the expectations of the Seattle Boat Show brand? And I think we've done it this year. And really appreciate you and Denise kind of being there at the front door of the boat show, greeting everybody and getting people fired up.
I think you've exceeded, anything that you guys have done in the past having to do with this all brand new. So you spent a lot of time working on the show, but for people who aren't familiar with the association, kind of remind us what you do when you're not working on the show.
Well, we want to make sure that, first of all, we work for the members. We have a little over 700 member businesses, primarily here in the Northwest, primarily in the Puget Sound, but we also have members all over the nation, all over North America, and all over the world. I like to say if somebody, builds boats, repairs boats, sells boats, and wants to do business in the Northwest, they should be a member of the trade association. So we're trying to make sure that there's more boaters tomorrow than there are today. We're trying to grow boating is the 2-word mission statement. And when we're not producing the Seattle Boat Show, which we're best known for, is we have 10 standing committees. We have a super yacht committee. We have a sport fishing committee. We have a government affairs committee. We have a marina committee. So all of those little sectors within our 700 members have, issues really important to them. So if you own a marina, what are the regulations and policies around redeveloping that or maintaining that? Think about pump outs and that sort of thing. And then if you're a sport fishing business, what are the policies and regulations around when and where we can go fishing? So being a voice for that. So Peter, I guess you could say his day job, he's our vice president and director of government affairs. So he really leads all of our efforts, at the city level, the county level, the state, and even the federal level, and making sure that we're getting, boating friendly, fishing friendly policies coming from our government entities.
That's exactly right. I couldn't have said that better myself, George. George, what about for someone who's a first-time boat show attendee? How would you recommend, for someone who's been through this a few times, what would you recommend as a nice game plan to take advantage of today and tomorrow?
I think I would start with the Shop the Show tab. I would go to the Shop the Show tab, and I would click on the boats. And then I would just start rolling down the screen. And when you see one that catches your eye, click on that. That might be a boat that your neighbor has or a boat that you've been on. And then look at that boat, or it might be the color of the boat or the size of the boat. And then click through that and say, oh, that's a dealer in Seattle. You're going to see the phone number right there. You're going to see an opportunity to make an appointment. These businesses want to talk to you right now. This is just like high school. There are no bad questions. So call them up, make an appointment, ask them some questions. Do they have financing? Can I go for a sea trial? Can I try it? Can I demo it? Can I come in, early in the day, end of the day? They want to talk to you. So don't be bashful. No bad questions. Pick up the phone, schedule an appointment, and go see them.
I imagine you're a pretty busy person today, so I think we're going to let you go here at this point. But as we say goodbye, I want to play that Ader family video. George, were you part of that production when they came here and filmed that? I can't remember. We were part of that. That was a partnership with the National Marine Manufacturers Association, and that's one of my favorites. And then the video that you started the day with, too, after the shuttle launch was excellent. That's another one of my favorites. Well, that's number 51 on my bingo card, Logan. And we're going to say goodbye to you, George, and go take on the show.
All right. Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Denise.
See you later.
All right.
I don't think we've ever had a bad day on the boat. Cool. I think it's just the fact that we're together and we're able to share this experience. Sometimes I don't decide where we're going to go until we're already on the water and moving. Sometimes we're going to a restaurant just to have a quick lunch. Sometimes we just take tents and sleeping bags and we head up to the beach. A lot of times it doesn't even have to be that we're going somewhere. Being on the boat is the destination.
Having a boat is a little bit like having a vacation all the time at your fingertips.
The reason I wanted to buy this particular boat was there was so many things about it that were unique to a family experience. The boys can be out on deck, and what's around them is just the world.
When you're out on a boat, it just looks completely different, and for some reason, it's always more beautiful.
You know, my dad's almost 85 years old. I don't know how much more time that we're gonna have where he can come boating up to us.
Oh, yeah.
Come on board and have a crab feast with us. Those are experiences that will always be with me, and hopefully always with Anderson and August. I think there are things that they're going to want to share when I become 85. When we're on the boat, it's ours. This is what's special to us. It's peaceful. What's valuable about owning this boat is it's an investment in memories that I can't create any other way. There's no way for me to put a number on that. It's just truly priceless.
Hi, I'm Denise Whitaker, and I'm proud to be a part of the innovative and exciting 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Join me and NMTA's own Peter Schrappen as we host the Boat Show TV channel live all 4 days of the show right here on the site. We have an exciting lineup of guest interviews and boating topics, including how to maximize your time on the water, discover new ways to make more memories in the magical world of boating. Plus, you'll meet boating leaders from the Puget Sound area, across the U.S., the world, and beyond, and so much more. Don't miss the boat. We'll see you online and on the water. It's all right here at SeattleBoatShow.com.
Welcome to Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. My name is Peter Schrappen of Northwest Marine Trade Association, and my co-host's name is Denise Whitaker. Hi, Denise.
Good morning.
We've heard from George Harris. We've heard from Denise and Peter. Now let's hear from our next guest, Renee Bivo. Renee, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
You sound great. How's it going?
All right.
Renee, I've got to tell you, you were the first person I reached out to when I had to come up with 80 guests to have on Seattle Boat Show Connected. So I want to say thank you for getting me going with a quick yes out of the gate. You were like within a few moments, and you're asking how my daughter Olive is doing, which was really nice of you to remember Olive. So I met Renee probably 6 years ago when my daughter Olive attended jump rope camp. The website is learntojumprope.com, and Renee and seeing all her. So I was a coach with my daughter's class for a little bit, and I stopped coaching because the kids basically made me go home and cry and cower in the corner after practices. But to see Renee work with those kids, like, okay, Renee's got a gift that I was not blessed with quite yet. So Renee, I've always enjoyed that exhibition that you did, and I wanted to have you back on because I feel like, well, your attitude and your mentality is incredible, but also jump rope and boating would seem to go kind of like peanut butter and jelly. Like, it's the perfect size exercise. So I'm going to stop Gavin and I'd like to hear from you on what inspires you and what gets you out of bed, and maybe some jump ropes you could do for us.
Absolutely. So I'll tell you my short version story about as it relates to jumping rope. When I was 10 years old, a jump rope team came to my school and did an assembly at our school. And they had boys and girls jumping rope on pogo sticks, and it was on behalf of the American Heart Association and Jump Rope for Heart, which was a fundraiser back then, and it went on for 35 years. Well, my physical education teacher at my elementary school started our own jump rope team called the Hot Dogs. And I wanted to be on the Hot Dogs, but I wasn't. The Hot Dogs were the 10 best rope jumpers in my school. And they traveled all over the state doing jump rope assemblies, just like this other team that came to my school. And the next year, when I was in 6th grade, the coach decided to open the team up a little bit. So he invited a boy and a girl from every grade level to join the team. And he said he would only choose one of each. And he told us that he would choose people who gave their best effort, who worked at their own individual pace and who were willing to make mistakes but keep on trying. And I remember thinking, well, I'm not very good at jumping rope. I'm going to go for it anyway because I can do all those things. And so that's what I did. I went to school and I gave my best effort. I took things at my own pace. I didn't compare myself to other kids. And when I made mistakes, I kept on trying. I made it on the team that year. And those lessons that my coach taught me, my physical education teacher, all the way back in 1981 taught me, is what I continue to teach now. So I've been passing those concepts on to kids ever since. And for me as an instructor, what I've come to learn is that if you focus on effort, the results will follow instead of kind of focusing on skill base and things like that. So that's been a really sort of benefit to me and being able to help other people learn the joy of jumping rope. And when you talk about fit for boating, I agree with you because it's inexpensive, it's portable, and you can do it almost anywhere. You can do it alone or you can do it with other people. And so, yes, I would love to give you, I'll do a short demo in my living room, and then maybe I can show people at home a couple of jump rope tricks that they can try on their own, and then I can share a little bit about the programs that I've got in the greater Seattle area that other people might want to get involved in.
Let's do it.
You ready? Okay,
yes.
I'm going to switch camera angles and hopefully it'll go smoothly. Let me know if I freeze up at all.
Okay.
Looks good.
Okay, so I'm going to just start with, you good? Okay, so I'm going to do just a short demo of some of the really fun jump rope tricks. I jumped rope on the hot dogs through high school, and when I graduated high school, Cirque du Soleil called me and asked me if I wanted to jump rope with them in the circus. And I said yes. So I ran away and joined the circus. When I came back from performing 2 years in North America and 2 years in Europe, a lot of my physical education friends asked me if I would come to a present at their school. And so I put together short performances and things like that I can do alone. But you don't have to do it alone. Like I said, you can do jump rope with your friends and family. There's all different styles. There's double dutch, there's long rope, there's partner routine. So I'm just going to share with you today just a little bit of solo jumping. And I'll turn on a little bit of music just to make it even more fun.
I like the way you do the lasso trick and then catch the other side.
So much fun. I love those. That's called the rope manipulation. So I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, you sound great.
But that was 30 seconds of jumping rope, but totally out of breath.
Yeah.
So but when you ask me about what gets up in the morning, jumping rope is a really creative outlet. So there's so many different things that you can do. So there's wraps. These are all non-jumping. There's releases. There's footwork. There's arm actions. There's turning moves. For those of you that do CrossFit at home, there's double unders. Whew. Different ways to do double unders. There's triple unders. And there's quads and more too. So that's what's fun for me about this wonderful sport is that there's always something new to learn. So are you ready for a lesson?
Yes.
Okay. So
as I'm sitting down in a desk, you had a
right,
desk.
Right.
You go.
Yeah, we're sitting for 10, 12 hours a day
We're
these
required
days.
by law
but
to have to sit during the next 36 hours. So unfortunately, we can't actually.
We should have brought jump ropes.
Well, we're good.
Well, you can even pretend if you want to. That's okay. Okay, so first of all, you need a jump rope that fits you. So the general rule is when you stand on the bottom of your jump rope, you're going to pull it up next to your sides like this. Now, when you do so with both feet, the top of your handles should go about to your shoulders. Now, mine goes to about here, but that's because my technique is really tight. So for a general kind of getting started, both feet on bottom, pull it up tight, top of handles go to shoulders. If you bought a rope in the store and you don't know how to adjust it, that's okay. Tie a couple of knots right here under the handles, and that'll take up the rope that you don't need. And what's nice about this is that you can take the knots out to share with family members and things like that. Don't put a knot down in the handle. If you put a knot in the handle, the rope won't swivel and it'll tangle at the bottom. A lot of ropes, and the ones that I sell on my site, have adjusters. And you just pop the adjuster and slide as needed. And then you cut off what you don't need, okay? So what I like to tell people, especially adults, when you first get started, go slow, don't do too much, don't overdo it. Because you're trying to merge your endurance and your coordination and your timing, okay? If you've ever seen a boxer jump rope, boxers work on agility, timing, coordination, foot speed, endurance, so they jump pretty fast. Like that. So I'm going to show you the move that we were doing to be able to do that particular sequence. It's called the side swing. You're going to start with your rope behind you and stretch your arms out in front. And then you're going to swing the rope over your head. And after it comes over your head, you're going to bring it up and down side to side. When you're ready, you're going to slow it, open, and jump. Stop and reset. Over your head, side to side, slow it, open and jump. And the reason I wanted to share that one with you first is because if you can learn how to do regular jumping and the side swing, you can put together about a 5-minute jump rope routine. So you could, in the beginning phases, couple slow jumps, side swing to rest and recover, basic bounce, or bunny jumps when it's going slow like this, side to side to recover. As you get better, you jump for longer and faster with less side swings in between. But instead of stopping completely, you've got this resting recovery move. So that's one of my favorite things to teach people early on. Do we have time for one more?
Yeah.
Okay. So once you learn how to jump, the basic bounce.
Do you still want me to call him? Question mark.
Okay. What's that?
We're here.
You're good.
Yeah, go ahead, Renee.
Okay. So the basic bounce is when you go the faster rhythm that I showed just earlier. Okay. So every time you jump up, the rope goes underneath you in a nice fast beat. Now, if this is hard for you and you find yourself doing this, with those little bounces in between, that's okay in the beginning, but eventually you want to learn how to go that nice, steady beat, because everything else that you do comes from that really nice, steady rhythm. So you want to get good at it, okay? So in the beginning, just work on doing a few fast jumps, focusing on making your arms go fast and turning small circles with feet really low to the ground, like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stop and take a break. So I'm really focusing. Most people just can't quite get that timing early on to keep the rope cranking. Here it is again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice spins. And then just practice that. And it'll come pretty quickly if you kind of commit to just doing a little bit at a time, but frequently throughout the week. Okay. Next, a cross. 1, 2, cross your arm, jump through the loop that you make with rope. You can do crosses in a row, continuous crosses, side swing crosses, front back crosses. So one arm in front, one arm in back, and double back cross, both arms behind. Okay, 3 things. Cross low, not high. Okay, point down at the ground. Cross a lot. little. This is enough. I won't fit. So you really want to reach. And for a long time. So this is not a long time. Okay? So I'm going to go 1, 2, and I say reach for your pockets and jump through. 1, 2, reach for pockets and jump through. Everybody see that big cross, nice and low? And then 1, 2, reach and jump. And the last thing I want to share with you is called walk the dog. You're going to walk with your arms stretched back, glide your rope out in front, and catch the handle. You should have a lot of tension. You don't want the rope to be like this and smacking it around like that. You want to, it's like you're at the bowling alley. Take a couple steps, glide it out, wait, and catch. And that's walk the dog.
Okay, that's impressive because when you were doing that in the middle of your whole routine, I'm like, how in the world is she doing that?
Renee, can you talk about the music?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to add that different variety. Instead of just always jumping up and down, to have some different throws is really a lot of fun. But it took me a while to learn it, so I'm sure it'll take other people a little while too.
Renee, is there special music that has like a beats per minute that you'd recommend for folks?
Yeah. So in general, about 135 beats per minute when you first start. And then I go up to 155 at times too. So anywhere in that range, 135 to kind of 155.
What's your favorite 135 song?
And then 135. Let me think about this. I've got my music right in front of me, so. Oh, you know what's a good one? Fits in the Tantrums, hand clap.
Okay.
That one, that's a really good, it has a nice steady rhythm and it can kind of help people figure out what pace they need to spin their hands to. So yeah, I like that one a lot.
Cool.
Yeah. And then for jump ropes, most people do really well with what we call a licorice speed rope or a licorice rope.
What does that mean?
And you can find those on my website too.
Renee, you're out of Seattle, correct?
Yes, I live in West Seattle.
West Seattle. And the website with all the information is learntojumprope.com. How hard is it to double Dutch?
It's really not that difficult as long as you've got a couple of good turners.
Okay.
So it's really about having people that can spin the ends that keep a nice rhythm for you. And yeah, we do a lot of my kids' jump rope camps. We do double Dutch. And it's a lot of fun because kids, you know, that didn't think they would ever be able to do it are able to have success because, you know, I come myself and I turn the ropes and I bring kids. I have a jump rope team here in West Seattle. We're called the West City Rope Ninjas. And so I bring members of my jump rope team and they come and they help out and kind of inspire the kids and things like that too. So, so that's a lot of fun. So hopefully we'll be able to offer some live jump rope programs this summer.
And, you know, I think like you had demonstrated, you said that first thing you did was 30 seconds, you were a bit out of breath. For someone who's literally just going to start jumping rope, like how much time or days or seconds should they strive for, right? Because I imagine if you were going at it really well, but people will get frustrated if they're just trying in the beginning.
Thanks for saying that. I so agree with you. And that's why I encourage people in the beginning to just 10 seconds off, 10 seconds on, 20 seconds off, right? So only just practice jumping rope for 10 seconds, right? Because like I said before, in the beginning, and even if you did this when you were a kid, it's gonna feel a little bit different if it's been a little while since you've done it. So you don't wanna hurt yourself, right? Because most people, their timing isn't perfect. So they're usually jumping too high, they're arching their back, they throw their knees back. And so that's going to hurt your body if you do too much of that. So you want to go real easy, 10 seconds on of practice. You're going to get the timing. It'll come back to you and then rest. And do that sequence for about 5 minutes a couple times a week. And I'm telling you, you're going to get better really quickly. If you kind of go in, if you ease in, you know, take a couple of weeks just 10 on, 20 off for 5 minutes. Go do something else, go for a walk, do some weight training, something like that. A couple times a week should be good.
Excellent advice. I like that because exercise physiologists tell us that it's all about your effort, like you said. It's all about the effort, how you get the heart rate going, and you don't have to do it long to get the benefits of it.
And I also feel like, too, that if you think to yourself, okay, I'm going to go jump rope again and remember how hard it was last time and I'm going to go do it for 30 minutes, that's daunting. So you want to just choose something that feels really simple and gets you doing it on a regular basis. And, a lot of the times when I teach my classes when my youth programs, sometimes I'll say, let's just put this particular trick aside for today, and we'll come back. And I bet you when we come back to it, it'll get easier. And it almost always does. It's really kind of fascinating to have been doing this for so many years and to kind of go like, you know what, I think we don't always have to just beat everything into the ground, kind of like I was taught when I was a kid. We can take breaks, and sometimes it's better to do that.
Renee, do you recommend that people track their exercise jumps maybe in a spreadsheet, or is that a little bit too deliberate?
No, I think it's a great idea. I think it just depends on your personality, but I know I have friends that do that, and what gets measured gets managed, right? And so if you have something like that to sort of keep you going, it's like, if you're the person that likes to track your steps on the treadmill or any of the other devices, then I would say that it probably makes sense to do it with jump rope too. I personally like to do that kind of thing because it helps me sort of keep on track. Wow.
So much fun. I'm going to have to, I think I have a jump rope at home somewhere, so I'm going to have to dig it out and start using it.
I sure hope so. It's really a lot of fun. Like I said, there's so many different things that you can do. And once you start getting an idea of all the different tricks that are possible, it opens up a door to all kinds of different fun things that you can continually sing. And I've made a little area out in my garage, and I'll just turn on music and I kind of just allow myself time to just try things and play. And that's really good for us, especially now, to have things that we sort of look forward to and things that we can have as goals for ourselves.
Thank you so much, Renee, for getting us out of the gate in a flurry.
Yes.
We appreciate your time. It's Renee
You're
Bivo.
welcome.
Am I saying that last name correctly, Renee? Correct me is that right?
Well, you're as close as you're going to get. It's Bivo.
Bivo.
So the D silent, but yeah.
Okay. It's nowhere in the neighborhood, but thank you for being kind.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, it's learn2jumprope.com. I think Renee's going to keep jumping probably for the rest of the day if I know Renee.
Thank you.
Yeah. Wow. Well, as we catch our breath, we're going to go to break here and hear from Denise Whitaker, the magic of television, to let you know how you can best enjoy the Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine.
The virtual show floor is one of the coolest features here at Seattle Boat Show Connected. You can surf the aisles of the show floor, navigating exhibitor booths in our fully rendered convention center. We even feature the iconic red carpet that has become a big part of Seattle Boat Show experiences. Here you can filter by product category or enter a keyword to search for what you are looking for. You'll be transported directly to the space on the show floor where you can interact and engage with exhibitors and their show specials. Be sure to explore the outer reaches of the virtual show floor where you just might find a buried treasure. Navigate to the pirate ship's crow's nest where you could discover a hidden prize waiting for you. Find the best deals of the year at the Big Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine.
Welcome back to Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. Hopefully by now you've looked at the Seattle Boat Show, which is waiting for you at the $5 rate up to $89. A whole host of different benefits and features for you in store. So don't hang out here with us, but go inside the show at $5. And Renee was something else.
Oh my gosh. I really, she's right. Like if you just put on music, like music really gets you going. I often, when I'm driving in the car first thing in the morning, I'm headed to work, right? So I listen to the news, kind of get caught up on everything before I get into the office. But this morning, I I had the news on. I'm like, why am I listening? I'm off today. I'm
Yeah,
not working. So I put music on, and music just changes your whole mood. And it doesn't matter what kind of music you play, whatever kind of gets you in the mood. And she's right. And I love that you asked her that song, too, because that's a good thing to know.
I know that song,
Hand clap. Yeah, it's a great song for any kind of exercise.
My favorite part of that was the fact that I can double judge fine. It's the twirlers that are giving me problems. So that was a good thing. This whole time I thought I was having some difficulty there, but I should have been blaming.
Are you going to walk the dog from now on?
I'm going to do it all. I just thought walk the dog was a yo-yo trick. So yeah, I've already.
Yes.
It's only 10:49 here, and my mind has exploded. So, like every other day at the Seattle Boat Show Connect, we've heard from Karsten and Alicia, my two colleagues, to let us know what's in store on the seminar front. We've got over 84 hours of seminars pre-recorded that are available not just today when they run live, but after the show for the next 7 days. So Karsten and Alicia, why don't you come on in and say hi to us?
Ahoy!
There they are.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ahoy.
Did you see Renee?
Sure did.
Top
She's
that.
amazing.
Right?
She's amazing. Yes. She really does make me want to go jump rope. That's such good exercise and so fun. I haven't done it in a long time. So.
I agree.
I was excited to have her on. So I'm going to start with you, Karsten. How did yesterday go? What's in store today? We've got a couple of your folks on here coming up. Tommy Donlin, Dell Stevens are going to be on the big Denise and Peter show. But what's on your mind this morning?
Yesterday was an excellent day in the fishing seminar department. We ended on a bang with a brand new seminar last night from our good friends up in British Columbia. The Fishing BC, Fishing Vancouver Island segment was just a total feature film movie presentation. It was absolutely incredible. So for those folks who have the $20 and up package, don't forget you can watch that on demand for the next more than a week from today. So be sure to check that out, as well as some of the other seminars that aired the last 2 days. Today, I'm super stoked to hear that you got Tommy Donlin and Dell coming on the show. Tommy actually has two seminars today. He'll be talking tuna at noon, and then he'll be talking chasing coastal king salmon at 4:00. And then Dell's going to come through with part 3 of his 4-part tuna series that he's been doing every day at 6:00. Be sure to ask Dell about his book. He has an awesome tuna fishing book. It's called Welcome to the Dark Side: One Man's Journey to the 125 Fathom Line and Back. It's a pretty awesome book. I actually just started reading it last week, and there's some really, really great fish tales in there. So be sure to pry a few of those out of him. But apart from that, we got a really good variety of fishing seminars today. Starting here in about 8 minutes, we got cutthroat fishing on Puget Sound with legendary Seattle salmon guide from A Spot Tail Guide Service, Keith Robbins, followed by good friends up at All Star Fishing out of Everett and Shoal, Gary Crine and Nick Kester. Gary Crine's going to kick us off at 1:00 with Central Puget Sound salmon fishing, and then Nick Kester at 3:00 with lingcod fishing, which is a good example of the variety today. You know, you've heard cutthroat, you've heard tuna, you've heard lingcod, and then towards the end of the day, the one and only Tom Nelson from the Outdoor Line is going to round us out with a shrimping seminar at 5:00, which you absolutely don't want to miss. My personal favorite bounty of Puget Sound to consume. Just beautiful spot prawns. And then to end the day at 7:00, we have a interesting seminar on kayak fishing from Brad Hull. So be sure to check that out. That's kind of an interesting way of fishing in our local waters. And you'd be amazed some of the stories Brad will tell you. A lot of guys go out off the coast in kayaks and catch 200-pound halibut out of a kayak, and the kayak is literally dragging them around like a dog on a leash. It's pretty epic. So really good day on the fishing stage.
Is that your fishing shirt there? Your lucky fishing shirt? Am I seeing that right?
One of them. Yeah, one of them.
Oh, cocky.
Yeah, what's on there? I'm trying to see what the print is.
I don't know. I lose track.
I don't know.
It seems like I get a fishing shirt every holiday and every birthday from one in my family.
Well, that could have been one of those custom-made ones you got in Vietnam, no?
It could be, yeah. It might have been.
Like that. We spent too much time together. I know where you get your shirts
I guess
produced by hand in Vietnam.
Yeah, how funny
Hung
was that?
on.
Yesterday, I was playing back the show, and you guys had Frechette Winery on there. That's pretty cool. They're actually the next door neighbor of my cousins in Benton City. I spend a lot of time at Frechette Winery, so that was a really awesome thing to see yesterday. I've just been so impressed with all the variety of topics and speakers you guys have had on the show.
Peter's amazing that way.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's just like do you mind? Can I talk with you? All these superstars.
I know, they're great.
Sure. And I'm like, wow. Can I get some money too? I should have just kept my ass going.
You should have.
Yeah, stopped too early there. Alicia, that was a tough act to follow. That Carson just said. What do you have going on your channel?
I know it is a tough act to follow. We have a good variety today too on the boating channel. I'd say there's something for everyone. We kicked it off this morning with diesel engine essentials with the Neils, who are just literally world-renowned sailors and cruisers. They're actually on the schedule a few times today. They're doing a boat selection for offshore cruising seminar right after that at 11. And we also have a cruisers panel. So we'll have the Neils. We have two couples that are both currently in Mexico that have both sailed the world with their kids. So they're doing a cruisers panel at noon, and that's really fun just to have 3 different couples, 3 different perspectives. They're really fun. You'll learn a lot. You'll want to go blue water cruising immediately. It makes me want to sell my house every year and just get on the water when I listen to them speak. It's just amazing. And then we have some kind of back to basics. The Giffords are going to talk about COVID and cruising and what they've seen in Mexico and just locally as well. We have some anchoring techniques. We have Karl Kruger. Karsten was talking about getting on the water by a paddle sport. Karl Kruger, he is a paddleboarder, stand-up paddleboard, and he's done the Inside Passage. He's done Race to Alaska. He is just incredible to listen to. So he's giving a presentation at 3. We've got a DIY electrical with Jeff Cote, some good back to basics, some learning about electrical on your own boat. We've got a sailing seminar, battery technology, and then we're going to end the day with northwest weather, which is obviously an important topic no matter what kind of vessel you're on. So great lineup and really excited.
To call Karl Kruger a stand-up paddleboarder is really an understatement. This is the same gentleman that paddleboarded, and I'm going to, for lack of a better word, paddleboarded his stand-up paddleboard from Port Townsend to Alaska without falling off one time.
I know.
He's actually going to be on our show later, so we've got him coming up too.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, actually, a lot of these speakers are going to be on your show. I think aren't the Neils and the Currys or the Giffords are going to be on tomorrow too. I think we'll get to see them all in person live, actually. So watch their pre-records today. And or again with your $20 ticket anytime during the week, and then you can see them live tomorrow too.
And we've got Pam Wall as well. Has she spoken yet on your seminar list?
Yeah, she spoke yesterday, and she spoke about maintenance, and then tomorrow she'll be speaking about docking, and she'll be live with you guys too.
Now that is a boating. I mean, these are all boating superstars.
Right.
It's fun, and that's again the beauty of being online. We don't have to have these people fly into Seattle. We can. Pam's out of Fort Lauderdale, and she'll be on her boat. I get the sense. So no, this is a great way for us to just come all into the Seattle Boat Show Connected, and it hasn't been that hard to get them to say yes because they're as excited to talk about boating as we are to listen.
Right.
When you get there's a chat function to you. When you get questions in the chat, what kind of questions are you all getting? Is there any common threads?
I would say that by and large, most of it is just chats of excitement. Folks saying, wow, that's awesome. Wow, I can't wait to do that. Wow, this is really cool. Wow, thanks for offering this online. That's been really cool to see.
Yeah, so if they're not asking questions, that means they are getting the information they wanted and needed from the speaker.
Yep, and that's what Seattle Boat Show is all about. You know, in wintertime, we inspire people to get pumped up about boating and fishing and getting out on the water.
And I'd say most of our presenters are really open to wanting to connect with the community and with their viewers. I'd say in at least I know for sure all the boating presentations and probably fishing too, and Boat Show University, they are giving out their email address. They are happy to share their presentation, their slides, their handouts. They really just want to share their knowledge, share their education, and connect and inspire all the viewers. So don't hesitate when you're watching any of those presentations to to send them a chat, to send them an email, to reach out. That's why they're doing this, because they really just have a passion for it.
They are professional boaters, some of them, but they're also professional speakers and presenters. And you'll see on their websites, keynote speaker, or it's not something they take lightly. They spend a lot of time investing a lot of their resources into making these presentations top notch.
Right.
And we're lucky. And Seattle Boat Show is known for our seminars, and that's no different this year. If anything, we've amped it up. Well, Carson and Alicia, you've got a lot going on. You got a big plate today and tomorrow, and then I'd like to say it's going to slow down, but these seminars are available Carson's going to come on get me. Carson, you'll be working on this for a few more days after the show, which I know you're excited to do.
Yes, sir.
Well said. So thanks so much for being a part of Seattle Boat Show Connected, Boat Show TV.
Yeah, thanks for all you guys are doing. This is really, really fun to watch. We've got so many different angles. So many different angles of the show to check out. So yeah, check it all out. Get off of this and go to seminars, go to activities, go to the virtual show floor. It's been really fun to be a part of, and we hope everyone's enjoying it just as much as we are.
There's a lot of facets to boating. There's a lot of facets to the Seattle Boat Show Connected, and the key is, like Alicia just said, exploring them.
Right.
You've got time. Time's on your side. You can do it while we're here today. You can do it this evening. You can do it tomorrow. And actually, the show's not going to close because we're going to keep these seminars available at the ticket prices above the $5 level for up to a week afterwards. So there's...
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if you just get those extra tickets, if you've got errands to run today or you've got other commitments tomorrow, then you're not going to miss out on anything. If you get at least the $20 ticket and up, then you can rewatch a lot of stuff till February 7th, which is awesome.
We're going to take a break here. We're going to hear from our own Denise Whitaker about how you can enjoy the show from the comfort of your own living room. So thanks so much for being with us at Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine.
The 2021 Seattle Boat Show Connected features an incredible schedule of fishing, boating, and sailing seminars streaming right here on this site. With more than 100 hours of content and even more Boat Show University classes, you'll want to watch it all. Lucky you can rewatch any classes you missed or may just want to see again for up to an entire week after the show. You can add a seminar to your personal calendar or save to your favorites list. If you're attending the show from another region, you can even set your time zone preferences so the schedule will display in your local time. During the live stream, chat with other attendees, post questions and comments for the presenter, jump between sessions, browse featured products and services, and more. Get the most out of your boat show experience. Hi, I'm Denise Whitaker, and I'm proud to be a part of the innovative and exciting 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Join me and NMTA's own Peter Schrappen as we host the Boat Show TV channel live all 4 days of the show right here on the site. We have an exciting lineup of guest interviews and boating topics, including how to maximize your time on the water, discover new ways to make more memories in the magical world of boating. Plus, you'll meet boating leaders from the Puget Sound area, across the U.S., the world, and beyond, and so much more. Don't miss the boat. We'll see you online and on the water. It's all right here at SeattleBoatShow.com.
Welcome back to Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. My name is Peter Schrappen, coming to you live from Renton, Washington, our home studio here for today and tomorrow. We're just getting started. Hopefully you already had the chance to get into the show. If you haven't, there's still time. And I'm not alone here. I'm joined with Denise Whitaker, my co-host from Como 4. Hey, Denise.
Good morning.
We have hardly caught our breaths. That's even an expression. But we've got our next guest already lined up, ready to join us. And his name is Chris Moore. And Chris and I hit it off recently when we got to know each other via Zoom. There's Chris. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, good. So we met about 3 weeks ago for the first time, and I feel like we've been living parallel lives for the last several years. We both sort of do the same thing, and I was really excited to hear about how Washington has become a maritime heritage area in the last year. Can you share with people what's in store, what that means, what your job is?
Yeah, absolutely. We're incredibly excited about this. It's really the culmination of a decade of work. And if you want to go back further, probably even 25 years or 30 years of work with the maritime community. We were very, very thrilled to receive designation actually back in March of 2019 as a National Heritage Area, and very specifically the Maritime Washington National Heritage Area. And this program, the National Heritage Area program, is a program of the National Park Service. It's one that's been primarily utilized on the East Coast and throughout the Midwest more than on the West Coast. But there are 55 National Heritage Areas across the country. And as of 2019, we now have 3 on the West Coast. Prior to that, there had been none. So we're a little late in coming to the game. I like to think they were actually a little late in acknowledging all the wonderful resources that we have out here. But in short, what a National Heritage Area is, it's a landscape. The organizing principle of the program is that they are landscapes of national significance that have critically important stories to tell about the development of our nation. And so about 10 years ago, work started to develop a program to acknowledge the just culturally rich and diverse maritime heritage we have here along our saltwater coastline in Washington. And ultimately that ended in congressional delegation. This did take an act of Congress to do, which is probably why it took us 10 years to get it in place. But we are now a National Heritage Area.
Good one there.
That's incredible. Okay, Peter got so excited he had to bring
your
his
joke, Chris. It was worthy of a horn honk. All right. Truth be told.
Glad to have it.
Now that this status is there, like you say, I agree with you. It's probably too long for them to realize what we have out here. But now that that status is there, what does it really mean for these areas?
Yeah, so it ultimately is a program around developing, supporting heritage tourism and local economic development within the structure of that National Heritage Area. I mentioned it's under the umbrella of the National Park Service, but really all NHAs are locally managed. They're quite honestly dependent on partnerships. The organization that I work for, it's the Washington Trust for Historic Preservation. We're a statewide advocacy organization that works to preserve historic places across the state. We were named in the legislation as the management entity. So really our goal now and for the next year is to work with stakeholders throughout the heritage area to really get input and feedback and consultation on what they want this to look like. And then we'll submit that overall plan to the Park Service for their ultimate approval and be up and running. But the types of things heritage areas do, as I mentioned, they really are dependent on partnerships. We're so fortunate in Washington that we have literally hundreds of entities already operating in this maritime sector, right? There's museums, there are boat builders, there's commercial fishermen, there's certainly our tribes that represent canoe cultures that have been here since time immemorial. All of these elements make up our heritage, and the goal of the heritage area is to sort of bring them under the umbrella of this brand, so to speak, and amplify what's already being done.
Chris, what we've got a lot of boaters watching. What would you like boaters to know, to do, learn more, kind of fold into this project?
Yes, certainly. We're going to be doing public workshops really starting about next month, held virtually, of course, but we want to get as many people involved in that process. So one thing I would just encourage people to do immediately is go to our website and get those email signups so you can learn about those workshops when they're happening. We want, the heritage area is for everybody out there who lives within and recreates within and comes to visit that heritage area. So we want to get input from as many people as possible. So the easiest thing to do from that standpoint is just Google Maritime Washington National Heritage Area. It'll take you right to the page and you can sign up for those email alerts.
And then what are the workshops going to provide? Is it boaters are going to want to get in on those?
Yeah, I think one of the things that they'll do is help define the activities and the goals of the heritage area overall. So I mentioned programming. There's all sorts of potential from working with individual communities who do interpretation at that local level and trying to tie those together and potentially create travel itineraries that might focus on the history and heritage of a place. There is actual preservation, certainly supporting preservation of historic resources that exist now, whether those are waterfront historic resources or actual vessels. You can see the beautiful schooner Adventurous behind me. Yep, one of those wonderful historic schooners that operates here as part of the sound experience.
Yeah, we actually had Catherine Collins on yesterday from the Adventurous.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Catherine, she is a true gem. The work that they do with their programming, working with students and young people is just phenomenal. And under the heritage area, what we'd like to do is help amplify that work, connect it to other people doing the same sorts of things or complementary things throughout our coastline and kind of bring it under that banner of this National Heritage Area moniker.
Chris, Denise and I are both baseball fans of rival teams. If this was a baseball game, what inning are we in?
Oh, geez, we're like throwing bullpen right now. Is what we're doing. We're just getting started up, maybe taking a little bit of BP, but we're moving right into that opening pitch. And so I think we're I don't know if we got Felix on the mound for the opening pitch or not, but I think we're pretty excited about getting started and coming out with a big bat and a big arm right at the beginning.
Metaphor, I like it.
Yeah.
Hey man, you throw out baseball, I can roll with it all day long.
Love it. Separated at birth, Chris Moore and Peter Trappin.
That's right.
That's excellent. So, Chris, we've got actually the Adventures. I'd like to go to that as we say goodbye to you. And you mentioned the Adventures, Catherine Collins. We actually have the reel the sizzle reel, the hype reel that they've shared with us. And I think it would be a great time to share their story as we say thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate you having me on. I hope you guys have a great week with this, and we're just really excited to be getting this thing off the ground and looking for great partnerships and great programming and great just great events coming as a result.
Chris, the website one more time.
The preservewa.org is our website. You can get to the Maritime Heritage page from there. The most direct route is simply Googling Maritime Washington National Heritage Area.
Great. Thank you so much, Chris.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Well, as we go to break here, I'd encourage everyone to take a watch of the Adventurous story that we've got in store for you that Catherine Collins was gracious enough to share with us. And on my bingo card, that is number
27.
There you go. That's why she's here.
Every person that's stepped foot on this boat has left a little bit of themselves here. And she's been around for 103 years. So that's a lot of people of all walks of life, of all ages, and you can't step aboard this boat and not feel the magic.
Community would be the base of it, and that's what we do every day in 1,000 different ways. You extend that outside the ship by what we teach our hard sciences, teaching about the marine ecosystem. That too is our community, and we travel to different places around the Puget Sound to expand our community.
The kids and teens, the youth that come on board have a plethora of things that they can experience. They can learn about team building, they can learn about sailing, they can learn about the environment, they can learn about themselves. There's literally no end to what they can take away from this experience.
I think I steered the boat a couple times. It's a really cool thing to do. You'll remember it for a really long time, and it's a really valuable experience.
You can see them, the friendships, the camaraderie build among the kids, and when they leave, they don't want to go, and they've soaked into the boat.
This is their classroom, this is their learning platform to not only learn about the ship, but learn how to work together and ultimately learn more about themselves and really understand their capabilities, realize that there's things that they can do in the world that they never imagined were possible.
feel more independent, but relying on people. It makes you very aware on what is out there, and if more people did it, more people would realize how much we are affecting wildlife out there and how much we could benefit by less littering and more like renewable energy.
You don't get to challenge yourself in that way at all. And then you're going out on the water, steering a 100-foot boat on your own with all these people watching you. So you grow up a lot. You do your own dishes, your own cooking, you do it all.
The greatest value that Adventurous has in this region is the ability to bring large groups of people, lots of people, thousands of people out each year. It's accessible. And what she's doing is giving people the opportunity to get out and explore our world, our Salish Sea, our Puget Sound. It's up to you after that.
Welcome back to Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. I did want to mention that we had Jason Robertson scheduled earlier to talk about the perfect breakfast to eat as you go out to avoid seasickness. Something happened with Zoom, something happened with Peter, and it was a little bit of user error here on my part, but I can tell you, I can cut to the chase here. The key to breakfast is...
My daily breakfast.
Oh. Let me guess. 3 sausages, McGriddle. Do you like the pancake and the meat? No?
No, I haven't eaten meat in 30-some years.
So it would not be a McGriddle.
No, I would not get one of those.
McGriddle is, I don't think. Yeah, no, oatmeal.
Yes,
Oatmeal
that's what I eat every morning.
Is the right answer to, and is seasickness an issue for you?
Interesting. No, I've never been seasick, but oatmeal, why not? I mean, it's packed with great energy and fiber, and you can dress it up with some blueberries, even better.
That's right. And so we're going to share Jason's killer recipe in the Boat Show Kitchen part of the activities.
Excellent.
And it's like a pumpkin pie kind of mix minus the pie crust kind of thing.
Sounds
I guess
good to
the
me.
pumpkin pie part too. But there's a lot of good stuff in there that it'll taste familiar to you. And the way Jason talks about it, he swears by it, he eats it every morning, and it sticks to his ribs. That's always my problem. Like, I'm hungry, like I'll eat a bowl of oatmeal, like 8 minutes later, I'm like, okay, what's for breakfast kind of thing.
So this is a phrase, sticks to your ribs. This is a phrase. Do you use this? Jason
Oatmeal
uses
Association.
it? Okay, but I never knew that was like a phrase other people use. My husband uses it whenever I make him oatmeal. He's like, yeah, it sticks to your ribs, but I've never heard anyone else say
We'll
that.
have to get our crack staff looking into the etymology of stick to your ribs.
Yeah,
It's
we
a
will.
An apple a day. It's the same, probably the PR firm that came up with keeps the doctor away.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, oatmeal's the answer. So, we hopefully can get Jason on the show. He's a dynamic presenter. And he, in a former life, he ran the marina at Grand Tetons, Jackson Lake. So I was a twofer with that.
Right. Well, maybe we can get him on later. But in the meantime, you are going to let us see his oatmeal recipe at some point, right?
Well, I'll let everyone see it under the activity section at SeattleBoatShow.com. Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. You can take advantage of the website, get to know it. There's a whole bunch of different activities you can do. And we've got Boat Show Kitchen, which has got the Mischief Distillery chef, John Waukee, Chef Ethan Stoll, Jason's oatmeal recipe. So it's all there.
All right.
Meanwhile, we're going to get going also with our next guest. Angie Brady's waiting in the wings there. Hi, Angie.
Hi, Peter. Hi, Denise. How are you guys?
Good to see you again. Avid boater, Angie Brady, here to talk about boating, here to talk about the future of the downtown Seattle. We met about 6 years ago, and I love your presentation, so I had you come back and meet with George Harris and Katie McPhail about the future of the Seattle waterfront. It's something that you think about every day, I imagine, and I was just hoping that it's been a few years since I've got an update, and maybe for some people at home, they've never don't know the news about what's going on in downtown Seattle, especially as it affects boating and the glitz and glamour that we call home.
Yeah, great. Thanks so much for having me. Yes, I'm super happy to be presenting to a group of boat lovers like ourselves. We have a sailboat and we've explored the Puget Sound and the San Juan Islands in our sailboat for over 10 years. So I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to some fellow boat lovers. I put some slides together and I was hoping to just do a screen share. Is that okay?
We love it. Yeah.
Let's see it.
Going on the waterfront. Okay. Let's see if I can make this happen.
A picture says 1,000 words.
It
Did your
does,
husband
yeah.
say that too?
I had to do a screen share presentation the other night, and my husband and I practiced ahead of time, and it actually worked, so I was excited.
Nice, yeah, that's right. I know that feeling. Exactly.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. So what you're seeing here is basically,
Perfect.
It's the waterfront. It's the downtown core. The reconstruction of Seattle's waterfront has been a dream of many planners and engineers and politicians and business and property owners since the 90s. But it wasn't until 2001 and the Nisqually earthquake hit that the city and the state realized that we had all this aging infrastructure in the downtown core, including the Alaskan Way Viaduct, of course, and also the seawall. And so, by the time 2001 rolled around, we thought, hey, we've got to actually do something about this aging infrastructure. The viaduct used to carry about 110 vehicles per day, and that was an enormous amount of vehicles that it carried. So I'm gonna go see if I can, I'm actually having trouble clicking to my next slide here.
There you are.
We see it.
Can you see the next one?
Well, we saw board tunnel.
We saw
now
board
we see this one.
tunnel.
Oh, you saw board tunnel. There we go.
Perfect.
Sorry, I think my computer's a little bit slow here on the move. So the board tunnel. So as everybody knows, we've got a new board tunnel. It was constructed and opened early 2019. The state built that. And that tunnel was a result of a whole sort of 10 years of conversation and voting and political hot potato throwing until finally in 2009, Governor Gregoire signed an agreement with the city and King County and the port to build this tunnel. And so that tunnel is open and people are using it, and it's super exciting. We also, as a city, have built a brand new seawall, and this is just a picture of the construction, during construction of that new seawall. The seawall is important because it basically creates the foundation for the entire waterfront, right? And it was built in the 1920s and in desperate need of replacement. So we've got that replaced, and here's what it looks like now. Here's some of the pictures of the tunnel construction during that project. And right after the tunnel opened, obviously the viaduct started coming down. So here's just a couple of pictures showing you what that looked like, and we were super excited to see that finally be removed after years and years of having that as a blight and an eyesore to our city. This is a picture down in Pioneer Square, just looking out toward Washington Street, toward the water, watching the viaduct come down. And we finally, after that viaduct came down, we're really able to realize the dream of being able to see the water from our downtown and removing that, making that connection from our city to Elliott Bay. It's just been an incredible thing to watch. Another big project happening right now downtown Seattle is the replacement of the Coleman Dock. Washington State Ferries is reconstructing that entire dock while also keeping it operational. So a lot of work happening on that as well. And this is a map that shows just all of those projects in one place. And essentially what we're talking about in terms of reconstruction of the waterfront is shown here in this gold color. So our program reconstructs the waterfront from the South End Stadium District all the way up into Belltown. And we're super excited about it. The replacement basically includes a new Alaskan Way, a new promenade along the waterfront, and a series of east-west connections that make improvements to the pedestrian experience along the waterfront. This is the culmination of a whole series and years of outreach done to support what it is the vision that we wanted to see our waterfront. And all of that work culminated in basically what's shown on this map. So we're replacing the existing Alaskan Way from basically King Street all the way up to Bell Street. And the new road is actually being constructed within the footprint of the former viaduct. And then west of the viaduct, we're constructing a brand new promenade, which is basically a massive park filled with landscaping and seating and beautiful places to walk and stroll and visit the waterfront. In terms of the schedule, As I said earlier, the tunnel opened in early 2019. The viaduct, it took about 9 months to get that down. It is down and gone. And then we started construction of the new Alaskan Way in the fall of 2019. So we are well underway with construction of Alaskan Way. It's going to take us about 4 years to get through the construction of all of the waterfront projects that we have planned. So by the end of 2024, we'll be all done. Some of the key milestones that we hit this year in 2020, we reconstructed Columbia Street, which is an important transit street for the city, and that was completed in February 2020. And right after we completed that, COVID hit. And this year's been a real challenge, and we've been able to maintain all the construction of the waterfront, but you know, with all the safety protocols in place and the rest of it, we've been able to make it work. So this is a picture showing you what the waterfront looks like literally like a month ago. And you can see here on the right-hand side of this picture, this was the footprint of the former viaduct. And essentially our contractor has taken up almost this entire space and reconstructing utilities, new water mains, new sewer mains, electrical work, drainage work, telecommunications, in preparation to build that new surface roadway of the new Alaskan Way. And then once we get done with building the roadway and all the utilities on this east side of the street, we will then close what is the existing Alaskan Way in this area. And this whole space becomes a park and a promenade along the waterfront. One other thing that happened this year, if you might have been watching the news, we had a little bit of a problem with Pier 58, which lies between Pier 57 and the Great Wheel and the Seattle Aquarium. We had planned to demolish this pier in 2 years, but this year it started tearing away from the upland. So we had to run an emergency contract and get that pier down immediately for safety purposes. So that pier is actually down. We still have a contractor out there and they're pulling some of the concrete and rubble from out of the water, but we plan to reconstruct that pier in about 2 years, 2022, fall of 22, we'll start the new construction of the new pier there. The other thing that happened this year is Pier 62 opened to the public in September of 2020. And these are just a few pictures showing you what that new pier looks like. This is the pier that people used to go out and watch concerts on. And we're really hoping to program this pier and make it a fun space for people to come out and visit. One of the things that we built alongside of this pier is a new floating dock. And so that's what you're seeing on the left-hand side of the screen here. And this floating dock actually does support boats to come in and out. Right now, there is no moorage allowed, but we're hoping in the coming years that that will change. If you haven't been out to this new pier, you should go check it out. This is just a slide showing you kind of the basic footprint of the waterfront to give people a sense of what it is we're building and the scale of it. So this is the footprint of the former viaduct here, and you can see we're building the new Alaskan Way within that footprint, and everything to the west of it along the water's edge will be our new promenade. I'm just going to run through a set of renderings and pictures to share with people what it is we're building from south to north. So this is the Alaskan Way on the south end. This is King Street here. And this is kind of essentially where you enter the tunnel if you were going to run through the city, underneath the city, as opposed to on top of our surface streets. But we've got improvements set for King Street, Main Street, Washington Street, and Yesler within the Pioneer Square District. We have a lot of pedestrian enhancements that we have planned for that section of the waterfront program. And then, of course, we're building this new Alaskan Way that runs north-south. Here you can see we actually did build a beach between Pier 48 and Coleman Dock. And I think I have a picture of that. Yeah. So we built this small beach. We also, as part of the seawall replacement program and the entire waterfront, we reconstructed this boat landing. It's an old historic boat landing. It was built in the 1900s. That boat landing, we're hoping to host small events at and hopefully be able to share, be able to access the beach and the boat landing together. This is a rendering just showing from that boat landing looking north what the new promenade will look like. We are building a new bicycle facility that is independent from the road and the promenade right down the west side of Alaskan Way, and that's what you're seeing in this dark color here. So it is separated from the traffic and also separated from the pedestrians. In December, we were able to actually switch traffic at the south end of Alaskan Way. We do have the street built, and you can kind of see it shaping up here on the left-hand side. And we were able to get traffic onto these new lanes while we now start building our improvements on the west side. We have these improvements scheduled for start of construction in 2021-22 timeframe in Pioneer Square. So Main Street, this is kind of a before and after. We're doing some narrowing and planting some trees and trying to create a more aesthetic, beautiful space in Pioneer Square. I'm going to run through a couple before and afters just to give people a sense of the scale of the change that we're actually making on the Seattle's waterfront. This is a picture at Main Street before the viaduct came down. You can see it's in all its glory. Once it's down, this is essentially what it looks like now. We've built the new road. We've got new sidewalks. We're planting new trees and replacing all of the lighting. And the idea here is really to expand and open up the east side property owners' ability to come out and spill out with cafes on the sidewalk and really activate that new space on the east side of Alaskan Way. I'm going to skip over a couple of these. This is the promenade. It's sort of a rendering of what the promenade will look like on the west side of the street with a nice boardwalk and beautiful trees. And I've got a few more before and afters here to share with folks. So this is a picture of the historic piers. This was kind of before we had Alaskan Way switched over, and you can see the viaduct was still in place. We've been doing a lot of work with the historic pier owners, especially Bob Donegan, the Ivar's owner, and a lot of the other pier owners as well.
Bob, the next guest, actually.
Oh, is Bob the next guest? I thought I saw his face on the screen.
Yeah, he's around.
Yeah, he's been a wonderful supporter of the waterfront for many, many years. So, so hi, Bob, if you can hear me.
Bob, you can come on in if you like.
I don't know if he's still on or not, but this is a shot. If he comes on, let's bring him in.
Okay. Shane, do you want to let him in?
Oh, there he is.
Let in Bob.
See his bow tie.
Unleash Bob.
Angie, I can't wait to see when it's all done. I take the waterfront every day to drive home from work, and it's so relaxing to me at the end of my day, even now with construction. But I just loved, that slow pace going south down the waterfront. And so when all of this promenade work is done, it's going to make my drive home even more relaxing.
That's awesome. That's really fun to hear.
Hey, Bob, how are you?
Hi, Bob. Bob, you're on mute.
That's a first, but I'm pumped. Now he's turned his video off. We got this, Bob. You can do this. Oh, now his video's off. I'm sure he was so excited for this.
He was excited. He'll get there.
Bob?
He's trying to get his microphone.
He wants us to see how beautiful his bright bow tie is today.
I didn't realize Bob wore bow ties.
I like it.
He has a very wide collection of colorful bow ties.
Yes.
Bob is known for his bow ties.
Nice and bright.
I'm going to keep going until he gets
good. Bob, you figure out your audio.
All right. Okay. I'm going to flip through a few more of these. So we're going to talk about the central public open spaces. This is the north central area of the waterfront. So here you can see the Great Wheel. You can see the aquarium. This is Pier 58 that we just demolished. You can see the old, this is actually after we demolished Pier 62, and we now have a new pier in place here. But, and then this is the old viaduct here running along this alignment. And essentially what we're doing is we're going to be rebuilding Pier 58, which is going to be called Waterfront Park. We've already built this new Pier 62 with the floating docks. You've already seen that. This is the new Alaskan Way that is under construction right now, and it's going to span all the way up, running north behind these condominiums that are down there. Off the screen for the boaters on the upper right, this is the Bell Harbor Marina for those who want a little bit of content. And what we're doing is we're building a pedestrian bridge connection that's going to span from the Pike Place Market up and over the new roadway of Alaskan Way, across the roadway, and then down to the new waterfront. And the aquarium is planning a brand new expansion as well across the street. So we are working very close coordination with the aquarium. In fact, Bob, who you'll hear from in a minute.
I think he has his mute now figured out. Bob, can you join us?
I hope so, Peter.
There you are.
Hi, Bob.
Bob at night.
Hello, Miss Angie. Good to talk to you. And Miss Denise.
Hi there.
And Peter here, Bob. Don't forget me.
And Captain Peter, of course.
How's it
Are
going?
we talking about boats? I thought this was the Northwest Flower and Garden Show, which is why I'm in the greenhouse. What's going on here?
Well, the promenade's going to be full of trees and flowers, right?
Indeed, it's interesting, Denise. There's a different set of trees, bushes, and flowers in every different section of the waterfront. And when next you drive south, when you go south of Yesler Street, look to your left and look at the size of the trees that Jessica and Angie put in. They're not the little spindly raspberry trees, sticks that we usually see. They're 20 feet tall. They're already up to the second story of buildings. So
I will take note.
This spring and summer, we're going to have a beautiful view down there in the south end of the waterfront.
I think so. We hope so. Yeah, so you want me to flip through a few more of these?
Sure,
Or
yeah.
do I have time?
They're beautiful.
No, you're good. Yep, you're good.
Okay, I just wanted to get a little bit into the technicalities of what we're building in terms of the new roadway. So this is the, let me go back a slide here. So this is the new road, Alaskan Way. It runs up here and it turns into Elliott Way as you move further north. And we're building a new bridge up and over the Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railroad tracks. And what this is going to allow for, it's going to allow people who drive on Alaskan Way currently who have to stop at Broad Street to wait for the train to cross. Instead of having to do that, you can just take Alaskan Way, head straight north on Elliott, and go up and over those railroad tracks and not have to wait for the railroad. So it's going to be a huge improvement in terms of vehicular access north and south along the waterfront. That bridge is basically looks like this. We've got landscape on both sides of the bridge and the roadway, and then it reconnects up at the north end. This is a photo of the lovely condition of what it looked like underneath when the viaduct was still there. And this is just a shot showing you, we actually have a live cam up at the north end looking south as we build our project that kind of shows you all the progress that we're making. We have to build some massive retaining walls along this hillside to retain all the dirt in order to build the new roadway. And again, building that bridge on that just right behind the condominium. So here you're seeing some of the girder placement that we did over the railroad tracks, really tight spaces and very hard construction. But our contractors are doing just an excellent job out there. This is the Lenora Street pedestrian bridge. And this used to span up and over and connect people over here to, in fact, we use this bridge as a boater all the time when you moor your boat at Bell Harbor Marina. We're actually, we had to cut part of it off because we're changing the grade in this location by building this new roadway. So we're going to be rebuilding that section of the bridge and connecting it to our new road. And you can kind of see here's the new kind of bridge deck area that we're building. And you can kind of see the new shape of the road as you look kind of north. And here's the old bridge that will be connecting to the new roadway eventually. So lots of progress being made there. This is a shot of the Overlook Walk. I talked about this a little bit earlier that will connect Pike Place Market down to the waterfront. This is the aquarium building that is going to be a new facility expansion for the aquarium. We're working closely with them. This will have a public rooftop looking out over these beautiful, stunning views of Elliott Bay. And you can see that it'll be a series of sort of landscaped walkways and places to stop and have a cup of coffee and enjoy yourself and see these beautiful views. We've already started construction of the Overlook Walk. These funny looking silos, we call them, these drilled shafts, they're 15 foot in diameter. These are represent the column placements that will be the future of the support of that Overlook Walk. So we have begun construction technically of that project. And just a few more views of the Overlook Walk because it's going to be so beautiful. Here you can see this is the old stove at Pike Place Market front. So we're going to be connecting right up into what they just built. And this was completed just about 2 years ago. So if you haven't been down there, you should totally check that out. It's stunning. And just a few photos representing the views that people will be able to take in from the Overlook Walk structure. And looking south to Mount Rainier, the Great Wheel, and just, it's just going to be absolutely beautiful. Working really hard on this. And this is looking back at the city, Overlook Walk kind of right in the center, and the aquarium here to the right. We have a whole series of other projects that I probably won't have time to get into, but I just kind of wanted to flash a few of them up. Union Street, this is the area kind of right near the Four Seasons, and we're building a new pedestrian bridge with a set of stairs and an elevator at this location that connects First Avenue basically down to the waterfront. We also have a beautiful new design for Pier 58. This is the pier that just collapsed that we talked about earlier. It'll have some lawn areas. We're going to have a fountain. We'll have some place, a much larger space to congregate and do what you need to do. We're going to build a children's playground here on the northern end of that as well. And the cool thing about the new pier is that it's going to actually be level with the new promenade. So there won't be a step or a separation like there used to be with the old pier. And then I wanted to mention that the city is partnered up with Friends of Waterfront Seattle. They're a nonprofit group that is going to be providing the programming and the O&M and the security for all of these spaces in the future. And they are wonderful partners. They have already started their work with Pier 62 because, as I said earlier, we opened that pier to the public in September. They've been doing a wonderful job with that. COVID has been a bit constraining in terms of programming, as you all may know. But they have really big plans for exciting programming for that pier coming up in the coming years, and also for the rest of the waterfront once we get it all built. So we're really excited to be working with them as partners as well. And then just a before and an after.
There it is.
That is so
Angie,
exciting.
Before we leave that slide, Peter and Denise, go back to the one showing Coleman Dock in the new condition.
Oh, this one.
That one. There's a mistake in this picture. Can you find it?
He always does this.
Oh,
it's always
boy.
like, watch everyone what I know and no one else knows.
See.
Donegan, that's his middle name, Bob Donegan.
Look at how the cars are parked on Coleman Dock. They're facing the wrong way.
Oh, they are?
Oh, boy. That's the way our city's getting, Bob.
We're backwards.
Everybody's going to back onto the ferries.
State ferries for that rendering, yeah.
That blueprint would have cost a little bit more. That rendering would have been a little bit more to get the cars going. All right. Angie, thanks so much for being with us.
That was awesome.
Thank you so much for having me, you guys.
One quick question. When is all of this going to be complete? You might have said that earlier, but what's the big party we're going to have at Ivar's?
Oh, shoot. Well, you can have a party at Ivar's anytime.
Oh, well, nice.
Okay, there we go. Is 2024 kind of like a date that we'll see a lot?
Yeah, we've got a whole series of milestones planned for the next couple of years, but the whole thing will be complete in 2024. But the roadway will likely be open to traffic in, sometime spring, summer of 2022. And then we're going to focus on building out that promenade over 22 and 23. So I would also want to mention that even though we're under construction, it doesn't mean you shouldn't come down to the waterfront. The waterfront is such a wonderful place to be. And it's very rare that you actually get to see all of this construction happening over 26 city blocks at once. So it's pretty fascinating. And so I just encourage everybody to come down and see what we're doing down there and spend a little bit of time.
Oh, for sure, because now's the time to go check out takeout and some of the restaurants and other things you can do down there because they're not crowded.
Totally.
Angie, thanks so much for being a part of Seattle Boat Show Connected.
Thank you so much, guys. Thanks for the opportunity.
Oh, it's our pleasure. As we say goodbye to Angie, we're going to say hello to Bob Donegan formally. I was like a do or something, but I don't have anything like that planned. But hey, Bob, how's it going?
Oh, it's a delightful day here in the North Sound, Peter.
You are what George calls the mayor of the waterfront, the unofficial mayor of the waterfront of Seattle. What's going on? You look like you're on the waterfront. What's going on down there right now?
So it's more likely the guy at the end of the parade with the little bucket and the broom who's cleaning up after all the messes. Not a lot going on down here today. In 2019, we had about 6.3 million people buy something on the waterfront. In 2020, we think fewer than 1.5 million people did. So as Denise said, if you want a quiet place, or if your kids got new bikes or scooters for Christmas, or you want to walk far apart from everybody else, the waterfront's a great place to do it right now. The wheel is open. The aquarium will open in the second week of February. The Edgewater is getting ready to open. We hear from the cruise lines that they hope to be back in June. So we hope it'll be a busy summer with lots of vaccinated people who are very hungry from 1.5 years of not eating on the waterfront.
Well, Bob, I just want to say thank you from the Seattle Boat Show for being such an important partner to us through the years, to see Angie's crystal ball at the future of this waterfront's going to look like, to be able to connect boaters during the Seattle Boat Show and throughout the course of the year when they're boating at Bell Harbor Marina with Ivar's has always been an important part of the show. And not just what people should know at home is that, Bob, you're the president of Ivar's, which means that you've got a lot of other restaurants that are open, that are available, and looking forward to seeing you today and tomorrow as you get your takeout to go back home and to watch Seattle Boat Show Connected. So can you talk a little bit about your other restaurants?
So we put Acres of Clams on Pier 54 and the Salmon House into hibernation on September 27th, with 300,000 people who used to work downtown not coming to work every day. There is nobody to feed lunch to down here. And with the university shut down and no banquets allowed, the Salmon House is shut down. But the quick service seafood bars and Kid Valley locations are as busy as can be, doing pickup and delivery and takeout. And you'll find that with most of the restaurants in town. If there's a place to park nearby or a way to order online, they're busier today than they were last year. And then our secret chowder plant business up in Mukilteo, where we make all the soups and chowders and sauces that we use in our restaurants. They are so busy, they're operating 168 hours a week just to keep up with the orders from Costco and grocery stores. Because as you know, everybody's cooking from home and they want to have food to be able to use from home. So it's been a mixed year for us. We are lucky that we have operations in different segments. If you're a restaurant alone, you're struggling mightily. The Washington Hospitality Board met last week, and we raised our estimate of the number of restaurants that will fail in Washington state because of COVID from 1/3 of the 15,000 restaurants to 40% of them. That's 6,000 restaurants that will not be in business in July or August after or through COVID compared to February of 2020 before it began.
Bob, you are a busy person. I would consider the busiest person I know. You also are involved with the aquarium. Can you update us on what's going on with the aquarium?
We had some good news this last week, Denise and Peter.
Right.
We got $6 million in donations. That puts us at $76 million raised against the $140 million budget for the project. And the aquarium is scheduled to open when the park opens in the fourth quarter of 2024. We have declared a goal of making it the greenest aquarium in the world, and we are working hard to do that. There'll be no natural gas. Everything will be powered by electricity. And the focus of the new building, which Angie showed you in her slides, is the coral reefs in the Coral Triangle across the Pacific, so that we can tell the story of how it's all one ocean, and what happens in Puget Sound spills over into the Coral Triangle and the reverse. There's great excitement about it in the conservation and aquarium community, and we can't wait for Corona to end so that we can go back to full speed ahead with teaching people about our mission, inspiring conservation of the marine environment, very similar to the boaters' goal.
Right.
We had Safer Choice on yesterday from the EPA, and that's just a good way to think about how consciously how you're making those decisions as you go up and down the grocery store aisles. You know, are you choosing those Safer Choice products because at the end of the day, it really is about a beautiful environment that we're trying to keep for our kids and our grandkids, for sure. And that's an important part of the mantra, like you said, Bob, of boaters, for sure.
Right, and also plastics. You know, we had Ocean Annie on yesterday too with plastic straws and things like that. I mean, what are you guys doing, or what are you seeing at the aquarium with plastics and fish and the correlation?
So you may remember, Denise, that Strawless in Seattle was created by the Seattle Aquarium. It was a program 3 years ago to teach people what the detrimental effects of plastic in the watershed are about. And so if you visit any place in Seattle, you won't find plastic straws, disposable plasticware, plastic packaging, any of that kind of stuff. And in the new facility, part of the education effort that our 1,300 volunteers will use is all about the effects of plastic in the oceans. So as usual, the Seattle Aquarium is out there leading and is helping people understand how bad plastics are in the watersheds.
Bob, are there any other aquariums that are are as green? You said the greenest, so you're just taking the aquarium above and beyond other standards?
Correct. If you visit a typical aquarium, it uses natural gas or nuclear power to heat its water and power its systems. The new Ocean Pavilion for the Seattle Aquarium will be powered all by Seattle City Light, which, as you know, is a green utility. It all comes from the watersheds, from the dams. So we have effectively no carbon footprint. There are not other aquariums like that in the world. And then everything we're using to build it is the least carbon consumptive possible. And over time, as we renovate Pier 59 and redo Pier 60, those will be brought up to the same standards.
Bob, is there anything else you want to share with us before we send you on your Saturday? Saturday, right?
Yeah.
I think Angie and Denise's suggestion to come down to the waterfront is a good one. If you walk onto Pier 62, you can walk down and touch the water. That was the number one request of people in all the design charrettes we did 10, 12 years ago. And then in the spring, when the new waterfront beach at Yesler opens and you can walk from Alaska Way right down to the water, you can land your kayak, you can launch small sailboats there. It'll be an entirely different marine environment where it's much easier for boaters to get to the central waterfront when Bell Harbor is full.
But
that's about it from here, Peter and Denise.
Well, thanks for being a part of Seattle Boat Show Connected. That's a first for you, Bob. We've never done this before, and it's always a pleasure to visit with you, to catch up and stay connected with you as you do with the rest of the area. You've got your finger on the pulse, and so for us to hear from your wisdom is always a highlight of my day.
Peter, it's so sad not to be over at the WAMU Theater and CenturyLink or Lumen Field convention facility serving people fish and chips and talking to boaters right now. Let's hope that we're back live again next year.
From your lips to God's ears, Bob.
And when all else fails, stay tuned.
How do you make a tuna melt, Bob?
Put them in the sun, Peter?
You profess your undying love.
Remember what Ivar said, the hardest thing about smoking salmon is keeping them lit.
Right.
I think we've got actually Ivar coming at us hot here. Let's go to number 39 as we say goodbye to Bob Donegan.
Goodbye, Denise and Peter.
Thanks,
See you,
Bob.
Goodbye, Seattle.
Bob Donegan. This is Ivar.
So here goes. I've traveled all over this country, and I'll say that if man ever found a place to be peaceful and quiet, that spot is on Puget Sound. No longer a slave of ambition, I laugh at the world and its shams as I think of my happy condition, surrounded by acres of clams.
It's probably Welcome back to Seattle Boat Show Connected. My name is Peter Schrappen of Northwest Marine Trade Association. We own and produce the Seattle Boat Show, and this year we're online, as you can guess by now. This is day 3 of the Seattle Boat Show. It's today and tomorrow, and then it's actually Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and it's for a long spell. You'll be able to visit all the different boats and exhibitors. You can fill up their calendar appointment requests until your heart's content. We've got over 600 vessels waiting to be purchased for you at home. I'm enjoying having you here. I'm enjoying being around Denise.
This is so much fun.
I would say, though, please jump inside the show. At the $5 level, you can get inside and walk the red carpet, hop on the pirate ship, get the selfie station working. You can put on some costumes. There's a treasure hunt. There's boat show activities, and there are oodles and gobs of seminars. Over 80 hours of fishing, boating, cruising. And I haven't even mentioned Boat Show University, which
Right.
is put on by Mark Bunzel of Wagoner Cruising Guide. You know, so I got my dress slippers on, Denise.
Yes, I noticed that.
Yes. Right here,
Got the cruising
Wagoner
guide.
Cruising Guide. This is the, as George says, the Bible for cruisers. If you think about Rick Steves and all the work that he does for the Europe travel guides, Mark has that same mindset. Every summer, Mark heads out with his team and updates the cruising guide. And that's available for free with the $89 ticket. I think we're calling that the Admiral level. Also, you'll get a Boat US membership. You'll get a Sea Magazine subscription, which I've got the 1956. You'll get the current edition. But I got this 1956 edition from Sea Magazine when they were covering the Seattle National Boat Show issue, as they were calling it. We were calling it back in the good old days. So we are here until the cows come home. We're going to be here until 8 o'clock tonight. I haven't even mentioned this. We've got a trivia game tonight.
Ooh, fun, yes.
So Phil Bagenhart, longtime friend of the Seattle Boat Show, and I have been working on some trivia questions. Hopefully you'll be able to play at home. It's through an app called Kahoot, K-A-H-O-O-T. You'll want to download that now. And because we bought the really good package, we're capped at 50 players.
Okay.
So while
So you
share
gotta
that, actually I have
jump
that.
in.
If you can get on that now, I've got I'm not being rude. We heard from Arden yesterday. Don't look at. I probably am
Right.
being rude, but I'm
No.
trying not to be rude. You're going to want to download Kahoot, and then the password is capital S, capital E, capital A, lowercase Boat Show 21. So
Okay.
when we get up to 50 people, that's going to be capped. You can still play at home, but it's a fun game to play. And we've got. I'm a little biased, but I think the questions are pretty good because they're in my head.
Yes.
I wanted to share this with somebody, so lucky you. So yeah, we've got our next guest ready for us. It's Brandon Baker, longtime friend of the Seattle Boat Show. You've seen him. Brandon, how many years have you had a booth at the Seattle Boat Show?
You know, I was just talking to people yesterday about how odd it felt not loading in and out, and at least this is filling the void for me. I think this year would have been my 12th year down at the Seattle Boat Show at representing one marina or another.
Wow, yeah. So you might know Brandon from LA Bay Marina. Now you call Port of Edmonds home. You've been there for I want to say a year, maybe.
Oh gosh, not even approaching 8 months here, so still a relatively new home for me.
Well, Port of Edmonds is a beautiful marina. It's got so many fun things to do in Edmonds. That's actually where Rick Steves calls home. It's safe to say I don't think the word Instagram was in the dictionary when we got the boat show going back in 1947. I did look up machine gun was a word that was added in 1947.
Really?
It's true.
Interesting.
Yeah, I read it on the internet. But
You just used one of your trivia questions.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we'll see who's been listening then.
Yes. I know what I'm
doing
doing tonight now.
So, Brandon, Instagram is something that you take seriously. I mean, it's kind of fun to say the word seriously and Instagram in the same sentence, but you've been really intentional about it. You've built a tribe, a following. For those people at home who don't know what Instagram is or have heard of it but not sure what it is, why would someone want to jump on Instagram?
Oh, that's a loaded question, Peter. I'd say there's a lot of different reasons, and it really depends on the person. Given COVID, I think right now the biggest thing is just keeping connections, especially during a time where it's so hard to see people face to face. I think Instagram provides that additional platform to chat with people. It's very visual centric, so it's photo and video based. It's a fun way to see kids and your family and things like that in a time where you just can't get together like you normally would be. This meeting right now is a perfect example of that. It's just a way to use technology to keep those connections in a time where it's just so hard to get face to face with one another.
And Denise, I understand that you like Instagram.
I don't do a lot on Instagram, but I do have an Instagram account. Yeah.
What have you learned the hard way with Instagram?
It took me a while to learn, and I don't even, Brandon, do they even do this anymore? See, it's been a while. Insta stories.
Yeah, that's kind of the newer aspect of it, actually.
Okay.
And yeah, that's something that really gains traction and is a very popular feature nowadays. And one of my favorites too. It's one of the people get really creative with those little 15-second clips. It's amazing the stuff you see come out of it.
It is.
Brandon, how many followers do you have? Is it followers the right word?
Yeah, 9,000, I think. It's funny that you say take it seriously. It's something that I never really pictured that way. and certainly something I haven't devoted as much time to in terms of gaining a following. I think that's one of the fun things. You really don't have to try at it. If you want to, certainly there's ways to make money. But I've kind of geared it more the last year towards, just like I said, those connections and sharing the fun points of life. And it's a really fun way to connect with people that you wouldn't normally meet. You know, I think boating's a great example. You can find people that have those same interests that maybe aren't located in the same area. And you can learn from people all over the world that really you wouldn't meet except through these kind of social platforms and different medias.
Is Instagram one of those like happenstance kind of things? Like if you try too hard to post something that you think is going to gain traction, it kind of backfires? Is it just kind of whatever's happening the day?
Yeah, that's really where it's taking. From a personal side, definitely, it's just sort of there's sort of a fun level to it. You know, what did you do today? Where are you eating? Those types of things. Certainly, if you want to take the other approach and we're really pushing it forward, then you know, it is important to be pushing out good content, consistent content. When you're using it as a business building tool, that's very important. I would say on the personal side, it's just about having fun and sharing the things that you enjoy doing, and you know, seeing what everyone else is up to.
Okay, how do I find you on Instagram?
Oh gosh, okay, it's Mr. So Mr. Brandon Baker.
Okay.
And I kind of share, I have a golden retriever that you'll see I'm very proud of. And then I'm into the Northwest. I love hiking, backpacking, boating. So that's sort of how I represent myself on there. And then, like you mentioned, the stories are much more of a fun-based thing, just sort of what are you up to today? And the other cool thing about Instagram is it's kind of like this, it's what a photo album used to be. You know, you can scroll back in time and see what you were doing this time last year or 5 years ago. So it's kind of a cool way to just look back and reflect as well as what's going on today.
Oh, I see Hobbs in a little Alpine Lakes camping.
Yeah,
huh?
He's sitting on the couch right now staring at me. So yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, exactly. I can only imagine stories. I can only imagine his Instagram account, right. Brandon.
What about, you know, like I'm seeing your camping things, like for boaters, we could just end up sharing all of our beautiful anchorages or marinas we like, or if on the personal side and then on a business side, you could get more serious about it.
Definitely. Yeah, I think a great example, you know, my wife and I and Hobbs, of course, we did like a 3-week road trip down to California. And basically everything that we planned along the way it came from Instagram content and just searching around. And I'm kind of a visual person, so I see a cool camp spot or a cool beach or whatever. And so Instagram's a great way to use that as sort of a planning tool. And I think for boating, it's a really great way because those photos get posted. You search, you know, hashtags is sort of like this big filing system. You know, you search San Juan, you're going to see things that, you know, little coves or harbors that maybe you haven't explored or didn't know about. And so you can really find cool things in your area. And I will mention, since we're on here, you know, with boating and the outdoors, there is sort of a responsibility that comes with sharing on these platforms. You mentioned the photo of the Alpine Lakes. You know, we do want to be careful about how we're posting and sharing the content. We want to still protect these places. And when you do share, there's also some responsibility there just to promote good habits when you're out boating or hiking or camping or whatever it may be.
I like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good point. Well, Brandon, my watch says 12:02. I think we're going to step away hear from Denise Whitaker and how you can maximize your time in Seattle Boat Show connected by Uni Marine. But before we do that, I want to say, Brandon, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, it's great to see you guys. Thanks for having me. And I look forward to being in person next year at the show.
I love it. Thanks, Brandon. Good to see you, my friend.
All right. Take care.
All right. Well, there you have it. Brandon Baker from Port of Edmonds. And now we're going to hear from Denise.
The Big Seattle Boat Show Connected is filled with fun for everyone. It's easy to join in this fun, and registration starts at only $5. Choose the registration package that suits you best with varying levels of show access and other goodies. Create your own login and you're ready to go. You can begin to browse right away and map out your itinerary for this big event. The show starts on January 28th when seminars start streaming. Exhibitors will be standing by to answer your questions and match you with the boat of your dreams. The 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Start online and up on the water. The Big Seattle Boat Show Connected offers a collection of contests, promotions, and games that you can play for fun and for prizes. Browse through the list of activities to learn about the exciting ways you can get more from the boat show. Featuring a Dogs on Deck photo contest, marine industry career fair, a selfie booth, and so much more. There's an activity for guests of all ages. Interact, engage, and get involved in the community to show off your love of boating.
Welcome back to Seattle Boat Show Connected. My name is Peter Schrappen. It's 12:04 on the West Coast. You're here live with us, and we're having a great time. The guests just keep coming. The information just keeps coming, and I believe our next guest is ready for us. Tommy Donlan, come on in if you can. Hey, Tommy, how are you doing?
Hey, good. How are you guys doing?
Great.
Doing great. Doing great. We're trying to keep up with all the action. You're no stranger to the seminar stage. Carson was sharing some of the information you've got in store for boaters and aspiring anglers out there. What did you pre-record already for folks?
So I've got 4 seminars this year. We've got chasing halibut and lingcod. We've got chasing coastal king salmon, and then really 2 tuna seminars. And what I wanted to do there is really break it out into, the beginner level and then advance. And so, a lot of people, especially at the boat show, they're brand new to tuna fishing. They may not even know that tuna exists off our coast. And so that's kind of that introduction to the fishery, and it gives them some really key information just to get them started.
Well, Tommy, I'm supposed to ask you a question, or I quote one of your favorite quotes. I like big fish, and I like a lot of them. When you were asked about the going fly fishing, is that one of your mantras?
Yeah. I'm definitely a production guy. So, my season starts off the coast of Nia Bay and CQ in April, and it's sea bass and lingcod. And then, as soon as the halibut season picks up, it's halibut, and with the production and chasing halibut, the name of the game is definitely go big or go home. So we're looking for big halibut and big lingcod, and then salmon season rolls around. I mean, I try to spend from April into September on the ocean somewhere off our coast, chasing these awesome fish.
Tommy, I've got to ask you this question as well. This one has been in my mind for a little bit. What is throwing a shot put like when it comes to also catching big fish and big game?
Yeah. So, for those that don't know, I picked up a shot put in 5th grade, getting ready for that 6th grade first year of shot put. And then, of course, shot put followed me into high school, went to a day high school downtown Seattle, and then on to University of Nebraska. So it's something that I've been doing for quite a while. And, something that my head football coach at O'Day, Monty Kohler, said, and I will never forget, and it applies to everything in life, is by failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail. And that mantra has stuck with me everywhere. And, as I'm ending one fishing trip and going on to the next, that is ingrained in my mind. And I'm already planning for that next outing, whatever it is. And, really for me, it's an obsession, both big game and fishing. It's something that is really hard to stop thinking about on a day-to-day basis, to be honest with you. And so I'm always getting set up for that next venture.
I was a shot putter.
I did not know this.
Yes,
oh, really?
Yeah.
Awesome.
In college, I was heptathlete.
That's
right on.
7. Yeah, back when I was in college, women weren't allowed to do the decathlon yet. We could only do 7. So yeah, but well, growing up, shot putting, everything you did, how has your mom then kind of helped? How was she influential in your fishing?
Yeah, so my mom was actually the one that got me into fishing. When I was just a toddler, my dad bought a 32-foot carver. And my mom and I would run the downriggers and run the rods, and we would fish Puget Sound for kings, right? King salmon. And, her and I mean, she taught me everything I knew at that time at a very early age. And we would, again, it's like the devil's in the details. We would talk about, which flasher and hoochie combo we're going to run. What bait are we going to run? What scent are we going to put on the bait? And her and I would just spend all day on the back deck, operating the rods and just watching those downrigger rods like a hawk. And then once it was time to go in, I mean, I was anxious because I couldn't wait to get to the dock so I could get out on the dock and I could continue fishing. And so just she really instilled that into me at a very early age, and definitely, you know, all the techniques and the how-tos. But you know, and then, you know, Mom's biggest fish in the Sound was 34 pounds, and biggest fish out of Nia Bay was 41 pounds. So she was definitely well versed at fighting these fish. But yeah, she's the one that got me into this.
I have a feeling that the Seattle Boat Show is one of your favorite events. I understand that you would actually take a notepad and camp out for the Seattle Boat Show and then spend as many hours as you could until they kicked you out, that the police came and threw you out as you picked up a few skills.
I've been going to the boat show, the Seattle Boat Show, when it was in the Kingdom. Okay, when we had it in the Kingdom, I was there, and I would bring my notebook, and it didn't matter who was talking. You know, Tom Ohouse. I mean, this was back when Tom Nelson had a Bayliner, if you can believe that.
Oh, wow, now.
And he's come a long way. But I would sit there in the front row because I wanted to soak up absolutely every ounce of information that these guys, these pros were putting out there.
And how old were you, 12?
Oh, yeah, about 10, 12.
Yeah.
I mean, I would just go with my dad, and I just have him, I'd say, hey, I just want to get dropped off at the fishing seminar location. And I would just sit there and just hours and hours of information. And I still have those notes today. And that was back when I was writing in cursive even. And so I've got page after page after page. You know, my early adolescence, as I was taking notes, copious notes, and I would just look at them. I think about them. I would form new questions. I mean, this is, when I say it's an addiction, this started at a very early age. There was no doubt that this was going to be just an absolutely lifelong love of mine.
That's incredible.
Tommy, you've got an incredible studio it's the show's Fish Hunt Northwest. How does our studio compare? I don't know if you can see it at home, but you kind of inspired me to get my studio here, our studio here in ship shape. So yeah.
Yeah, you're just missing, you know, a couple elk heads and maybe a steelhead, but it's close enough.
Okay, thank you. You're too kind. Tommy, what does a tuna heart taste like?
Oh man, you know, it's been a long time since I've had to eat a tuna heart, but it's kind of like liver and onions. Without the onions and uncooked, okay?
Oh, you're not selling it very well.
No, you're not.
Yeah, good.
No, well, you know, the purpose of eating the tuna heart is really not to enjoy the flavor or the texture profile. It's really a karma thing. You catch your first tuna, you got to eat the heart, you know, and depending on the person, if you don't eat that heart, that bad karma, that can follow you for a lifetime of fishing. And it's just not worth it. So you have to get, you know, it's a little, you know, it's a little chewy, it's a little salty, it's a little bloody, but you have to do it.
So wait, are you eating it raw or cooked?
Yes, raw.
Ooh, God.
The cooked part, you're okay with the cooked part?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I might try
Don't knock it until you try it.
So everyone
and then
at
you
home,
can knock it.
So everyone at home who's got the bingo card out for superstitions, if you had uncooked tuna heart on there, you can now cover that up.
Right.
Did not see that one coming, Tommy.
Leave the bananas behind.
Yeah,
eat
the banana's
tuna
been
heart.
covered. Yeah. What other superstitions do you follow?
Oh, you know, I do follow the no bananas, and there's plenty of guys they'll say, well, I had a banana, you know, when I caught fish today. I'm like, but did you catch a 100-pound halibut?
Oh, yeah.
No. Well, okay. Hey, maybe if you didn't bring that banana on the boat, you would have caught that 100-pound halibut.
Now, here's a question we have, because we were talking about game night last night, and the banana gram comes in a banana shaped. Have you seen this game?
I haven't. No, I haven't.
So it's a banana shaped bag that zips and unzips. Would that be acceptable on a boat?
Man, you're walking a fine line there. I suppose we could let you on, but it would be a trial and error type of activity.
Okay.
Tommy, I was talking to some friends who they're like to cook. They know their way around the Seattle area and Tacoma and the Sound, but they were shocked to know that there's world-class tuna fishing in our backyard, just a stone's throw. You know, does that surprise you, how the disconnect between people that live in the Seattle metropolitan area and the fact that tuna fishing is really just not that many hours away?
Yeah, I mean, well, for me, it was, you know, those tuna have been there since, you know, as long as there's been a fishery on our coast, those tuna have been there. So, you know, but for most anglers, until, you know, the advent of the 4-stroke and fuel efficient motors, nobody's had the ability to go offshore, go 40 miles out, 50 miles, 60 miles out one way and be able to get them. And honestly, to tell you the truth, growing up, I didn't even know they existed. I kind of found out about it in late high school, and then in my college days. And it was like, before I caught my first tuna in 2007, it was like my unicorn. Okay. It was a mystical creature. I couldn't believe that we had this biomass of albacore tuna off our coast. When people think Pacific Northwest, you're thinking of a salmon, right? It's salmon, 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 right? Not tuna, tuna, tuna. And we went out there, and I'll never forget catching that very first tuna of mine and having that tuna come over the rail and onto the deck. And I just sat there, and I was just in complete awe of this fish. I just looked at it. I was studying its fins, looking at its colors, and it was just completely unbelievable to me. And then it became, again, a full-on obsession to catch as many as possible, right? And so, yeah, I mean, with, the advent of internet in the late 90s and kind of word of mouth, and I see Dell Stevens is getting queued up to do an interview. Dell and a lot of the speakers have really spread the word about this fishery, and it's phenomenal. And the great thing about tuna is, when we get into salmon discussions, we're talking about, okay, are we going to escape 100 king salmon in this particular river system so that we can actually have a fishery? That kind of talk doesn't exist with tuna. Okay, our albacore tuna, we're talking about a biomass that's millions and millions and millions of fish. And so it's a really healthy run. There's no conservation concerns. And that's why it's just a kick in the pants to go out and catch these fish.
The name of the show is Fish Hunt Northwest. Is it every Thursday night?
Every Thursday night at 6 p.m. on YouTube and Facebook.
Yeah, very impressive YouTube channels. So congratulations, Tommy, on our YouTube programming. You spend a lot of time on that. That doesn't happen overnight. So thank you for putting that forward for boaters to take advantage of.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Well, as we say goodbye to Tommy, Logan, what do we say? We take a look at the Take Me Fishing number 43 on my bingo card. Thanks, Tommy.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you. See you guys.
Okay.
I'll show you how to unwind. Come on, babe, let's go outside and take the boat up for a ride. I'm ready, I don't wanna wait. Cause the only time I'm feeling free is when I got that ocean breeze, so kicking it out on the lake. Get on board. Got the sunshine and the short line. It's a good line. Get on board, get on board. Have a good time, casting that line. It's a good line. Get on board, get on board. Get on board.
Welcome to the dark side with Peter Schrappen. Oh, that's our next guest. I'm jumping ahead here. I just couldn't wait to say those words. Welcome to the dark side. That's Dell Stevens, who's going to be joining us shortly. But I'm Peter Schrappen, co-host of Seattle Boat Show Connected, brought to you by Union Marine. And this is Denise Whitaker here to my left. We've had a full day thus far.
Oh my gosh, I am learning so much. Now, I realize what you're saying, and interesting, Tommy said he didn't even know tuna existed, when he was younger, that we could fish for tuna right here. I have only learned about this because I have friends who go tuna fishing every year, and then we end up buying whatever they don't want to eat.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, we've got some good tuna in our freezer right now.
Where I'm from, it's like we got the zucchinis or the plums. Out here in the Northwest, you get the tuna from your neighbors.
You get the tuna, the salmon.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. The shrimp, yes.
The spot prawns, the halibut.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's a boundless array of items under the water's edge in our neck of the woods. We're very lucky here. Well, if you're just tuning in for the first time, welcome. Like I said, my name is Peter, and I'm hopefully going to be your on-site concierge to get you through the show. And Denise is here holding my hand as we, not literally, but no, Denise is providing the expertise here we need as well to make sure that we look as professional as possible. But a little inspiration here is the TED Talks that maybe you've seen through the years. I've put together an agenda, a lineup here that we've got all-stars from all stripes here. And our next one is, we're not going to, when I think all-star, I think Dell Stevens. I think Dell's waiting for us right now. Dell, why don't you come on in? Hey there, Dell.
Hey, how are you doing?
Very good. That's Dell Stevens from TunaDogOffshore.com. And I think from what I understand, you breathe and you eat and you believe in tuna fishing.
Yeah, I've been doing it for quite a while, fishing all different species of tuna. I've caught all species but 3, and that's still on my list to get done. So.
And where do those 3 reside?
One is in the South Pacific, one's on the East Coast, and the other one is also on the East Coast.
What was the first tuna that you caught?
Yellowfin tuna in Mexico.
And how old were you?
in my early 20s.
So the name of the book is Welcome to the Dark Side. You've got a couple seminars. It gets 5 out of 5 for those at home at Amazon. So check that book out. 5 out of 5 stars. Dell, what's going on with your seminar?
We're going to talk about the basics, the basic gear, how to find them, how to take care of them. And then our other seminars, a little bit more advanced techniques, a little more techniques. And then we're going to talk about the latest craze in the last year is slow pitch jigging, which is a great way to go down and get them when they're down deep. And then we're going to talk a little bit about SiriusXM's fish mapping and some of the new technology that's come along in the last year or two to find fish.
Dell, how many marriages have you broken and bank accounts have you bankrupted?
I've had people walk into the sports show booth and tell me I was responsible for them getting divorced and tell me I was responsible for them buying a bigger boat. And I've heard a few stories.
And you own them proudly, right?
Oh, heck yeah.
What was it like to write a book?
There's not a book on albacore fishing. And I had a few people hitting me up for it. I'd written articles for magazines and what the heck. So it took me about 2 years to write it, and I rewrote it a few times. And then I had a contract to publish it with a Northwest publisher, and they backed out of it for conflict of interest. And then a friend of mine's editor of Saltwater Sport Fishing Magazine, and he told me how to self-publish it, so that's the route I went. And it has actually really surprised me. I've sold a lot more books than I ever anticipated selling. So pleasant surprise there. I have another book coming out. I was going to bring it out this year, more advanced, newer techniques and more information. And I just waited just because the boat shows, the sport shows, in person is a great place to have a booth to sell those. So that one's on deck, ready to come out.
Now, it's one thing to catch a tuna. What about preparing tuna? What do you recommend for people at home that want to prepare it properly?
My wife is a fabulous cook, Wetty, and she does a bacon-wrapped albacore that looks like it came out of Sunset Magazine when it's done, and it tastes like it. And it's amazing. And then she also has a soy and wasabi marinade that is outrageous, that everybody loves. And those are probably the two that I enjoy the most, and the two that we recommend for people. So they're great.
Where do I get my grubby paws on those recipes?
Ooh, I can have her write them down, and I can send them up to you.
Oh, that would be.
They're secrets.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's going to cost you a little bit more, Peter.
Interestingly enough, the Tuna Dog Offshore website is going to experience a rewrite, and we're going to put some recipes on there. They're actually going to be videos.
Oh, that'll be awesome to see. Yeah.
Yeah.
As Dell said, it's tunadogoffshore.com. The name of the book is Welcome to the Dark Side. Dell Stevens is his name. He's featured throughout the Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. So take a dive into the boat show for the $5 rate. You can take advantage of those seminars up to $89. Dell Stevens, thanks so much for being a part of Seattle Boat Show Connected.
Hey, you bet. Thanks for having me.
See you later.
All righty.
Do you eat a lot of tuna on your Saturdays?
On my Saturdays,
This is your
yeah,
tuna
for sure.
day.
Yeah, I know. Today it's Seafood Saturday. Yes, and the soy wasabi way of preparing it sounds spectacular.
I don't think I may not ever have had that. I don't think. I mean, growing up with tuna, that was kind of the seafood of the choice in the Midwest.
My husband and I both are of the thinking that there's no reason to really do anything to seafood. When my father-in-law was alive and we introduced him to Dungeness crab, we set out this whole beautiful dinner. We had caught crab. We've got everything set up for him. And he said, "Where's my butter?" And we're like, like you don't need the butter. It's just delicious on its own. And he probably, like most people would have a butter dish this big, like a little thing. He wanted like a bowl full of butter. So we gave it to him and he enjoyed it. That's fine. But yeah, I like to taste the seafood. And especially if you've got the high quality seafood that you're catching fresh here, you don't really need to put a lot on it sauce wise or seasoning wise, I think.
One of my favorite facts is of the 240,000 registered boats in our state, over 60% are used for fishing all or some of the time.
That's incredible.
we're really good at building those sorts of boats in Washington State.
Right.
All across the state, from Clarkston to Port Angeles and everywhere in between, it would seem. Hughescraft in just in Stevens County, it's phenomenal how much manufacturing occurs in our state. We're going to hear a little bit later today from Tori Gearing of Core Plus, who's going to talk a little bit about the manufacturing that's going on in our state. But yeah, we're just getting started. We can do a little reset here. And if you're just tuning in, I'm Peter. This is Denise, and we're here with Seattle Boat Show Connected. This is called Boat Show TV, and we're going to be here until 8 o'clock. We've got a trivia game later today.
That's going to be fun.
I gave the wrong password.
Oh, you did?
Peter Schraffen
I wrote
style
it down.
there. I know. Well, that's the login for Peter to use. So let's erase what I gave you earlier, because I know you're all watching and
now
you wrote this down. So it is going to be, you're going to want to go to Kahoot, KAHOOT.IT, and the PIN is 1927402.
Okay.
So 1927402, and the winner will receive
pin to get in.
Boat show tickets for next year's boat show. I haven't told George this, but that's what the winner.
But that's that's a good prize. I like it.
Coming on my salaries, I suppose.
But if you go at the $89 level of tickets, you get tickets to next year's boat show.
Pay it forward.
Yes,
that's
absolutely.
Right.
That's part of that package. You get that. You get the Wagoneer's Guide.
That's right.
You get Sea Magazine.
Boat US membership.
Boat US, that's right.
Yeah, Boat Show University. And it's not just until when the show is going to end for Peter and Denise tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, but you will have those up online until 7 days from tomorrow.
Right, February 7th, next Sunday.
So if you haven't been inside the show yet, you've missed out on a lot there. It's 3D. We haven't really talked about much about the 3D Matterport scans that have taken place the last several months by over the 200 exhibitors. We've got 600 boats, 12,000 photos that you can favorite and come back to and find the right one, the right size for you. There's all sorts of ways to set appointments and pick up the old-fashioned phone and give some of the exhibitors a call. And a lot of exhibitors have stuff going on at their...
Yeah, right in the show. I mean, that's what's so unique about the way you guys put this show together, and especially using that Matterport 3D technology, which if you're not familiar with it, it's like what you already see on real estate or on some boat listings. And this way, when you go into the show, you're not being forced to go out to vendors' websites. You're all contained. They've uploaded all of their stuff into the show so you can walk around with your fingers and your keyboard going to all the vendors. It really is spectacular. And George, I haven't even been up. George was telling us earlier today he went up on the crow's nest of the pirate ship because there's a virtual pirate ship in there too. I haven't even done that yet. I got to check this out.
That sounds like the new timeout for kids. Like, you're going to be on that pirate ship and you're not coming
down.
down.
The crow's nest.
I think to get down, you have to walk the plank. I've been told that. So our team here has been working on this for months. So this is just, we're so excited to be able to share this with you. It's a vision we had. We started with the Anacortes Boat and Yacht Show in June, and it's really come a long way, just as movies have come a long ways from the silence to the 3D movies now. Similarly, we've made a lot of progress since the June show. So we want you to get inside the show at the $5 level. Like I said, my name is Peter. We'll be here with you throughout, and we're going to take a little break here and hear from Denise on how to enjoy the show even more.
The virtual show floor is one of the coolest features here at Seattle Boat Show Connected. You can surf the aisles of the show floor, navigating exhibitor booths in our fully rendered convention center. We even feature the iconic red carpet that has become a big part of Seattle Boat Show experiences. Here you can filter by product category or enter a keyword to search for what you are looking for. You'll be transported directly to the space on the show floor where you can interact and engage with exhibitors and their show specials. Be sure to explore the outer reaches of the virtual show floor where you just might find a buried treasure. Navigate to the pirate ship's crow's nest where you could discover a hidden prize waiting for you. Find the best deals of the year at the Big Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. The 2021 Seattle Boat Show Connected features an incredible schedule of fishing, boating, and sailing seminars streaming right here on this site. With more than 100 hours of content and even more Boat Show University classes, you'll want to watch it all. Lucky you can rewatch any classes you missed or may just want to see again for up to an entire week after the show. You can add a seminar to your personal calendar or save to your favorites list. If you're attending the show from another region, you can even set your time zone preferences so the schedule will display in your local time. During the live stream, chat with other attendees, post questions and comments for the presenter, jump between sessions, browse featured products and services, and more. Get the most out of your boat show experience. Welcome to Seattle Boat Show Connected. Browse through the digital booth spaces of nearly 200 unique dealers, vendors, and exhibitors. You can search for what you need or filter by brand and product types. As you visit an exhibitor's profile page, you will be able to connect via text chat, phone, website, social media, or email. You can even schedule an appointment or video chat for later by clicking the red button on the top of each page. When you're ready to meet safely in person, use the maps for convenient driving directions. Most Seattle Boat Show Connected exhibitors are offering boats, products, services, and accessories with incredible show-only prices. Be sure to check out the awesome videos and interactive 3D tours. Don't forget to save exhibitors and products to your favorites list, and you can always come back later for the latest and greatest offers and announcements.
Welcome back to Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. We've got another great guest already in the Zoom waiting room for us. We're going to bring her on right now. It's Tori Gearing of Core Plus. Hey, Tori.
Hi, Peter. This is so fun.
Have you had a chance to check out the show quite yet?
A little bit. I just saw the Salty Jobs. It played quietly for me, but I loved what I saw on there.
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think we've talked about that, Tori. So Megan Piggott of the Marine Industry Association of South Florida joined us yesterday. They've been at the Salty Jobs YouTube channel for a couple of years now, and they've got thousands of views, and it's all about what they're doing in South Florida, which is around the country as well because of the beauty of the internet, to showcase and to really prioritize maritime careers for all the people that want to try a new tact in life. And that's what you've been about as well with Core Plus. For those at home who aren't as familiar with Core Plus as you and I are, how do you talk about Core Plus and Core Plus Maritime?
For me, it typically depends on the audience. Core Plus is a wonderful statewide shop program that was put together by industry for high schoolers. It was started about 10 years ago when I work for the Manufacturing Industrial Council. Our members saw a big shortage in the workforce, and we didn't really know how to fix it. We saw what was happening, and we realized that getting into high schools was kind of the way to get kids interested early and to get them jobs before they hit some sort of rut after high school. And it's been a big success. It's a written curriculum that meets academic standards, so students can meet their graduation requirements with the hands-on classes. Do you want me to continue?
Well, it's 1,080 hours of curriculum that culminates with a certification that, did I get that number right?
You're right. It just tires me even hearing it.
Don't remind me, Peter.
So it's a 1,080-hour curriculum. So first it was donated. There was a manufacturing curriculum that we had donated by the Boeing Company in 2014. And they kind of really set the bar, and they set a high one, but a good one. And it's 1,080 hours of curriculum, but teachers can kind of pick and choose which parts of the curriculum they want to meet whatever industry standards or academic requirements the students need to meet. So they don't usually take 1,080 hours. They usually take around 360 hours of curriculum. They just get to pick and choose, and teachers love it.
What's the biggest misperception out there about the incredible careers that are involved with maritime and manufacturing?
Well, sometimes sometimes it shocks me that people think they don't exist or that they think it's incredibly, and I mean, there are parts that are dangerous. Our curriculum that we have started to develop for Maritime is a little less assembly focused than our previous curriculum. It's more about safety and learning how to be safe and a good coworker and honestly a good citizen. And a lot of that you can learn through Maritime safety applications, whether it's on board or in a shipyard. But it's pretty fun. It's been fun. Maritime people are a fun group of people. And so they're very innovative, they're creative thinkers. And it's been fun to see students really light up around boats because a lot of students don't really get to be around boats. So
yeah, that is true. In terms of safety, what's like kind of the biggest thing to learn there, do you think?
Well, for us, you have to be able to know how to put out a fire, be aware of the hot work. We know in shipyards, it's a lot different to put out a fire in a steel boat or around heavy equipment than it is, let's say, in a home that's typically made of like wood and plaster. But also just learning how to set up a machine properly, knowing how to turn it off properly, knowing how to hear if something's not working, being aware of your surroundings and especially of your coworkers or your crewmates or teammates or whatever you want to call them. We also emphasize learning how to secure a ship from theft, and it's interesting. There's a lot of ways you can take Maritime, and we feel like we have managed to really bring the world of Maritime in a condensed way to high schoolers so they can learn the manufacturing side, but also the onboard and operations side of it.
And when you say teamwork, that's got to be one of the key words and one of the great things I bet that they're learning.
Absolutely. It's not just about you. We do try to emphasize in the class, like it's about you, the student, get your resume good, make sure you build up some skills. But in the real world, it's, your teammates depend on you, you depend on your teammates, and you need to have respect for everything. You have to have respect for the equipment, the boat, but also especially your crew.
Tori, you've been busy creating a video that we want to show right now, but then we'll come back and visit with you as well, okay?
Great. Thanks.
So let's see the Core Plus video, Logan, if you can be so kind.
The Core Plus program gives kids the opportunity to get into an industry that is very diverse.
It's a curriculum that enables students to actually go out and have career pathways.
For Core Plus, it kind of puts all the pieces together, kind of formalized, put it together as a package, which helps educators, giving us the resources, the materials, science camps.
These students are going to be able to apply their math and science skills so much better.
Core Plus definitely helped me with my math skills. They were a bit weak coming in.
It's practical math and science, just like what they're doing here in the shop. That's math and science.
Core Plus is just, let's get the doors, and then they can choose which one to open.
When you have a great shop class and a great shop teacher that can get them in there, teach them that stuff, they can decide if that's just a skill they need in addition to the other things they want to do, or if it's like, hey, this just sparked something, this is who I am.
It can give them a different sense of how they can end up in a rewarding profession.
Once I got to learn more through the Core Plus program, it kind of solidified my choice and helped me pick a career path.
I'm definitely more comfortable knowing that I had a job exiting high school.
A manufacturing education is a door to a wide range of different career paths, opportunities in the world.
I didn't even take shop classes and things like that in high school because I never really looked at what options were available.
I so wish that I had taken shop class in high school. It would have given me that much more of a leg up to get started. Going into college, I would have loved to have known that I was interested in building things in 3 dimensions.
The Core Plus students really work well in our apprenticeship program, and they already know that they like to work in a technical environment.
The business community has been just starving for these young individuals to come out of the high schools.
I love giving high school students a career opportunity. I want to be able to express to them all of the different trade skills that are out there.
There are a lot of great careers available in manufacturing. The compensation and the benefits are fantastic.
It's extremely satisfying coming out and seeing Nathan working here, and it makes me so happy. The possibilities are endless for him right now.
Nice work there, Tori, getting that ready for the Seattle Boat Show Connected.
Yes. Well, you see Grant Woolridge in there with Woolridge Boats. One of the greatest contributions I have seen out of a company. So Woolridge Boats, we know they make a kick-ass boat, but they're a pretty small company. And they have been wonderful with not just hiring and visiting classrooms, but they helped us create our theme a little bit for what Maritime is. And we have decided, from what we hear from industry, that aluminum welding is a big need. And it's something that hasn't been in shop classes very much because it's expensive. But Grant Woolridge has provided us his River Rat aluminum do-it-yourself boat kit haul at a lower cost for teachers. So our teachers are now literally boat building and making these kick-ass little mini jet boats. It's been really fun to see. It's crazy to think there's 9 teachers right now who are in Washington figuring out how to build mini jet boats in their classes. Something I never really thought would happen, but it has been really fun to figure out and to kind of push the boundaries a little bit with high school learning.
Well, Tori, I wanted to say thank you for being in charge, if I can say that, of the Career Center and part inside of the show. The Seattle Boat Show has a number of activities, and you'll see on the different logos, and one of them says Career Center, and that's where Tori's camped out electronically, virtually, and you can sign up to visit with her, to talk about your resume, to brush up on your interviewing skills, and then the nmta.net /Career Center is totally up to date. I was updated this morning. All those jobs on there are ready to be filled. So if you're looking for work, if you need some help, I'm here, Tori's here, and we're here to help you get the most out of the show and also out of a career.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, so it's Tori Gearing, core-plus.org, and you can find Tori at the Seattle Boat Show Connected. Have you heard about this show?
I think so.
All right, so it is 12:41. Our next guest is Stephanie Glantz of the K-Yow Cancer Fund. I don't think Stephanie is quite here. Oh, she is here. Let's bring her on. I've been waiting to meet Stephanie since she cold called me on New Year's Eve and said, "Hey, Peter, I've got an idea. I don't know who you are, Peter, but you answered the phone, so here's my idea." And I'm like, "What? Bring it on!" And next thing I know, I'm looking at you right now. Hi, Stephanie. It's nice to meet you.
I know. It's so nice to meet you. Yes, we have kind of an amazing story how this all came to be.
Yeah. Do you want to tell it?
Sure. Yeah. So the K-Yow Cancer Fund, and I can talk a little bit about that, but the K-Yow Cancer Fund was given a boat. They're Savannah Boats, just outside Raleigh, North Carolina, built a boat, donated it to the K-Yow Cancer Fund for us to raffle off. And we are looking for, okay, how can we really connect with the boating community? Where can we promote the boat that a lot of people would see it, be very visible? And so I happen to be a boat owner myself. And so I was on one of the boat publications basically and saw the advertisement for Seattle Boat Show and kind of scrolled down and there was this number and I just called it. And literally Peter answered the phone and I was like, "Hey, this is Stephanie Glantz. This is going to sound probably a little out of left field." And I literally said, just what I described. We have a boat that was built for the K-Yow Cancer Fund to help us raise money. And he recognized K-Yow and then just said, oh yeah, I know Debbie Yow, which is her sister. And I know K-Yow, and I know she coached the Olympic team in women's basketball. And I was like, wow. So then
you are a K-Yow freak is what Stephanie said.
We had this amazing conversation. And at the end, I'll always remember this, Peter, because it's so true. Peter said, you know, I've been in sales. I've done sales a lot over the course of my life. And he said, congratulations on a successful cold call. This call was about as cold as it gets, literally. Like I'm scrolling down, I call a number, and then it turns into this amazing opportunity. Thank you so much for giving the KL Cancer Fund the opportunity to promote our boat raffle. And we're excited about it. Boat raffle is going to happen the drawing is going to happen on May 1st. So we've got a couple of months. We're only selling 1,000 tickets. So you can win a brand new pink boat.
It is a beautiful boat.
Video to show.
I've got $100 burning a hole in my pocket. I will be purchasing one of those 1,000. I've got one 1,000th, which is a lot better than other lotteries I've been associated with.
That's exactly
you know
right.
what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Stephanie, you yourself, I was looking at your resume on LinkedIn. You yourself are no stranger to successful basketball coaching. What are some of the techniques and tricks and tips that you would recommend? Because I think about boating, I think about a team there. As a coach, how do you motivate your students, your kids?
So, yeah, I spent 30 years basically coaching women's basketball. Most of that time was at the collegiate level, and I actually worked for Kay Yao, who was a very famous women's basketball coach. For 15 years, I worked for her and learned a lot. She was a tremendous leader. Just learned a lot from her. She really saw her platform with student athletes as an opportunity to teach and an opportunity to teach life lessons. So while she was a Naismith Hall of Fame women's basketball coach, Olympic gold medal women's basketball coach, she was really a Hall of Fame human being. She was a person who really genuinely saw the very best in others. She saw people for who they could become and perhaps not who they were at the moment. She saw tremendous potential in everyone. And she was just this amazing person who had a unique ability to lead as a servant leader. She truly believed in leading by serving others. She lived that out. And so myself and all of our staff and players, we just learned so much from her. And it was like she left us with a well that we draw from all the time. Every day I think about whatever the circumstance is, and many situations, challenging situations arise. I often think about what would Coach Yao do in this situation? And that she has had the biggest impact on from a professional standpoint of leadership. And so to motivate a team, I mean, everybody's got their own way, but I think the biggest thing about leadership is you have to be authentic as a leader. You have to lead based on your personality, your belief system. Character is timeless. You know, character is one of those things that is never just going to play out or not be an in thing. And so character is at the core and probably the most important thing about leading and setting examples and choosing best way to lead and best way to achieve buy-in from your team. And then therefore, they will be very, very committed. They'll be very loyal. They'll be very driven. And we were always very positive. You know, I don't really believe in leadership around tearing people down or belittling people. I think that all of us respond best when people encourage us and teach us and tell us, like, yes, you can do it. You may not be there right now, but here are the ways to get there. Here are the steps to take. And so I'm very much a believer in positive coaching and positive leadership.
The beautiful thing about Seattle Boat Show and any boat show or any big event is that it's an action-forcing event, and your staff, your team got busy creating what's called you call it a hype video, which I have not seen yet, but it's all queued up, ready to go. I'd like to see that, then have you come back on the other side. Okay, Stephanie?
Perfect. Great. Thank you. Yes.
Can you roll that, Logan, please?
That's right, pink. Savannah Boats is partnered with the KL Cancer Fund and is building a pink boat for them to raffle off. 100% of the raffle proceeds will go towards the fight against all cancers affecting women.
There was the hype video from Stephanie Glantz and her team at the KL Cancer Fund. If you want to see a little bit more information, we put together an activity tab for you inside Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. You can go inside the show and click on their logo. You can enter to win. They're only selling 1,000 tickets for $100. You've got a pretty good chance at winning a boat.
And you can get 12 tickets for only $1,000.
There you go.
That's exactly right.
Deal.
That's right. Exactly.
What's boating?
Yeah, we're go ahead, Peter.
Oh, what's boating like in South Carolina? Is it mostly lake boating, or do you do some fresh saltwater too?
So we're located in North Carolina.
Oh, excuse me, North Carolina.
It's close to South Carolina. Yeah, it's both. So there are lots and lots of lakes, and then of course the coast. The East Coast is very close. So people do both. So freshwater and saltwater boating, and lots of different kinds of water activities. Lots and lots of fishing, of course. So it's very beautiful. The state of North Carolina has the mountains in the west, and of course the water, the coast in the east, and then lots of beautiful trees and scenery. And so it's a pretty cool place. People are pretty crazy about outdoor activities, especially boating. So it's a great, but I will say this, anybody across the country can enter. Anybody across the country in all 50 states can purchase a boat ticket, and you have the same chance of winning as anyone else. So the KL Cancer Fund, we raise money in all 50 states, and our mission is to fund life-saving research, as well as provide access to health care for underserved women, and to unite people. And so KL, our founder, started this fund about 13 years ago. And so we are all cancers affecting women, not just breast cancer, even though the boat is pink and KL's cancer was breast cancer. We are all cancers affecting women. And to date, I'm really happy to say that we have given $7.78 million in that fight. And during this pandemic, everybody's life has certainly been affected and been changed. And, in the world of cancer won't wait. And so the people who are battling cancer really are in a doubly tough situation. They're extremely isolated while they're getting treatments. And so we've been very cognizant of how COVID has affected their lives. And so getting this boat, being given this boat and this opportunity to raise money so that we can continue the impact in the fight against all cancers affecting women, it's just an amazing gift that was given to us by Savannah Boats. And we weren't expecting it. And so we would really, really appreciate for people to purchase a ticket and support a tremendous cause. Not one of us has not been affected by cancer in some way or the other. And so this is something that is still extremely prevalent, and we want to continue the work and the mission that KL left us here to carry on. And so by purchasing a boat ticket, you help us do that. So it's for a pink boat, but it's also for an amazing cause.
Stephanie, you have so much energy. My wife's a nurse at Seattle Cancer Care Alliance, and Denise has raised a lot of money for Susan G. Komen through the years, I know. What gives you hope on the fight against cancer? What are you seeing? And I know also that the Jimmy V Fund is doing some incredible work there. Where do you get hope and optimism around the fight against cancer?
Yeah, well, thank you for that question. That's a great question. Really, we talk to so many cancer survivors, and we actually have started to use the word cancer warrior when we talk about survivors. When you talk to these women, and we've had 3 generations, we've had a grandmother, a mother, and a daughter, and they have all been diagnosed with breast cancer, for example. The experience that the daughter is having is so much better, and because of the advancement of the drugs, the chemo, things that it's not as harsh, the surgeries are different. And so that provides hope for us all the time, because when you're able to hear firsthand stories or able to see firsthand experiences with women who are battling cancer, the progression and the improvement that has been made over the last even 10 years is phenomenal. And so it's encouraging to talk to the people who are in the trenches of battling cancer. And then the other thing that provides so much hope for us is when we talk to researchers who we fund, and they are telling us the advancements being made right now in this battle against cancer. And it's amazing when they break it down for us in layman's terms. And it's amazing, like I said, the progress that has been made, and then the direct effects that is having on the lives of others who are battling cancer. And so in our world, there is hope all around. There is hope every day. We are constantly sharing survivor stories through our blog online, and just listening to them and how they are able to beat cancer. And then in many cases now, how they're able to live with cancer. So because of the funding, because of the monies raised, and because of all the researchers and the men and women who have committed their lives, the doctors, the oncologists, the nurses, thanks to all of them and all of the fundraisers, this advancement has been able to happen. These progressions have been able to be made during our lifetime. And so that alone is filled with hope. Kay Yow was a person who not only saw the glass half full, she saw the glass overflowing. And our staff at the Kay Yow Cancer Fund really tries to reflect that kind of attitude and that kind of hope.
What a great way to end this conversation.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Stephanie Glantz. The website is kyow.com. I want to thank you for picking up the phone on New Year's Eve, and I think it was my last conversation I had in 2020. So
thank you, Peter. Yes, thank you all for having us on, and thank you for promoting this boat, the raffle, and our cause.
Oh, it's certainly our pleasure. That's Stephanie Glantz. Thanks so much for being a part of Seattle Boat Show Connected. As we go to break here, we're going to change it up a little bit. I thought we'd play the good run, if you'd be so kind, Logan. Then we've got Mike Kirschenbaum talking about the history of water skiing as it relates to our area.
Can't wait.
We like to claim credit for that incredible discovery. And then we're going to have some more lake boating superstars as well. So take it away there, Logan.
Once was a sailor, a young man and brave. Da-da-dum-day, da-da-dum-dee. When nights were unsleepless, the peace I would crave, carrying me home to the sea. Da-da-dum-dee, drift away, sailor boys on the deep sea. Worry no more, for you're safe now with me. Rest in my arms, my sweet melody. One night as I stood on the deck in the rain, my name. Carry me back to the sea. Da-da-dum-day, da-da-dum-dee. Drift away, sailor boys, on the deep sea. Worry no more, for you're safe now with me. Rest in my arms and my sweet melody.
You just watched The Good Run. Thanks to our friends at Discover Boating. Life certainly gets better on a boat, as the message there said. And welcome back to Seattle Boat Show Connected. My name is Peter Schrappen. I am the Northwest Marine Trade Association's Vice President and Director of Government Affairs. And for the last couple days, I've been with Denise Whitaker here at our home studio in Renton, Washington, thanks to our host, Captain Ozzie Weiss, who's here keeping an eye on things, making sure we're not breaking anything. So we've got our studio in place here, and we're really excited to have you at home. Hopefully by now you've been inside the show at the $5 level. That's really the request, the call to action is to check out the show. We've got some speakers here lined up, of course, but we really want you to get inside the show, see what's in store for you. We know a few of those items. Like at the $89 level, you'll get the Wagoner Cruising Guide.
Right, got mine.
There you go, which every cruiser should have. You'll get a 2022, sounds weird to say, 2022 Seattle Boat Show ticket. Maybe the first time I've ever said that. Ticket when we're back in person, knocking on wood, which has recently been stained. Looking for Doug. Thank you, Doug, for making me look good with this John
That's
Carson
why you wanted
desk.
the wood desk.
So I can knock on it continually.
Yes.
Just carry this around, just keep knocking.
Here's what's next.
Exactly. So yeah, also you'll get a Sea Magazine subscription, which is the West Coast magazine. It's one of the nation's oldest continually published magazine for boating. We're really honored to have that relationship. We'll hear from actually their editor later today, Duncan McIntosh. So I'm getting myself organized here, as you can see, but we've got our next guest waiting for us in the wings, Mike Kirschenbaum of H&O Sports. Hey there, Mike. How's it going?
Good. How are you? Thanks for having me.
Oh, it's our pleasure for sure. You're no stranger to boat shows. Is this your first virtual boat show this year?
It's actually on the consumer side. It is not on the wholesale side. There's been a couple.
None of them as great as this one, though, right?
No, not even close.
Well said. As if you've had some of the strategic direction there coming from your desk. Well, Mike, you serve on the board of Northwest Marine Trade Association, so we can thank you for having the vision to move us to this platform. So thank you for making this all happen. And you also are involved nationally with different associations. Can you talk a little bit before we jump into water skiing, what it means for you as an individual looking to get self-actualized to be in part of a larger thing bigger than yourself?
Yeah, definitely. So I am not currently on the board of the Water Ski Industry Association, known as the WSIA, but I'm on quite a few committees. I'm past president. I've served 2 terms as president. And that particular organization is all about consumer safety and protection for warnings on products and product liability, as well as protecting the waters and our industry. And anything that's on the water really comes under the umbrella of WSIA. So with surf boats making big wakes, big waves, we're having a lot of challenges, and trying to educate the people, the consumers, the people driving the boats are are the ones that sometimes cause a little bit of the havoc. So really more than the wake. So we're working really hard to bring everybody in line and keep the sport alive and healthy.
Mike, there's the two of us here grew up water skiing, and that's what we're going to talk about next. Can you talk about the special place that the Northwest has with the history of water skiing?
Yeah, so it's really interesting. In all my years being involved, in almost my whole career, I've been involved in some aspect of the sport of water skiing or marine industry. And everywhere I go, people used to always ask me, why are all the ski companies in Seattle area? And there's so much history in the Seattle area. There's really a pioneer by the name of Wally Burr, whose daughter was on the world snow ski team, and she wanted to water ski, and Wally made her some water skis, and that eventually branched into actually manufacturing and selling water skis. He had a person working for him by the name of Pat Conley, who started Conley Water Skis. They had a very active customer by the name of Herb O'Brien, who started O'Brien Skis, and basically all the ski companies in the area branched off of all that.
I didn't really know this history until my president and CEO George Harris shared this with me. Denise, did you know the special place in the water skiing history?
I have heard part of it before, and I think probably from hanging out at previous boat shows and talking to different people on the sales floor for sure.
Yeah, there was a time in this area where you had O'Brien skis, you had Conley skis, you had Kidder skis, you had Joby skis, EP, which was a company called Composite Structure Skis. All these companies were located here. And actually, there was one that was called Torque Skis. It was only around for a few years, which is where some of the people from Conley came from back in the day.
What were some of the big advancements, Mike, that occurred that allowed water skiing to go to the next level?
So probably the biggest thing in this particular area was going from wood skis to fiberglass skis. And all the technology and all the aerospace industry with Boeing being here had a lot to do with really the advancement of the skis and the technology that a lot of it's helped evolve even today.
And it's an international sport, as everyone knows, and also Australia, they take their water skiing really seriously. Have you been able to follow the different national and international competitions, and how does the United States stack up?
So for a lot of years, the United States totally dominated. I have had the opportunity to be a spectator at a lot of the world championship events. And the top three countries are always the United States, Australia, and Canada. And the United States dominated it for a long time. Australia has had some world titles, and Canada as well. So those three countries just really have always dominated the sport.
You know, I remember growing up, I'm sure you saw this too. What was the name of the water skiing show up in Wisconsin in the Dells?
Oh, the Wisconsin Dells.
Yeah,
it's very famous show. It was actually called the Wisconsin Dells, and there was Tommy Bartlett had a show. That's probably what you're thinking of.
That's what it is.
That was really famous. Yeah, the Tommy Bartlett show, and there actually is competition in show skiing every year as well. It's a big competition. And then down in Florida, Cypress Gardens water ski show all the time, and in California, they were at Marine World used to have a water ski show. So those shows all got national recognition all the time.
I guess I'd ask, where are we now with water skiing? What's the next big thing on the horizon? How do you assess the situation, the lay of the land of water skiing?
You know, water skiing itself has really gone through some struggles. You don't see the visibility of it because the high-end competition water skiing requires a really calm water. And so with all the boating activity and all the things going on the lakes, it's really lost a little bit of the pizzazz. But on top of that, there's a lot of man-made water ski lakes that you don't see any of the activity that's going on. So it's still been competition. It's world competition. It's been going on. You just doesn't get the exposure. For a while, there was a pro tournament circuit, which would draw just thousands and thousands of spectators. It was live on national television. And that kind of branched into wakeboarding becoming really popular. And then there was a lot of wakeboard competition. As a matter of fact, after me, you have a couple wakeboarders, world champion wakeboarders, that are going to be really fun for you to talk to. And then it's branched in lately to wake surfing. Some of the aging of the sport, some of the people that did it when they were younger are a little bit older now, and they like to slow down. And so the wake surfing has become really popular.
I've not tried that. Is that easier? That's easier than water skiing? I mean, I was a huge water skier, but I've never done the wake surfing.
It's so much easier. You're doing it at 11 miles an hour, so falling is not a problem. It's easy to learn. And so the biggest thing is the boats. You have to use a boat that's either an inboard where the propeller of the boat is way up underneath the boat, or they have some new outdrives where the actual prop is forward facing rather than the standard like you used to see with outboards or IOs. Just because you do it very close to the back of the boat.
You're right in there.
Right,
It's tight.
right.
It's super tight.
Yeah.
It's incredible
But
experience.
a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It is a lot of fun. The challenge of it is you surf behind the boat, you get up, you throw the rope, and you can just ride right behind the boat without even being attached to a rope or anything. Just riding on the board.
Cool.
Mike, what do you do when you're in a bar and someone from Minnesota is trying to pretend like they started water skiing?
Actually, it did start there. It's funny that you mentioned that. In 1922, Ralph Samuelson started it. But the funny thing is, there's a famous family in the Seattle area, Ibsens, Don Ibsen. He thought he started it in 1929, had no idea what was going on in Minnesota area. And he actually was big in starting water ski clubs in the area, as well as actually manufacturing skis here in Northwest, and quite a character if you ever got a chance to know him.
There were a lot of crazy inventions going on. That's crazy, but important inventions in the
Yes.
20s, and we just really took off. The Spirit of St. Louis made the flight in, I think, 27. Just a lot of incredible technological advances occurring in that decade.
Yep, for sure.
So we've got a few other guests coming up talking about wake surfing, and we got Shawn Murray coming up next. Mike, any questions we should be asking him?
Oh, just anything. Well, one of the interesting things about Shawn Murray is he's been on Ninja Warrior, American Ninja Warrior.
More than once.
Yeah, and he lives in Orlando, and we do big training events every year at HO in Orlando, and we go to his house on the final send-off, and he has an actual ninja course at his house. And
I'm sure you did that course, right?
No,
Okay.
but I watched a lot of people do it.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, he's from St. Louis, which got my attention, and then that's all we'll be talking about. And then we've got Rusty after him. Any advice with the Rusty interview?
He's a Canadian. He's a character. Rusty and Shawn couldn't be any more different, so you'll enjoy that.
Oh, good.
All right.
Well,
Yeah.
good. Well, Mike, thanks so much for helping us better understand the importance of the Northwestern water skiing. I hope you have an incredible Seattle Boat Show connected.
Yeah, I hope so too. Thanks. It's been a lot of fun so far.
Right on, right on. So that's Mike Kirschenbaum. I'm Peter Schrappen, co-host of Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. This is Denise Whitaker. Hi, Denise.
Hi there.
How are your notes doing?
I've got lots of notes. Yep. I've been Instagramming our guests and, having fun here.
Are you going to then transcribe those notes into a master note, or does it make that?
If you'd like me to.
Yeah, I would, actually. So last week, I interviewed Chip Connolly, Pete, getting your mojo from Maslow.
Yep.
The importance of getting self-actualized in your life. And every Friday, he sits down and spends, half an hour about what he learned the previous week. So he takes all his notes, and then he's got like 33 books of his life that I don't see that in me. I oftentimes will take notes, and then I have these notebooks. I'm like, I don't know what I'm ever going to do with these notes.
I do the same thing. I mean, I take notes for work, and so a lot of those, and of course, what always happens is you find a note weeks, months, years later, like, I don't need this anymore. And the next day you need it and you don't have it. But, I do that too. I'm a note taker. Like I'll take notes when I go wine tasting and I want to remember those. I've got stacks of wine tasting notes and I've got stacks of, exercise notes. I'm a note taker.
Yeah, it's one thing about taking notes. I also get overwhelmed by just the amount of information that's out there. I think that
So
in the old days, people would be like, oh, yeah, if I just knew more information. Well, we have the information out there, gobs and gobs, and hundreds of hours of YouTube are uploaded every day. And
Well, and I was just going to say, that's kind of what's made us a little lazy too, right? Because I like the fact, in my mind, and we all learn differently, right? So I know that if I physically take a pen and write something down, I usually remember it.
Yeah.
If I type something or I look something up on the internet, I don't remember it as well as if I write it down in a note.
Now, I was just looking at this, 1.2 billion Google search engines every hour, I think. I mean, just crazy.
It is.
Boating,
Nuts.
I'm getting somewhere with this.
Okay.
There are so many ways that we've funneled all that information at Seattle Boat Show Connected. So we've got the exhibitors who've spent the time, they've done the work, they've looked at their products, they've assembled them for you in a 3D Matterport technology-friendly format. It's all right there. You can go into the show for $5. You can favorite your favorite accessories, your favorite boats. You can come back to them. You can make appointments with Calendly, which is a nice app. You can visit the exhibitors right now. Oftentimes you can give them a call and they're right there waiting for you. They've got a lot of fun promotions going on this weekend. They've got their chefs at Seattle Boat Company. I know they've got that bow rider cafe is open.
So fun.
So a lot going on. It's Seattle Boat Show week. Normally it's a 9-day show. This week it's actually longer because we're on the internets. And it's not going to end when Denise and Peter end at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. So what I think we're going to do here now is take a break, hear from Denise Whitaker, who's pre-recorded some nice snazzy videos that allow you to better understand what's in store when you put down your $5 to get inside the show. What do you say, Logan?
Welcome to Seattle Boat Show Connected. Browse through the digital booth spaces of nearly 200 unique dealers, vendors, and exhibitors. You can search for what you need or filter by brand and product types. As you visit an exhibitor's profile page, you will be able to connect via text chat, phone, website, social media, or email. You can even schedule an appointment or video chat for later by clicking the red button on the top of each page. When you're ready to meet safely in person, use the maps for convenient driving directions. Most Seattle Boat Show Connected exhibitors are offering boats, products, services, and accessories with incredible show-only prices. Be sure to check out the awesome videos and interactive 3D tours. Don't forget to save exhibitors and products to your favorites list, and you can always come back later for the latest and greatest offers and announcements. The Big Seattle Boat Show Connected is filled with fun for everyone. It's easy to join in this fun, and registration starts at only $5. Choose the registration package that suits you best, with varying levels of show access and other goodies. Create your own login, and you're ready to go. You can begin to browse right away and map out your itinerary for this big event. The show starts on January 28th when seminars start streaming. Exhibitors will be standing by to answer your questions and match you with the boat of your dreams. The 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Start online and up on the water. The 2021 Seattle Boat Show Connected features an incredible schedule of fishing, boating, and sailing seminars streaming right here on this site. With more than 100 hours of content and even more Boat Show University classes, you'll want to watch it all. Lucky you, you can rewatch any classes you missed or may just want to see again for up to an entire week after the show. You can add a seminar to your personal calendar or save to your favorites list. If you're attending the show from another region, you can even set your time zone preferences so the schedule will display in your local time. During the live stream, chat with other attendees, post questions and comments for the presenter, jump between sessions, browse featured products and services, and more. Get the most out of your boat show experience.
And now, here's another fascinating secret of seafood from the old chowderhead himself, Ivar.
If you've been around Puget Sound for any length of time, you probably know me. But some of the kids in the audience have been writing in wondering if I'm real. Yes, I'm for real, and I'm not Colonel Sanders' illegitimate son. I'm not even his cousin, for goodness sake.
He's been called the P.T. Barnum of Puget Sound. But others insist that old Barnum was never half as clever as Seattle's Ivar Hagelin. A self-effacing showman of Swedish-Norwegian stock, Ivar started out with an interest in finance, but he wound up as a folk singer, an aquarium owner, and a restaurateur. Oh, and he even put in a single 6-year term during the 1980s as a Seattle Port Commissioner.
Could we turn and smile now?
Although he filed for political office only as a publicity gag, he wound up winning by 30,000 votes. He was that well known and appreciated. After all, his name was up in lights all over town.
Carl, how far can a sea squirt squirt? Will the sea squirt squirt if his feelings are hurt?
Ivar's father was a baker, and his mother's immigrant family had purchased Alki Point, the original town site of Seattle, from none other than pioneer David Doc Maynard. Ivar Hagelin was born in 1905, and unlike his reclusive dad, he proved to be a natural performer. During get-togethers with his cousins in West Seattle, he'd play the ukulele and sing. He even learned to tap dance. As Ivar grew older, he'd do all three at the same time for appreciative audiences, telling jokes in between numbers. Yet when Ivar graduated from the University of Washington in 1928, it was with a degree in economics. He had anticipated a career in the stock market. Unfortunately, a year later, Seattle and the rest of the U.S. were smacked by the Great Depression. Stockbrokers were suddenly in very low demand.
Deep in the waters of Puget Sound, many, many strange things are found.
Ivar wasn't without other money-making prospects, though. Following a 1938 visit with cousins who ran an aquarium in Seaside, Oregon, he decided to follow their entrepreneurial lead. He set up his Seattle aquarium, the city's first, at Pier 54 on the waterfront, stocking his tanks mostly with what he caught from the adjacent sound, plus a few imported crowd pleasers like Pat the Seal. Years later, Ivar was asked whether he'd actually known anything about running an aquarium. No, he conceded, I just thought it was a neat way to collect dimes. It also, though, introduced him to the restaurant biz. After watching a friend's fish and chips counter open and then fail at the aquarium, Hagelin decided to create his own seafood eatery. Ivar's Acres of Clams served its first meals at Pier 54 in 1946.
Run clam, run clam, run clam, a-hunting we will go.
No more than 3 cups of clam nectar per married man. I'm Ivar and I enforce that rule. I don't want you to get crowned. They're too expensive.
A ham right down to the bone, Ivar did whatever he could to publicize his restaurant and promote himself in the process.
Oh, how do you get down to Ivar's? Acres of clams, please show me the way. Oh, it's easy to get down to Ivar's, just to stop before you walk in the bay.
He wrote pun-filled songs for radio and television. He held clam-eating contests. And in 1947, after a train tank car hose broke, spilling thousands of gallons of syrup here in Alaskan Way, right across from the Acres of Clams, Ivar rushed over with a plate full of pancakes and started spooning up the spilled sweetener. As newspaper photographers snapped away, he told curious onlookers, "Eat at Ivar's. We don't skimp on the syrup." What Ivar may be best remembered for, though, is the slogan, "Keep Clam," which still adorns the chain of eateries he spawned, and which led in 1960 to his printing official-looking postage stamps, featuring the tasty mollusks. It was just another Ivar prank, but the U.S. Postal Service didn't even crack a grin. Instead, the feds quickly confiscated and then incinerated Ivar's clam stamps.
Home, home when the rain, where dirt drips from the cloud and the tree, where the wind seldom blows and all year blooms a rose, Puget Sound is where I long to be. We had a lot of fun decorating Ivar's with those Norwegian net floats.
Ivar Hagelin always seemed to find a wee bit more humor in life than the next guy. In 1976, after buying Seattle's historic and revered Smith Tower, Ivar ran a 16-foot salmon-shaped windsock up the flagpole at its peak. And then he chuckled as flustered city bureaucrats tripped all over the regulations trying to make him remove the too whimsical banner. Sure, Ivar had his cantankerous moments, but he was a kid at heart. No wonder he created in 1965 what has become a Seattle tradition, the Ivar's 4th of July fireworks blowout over Elliott Bay.
As happy as a butterclam when tides are high, sing a grateful ode to Puget Sound, the land of everything. I love it from Tulalip to Puyallup, Squim and Pished, and to the Dosey Wallops where so many times I fished.
The city was shocked when this captain of kitsch, this unofficial mayor of the waterfront, died in January 1985, just shy of his 80th birthday.
A land that nature loves so much, she stays the whole year round. I trade a royal palace for a shack on Puget Sound.
He'd been entertaining Seattle for half a century, feeding its residents and its seagulls for nearly that long. Without him, things just seem, well, a little fishy. For Eccentric Seattle, this is J. Kingston Pierce.
Learn more about the colorful highs and lows of Seattle's history in the book Eccentric Seattle by J. Kingston Pierce, available at local bookstores or direct from the publisher. Historic photos and video provided by Ivar's, Como 4 TV, and University of Washington Libraries Special Collections.
Hi, I'm Denise Whitaker, and I'm proud to be a part of the innovative and exciting 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Join me and NMTA's own Peter Schrappen as we host the Boat Show TV channel live all 4 days of the show right here on the site. We have an exciting lineup of guest interviews and boating topics, including how to maximize your time on the water, discover new ways to make more memories in the magical world of boating. Plus, you'll meet boating leaders from the Puget Sound area, across the U.S., the world, and beyond. And so much more. Don't miss the boat. We'll see you online and on the water. It's all right here at SeattleBoatShow.com.
Welcome back to Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. My name is Peter Schrappen, the co-host of Seattle Boat Show TV, and my other co-host is Denise Whitaker.
Hi there. How's everyone doing today? Hope you're having a great day, and thanks for joining us right here.
This is one of those days where you can stay in your pajamas all day.
Why not?
I heard that on the way out the door. Like, we're going to be in our pajamas all day, Dad. Like, I know. Oh, so it must be Saturday.
I'm going to get a picture of your slippers at some point. Peter wears slippers.
My good luck slippers.
Okay.
I think I'll tell you the story, but I think I pulled a fast one on my coworker, Jen. Who's hopefully watching this as she's busy working. But yeah, I was wearing them on a Friday, and she was in there, and she's like, oh, nice shoes. And I'm like, thank you. These are actually slippers, but if that's what you think, this is.
Right. Well, they're kind of like moccasins, right?
Yeah, I guess so. They're Uggs.
Yeah,
they're out there.
Oh, are they?
Yeah,
okay.
They're so expensive. I might as well get my
get your use out of them. Why not?
So. Well, we're really excited to have you here. We've got our next guest waiting for us in the wings, Shawn Murray. If you could join us now. Hey, Shawn, how's it going?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Great. We're having a great time. Hopefully you can see that. We wanted to have you on to talk about your background in wake surfing and what it's been like to be a superstar, megastar. So yeah, you are in Florida right now?
Yeah, Orlando, Florida. Originally in Southern California, then St. Louis, Missouri for a while. But I've been in Florida for quite some time and been wakeboarding professionally for over 25 years.
Well, the most important question I have for you is, what high school did you go to in St. Louis?
That was Wentzville High School. How do you know to ask?
That's where someone's from.
That's one of my favorite hobbies is talking about St. Louis. So that's all we'll be talking about.
Nice.
Yeah. So you grew up on Lake St. Louis, water skiing?
I actually did.
Yeah.
I did.
And is that something that was it rare to see water skiers? I was from South County in St. Louis, so we didn't make it out to Lake St. Louis that often. But was water skiing in Lake St. Louis rather common when you were growing up?
Yeah, it was kind of the everyday after school, as long as, the weather was conducive and when the lake would freeze over, we would play a little pond hockey. But as soon as that ice would break, we would be out on the water and we were water skiing. And then eventually the Scurfer came out, and that was kind of the grandfather to the wakeboard. And
what year was that? That you made the transition?
The Scurfer came out into around the mid to late 80s. And that is when the guy, Tony Finn, was one who really marketed it. And it was called the Scurfer. And that's where wakeboarding really got its roots, was in Southern California. And it was right as I had moved from Southern California that the Scurfer was being sold, that I had gotten one and then moved to St. Louis. And it was when I first got up on one on Lake Shasta, we rented one. And when I stood up, I'd been water skiing for a little bit, but I got up on the Scurfer and I went, man, I like this standing sideways, carving around feeling. Never thought it would become a career for me.
Yeah, a world champion 4 times, right?
Yes.
Yes.
It is crazy. Yeah, 4 times.
So, I mean, when you think about elite athletes and world champions, there's always like a regime, a diet. Do you have anything specific that you would do or that you still do today?
One of the biggest things, like number one, like how we fuel ourselves is really important. And I definitely try to eat pretty clean. And so it's like I try to eat a decent breakfast, and but eating not too many processed foods, not too many sweets. But I just I essentially, like the way that I frame up what I eat is I eat how I want to feel. And yeah, I'm going to have some pizza once in a while, but if I want to feel like pizza, then eat a lot of pizza. And I don't want to feel like pizza. So
no toasted ravioli or gooey butter cake?
I'm sorry?
No toasted ravioli or gooey butter cake?
Once in a while, honestly. I'm not super strict. And, but for the most part, I'm gonna try to give myself the right fuel, because I like to have energy through the day. And that's the other part of how I try to continue to do this. And I've been doing this for quite some time. And I think that the biggest key to staying young and staying active, staying fit, is continuing to play, because that's one of the first things that we set aside as we get older, is we don't stay active. We don't keep moving, and we only set aside time for maybe some hobbies here and there. And so I think we need to continue to play as we get older.
Love that. Shawn, were you nervous going on American Ninja Warrior, or because you've competed so many times that your nerves were pretty much at bay?
No, absolutely was nervous. And I never really wasn't nervous competing on a wakeboard, honestly.
Okay.
And but it's really how you deal with those nerves. And just a quick insight, if you find yourself getting nervous to do something, they can tend to take a negative spin if we try to push those the nerves away. And that's when you kind of get that sick feeling in your stomach, and you kind of get just that feeling that you kind of want it to go away. It really happens as we try to push the nerves away. But if we just say, hey, it's okay to be nervous, slow your breathing down, you'll actually find yourself being okay with that. So was I nervous going on American Ninja Warrior? 100%.
Are you pretty athletic as well? Like skateboarding something you can do, and surfing, or have you really just kind of honed in on the water sports side?
I've always grown up riding boards, skateboards, surfboards, snowboards, snow skis, water skis. Just a few minutes ago, we were on some ramps built out in the yard skateboarding. So I do like to stay active, even played baseball, jumping on trampolines. So like I said, like playing has to do with just our daily activities and being able to stay interactive with our kids. So I do like to do a lot of different things. One of my favorite things, ice hockey. I'm not great at it, but I really like it.
It must be hard to find ice time in Orlando, I would guess.
It's not the easiest. There's a couple rinks around us, but most of the people that we play with are going to be transplants from somewhere else. So anywhere from like Minnesota, or even Europeans, like barely anybody is from Central Florida originally.
What's your favorite hockey team?
I couldn't even tell you. I mean, I'm probably supposed to say the Solar Bears because I'm from Orlando, or actually Tampa Bay Lightning.
Okay, I think maybe you say the Blues.
Or maybe I should say the Blues.
Yeah, Stanley Cup champs.
Right? I couldn't tell you a current player. The last Blues player I could tell you was Brett Hall.
Oh, that's okay. If you're going to pick one, that's a good one.
That was when I was there.
What does a solid breakfast look like for you in the morning? Like, when you think about that, I could imagine what it would be like if I was an elite athlete, but what do you eat?
So today I threw some spinach in a pan, sauteed that. I like to throw some sweet potatoes into an air fryer, kind of get those warmed up. And some feta cheese. I like a little bit of spice. So jalapenos, if you saute them, it kind of burns your nose. And a couple eggs on that, salsa, and kind of just that, whether it's kale, I'll even have broccoli or even asparagus in the morning, a lot of greens and eggs and something to make it spicy.
No fruit in there, just you're more of a veggie guy.
Well, no, I love some apples and bananas, even pears in the morning. Those are good, but I'm gonna normally start with the veggies. But I have a hack that's really great if you have kids or if you even just like apples and peanut butter.
Get her pen ready.
I'm ready.
So if you go on my Instagram, if you follow me on Instagram, it's just Shawn Murray, but I showed this little hack. You kind of have to look back at my feed, but all you have to do, cut an apple in half, straight down the middle, so you slice the core. You can take a melon baller to scoop out the core or just a knife, and you essentially just bore out only the core. And then you throw in some peanut butter into that. So now you have like a half of a peanut butter with half of an apple with a peanut butter in the middle. And you can eat it like that, or you can start cutting it into slices and it actually stays like, it's a really cool little treat. My kids, they eat it up. I eat it up. It's a great one.
Oh, now I'll give you my apple hack because I do this every day. I've got the apple core slicer, right? So I just whoosh. I have all the slices. I toss all those slices with cinnamon. Pack it in your lunch. You can't see if the apple browns at all on the edges, and it's delicious.
All right. I like that. And apple and cinnamon is delicious.
Shawn, I'm doing a little bit of research on you. I know that you've tore your ACL, your PC. I'm not even sure what these parts of your body are. Your PCL, your MCL, I know. And then you were able to get back on the board and got back competing. What happened? What do you owe your success there? Was it just fastidious working out and not giving up?
Yeah, I had one of my worst injuries back in 2003, I think it was, and totally dislocated my knee to where I had to put my lower leg back in place. And ACL, MCL, PCL, meniscus. So the doctor pretty much said, you're done. And of course I didn't like that answer because I want to continue to play. My prognosis wasn't great, but I just really went at it one day at a time. And it was honestly a fight for a year to get my leg back in working order. But the biggest thing wasn't my leg, it was more my head. And if you've had an injury, you know what I'm talking about. But if you really haven't had one, it's hard to know the place that your head can go into because you can really start to play mind games. And it wasn't until I had seen a video of myself riding previous to my injury that I went, you know what, my knee doesn't bend as much as I thought it did. I think I can pick up where I left off because at the time, my knee wasn't bending as far as it used to after the surgery, and I was afraid of damaging it more. And after I saw the video, I thought, you know what? I think I can do this. And I went back out there, picked up after that video, and was able to continue riding. And honestly, like, it hasn't really slowed me down too much. To this day, my knee doesn't bend as much as it used to. I would love for it to. But the biggest thing is honestly, it's one day at a time and to not let it sideline you in your head.
I will.
Lots of head stuff because you were talking earlier too about the nerves, right? Like you don't just push them away, but do you have any techniques? I mean, do you meditate? What do you do to kind of, put yourself in the right space there?
Going back to the competition days, as funny as it's going to sound, like at a wakeboard venue, you really wouldn't have many private spots to go and kind of just settle down, calm yourself down because you're talking to people, you're out in the sun all day, you're moving around, trying to keep yourself busy, and then it's your turn to ride. Some guys are going to put headphones on. I would, like my secret, I don't know if it's...
It's like I'm sitting closer.
I would go into the porta potty, and that's where I would have a moment. I would pray, and I would just take a second to slow down, think through my run, like mentally go through my run trick for trick. And then I would walk straight down to the dock from there. And it worked a lot of times, not every time, but yeah, I would go to the Porta John.
Johnny on the spot, as you say in St. Louis.
Right.
Yes.
Shawn, are you superstitious at all, or anything you would do before a big race, big heat?
No, there were some things you'd feel like, man, if I don't have my rope or my bindings just right. But I would try to not let that get into my head, because I would remind myself, because there would be instances where all of a sudden something's different. And this can happen in any sort of competition or public speaking or whatever, any moment that you feel like, uh-oh, something's different. I reminded myself, I would not be concerned about this if I were just practicing or free riding or doing a demo, just riding in front of people or cameras. I wouldn't worry that my binding was slightly different or my board looked different or had a little small nick out of it because of the baggage handlers when you flew to this competition. I would just remind myself, this normally would not be a big deal, so don't let it be a big deal now. Just go ride.
Good plan.
I love it. Yeah. Shawn Murray, thanks so much for being part of Seattle Boat Show Connected, Boat Show TV. And you can follow Shawn you said Shawn Murray on Instagram, and that's SHAUN Murray, MURRAY. Any other social media channels that you like to spend time on?
Yeah, no, and I appreciate the offer. YouTube is a big thing for me, and I spend every week putting out new content. And yeah, so if you want to check me out, it's just under my name, Shawn Murray, SHAUN. MURRAY is where you can see me on YouTube. And I've got a bunch of goofy challenges. I try to ride different things. I have instructionals. I go ride with Rusty. You're going to be seeing Rusty in a little while.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, you can check me out on YouTube. And that's where I also spend a lot of time answering people's questions and comments that people put into there.
That's awesome.
Feel free to reach out.
Any chance to be back on American Ninja Warrior?
I'll have to decide that. I didn't apply this year. It was a little different, the whole process, because of everything that's happening. But I still have the course in my backyard. That's how I work out. And we'll see. I might apply next year.
Cool.
Very cool.
Excellent. Well, thanks so much, Shawn, for being part of Boat Show TV.
Thanks for your guys' time. I appreciate it.
Well, as Shawn alluded to, we've got Rusty Malinowski in the waiting room. We're going to take a little break, hear from Denise on how to enjoy Seattle Boat Show Connected.
The virtual show floor is one of the coolest features here at Seattle Boat Show Connected. You can surf the aisles of the show floor, navigating exhibitor booths in our fully rendered convention center. We even feature the iconic red carpet that has become a big part of Seattle Boat Show experiences. Here you can filter by product category or enter a keyword to search for what you are looking for. You'll be transported directly to the space on the show floor where you can interact and engage with exhibitors and their show specials. Be sure to explore the outer reaches of the virtual show floor where you just might find a buried treasure. Navigate to the pirate ship's crow's nest where you could discover a hidden prize waiting for you. Find the best deals of the year at the Big Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine.
Welcome back to Boat Show TV. It's part of the Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. We've got our next guest waiting in the waiting room. Denise, what do you say we get right to him?
Yeah, Rusty Malinowski's with us, right? Hey, Rusty.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Doing well. I've never interviewed someone named the Bone Crusher.
Well, there's a first for everything, right?
Right.
This is it. Here we go. Let's do it.
That name wasn't by choice, but it fortunately and unfortunately stuck.
Well, how'd you get it?
I broke the announcer's finger one time, and he started calling me the Bone Crusher, and that was it.
I'm glad you're in Canada and we're in Seattle.
Yeah.
What's that?
I'm glad you're in Canada and we're in Seattle.
Well, I also live just outside of Orlando in Claremont, Florida.
Oh, okay. Got it. Well, I'm glad you're far away and you're not going to be breaking
right.
Well, I grew up in Saskatchewan, Canada, which is very, very brutally cold, especially this time of year. So I know all about the cold weather.
So you're the first person to complete a 1080. Was that something intentional, or did it just kind of happen? You were already at 900. Let's just go to 1080.
No, absolutely didn't just happen. I spent so many hours, and like all year I tried every event. I would try to do that trick, and that trick, it, like you said, never been done before in an event. And I could have done easier tricks that I know I could land consistently, and I would have won more events, but I would try the 1080 and fall and get second or third or whatever it was. But what year was that? 2009 in Reno, Nevada. I went for it and I landed it, and it was amazing. I do not regret trying that all year, because the feeling I got when I landed that was absolutely amazing.
We just heard from Shawn Murray. He talked a little bit about his diet. What do you recommend as someone who, as an elite athlete like yourself, what goes into your body?
Oh, nothing but the finest. No, I don't know. I have a different program than Shawn, that's for sure. I don't eat very healthy, but I only eat typically once a day, and I eat whatever I want. I do intermittent fasting, and it seems to work for me. So I don't eat a lot, but when I do, I eat a lot of really good food. Maybe not so healthy.
Wow. And you can sustain your energy with just once a day and good food?
Yeah. If you happen to ever meet anybody that knows me and knows me well, I am up usually 4:30 and in bed by 11:30, and all day, every day, wide open.
Do you ever get nervous before heats and competitions?
Yeah, definitely. I remember definitely earlier in the beginning part of my career, it was, so much riding on doing well, because you were unproven at the time, but you were capable of winning events and whatnot. But the nerves were so strong, a lot of times you would choke and screw up and fall on stuff that you normally wouldn't. But as I, got my first win and my confidence grew, the nerves were always there, but I was able to turn the nerves into aggression and motivation, and just very hungry and excited to go out there and ride great and win and prove that I was, the best that day.
And now, I mean, obviously, if you're practicing, if you're, then or now, what kind of a workout routine do you have in addition to just being on the water?
Yeah, I spent a lot of hours, well, basically since I was about 15 years old, I was, traditional gym style workouts. But in probably 2012, 13, me and a friend opened a CrossFit gym, and CrossFit basically is all I've ever done since 2013.
We heard from a world champion jump roper earlier today, and Renee was talking about the importance of jumping rope as part of CrossFit. Is that something that's part of your routine?
Yeah, I actually do a ton of it, a lot of that. It's much more exhausting than people think that don't do that.
What's next for you in terms of, are you still competing? Are you just kind of working on other projects?
Yeah, it's not nearly as much competitive riding anymore. Lots of filming, photo shoots, and team trips with Hyperlight. And like Shawn had mentioned, he does a lot of his YouTube stuff, and I have a really good chemistry with Shawn, and every time we get together, we have an amazing time, and I really enjoy, getting out on the boat with guys like him and filming stuff, whether it's goofing around stuff or serious riding. Just spending time on the water with guys like Shawn and other teammates that I've known for almost 20 years now. So it's kind of crazy to think. It doesn't feel like it's been that long, but it has.
And during that time frame, talk about the boats that you're using as well. I mean, has there been a lot of change, or kind of the boats are what they were then?
Yeah, definitely. The change in the wakeboarding boats and wake surfing is absolutely, I mean, it from 20 years ago to where the boats are now, obviously they're 15 times the money, but they're 15 times the boat. They're absolutely amazing. The wakes are probably 2 to 3 feet taller than the old boats. And for wakeboarding, the bigger wake, the bigger you can go in the air and the harder tricks you can do. So it's progressed wakeboarding to a level that, man, if you would have asked us 20 years ago if people could be doing double flips, wake to wake, 4 different kinds of double flips, 1080s, 1260s, all those insanely hard tricks, I would have said there's no way, but it's absolutely normal nowadays for a lot of the younger, amazing riders to be able to do 4 different double flips, which is insane.
Makes me tired thinking about it.
Rusty, was there a time in your life that you remember where that the first time when someone said, "You've got a gift"?
Man, I remember I've always been a very athletic person as a kid. I played every sport, raced motocross, just literally always, there was the 3 boys in our family and we did everything. And I was always pretty good at everything we did. And I played hockey till I was 18 when I decided to drive to Florida to pursue wakeboarding. But I really feel like hockey was, had I ever not been introduced to wakeboarding, I believe hockey was where I wanted to go with my life. And, but wakeboarding, when I started wakeboarding, it like consumed me. That's all I wanted to do. I didn't care about any other sports or anything that I did at the time. I just was consumed and so much passion for wakeboarding. I was obsessed. And the more I got on the board, the more time I spent on the water, I progressed really, really fast. And we have really short summers in Canada, or in Saskatchewan anyways. And, I believe the one year where I was really, really serious was like 16 years old. And me and a good friend from back in Canada, we put 160 hours on a boat in a Saskatchewan summer. And realistically, that means you have about 45 days of weather that isn't like awful. So you can imagine how many days I spent on the water with really, really cold, crappy weather, but I didn't care. I just loved it so much and I just wanted to be the best. I just was so driven and passionate about it. But yeah, it was pretty obvious that I was doing really well, very fast with wakeboarding.
Rusty, where can people find you on social media?
Just my name, Rusty Malinowski, RUSTY Malinoski. I do not have a YouTube page, but you can hit Shawn Murray's YouTube page up because I spend quite a bit of time with him, and it's a lot of fun filming for his YouTube channel. So check it out.
All right.
Rusty, thanks so much for being a part of Seattle Boat Show TV.
Thank you guys. Enjoy your weekend.
You too.
Sure. That's Rusty. I'm Peter. This is Denise. We're part of Boat Show TV, as I just mentioned. That's part of Seattle Boat Show Connected. This is the Seattle Boat Show 2021 edition. We've gone online. We've raced the bar here. We've gone 3D. We've got the Matterport technology waiting for you, the red carpet, the pirate ship, the activities, over 200 exhibitors. You're not going to get that hanging out with Denise and Peter. You're going to have to pay $5 to get inside, and there's a couple different packages as well, up to $89. For that $89 level, you get a lot, like a ton. You get the Wagoner Cruising Guide, you get the Boat US membership, you get Sea Magazine subscription, you get access to all of the seminars, the 84 hours, for up to 7 days after the Seattle Boat Show TV concludes tomorrow night at 8 p.m. So take advantage of Seattle Boat Show Connected. We're going to take a break. We're going to catch our breath. We're going to share with you what's on the mind of Union Marine, one of our top sponsors. So it's Seattle Boat Show Connected, brought to you by Union Marine.
Hi everyone, I'm Rob Osborne with Ingenuity. I'm here today to walk you through the all-new 2021 Super Aeronautique GS22E. This boat incorporates running surface features from the award-winning G23 and the record-setting Ski Nautique bringing you versatility without compromise. And new for 2021, Nautique has partnered with Ingenuity to bring this award-winning electric drive system into this incredibly versatile water sports boat. Let's go check it out. This boat comes in at 22 feet in length, it's 100 inches wide, has a dry weight of 5,900 pounds, room for 11 people, and an integrated subfloor ballast system of 2,250 pounds, giving you amazing wakes and waves right off the factory floor. What makes this such an amazing multi-sport boat is its hull design. Special running features from the world record-setting Ski Nautique have been incorporated into the bow of the boat, which engage at ski speed in the bow down position to fill in the trough of the wake, allowing you amazingly flat ski wakes. As you slow the boat down to wakeboard speed, that's when the midsection of the hull, those G23 characteristics engage, giving you nice, long, rampy wakes with a clean lip at the top. As you slow the boat down, these corners engage, giving you a nice, long, powerful surf wave with energy you can feel from the front all the way to the back. When it comes to surf systems, there's nothing like the NSS, the Nautique Surf System. As you can see here, it's fully integrated into the transom of the boat. We also have a cover over the actuator to keep it protected from the elements. You can control the length and shape of the wave, all from the Link Pan Array touch display at the driver's helm. And because the actuator only deploys about 2 inches, it makes transferring from one side to the other instant. Complementing this dynamic hull design and making the GS22E such an amazing performer is the NCRS, the Nautique Configurable Running Surface. It's this tab integrated into the hull of the boat that completes the running surface, and it has multiple jobs. When you hit the throttle, it offers plane assist, stair-stepping the boat up on top of the water so you can plane off quickly, even when you're loaded heavy. When you hit your set speed, it allows you to control the shape of your wakeboard wake and the overall mass of your wake surf wave. When you go into a hard turn, it drives down automatically, pushing the bow of the boat down, allowing you to turn on a dime even under heavy loads. If you're skiing, it offers NCRS Ski Assist, which allows you to plug in your favorite ski speed and the boat's attitude adjusts automatically, giving you the most optimum ski wake. If you want to capture your surf session behind the boat, just stop for our GoPro Ready Quick Mount with dual transom attachments. Simply attach your GoPro to the clip, slide the clip into the transom, and you're at the perfect angle to capture that big wave shot. Standard on all Nautique GS Series boats is GoPro integration. Simply connect your GoPro to the Link Pan Array touch display at the driver's helm, and they can control the entire GoPro. It also has GoPro auto record. When you hit your set speed, it automatically starts recording. When you drop below your set speed, it stops recording, giving you the perfect clip. Optional on all Super Air Nautiques is the Nautique Surf Select. This puts control directly in the rider's hands, allowing them to switch from side to side with the push of a button in an instant. The Nautique team has developed an app compatible with the wide array of Garmin watches, giving the rider or surfer control of the boat all from their watch. You can control the speed, surf side, wave shape, volume, and ballast shift all from behind the boat. For 2021, My Nautique can be found in every model. This allows you to remotely monitor your boat's state of charge, system temp, ballast, location, and other important information, all from your phone or computer. Nautique has partnered with Ingenuity to bring the latest in electric propulsion technology to this crossover platform, giving you the ultimate experience on the water. The award-winning Ingenuity system operates with almost no noise. This allows you to either enjoy the effortless social interaction or relax to your favorite playlist with no disruption. This electric drive system offers ample performance for all your water sports activities with instant torque delivered straight to the prop. Ingenuity is focused on efficient drive dynamics to maximize your time on the water without compromising the performance of the boat. Ingenity's 124 kilowatt-hour battery boasts the most stored energy and highest energy density of any recreational electric drive, making this system capable of meeting the most grueling demands on the water day in and day out, and allow you and your crew to spend 3 hours on the water in a typical water sports use case. With Ingenity's onboard charger, you and your family can enjoy a seamless day on the lake and simply plug your boat into the dock when you return. Charging your GS22E is simple. Gently lift the charging inlet lid, insert the charging cable until a firm connection is made. At this point, there's a safe connection made between the grid and your GS22E as current begins to flow into the battery. Once charging is complete, simply remove the charging cable from the inlet, close the charging inlet lid, place the cable back on your dock, and enjoy the water. A big part of the GS22E on-water experience is this amazing transom layout. As you'll see here, we have a nice wide luxurious walkthrough giving you easy access in and out of the water. We also have steps port and starboard, allowing you entry to the boat without stepping on the upholstery. If you do a lot of skiing, just opt for our pop-up ski pylon. We have a nice step up and back down to the platform, where you'll see here on the transom our optional stereo transom remote, where you can adjust your playlist before you hit the water. And if you're done riding for the day, just kick back and relax in our standard transom seating. The transom has a 3-hatch design. We have openings both port and starboard to allow access to the cavernous storage compartments. We also have a center engine hatch, protecting the heart of the boat from water intrusion. We have amazing storage here on the GS22E. You can fit wakeboards, wake surfers, and even water skis, thanks to the communicating storage both port and starboard. We have a nice tall flight control tower, maximizing your headspace in the cockpit of the boat. Optional here on the GS22E is the Nautique strapless board racks. You'll notice they're overmolded with rubber, protecting your board from the rack and your rack from the board. They also have wide forks, allowing you to store any size wakeboard or wake surfer. They also pivot, allowing you to unload and load your boards with ease. We have multiple tower speaker options here on the GS22E. Above me, you'll see the JL Audio 7.7-inch M6 tower speakers. These allow for ultra clean sound that you can hear even when you're back behind the boat. You can opt up to our JL Audio 8.8 M6 tower speakers, which throw farther and wider than any others on the market. They also offer downlighting, which allows you to light at the cockpit when you're out at night. Another option here on the GS22E is the Nautique Awareness Camera. It's this wide-angle camera mounted above me on the tower that gives the driver a supplemental viewing angle on the Link Pan Array touch display so you can see all around the back of the boat. If you're looking to maximize your shade here in the GS22E, just opt for the tower-mounted bimini with surf pockets. You'll see it above me in its booted position. This allows those within the boat to receive sun if they would like. If you want shade for the day, just remove the boot, open up each wing, attach an arm on each side, and now you have maximum shade with the ability to store 2 more surfers on top. There's a lot of room for seating here in the GS22E. There's a nice wraparound here in the transom for cruising around the lake. We also have a multitude of rear-facing seating options. Here on the driver's side, we have a removable seat back. Here on the observer's side, we have a flip-up seat back, which opens a footwell, allowing 4 passengers to sit comfortably facing the action. We have ample storage here in the cockpit of the GS22E. Here on the driver's side, you'll notice we have a removable trash can and a removable cooler, so you can load it at home and bring it back to the boat for the day. All seats are on self-supporting hinges. We also have a removable cushion, allowing you to enter and exit the boat without stepping on upholstery. Here on the port side of the boat, we have additional communicating storage to the transom, where you can fit 2 slalom skis of any size side by side. We also have ample storage capacity under the passenger seat for all your extra goods. A big part of the driving experience here in the GS22E is this awesome helm seat. As you can see, it's a race car inspired design with support through your midsection and thighs. Although we want you to feel locked in driving down the lake, we also want to make it easy for you to get in and out. As you can see here, we have a nice cutout allowing you to easily pivot into the seat. At the same time, gives you the ability to turn around, talk to your rider, and swivel the seat around so you can talk to your crew while you're just hanging out. The GS22E offers maximum visibility for the driver by incorporating a recessed glove box and a low-profile dash with all of your instrumentation moved to the right. Here to the left of the steering wheel, we have a storage tray, which is great for wallet, keys, sunglasses. Next to it, we have a cell phone holder, which is great for any size smartphone. The GS22E has a nice wide armrest, allowing you easy access to your helm command and your throttle, along with being in line with your Link Pan Array, allowing you to control the entire boat with your right hand while steering with your left. Standard on the GS22E is Helm Command. Helm Command is this unique rotary encoder which allows you to control the entire Link Pan Array screen from the armrest. Surrounding the encoder are hotkeys which control your stereo, user presets, speed control, your next page button, and your home key. The Link Pan Array touch display offers a very easy to use interface. Here on the right side of the screen, you have your vitals along with your air and water temp, and a unique to Nautique feature, the switchboard. This allows you to take your most used features from the left side of the screen and place them on the right side of your screen for easy access. Here on the left side of your Link screen, you have the ability to adjust your wave shape and select your surf side. Here you can also select your electric tab, which shows all of your vitals for your Ingenuity electric drive system, as well as allowing you to turn on and off eco mode helping preserve your battery life out on the water. Also viewable on the home screen is your battery state of charge and your remaining runtime. Next is your stereo screen. This allows you to control all the functions of the stereo. Also, we have zone control, which allows you to turn up different zones within the boat. There's also GoPro integration, which allows the driver to control the GoPro right here from the link pan array. Your next screen is the ballast screen. Here you can fill or empty the ballast, set the desired level for each ballast, or a unique to Nautique feature, ballast shift, which allows you to adjust your ballast port to starboard in 50-pound increments to level your load. Next is your lighting and climate page. This allows you to turn on and off your courtesy, docking, and optional underwater lights. If you opt for the enhanced courtesy lighting package, you can control the colors of the LED cup holders along with the Nautique badging on the back of your driver's seat by simply adjusting the rotary here at the bottom. You can also select the courtesy color cycle, which will automatically cycle you through the color wheel. Next is your GPS screen. This shows detailed depth charts, allowing you to see where to and where not to go. And if you'd like more information, simply click Full Map. Next is your user settings, so you can customize the link screen. Nautique has partnered with JL Audio, the leader in marine sound, to bring you an awesome stereo for this GS22E. This boat comes standard with the M3 stereo package, which gives you 4 6.5-inch full-range speakers here in the cockpit. You can opt up to the M3 Series Premier Stereo, which gives you 2 additional 6.5-inch speakers in the bow and a 10-inch sub, giving you great sound right off the factory floor. The GS22E has a nice wide tapered bow design with 4 cup holders up front, sea deck around the perimeter for easy access on and off the dock. Also, thanks to our integrated subfloor ballast system, we have a nice wide walk-through entry to the bow with ample storage both port and starboard. Another convenient option of the GS22E is the Nautique Fender Pro. Simply attach the clip at the desired height to your fender, insert it into the deck, and your fender's at the exact right height every time. Nautique is partnered with Ingenuity to bring you the most comprehensive 5-year factory warranty on the market. This includes both factory Nautique components and Ingenuity drive systems. Thanks again for checking out the all-new 2021 Super Air Nautique GS22E. As you can see, this boat brings unparalleled innovation to the water sports market. For more information, check us out at nautique.com.
Welcome back to Seattle Boat Show Connected. We had a little break there to catch our breaths. Great to hear about Union Marine's latest products. They're our presenting sponsor here at Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. My name is Peter Schrappen, your co-host of Seattle Boat Show TV, and this is my other co-host here, Denise Whitaker.
Hi there. How's it going, everyone? I hope you're getting into the show and you just kind of popped out for a second, or maybe you're just about to get into the show, because we definitely want people to go in.
That's right. There's some great guests here. We've got some great guests coming up, but it's really not about us. It's about you exploring the show, and we're going to hear more about the show as we bring in George Harris, NMTA President and CEO. Hello there, George.
Hi, Peter. Hey, Denise.
Hey there. So what have you been doing all morning since we last talked, a couple hours ago?
Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. I got caught watching seminars about an hour ago.
That's perfect.
And boy, I was watching John Neal and Pete McGonigal about cruising sailboats. And I was a sailor and a cruiser not too long ago. And boy, that was an excellent seminar. I loved the way the back and forth between the boats. It was really fast paced. Pete would talk about a boat, and then John would talk about a boat. So if you're a cruising sailor, that was fantastic. And the chat was active, a lot of people communicating, and Pete and John were there. So, and then after I watched that one, I watched Keith Robbins and Sea Run cutthroat fishing, which is a style of fishing I really am learning to do here on Puget Sound. And Keith is probably the most famous cutthroat angler, charter boat skipper in Puget Sound, and really appreciate Keith being part of the show this year. And that was excellent. So that's what I did about an hour ago. And then, as I like to do, is check in with our businesses, our members, and had some good conversations with some of them. And yeah, I'm enjoying the show, and was back on the virtual show floor. Like I said, when I check in with the businesses, I start there and then give them a call.
George, what separates the Seattle Boat Show from other shows? You're no stranger to other shows, and you hear about shows all over the country. What separates us?
Well, I think it's the variety Actually, you just had Mike Kirschenbaum from HO Sports on the show, and 20 or so years ago, I was in the water sports industry too, and I had the opportunity to travel shows all over the country, like Mike does. Houston, Salt Lake City, Detroit, San Francisco, Los Angeles, on and on and on. And what is so impressive about the Seattle Boat Show is the variety. If you go to some shows in the other parts of the country, you'll see a lot of tournament ski boats or a lot of pontoons. And those are great if that's what you're into. But out here in the Northwest, because we have freshwater, because we have rivers, because we have Puget Sound, because we have the ocean, we have got everything. So pontoons, tournament boats, runabouts, fishing boats, aluminum and fiberglass, trawlers for the inside passage, or ocean expedition type boats. So I think it's the variety. And as I talk with folks that come to the show, that's what they're impressed with. And I don't know if you've talked about this, Peter and Denise, but we've sold tickets into 52 different states and Canadian provinces. So people from all over the country, all over North America, are very interested in the boats that we build here in Washington State.
And we've sold tickets to a bunch of countries too.
Yeah, so I was looking at it the other day, Israel, France, Spain, Japan. It's really fun to see that. So this is a worldwide broadcast the two of you are doing.
Wow. Now you put the pressure on.
Exactly. George, you and I were talking this morning just about the platform that we're using here and how impressed you've been with how it's working and how we can take this on the road, make it a worldwide show. What parts of this show do you think are here to stay?
Well, I think definitely the education. At the in-person show, that's one of the signature things of the Seattle Boat Show is all the education. I call it, how to be successful at fill in the blank, how to be successful at buying a cruising sailboat, how to be successful at sea run cutthroat fishing. So that was the first and maybe the easiest thing to do, was to bring the education virtually, and that's been proven. Whether it's a trade show or a educational event, education online has been well proven. I think the trick is the shopping in a live environment. And I'm really impressed with what we've done in the Shop the Show and the Exhibitors tab on the left side of the screen. I think it's smooth, it's stable, it's strong, it's not glitchy. I think, you could compare it to a Zillow or a Redfin or something like that. All of the image galleries, the video tours, the 3D tours of the boats, the appointment scheduling, it's all in one place. You're not jumping out to other websites or other things. Everything looks the same. It's all integrated. I'm really happy with it, and I think the businesses are too. And we've made this strategic investment into it. So I think going forward, there's going to be elements of this connected show that we use at the in-person shows.
And of course, the boats, we just were watching Union Marine's video, and that's incredible to really tell us about technology. And the Bone Crusher, when we were talking to him, he was kind of telling us how boats have evolved. But for those of us who already are owning boats and maybe not shopping a new boat, we're still shopping products and services and things. And all the vendors are still here. It's just that we're not, we can still go in and see all their booths, right?
Yeah, that's a great reminder. There's a saying in boating that the best boat is a boat that gets used. You think about our cars, we use them every day, don't even think twice about it. But, a boat that just sits and doesn't get used, that's when things can go haywire. So, using the boat, maintaining it. So we have, easily half or more of the businesses here at the show this weekend are the boats that do the service and the maintenance. So, and they do boat show specials. I mean, that's what they do every year is their boat show specials. The boat yards are always doing a kind of a boat show special for a haul out and a bottom paint. So there's definitely some of those. One of my favorites is Marine Sanitation. They have their Digestex is a famous boat show special that people come to the boat show. They go to Marine Sanitation. They get their Digestex once a year, and they're doing that. So definitely shop the show. And I like the Shop the Show tab because you sort of get all of the products presented to you randomly if you don't want to use the filter. And you never know what you're going to see. You never know what you're going to need.
George, have you had a chance to visit with any of the dealers since we last spoke this morning? What are they doing? And I know they've got a lot of fun activities planned throughout the area.
Yeah, so just texting with a dealer. We've been trying to connect. He's been with customers today, so that's really exciting to hear that they're busy. And we've been taking phone calls here in the office, trying to get people connected with dealers and stuff like that. So that's been fun. I know, I was talking to the folks up in Bothell, Kenmore, Seattle Water Sports. They've got tents up, they've got fire pits, they've got heaters. So they're taking care of people up there, following all health and safety guidelines. And then I know the folks over at Seattle Boat, they've got kind of a fun environment for people that come down by appointment. So they're reporting good things.
I can only imagine how busy your text line is
Right?
right now. So I think we're going to let you head back and take care of some business on your own end, okay?
All right. Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Denise.
See you later.
All right. So long.
It's always so calming to hear George's voice.
Right?
Gosh,
He just talks.
for the pressure
about
off of
everything.
the
Yep,
shoulders
yep.
here. Everything is in good shape. Of course it is, because Peter and Denise are here to help you get through the show. We're going to take a little break here. We're going to hear from Denise on how to spend time inside the show at the $5 starting level. And then we're going to, on the flip side of hearing Denise talk about the show and share the secrets on how to enjoy the show, we're going to hear from Kristen Miares-Young, who recently wrote a book called Subduction. She's a friend of mine, and she shared some secrets on how to write the book that's inside of you. Oftentimes when you go boating, you're looking for things to do, and one of them, for me, is journaling and writing.
Right.
And she actually just recently published a novel that is getting rave reviews. She's really proud of it. There's a lot in there, a lot of secrets and hacks and tips on how to get that novel out. Also, she shares a little bit of the plot line with you. So don't go anywhere. Excuse me. Nay, go somewhere. Go inside the show at the $5 level. And if you're not going to do that, hang out with us until 8 o'clock tonight. We've got a trivia game coming up.
That's going to be
we've got
fun.
a trivia game coming up. So
Should people sign up now?
I
Should they
would
kind
love
of get
that.
in there
Yep,
now?
So we can only take 50 people,
Okay.
50 homes. So it's Kahoot, KAHOOT.IT. And then, Denise, I'm going to trust you to use
I've
the
got it
password.
because I'm a note
Yeah,
taker.
That's right.
And then your PIN to get in, 1927402. 1927402.
So we're going to step away, but we'll be back on the other side.
The virtual show floor is one of the coolest features here at Seattle Boat Show Connected. You can surf the aisles of the show floor, navigating exhibitor booths in our fully rendered convention center. We even feature the iconic red carpet that has become a big part of Seattle Boat Show experiences. Here you can filter by product category or enter a keyword to search for what you are looking for. You'll be transported directly to the space on the show floor where you can interact and engage with exhibitors and their show specials. Be sure to explore the outer reaches of the virtual show floor where you just might find a buried treasure. Navigate to the pirate ship's crow's nest where you could discover a hidden prize waiting for you. Find the best deals of the year at the Big Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine.
Welcome to Seattle Boat Show Connected. We're now joined by Kristen Miares-Young, who joins us from her home in Seattle. Hi, Kristen.
Hi.
I want to have you on this show, on Seattle Boat Show Connected, to talk about the novel that's within each of us. I feel like we could all write a book if we were really pen and paper and we had to come up with a book. But there's one thing to think about writing a book. It's another thing to write a book. And recently, you've gone through that process. The name of the book is called Subduction, and that is just the latest in a stellar career thus far. You've got a Pulitzer Prize to your name, a Peabody. You're an accomplished journalist, creative nonfiction writer. I'm reading a little bit because it's hard to keep up, but you're the Hugo House writer in residence. Kristen, what's the biggest holdup for aspiring writers?
I think that people are used to reading writing in its final form, and so they don't realize how many iterations it can have on the page, which begin as fairly rudimentary, even childish, and can be developed in complexity and lyricism and beauty over time. And so they judge themselves harshly for what they make and worry that it's not very good, not realizing that you can take a text that's in pretty rough shape and really polish it to a fine shine with time.
Do you believe in writer's block?
It certainly is a function of any writer's life to have the mind shear off from the subject matter and refuse to engage or grab hold of what should be the task at hand. What I find is useful for dealing with writer's block is to just try writing something else. So especially when writing a novel, sometimes, people are trying to write it in scene, but they haven't really understood the character's motivation. So in that case, when someone encounters writer block during a scene writing, I recommend that they write a letter to one of the characters from another character and explore the intentions and motivations and histories of those characters in a different form. And then you can kind of take details from the letter and put it into the scene or in other parts of the book. But it's a way of investigating what they know about each other and what they're hiding from each other in such a way that can really serve the setting.
Thank you for that. Kurt Vonnegut would write with his sister in mind. Do you do a similar exercise? Do you write with someone in mind that really gets you, appreciates you, likes your style, or is there another technique that you found to be helpful?
I write for myself. I write to pass my own muster. I just want to create books that are as beautiful as the books that I like to read. And so the only way that I can rise to that level is to make myself meet my own gaze.
I'm not sure if you had a chance to read Homeland Elegies yet. It's a New York Times bestseller, and I just thoroughly enjoyed that. And at the end, the author talks about the beginning, middle, and end of a story, and that writers really should focus on that middle part. I'm wondering if you've read that story, if you agree, and where do you focus a lot of your time if you think about a story as a pie graph?
Well, a couple of things. I am a big fan of Ursula K. Le Guin, and she wrote that to focus on conflict, which is the primary orientation for most 3-act structures that you're referring to, is to predicate the worst aspects of human behavior and in some ways to enshrine the patriarchy. And so what she recommended was to look at other ways of being and knowing and interrelating as a motivator for the story. The truth is, although the 3-act structure is a long-held legacy, Chekhov, so many writers who have used this way of explicating what happens, I find that life has an ongoingness, which is not encapsulated by that kind of redemptive arc, though it does serve commercial markets.
What was the most rewarding part of writing Subduction?
I spent many years researching the book and traveling out to Nia Bay, where it is set, to spend time with Makah tribal members and listen to their stories about what it really means to belong to a place. And so the friendships that I began there, the wisdom that they shared with me, and the pleasure of bringing that to other people as almost poetry rather than a journalistic report, as I have also been wont to do on other subject matters, was itself the reward.
And you've been on a book tour from your living room or from your reading room since then. And I guess that has not gone according to your plan, maybe when you finish the book. What's that book tour been like? And what are some of the questions that you've enjoyed answering that Peter Schrappen may not think of?
Well, the thing about the book tour, it's true. I was supposed to be up on stage at Benaroya Hall interviewing my literary hero. Yeah, you know.
Let's be honest.
Yeah, Luis Urrea, who I really respect and who was kind enough to write the cover blurb for my novel. But all of the events that I had planned to do in person, we ended up doing in a virtual format. And the thing is that it does enshrine the conversations in perpetuity. Although independent bookstores, make for very beautiful in-person spaces, they also curate those spaces in online venues. And so we were able to have the conversations, and maybe, let's say 50 people will go to a independent bookstore reading on, that'd be considered like well-attended, right? Well, you can reach that and many more with the recording. And so all of my prior readings have been recorded and are on a YouTube playlist that you can find by Googling my name, Kristen Miatis Young, if people are interested in the conversations that I've moderated or been part of and performed during.
And you're not just a writer. I feel like, Kristen, you're a teacher as well. What is some tried and true advice that you have for students?
I think that it's very difficult for us to understand what we're doing until we know why we're doing it. And most people try to hide the why of their lives from themselves. And the page doesn't really allow for that. It's possible to write many books while still avoiding yourself. So what I tell students is to interrogate their own intentions towards producing this story or piece of literature and be honest with themselves about what they're interested in and why. Because when you do understand yourself, you can make much more beautiful works of art.
How does Kristen show up? Do you write daily? Do you have a regimen where you get up before your kids get up and write? Or what does your process look like?
It has been very helpful to me to be like extraordinarily routinized in terms of creating a steady pipeline of essays and investigations and reviews and, novel, whatnot. So I get up early, I work out, and to the extent that it's possible, I try to prioritize my own work. But because I do a fair amount of community service as a writing mentor and literary organizer, that also comes into play. I've been a writing mentor for Hugo House. My term as writer in resident did conclude this past year. And so I'm looking forward to spending the next 6 months finishing my second book.
I was going to ask you about that. What's on your plate? What's that looking like?
I am committing to 1,000 words a day until it's done. So
is there a storyline that you can share, or it's not quite ready for that yet?
It's called Great Mother. It's a hybrid text that is interested in the pagan origins of Christianity and uses two forms. One, memoir, to show me as I am investigating the evidence for a mother goddess worshiping cult, which was prevalent in northwestern Spain, where my family has lived and where there has been continuous human occupation since the Bronze Age. And so I'm interested in the wisdom of ancient thinkers. Their wild aches were not so different from our own. I found that by reading Terence. And it's been a real pleasure to delve into the lyric poetry of Sappho and the histories of Mary Beard and any number of elders who have chronicled this long arc of knowing that is humanity.
Kristen, I've got a little bit of guilt, I guess Catholic guilt here, that I like to read nonfiction, and I push myself to read fiction. I'm proud that I've read a handful of fiction books this year. The Snow Child I just finished, Alaskan Story, which was phenomenal. But what advice do you have someone for me that's really stuck on nonfiction all the time, and I almost feel like I'm wasting my time if I read fiction, to be honest?
Well, I write and review both forms of creative nonfiction and fiction. And it's true that with time, the writers of memoir and personal essays have begun really mastering many of the tools which had been accorded only to fiction during prior eras. And so I would say read contemporary writers, because some of the work that is being published today as memoir or personal essay is very exciting. I actually have several books here. White Magic is one coming out in April by Alyssa Washuta from Tin House, which is a Portland-based independent press. And she talks about the repeated trauma of finding love under settler colonialism, but using a bunch of cultural references from like Stevie Nicks to Oregon Trail, and also references her history as a Cowlitz. Her great-great-great-great-grandfather was hung by the U.S. government for treason after a skirmish that he did not take part in. And so that's a beautiful book. So I would just say read living writers, because in the genre that you're reading in, it's where some of the most exciting nonfiction is being produced.
Do you read a lot of different books at the same time, or do you stay pretty focused on one particular book and then move on to the next book when you're reading?
No more than 3.
No more than 3.
I prefer 1, but no more than 3. If I've gone beyond 3, I'm not really reading them. So I like to stay focused so I can finish it.
Excellent. What's the best advice you've ever received?
I would say, with respect to being a writer, I would like to share with your listeners that from a best-selling author who shared this advice with me. Many people imagine that publishing a book will transform your life and that something that had been long withheld will be given. I really have found it true. What she told me that he told me. This is a chain of writerly advice coming from some of the very top writers in our state and in the nation, which is that your life will not change from the publication of a book. So the life that you bring to the production of that book needs to sustain you, and you need to be able to sustain it, because that life will be the thing that you have after the book is published. And that is really helpful in terms of orienting yourself throughout the long days of life. I will say that right now during a pandemic is an excellent time to finish a novel.
Have you found nonfiction or fiction to be easier to write? Is there a tendency or a conventional wisdom around that?
I think it's different for every writer. I had long been a producer of investigative journalism, and so that was the form that I was first trained in. I would say that I spent many, many years on my first book, Subduction, and that is why it is lyric, is because I did invest time in it and its making. I don't know if having done all of that practice just made me better as a writer, but recently the personal essays actually have been a lot easier for me to write. They just come out in great torrents, and fiction tends for me to be a more measured thing.
The name of the book is Subduction. Kristen Miyares-Young has joined us. Kristen, I want to say goodbye to you, but before I do, where can people find you?
I am have aggregated all of my work from essays to novel at the website www.kristenmyoung.com.
Awesome. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Kristen Miyares-Young joining us for Seattle Boat Show Connected. Stay tuned for more fun down the road.
The Big Seattle Boat Show Connected offers a collection of contests, promotions, and games that you can play for fun and for prizes. Browse through the list of activities to learn about the exciting ways you can get more from the boat show. Featuring a Dogs on Deck photo contest, marine industry career fair, a selfie booth, and so much more. There's an activity for guests of all ages. Interact, engage, and get involved in the community to show off your love of boating. The 2021 Seattle Boat Show Connected features an incredible schedule of fishing, boating, and sailing seminars streaming right here on this site. With more than 100 hours of content and even more Boat Show University classes, you'll want to watch it all. Lucky you can rewatch any classes you missed or may just want to see again for up to an entire week after the show. You can add a seminar to your personal calendar or save to your favorites list. If you're attending the show from another region, you can even set your time zone preferences so the schedule will display in your local time. During the live stream, chat with other attendees, post questions and comments for the presenter, jump between sessions, browse featured products and services, and more. Get the most out of your boat show experience.
Latitude 47, Seattle and Washington State's Puget Sound. Where do you go from here? To all parts north and northwest. The Puget Sound and Superyacht Northwest are your gateway to the pristine waters of British Columbia and Alaska. Visit Washington State's San Juan Islands and the nearby Gulf Islands of British Columbia and the inner harbor of beautiful Victoria, provincial capital of British Columbia. Through the Strait of Georgia to internationally renowned Vancouver, BC. From the cities of British Columbia, head north along Vancouver Island to Pender Harbor, Desolation Sound, and the Queen Charlotte Islands. Through Alaska's majestic Inside Passage to Holcomb Bay and on to Juneau, Alaska. Cruise spectacular Glacier Bay and the waters off the Tongass National Forest. These are isolated destinations that few are fortunate enough to witness firsthand, where nature still shows itself as it once did, where the air is still crisp and clear. It's a journey that takes preparation. That's why any trip north starts in the Puget Sound and Superyacht Northwest. We're your gateway to the waters of the Pacific Northwest with all the support and services necessary for an unparalleled superyacht cruise. To prepare for your journey, we offer moorage for superyachts in several locations, fueling and provisions, maintenance and repairs, haul-outs and vessel builds. Plan your next extraordinary cruise to the beautiful Pacific Northwest waters. But before you go there, come here to Super Yacht Northwest, your gateway to all parts Northwest.
The Big Seattle Boat Show Connected is filled with fun for everyone. It's easy to join in this fun, and registration starts at only $5. Choose the registration package that suits you best, with varying levels of show access and other goodies. Create your own login, and you're ready to go. You can begin to browse right away and map out your itinerary for this big event. The show starts on January 28th when seminars start streaming. Exhibitors will be standing by to answer your questions and match you with the boat of your dreams. The 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Start online and up on the water.
Welcome back to Seattle. I just asked you to welcome us
That's
back.
okay.
I couldn't
You
control
got it.
myself. It's that cup of coffee.
You're so excited. I know.
That's true.
I think you and I, we need to cut ourselves off on the coffee. We have been going through the coffee, you and I both. Do you normally drink this much coffee?
I do, but I'm not normally still wired at midnight like I was last night, still having these conversations in my head about Seattle Boat Show TV. But I was last night, and then this morning, come 6 a.m., I'm like, I was ready to hit the ground running.
Right.
You'd already been up a few hours, I bet.
You know, I slept in a little bit today. I'm Denise Whitaker from Como News, Peter Schrappen from Northwest Marine Trade Association. If you don't know my schedule, I normally get up at 2 a.m. I'm at work at 3. So when it gets to be like last night, you probably saw, because I worked yesterday, and Peter was very kind. He let me go a little bit early last night because I was sitting here like trying to stay awake. But you know, I got home, got to bed early, and so I woke up this morning refreshed, ready to go.
You didn't say what time.
I wanted to go to bed at 10. It was 11 by the time I went to bed. But I hadn't seen my husband all day.
Yeah, exactly.
And the night before either.
No.
So we've just kind of had some fun time unwinding.
We've been here since Thursday. I can keep my days straight here. We've been here since Thursday. We got going at 4 p.m. on Thursday, and these feeds are available on the Seattle Boat Show YouTube channel. That question's been asked, and I have that answer there. And then also, there's all those seminars that have been pre-recorded inside the Seattle Boat Show. Seattle Boat Show Connected, brought to you by Union Marine, so you can watch the seminars, take advantage of the red carpet and the exhibitors and the boats and the accessories. Oh my, oh my. Lots of good fun had by all. And speaking of lots of good fun in the Seattle Boat Show, I think of Duncan McIntosh of Sea Magazine, who's in the waiting room there. He's been patiently waiting for hours. Hey, Duncan, how are you?
I'm great, Peter. Well, welcome to Newport Beach via electronics.
Nice.
What's the weather like there today?
It's a little chilly. We've had rain on and off. Most of the mountains around us are washing into the sea because of the fires we've had recently. So it's just another day in paradise.
Well, as I prepared for the show, I was lucky enough to find Sea Magazine, Duncan. It's the Sea and Pacific Motorboat Seattle National Boat Show issue from 1956, and this is nowhere near as long as Sea Magazine's been around. When were you founded?
1908.
Whoa!
Wow, that is fantastic.
Yep.
1 year, it was one of our anniversaries coming up, and we've been in the Seattle show for as long as anybody. So I decided I was going to try to find the location where the first issue of Sea was published, which happened to be in Seattle on Wharf Street. So I went out looking for it with an old issue of Sea Magazine to find it, and I did. I found it was an office building on Wharf Street. Gosh, it wasn't far from the Seattle. What do they call it now? It was the Kingdom. It's the Seattle.
Now we have the Kingdom. Now we have Lumen Field. We have Safeco Field.
Safeco. Okay. Yeah. Yes. So anyway, I went upstairs, and these people were ready to throw a net on me because of the story I laid on them. I said, 100 years ago, they published the first issue of my magazine, and I'm wondering if you'd mind if I sat at a desk anywhere in the office and write my next editor's message for the magazine. And they all looked at me like they didn't know whether to call the animal catcher or the police.
But they let you do it?
But they let me do it.
Huh.
And did it provide you the inspiration you were looking for?
Not really. But I mean, it was like I knew that I was it was kind of, you jump into a situation, you don't have time sometimes to adjust your thinking about what you're doing and what you're trying to get off your list so you can do the next item on your list. So there's a little bit of that going on, but it was great. It was really close to the what was the Kingdom, then it became Safeco Field. But yes, loved it.
Duncan, you've covered tens of thousands of stories. What is a story or two that has really stuck with you? And also, I want to know, what are the elements of a good story that I should keep in mind?
Well, we look at our audience, really, and then what is it that they want to read about? It's not me, it's them. I just the old sailor from Long Beach. But I would a couple of them that stick in my head. I would use the cheapest helicopter I could find when I went on a photo shoot, which was like a 2-seater Robertson 22. And then one time we had a whole bunch of national reporters and photographers that were in town. And of course, they all had Jet Rangers. And we were going to, I was going to shoot the beginning of a Catalina Island race where it went around the island, back to Long Point, and then to Long Beach. And so they had this pilots meeting, which my pilot was off getting his plane ready. So I was the member of the pilots group. And so everybody's looking around the room, what do you have? What do you have? And I said, well, I got an R-22, and there's silence. And they're thinking, what are we going to do with this idiot over here in an R-22 when we're already home in the showers and having a drink, and he's still going around the backside of Catalina Island because it's a 70-mile-an-hour aircraft. And I said, we'll be fine. So basically, because I know the area so well, we would go out, find the spot we wanted to be, and we waited for them to come to us. And we got some great photos, and I probably got better photos than they did because they were chasing the boats, and I was sitting there waiting for them when they came around. So that was fun. Then the next day we had the jet skis in town, so we did a trip around Catalina Island on jet skis which is a personal watercraft in probably 8 to 10 foot seas. That was kind of challenging and fun. Trying not to sink your bike, as you're coming back around the island. So yeah, there's all kinds of that stuff, just like one after the other. But I love what I do. I was a boat dealer in Long Beach long before I ever knew what I was doing. I was just trying to make a living.
What's coming up next? Do you have? Can you give us a preview of any articles upcoming or some trends we might be watching for?
Trends. This guy COVID, I wish he would go home.
Yeah.
He's been messing with our schedule since he showed up in February, maybe it was January, a year ago. And we just finished the Fred Hall show, which I do in Long Beach Convention Center. And he just had a weird feeling, strange feeling about it. I don't know what it was. And this was like the week it was beginning. We got through the show, and then I looked around trying to figure out bingo. Within a month's period, the world was shut down, and we're still dealing with that. But looking for the first opening, which hopefully will be early fall or late spring. So that's kind of what we're shooting for right now. The show in Lido that I started this as a boat dealer. I got tired of waiting for customers to come in the door. So maybe we'll have a boat show. So we started the Newport Boat Show at Lido 47 years ago. And it's probably, Seattle's indoor, so you really can't compare an outdoor with an indoor show, but it's the biggest in the water show on the West Coast. And we just try to make it better. We try to basically, without outdoing ourselves, we try to make sure that we're covering what it is that our customer is looking for, our retail customer.
Duncan, how has the pandemic caused you fits and starts when it comes to distribution of getting Sea Magazine in boaters' hands?
Distribution, we go to the core of our mailing, mailing the best customers, the people that maybe just haven't renewed. And we make sure we're getting all of them, and then we send them little postcards and notes and emails. Looking forward to the next issue. This is what we've got. We'd like to hear from you if you have any ideas of what we might do better or what we can do for you, because that's what we're there for. With the COVID, we have more time to concentrate on them. The advertisers that we have are mostly the boat dealers, the boat builders, for the electronics companies and all of that. And they've got their own issues. So we're doing everything we can to support them and be responsive to our market.
It's a team effort, right? Everybody kind of working together, especially now more than ever.
Absolutely. And basically, we know our market better than anybody else because the West Coast is like the left coast in national magazine parlance. But we know this market better than the boat builders in the Midwest and the East Coast look to us for at least the Southwest and a little bit to the Northwest because we know those markets better than anybody does.
Duncan, I don't know if you know this or not, but we've got a wheel here that we like to spin with guests, and I think we're going to use this right now as we do so. I wanted you to know my mom is watching. She just texted me, Denise. I don't know if you've heard from your mother yet.
Oh, I've heard from my
she
mother
wants us
today.
To know that, or she wants me to know that she was on Catalina Island in the summer of '67. So a little history there for the trapping side of the house.
Well, I was born on Catalina Island. My dad said he was an aviator. He flew a typewriter in the Maritime service at the St. Catherine Hotel. That was his contribution. And they had me, I'm in nursery school right across from where we lived. My great uncle had a house over there and we all lived in the house while I grew up for the first 8 or 10 years. Basically, when the war was over, they all went out and partied for the next 2 or 3 years. So yeah, Avalon's a great little place to grow up.
I would say so.
I bet.
Let's give it a spin.
Okay, I'm going to spin the wheel. We have a lot of categories on here.
You can see this, Duncan, but I can provide some narration here. So we've got meal, 2021 gem, app, song, which means you have to sing a song. All right.
Song.
We'd like to hear a sea shanty, please.
From whom?
You.
Oh my gosh, a sea shanty. Oh, I can't even think of one. I'm not afraid to sing it if I could think of what it was going to be. Okay, any help there?
I have no idea.
Oh boy, goodness.
Would we take a Jimmy Buffett song?
At this point, we take any song there, Duncan. And
my Jimmy Buffett story is I was at the Fort Lauderdale boat show and there was a party next door at the hotel. So I went over there with my sister, little sister, and we're in the patio and there's this little group playing guitars. And then this short little guy walks in with a Hawaiian shirt on. The lead guitarist hands the guitar to him, who turns out to be Jimmy Buffett. And so he started singing, and the rest of it, we couldn't move. The place was so packed with people, so we had to stay there. My daughter looks at me and says, "Dad, is it always going to be like this?" And she says, "You bet. Just stick with me."
Love it. Yeah, Jimmy Buffett, no stranger to boating at all.
Right.
I think it's in every song.
That was Jimmy Buffett country where we were. Yes, that's right.
So, Duncan, we're not letting you off the hook quite yet. What is a CD that you would take to a desert island?
Ooh, gosh, a desert island. Do they have power?
Yeah.
We'll make it so in this world.
Solar. You've got a solar player.
Okay, so gosh, darn. I would probably, you know what, you caught me at a loss here. I'd think about that, and I'd have probably 10 of them in a few days, but...
we'll come back to you. Fortunately, the Seattle Boat Show runs at least 10 days.
That's right. All the way through February 7th online.
So when's it open? This is a virtual show, right?
Yeah, we're on live now. It opened on Thursday at 4 o'clock, and then it's going to run with Denise and Peter through Sunday at 8 p.m., but then people can continue to shop even when the show closes, and then they can watch the seminars also after the show closes up to a week after with that $89 ticket, the Schrappen discount.
Mm-hmm.
So the $89 ticket will allow you to watch the recorded seminars.
Wow, sounds good. That's worthwhile.
Okay, I'm still not going to let this go. What's a person you would love to see in concert? Who's your favorite person act to see in concert to sing?
Gosh, I keep running into him on the road because I travel a lot, but Andrea Bocelli.
Oh, yes.
Wow.
I love him. And I ended up sitting 6 feet from the piano where the guys helped him up there because he was one of the blind tenors, I believe. And that was over in Italy on the Gold Coast. And I go, wait a minute. I think I know who this guy is. Until he opens his mouth, you're guessing, right?
Yeah.
And it was awesome. So I've seen him. I've seen 3 of the 5 tenors in person, up close. when you go into an event like that, they had the press table right next to the piano. And you sit down and you don't know what's coming, and there's a piano there. That doesn't mean anything. They probably left over from the last event. And then they helped the guy up there, and he started, as soon as he opened his mouth, I knew it was. I said, oh my God. And I was like 10, 15 feet away from him. So everything seems to work that way when I'm on the road.
So can I be your daughter and just stick with you all the time?
I keep running into Andre Bocelli, a sentence I would never even think of saying.
He is one of my favorites.
As long as you bring the treats, we're good.
Okay, I can do that.
Duncan McIntosh of Sea Magazine, thank you so much for being on our show. Thanks so much for your support of the Seattle Boat Show through the years.
All right, Peter, thank you very much. I'm glad you could be with us, and you too, Denise.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, Duncan McIntosh, Sea Magazine. Wow, that man has
The
seen a lot.
stories. We could talk to him all day and get his stories, I think.
I keep running into Andre Bocelli.
Right.
Love it, love it.
Me too.
Next up on our list is Bob Weiss. Hey, Bob, I think you're in the proverbial Zoom waiting room. Why don't you come on in if you can? Bob and I get to work together on a whole bunch of different issues. Bob serves as the president of the Recreational Boating Association of Washington, hailing from Bainbridge Island, Washington. Hey, Bob.
Hey, good afternoon, Peter. Thanks for having me.
You bet. I'm not sure if you had a chance to check out much of the show here, but the program is that we get to hear from leaders from around the states, around the area, around the country, around the world. And Bob, you're next up on the list. We want to hear a little bit about Arbaugh, a little bit about you and your love of boating. And then if you want to talk about the Seattle Boat Show, throw that in there too.
Well, I hope we're going to talk about music too.
We got, you know that much.
Right. Do you have a sea shanty ready?
No, I definitely won't be singing.
Oh.
But I've been thinking about, who do I want to see? What's the last concert I saw before COVID? Was very lucky. I got to see Carlos Santana in Vegas just before everything closed down. So that was great.
Doesn't get much better than that.
No, it definitely doesn't. Well, hey, do you want to talk about Arbaugh?
I do.
Yeah,
I want to hear about we've had a couple questions about the Lake Bay Marina, so we could start there.
Okay, absolutely. Well, I think it's important to talk about the history of Arbaugh. A lot of people don't know that the Recreational Boating Association of Washington was founded actually in 1956, and a number of yacht club members came together because they were concerned about the development that was planned on an island in the San Juans known as Susha. And these people just had incredible forethought, and they didn't want to see Susha developed into vacation homes. And they put together a fundraiser to actually buy the island. And they did that. And we are incredibly fortunate that they did do that. They purchased the island, and then they gifted it to the state of Washington park system, where it's become basically one of the finest marine parks in the world. And so the legacy of Arbaugh is in the creation of cruising destinations. And this last year, we decided to kind of go back to our roots on that, and we'll talk about kind of the other things that we do, but we wanted to make sure that we try and do something as profound as what our original members did. And so we agreed to purchase the Lake Bay Marina, which is kind of a slightly dilapidated facility in South Puget Sound. It's an incredible place called Mayo Cove. Peter, I don't know if you've been down there yet.
I have not.
It's really a fantastic location, and you come through under the Tacoma Narrows Bridge, hang a right, kind of go between McNeil and Fox Island there, and it's up on the left. It's a gorgeous piece of property. There's a marina that dates from the 1800s back there. Was a small community, was primarily focused on farming. They had a large egg operation there. Eggs would be loaded onto the Mosquito Fleet boats and brought into Seattle and put on trains going to the Midwest and the East Coast. So it was really an important part of the economy there. Transitioned to a recreational marina sometime around the 1940s, and it's been a recreational marina since then. As I said, it's a little bit long in the tooth there. The docks are old, but we were able to work with the owner and get a purchase and sale agreement in place to actually buy that property. We're going to completely renovate it. It's going to be fantastic marine park going forward and a great destination for people to go in the future.
So what can boaters do to kind of help you out from this point forward?
Well, the best thing they can do is give us money. We're actually trying to raise $3 million to purchase the property and to completely renovate it. We've made good progress on that. We've applied for a number of grants that are looking quite solid for us. We could always use a tax deductible contribution. We created a 501c3 subsidiary of ARBA that will allow you to make a tax deductible contribution, and people have been very generous so far. And I want to thank all the people that have done that, and also the people at the Wagner Guide who have been very supportive of our efforts and helped us with our fundraising also.
We've got the Wagner Guide right here. We've been referencing a great deal, and so much good information there. Bob, what else is going on with ARBA? I know we've got our lobby day coming up. Doug Levy's busy in Olympia. There's a legislative agenda. It's not just about boaters who love to go boating, but it's a real strategic vision of ARBA.
It really is, Peter. And so we have the cruising grounds that we're continuing to work on. But what's also incredibly important is just talking about the legislative effort that we have taken on. You know, there's 250,000 recreational boaters in the state of Washington, and ARBA is the only organization that's dedicated to supporting them in Olympia. So we are an all-volunteer organization, and we work for statewide advocacy of recreational boating issues. We're basically the voice of boaters in Olympia, and we're lucky enough to be backed by one of the most professional lobbyists in the state, and that's Doug Levy, who is part of our advocacy team. And so we are there meeting not only with the legislators when they're in session, but we're also meeting with the agency heads and the regulators and the staff members throughout the year, anytime something comes up related to recreational boating. And every year there are dozens of bills that are introduced in Olympia that impact recreational boaters. Everything from things like safety, taxation, and any number of other issues around land use and recreational boating that we get involved in, we testify on, we educate the regulators about the recreational aspects of boating. And that is a very significant effort, and it's all done on a volunteer basis by the ARBA executive board members and directors. And I'm proud to say that we have over 50 yacht clubs that are actually part of ARBA. You don't have to be in a yacht club to be in ARBA, and it's comprised of over 11,000 individual members that make up the organization. So we're very fortunate to have such strong support from our members. But you know, we'd like to get closer to the 250,000 members actually.
Exactly. It's exactly right. I can tell you firsthand what it's a pleasure is to work with Doug and ARBA and you, Bob, and doing the joint lobby day that we do together each year really matters to tell our story in Olympia, to ensure that lawmakers know that boating means business. And it also is a pastime that is here to stay. It's an $8 billion industry. So to tell that story with ARBA from the NMTA side we couldn't do without ARBA. So you will not find a bigger fan of ARBA than me. Bob, you're also a big fan of boating. What are some of your favorite boating destinations in the area?
Oh boy, my favorite boating destinations. I have a strong penchant for Langley. I really like going to Langley. I think that's just a terrific destination. Love taking the family to Victoria, which is terrific. Trying to remember the other place it's slipping my mind. It's when you go around the backside of Vancouver and come into the Bouchard Gardens. Back in there is really a super
Brentwood
place.
Bay. Do you go into Brentwood Bay?
Brentwood Bay, that's it. Thank you very much. So love going to Brentwood Bay.
I do too. That's a great place to go. Yes, nice. Yes. Well, it's fun because you can go. It's sort of like it is. It's like back in this little cove, and it's sort of. I consider it to be sort of this little shishi or fancy little resort. They've got restaurants there and a spa and a swimming pool, and then all you have to do is jump in your dinghy, and you can buy tickets and enter the backside of Bouchard Gardens.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's the best part is taking the dinghy and going over to the old family's, the Bouchard family private boat dock there. And you tie up, and not a lot of people use that entrance. Yeah. It's much different than coming in on a tour bus, right, with thousands of people. So we like to get there early in the morning, and you walk up and you push a button, and somebody comes down and actually unlocks the back gate for you and sells you a ticket, and you kind of come right back up through the Japanese garden. We try and go there every year. Obviously, this last year was an exception, but it's just an amazing day. Always is for us.
It is, because then, of course, have you been to Bouchard Gardens for the fireworks in the evening, too?
Absolutely.
I don't think I have.
Yeah.
I've been there for the high tea, which I love, but I don't
Yes.
Yeah, the high tea is great, too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bob, we've got the wheel here, as you know. Let's say we give it a spin, eh?
Okay, let's
yeah,
do it.
we'll see what you end up with here. Okay, here we go.
Good.
Give me a real pro at this, Denise.
I know. Well, I'm starting to learn just how fast or
yeah.
slow to spin it, I think, so we're not waiting 10 minutes for it to stop.
All right.
Oh,
Cool.
let's see. We're going to get something different this time.
Oh.
And, it landed on a song again.
Yeah, you actually.
No, that's not happening.
Okay,
it hasn't happened with anybody, so that's fine.
We got one sea shanty.
Dan Wara, Puerto Vallarta CEO, just was dying to see. He didn't even. He just couldn't wait.
He didn't
to
even
share
get it. He was listening to the interview before him, so he gave us a good one. He had time to think about it.
Song again?
Oh
Is it
my
fate?
gosh!
This
okay,
is too good.
This is fate.
All right,
We're
I
gonna try
actually
this
have a
again.
question here that's on there as well, and it's around app. So if we don't get to
Okay,
that, I still
all
don't know
right.
what app Bob would swear by. Here we go.
And it is going to land on. Don't even tell me it's going to land on it again.
Yeah, it is.
No,
Yeah,
wait.
I think
There it
Yes.
is. App. There it is. We did it.
App.
So actually, Bob, this is the question. I have a pre-written question for you. It's a three-parter. Your favorite boating app, your favorite music app, and then a favorite appetizer.
Okay, well, let's see. Favorite music app is Pandora. Favorite appetizer. Boy, that's a tough one. It's probably crab. And what was the other question?
Favorite boating app.
Favorite boating app. Probably Tidegraph.
Okay.
And what does that do?
Just make sure I don't run aground. Yeah. For anchoring out and just knowing, how much line you need to have out, and just making sure that we're not in a place where it's going to be difficult to get out of if the tide goes down.
I think can you repeat that one again, Bob? That sounded important.
We need to write that one down.
Tide graph.
Okay.
Oh, tide graph. I'm sorry. Yeah, I
Tide
didn't
graph.
hear what you
Yeah.
said the first time. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
Gotcha.
And I also like drag queen.
Okay. I like the name of that one, huh?
So
that one
do
you
I.
can't forget.
Yeah, drag queen is good to make sure you're not moving, right?
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I think back, and you can need that anywhere. We had some, I think, what was it, Memorial Day this year down in Andrews Bay. Whew, those winds whipped up people's anchors. They were sliding all over the place.
We're going to have Bill Baker on a little bit more to talk some more anchorage as well.
All
Bob
right,
Weiss, in the meantime, thanks for joining us. It's Bob Weiss, RBAW president, rbaw.org. Thanks, Bob.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate you having me.
Have a good night. Bob is a wealth of information.
He is.
He was on the one of the founding members of SERI. So this is like a third career for Bob, is to run some
Interesting.
marinas. And
Really? Okay.
He's a fascinating individual for sure.
Yes.
We're going to take a little break here. We're going to reset. We're going to play a little bit of some information on how to best enjoy the Seattle Boat Show that Denise was kind enough to pre-record for you all at home. So let's hear from Denise.
Hi, I'm Denise Whitaker, and I'm proud to be a part of the innovative and exciting 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Join me and NMTA's own Peter Schrappen as we host the Boat Show TV channel live all 4 days of the show right here on the site. We have an exciting lineup of guest interviews and boating topics, including how to maximize your time on the water, discover new ways to make more memories in the magical world of boating. Plus, you'll meet boating leaders from the Puget Sound area, across the U.S., the world, and beyond, and so much more. Don't miss the boat. We'll see you online and on the water. It's all right here at SeattleBoatShow.com.
Welcome back to Seattle Boat Show Connected. As part of we're Seattle Boat Show TV's team here. Peter Schrappen is my name, and that's Denise Whitaker over there.
How's it going today, guys? Hope everyone's getting a lot out of the boat show, going in, coming here. It's kind of like tap dancing back and forth.
There are a lot of
show, out of the show, in the show, out of the show.
A lot of plates in the air, all currently spinning. And our next plate to spin is with Eric Pettigrew, a longtime friend of mine. Welcome to the show, Eric.
Thank you. It's good seeing you again, Peter.
How's it going?
It's going good. Yeah.
Good. Eric, you and I have known each other for a long time. I had you on my podcast recently, and to hear you go on and on eloquently about your love of boating. I was like, when I'm filling out this list here of people I wanted to interview and get me all fired up about boating, Eric, you're at the top of my list. What is it about boating that you love so much?
Man, before I purchased my very first boat, which I purchased it brand new, which I don't encourage people to do all the time, but I don't know how to swim. I'd never manned a boat or captained a boat or even maneuvered a boat at all. But given that once I purchased it, I said, I got to figure out how to maneuver this thing. And then once I got into it and I understood that it's all about momentum as the boat moves, then suddenly I just got into it. And I absolutely loved being on the water and seeing the city and the Puget Sound from a totally different perspective. And it was just and even times I wouldn't even go out on the water. Sometimes I just go down to the boat, turn my music on, pour my favorite beverage, light up my favorite cigar, and I just absolutely love that boat. It's probably the only object I've ever fallen in love with.
That's why I'm having you on the show, Eric. Nice job. Love it. Denise, do you find yourself going down to the boat to just chill out a little bit?
Okay, so I have to admit the way I use my boat sometimes is to take a nap. Because of its physical location between work and home and things that I might have to do later in the day. So, Eric, I go to work at 3 a.m. So if I have something later in the day, the boat is just like I sleep so soundly, even when the boat is just sitting in the marina.
It's the best because the way it rocks in the water, and it's most of the time it's very quiet. And it's the cabin is, you make the cabin being dark and playing some music. Man, I absolutely, literally was in love with that boat.
It just kind of takes away and melts stress and anything else that's happening around you, doesn't it?
I absolutely loved it. And one of the things, once I got pretty good at captaining the boat, I had to back into my slip backwards and to keep the head forward. So when I pulled out, I'd go right to the water. So every time I got on the boat, I always gave one person the instruction on how to maneuver the boat. So that was always fun to me, was to teach them how to put the boat in and out of the slip, how to maneuver the boat, just in case the captain went overboard, they'd at least have a chance to kind of put me in a position of where I could actually get out of the water. But I love that part of it, just being able to teach people how to maneuver the screws, pay attention to the wind, how to look out on the water as far as for other boaters or people who are out on the water, looking at the speeds, and I just really, really enjoyed it.
Okay, I know who I'm going to hire to help me get better at that.
Well, it was much better for me to teach strangers or friends than it was for spouses.
Right,
for sure.
Right.
Eric, do you also like to go on? You're a lake boater, right? Lake Washington. Do you also go on the salt?
Yeah, mostly Lake Washington, just because my boat was moored at Rainier Beach. And so it was a lot easier just to maneuver through Lake Washington. But every once in a while, I'd go out to the Sound, which I absolutely loved, because then I would just go down to Tacoma or even go over to Paulsbo or one of the other islands and just go for the nice, especially a beautiful day. I mean, it was just great being out there. I remember a few times I've had some great memories on the boat as far as with family. Two of my uncles for about 4 years were determined to go on the Puget Sound and fish. And so every year for about 4 years, they came and we get up for about a week, super early in the morning. And we once I got the boat out of the Lake Washington, I actually dock it up in Edmonds. And so we drive up to Edmonds and then take it out there for the week. And we didn't catch very many salmon, but we sure had a blast, man. It was absolutely fun to spend that time with my uncles.
Currently, Eric's with the Seattle Kraken. In your previous career, Eric, you were a state legislator for several years, several terms, 12 years maybe, 15?
18, actually.
18, okay.
Wow. Almost made 20.
Yeah. What advice would you have for boaters and boating businesses to become more effective in Olympia? What would your colleagues have said about boating, passionate boaters, or even marine businesses?
I think, having Doug down there is extremely, it's definitely a big plus. I think having a boating lobby where there's a lot of people down there that are recreational boaters, whether they are power boaters or sail boaters or whatever. And just pulling those folks together and just being able to articulate what kind of issues and most of the time we could tell you what issues we're dealing with, as far as not enough slips or the speed on the water or safety tips that people should be trained for. And if you're operating a boat, the age range that you should be at or in safety measures as it relates to life vests and having stuff on board and the right length of rope and all that stuff, especially if you're going through the locks. So just really kind of pulling us together really is probably the biggest thing that would help by having most of the legislators down there understand that we're all working in it together and could create a very powerful lobby.
Like a boating caucus almost.
Doing it, but it can be even stronger. There's a lot of potential.
Yeah, I love it. Well, now you're with the Seattle Kraken. Interestingly, I've learned rather easily that there are just diehard boaters as part of the executive team of the Seattle Kraken. I'm thinking of Todd Lywicki and Rob Johnson, Emily East. They're all taking advantage of the Seattle Boat Show Connected, and you yourself. Is that just coincidence? Do you guys talk about boating a lot when you're having your meetings?
Surprisingly, we're so busy. I don't know if you know, but we got a team to pick here and a stadium to build, a practice facility to finish. So we rarely get a chance to even talk about boating, except for when on occasion somebody gets a chance to get out, whether it's Todd or Emily or Rob on the water, or like when we have time off. But I anticipate, Todd has told me that I'm going to get to go on his boat here pretty soon. I'm more of a power boater than a sailboater. Nothing against the sailboats, but I'm looking forward to actually to hopping on Todd's boat when that opportunity comes.
So when you do head out on the water on anyone's boat, do you have a favorite food that you like to have? That to you goes with being on a boat.
I have this little barbecue on my boat that you put in one of the holes there, and with propane. And I would go out on Lake Washington intentionally with either steak or some shish kebabs that I picked up at the grocery store, and just torture everybody out on the water. Just pouring beautiful smoke and beautiful, just people would come by all the time. And so I love to barbecue on the water. I prefer to, of course, you're going to have your little snacks and all that stuff, but I love taking something on and actually barbecuing things and creating an entire meal. I love captaining my boat. I always took full responsibility for everybody on board, made sure that everybody knew I educated them on all the safety rules as it relates to my boat. And that if they could not live by it, that they could not go on it. And it definitely, if they did break those rules, that they couldn't go on it again. My first line was like, the number one rule is don't die on my boat. Otherwise you can't go again.
Right.
That's a good one.
So like I always made sure, and I always designated a couple people to take over in case, or to help me with lines, or, so I tried to educate people before I actually went out on the water, because I felt totally responsible for the lives of not only the people on the water, but all the people that were on my boat. I was trying to be as responsible as a boater as I possibly could. And I loved every single moment of it. Just being out on the water on a beautiful sunny day, and even sometimes on a cloudy day, and just being out there, just seeing the clouds and the sky, and it was just, and the animals that are in the water and pop out of the water every once in a while, and it was it's just a great life-changing experience.
Eric, I've got to ask you about the Kraken again. What's the next big date that we should have circled on our calendars?
Well, sometime in July, we're going to have our expansion draft. So we're really excited about that. That's coming in the summer months. The NHL's announced that, so we're going to be participating in that. So that's going to give you a first peek of who our players are going to be, which we're really excited about. We, as you know, I don't know if you heard, but we just hired John Forsland as our TV play-by-play guy, who's arguably the best guy in TV for hockey, and we just cut a deal with the Root Sports, so we're going to be on the local channel here, but the next big date is going to be in July when we have our start picking players, and it's going to be everybody in the building. I mean, you can just tell. I mean, we're not all in the building together. We're all kind of working from home in different places, but you can tell the buzz. I mean, it's just such a huge buzz going on, not only within the organization, but the entire city. And so we're all kind of gearing towards real rapidly that first date.
And when is opening day?
Well, the NHL hasn't announced that they're going to get through this first season, this season that they're in now.
Okay.
But hoping that we'll be on time in the fall.
Got it. 2021, NHL coming
Pretty
into
exciting.
your live. Is that taking up a lot of time at home? Are you all thinking about it, your sports department?
Oh, yeah, totally. I mean, it's been a lot of fun. Everything that we've been able to cover and the excitement just within the newsroom, people always talking about. Yeah, it's a little different for us right now, too, because we've got fewer people in the office, so we're not having those fun conversations around it like we used to.
But, you know, one of the things that's ironic about this show and, of course, the Kraken, the Kraken exists down in the Puget Sound. And so I encourage all our boaters out there, you know, to try to awaken the great Kraken out there in the Puget Sound and make a call out. You know, it's just waiting for the right person to call it to come to surface. But we're going to use its spirit as we build our team and as we start playing in the fall.
I'm super excited. I'm a big hockey fan. I'm looking forward to having Seattle having our team start up in October. Hey, Eric, can we give the wheel a spin here and see where we land?
Whew, give it a shot. I'm not giving chances, although I've been following this one TikTok shanty that I just got obsessed about.
All right, finally, someone's referencing. Yes,
okay,
here we go.
let's see.
Oh, someone would say TikTok shanty.
Yes. I'll play it for you.
Okay, we are at.
I think we're going to be on book.
And I've actually asked this question to you before, Eric. Eric, what book has changed your life?
Oh, Team of Rivals by Doris Kearns Goodwin. I don't know if you can see this photo right over there, right over to my right shoulder or left shoulder. Depends on how you're looking at it. But that was the thrill of my life, is that I actually physically got to meet her about 7-8 years ago in Tennessee, and her book on Abraham Lincoln and how he pulled together, of course, his team of rivals. You know, all these people that were either running against him or thought about running against him or wanted him to his candidacy to fail and his presidency to fail. He brought them all in the room with different perspectives and turned out to be one of the greatest administrations of all time. It was always a book of reference that I used in my entire time in the legislature. Once I read it, and then I listened to it, and then I read it again, and I used the same kind of tact when I was in Olympia, to work with everybody across the aisle, regardless of party and regardless of location and anything else. There's always an opportunity to make a connection.
That's a commitment. That's a read. That's a listen. That's a read. That's a 40-hour listen to, I think. I just downloaded that recently.
It was just, I just love every single word of it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
What a great way to end the conversation
Right.
here. Eric, thanks so much. Have you been to the show yet? Are you going to hop in?
I'm really afraid to go there because once I go there, I'm afraid that I'm going to end up buying a boat.
Well, that's exactly our plan.
That's the point.
Tell him Peter sent you.
Okay, I'll do it. Will I get a discount?
Sure.
Okay, all right.
He's given a lot of discounts today.
Okay, that's good.
Good to see you, Eric.
Good seeing you too, Peter.
Take care.
All right, that's Eric Pettigrew, longtime legislator from South Seattle, now current executive team member for the Seattle Kraken. I'm Peter Schrappen. That's Denise Whitaker. This is the Seattle Boat Show Connected, brought to you by Union Marine. We're going to take a quick break here and hear from Denise Whitaker on how you can best enjoy the Seattle Boat Show Connected. And then when we come back, we'll hear from Nurse Annie on how you can best ward off seasickness. So don't go anywhere.
The Big Seattle Boat Show Connected is filled with fun for everyone. It's easy to join in this fun, and registration starts at only $5. Choose the registration package that suits you best, with varying levels of show access and other goodies. Create your own login, and you're ready to go. You can begin to browse right away and map out your itinerary for this big event. The show starts on January 28th when seminars start streaming. Exhibitors will be standing by to answer your questions and match you with the boat of your dreams. The 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Start online and up on the wall. The 2021 Seattle Boat Show Connected features an incredible schedule of fishing, boating, and sailing seminars streaming right here on this site. With more than 100 hours of content and even more Boat Show University classes, you'll want to watch it all. Lucky you, you can rewatch any classes you missed or may just want to see again for up to an entire week after the show. You can add a seminar to your personal calendar or save to your favorites list. If you're attending the show from another region, you can even set your time zone preferences so the schedule will display in your local time. During the live stream, chat with other attendees, post questions and comments for the presenter, jump between sessions, browse featured products and services, and more. Get the most out of your boat show experience.
Welcome back to Seattle Boat Show Connected. My name is Peter Schrappen behind these seasickness warding off glasses. This is Denise Whitaker, my co-host. You don't have glasses, do you?
No, I don't.
Well, you have some glasses.
I do. I have some glasses, just not seasickness
glasses. Raise your
glasses.
IQ there. Okay,
yeah,
there we go. There we go. Looking good, looking sharp. It's important.
I think these make you seasick.
That's how I feel
and
about
those
these.
get rid of the seasickness.
Something weird is happening here. I don't know about you at home, but I'm looking forward to hearing from Nurse Annie Feierheisen. I hope I'm saying Nurse Annie's name correctly. But she is an alumna of Seattle Boat Show Live, which runs every Thursday night from 7 to 8 p.m. Nurse Annie, are you there?
I am here.
How's it going?
Peter. Very well. It's good to meet you, Denise, and hi Peter.
How's it going? We're looking forward to hearing about scuba diving, Nurse Annie.
Oh no!
I've got to share this little story.
Yes.
So you know Annie Crawley, Ocean Annie, well, there's Nurse Annie,
right.
and somewhere along the lines, Peter got the emails confused. So I'm emailing Nurse Annie about scuba diving. She's replying, but I don't know anything about scuba diving. So I go on Ocean Annie's website and I copy and paste. I said, "Yes, you do. It's on your website, Ocean Annie."
So funny. I was panicked. I wanted to talk about puke, and you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I was you were panicked. I was confused. I had to have someone else I think it was Lisa Samuels that helped me get through this. Like maybe there's two Nurse Annie.
That is too funny.
I don't know many Annies.
It was so funny.
Yeah, it's all converged. So we're here to talk about seasickness. I've already had the good pleasure of hearing about this subject from Nurse Annie on Seattle Boat Show Live, and I said, you know what, time out. I think we went over like an hour and 8 minutes that night. So
we did.
Yeah. So Nurse Annie's real job is a nurse at Harborview. And Annie, what is your specialty?
Well, I was in neurosurgery for many, many years, and now I work with a medicine team that admits patients every 3 days. We have a rotating structure there so that no team gets burnt out on admitting. So I'm on one of those admitting teams of physicians that admit patients every 3 days and continue to keep those same patients until they leave the hospital. It's a really unique role. There are only, I think, 12 in my same role for all of the admitting teams at the hospital. It's a great role. I love that place, love my job.
Nice. Well, to hear you talk about seasickness, I'd never heard the passion there and the ideas and the cures and the techniques and tips. So that's why I wanted to have you on. And you're not just a nurse, but you're also a boating fanatic. I think you're a liveaboard. Is that correct?
I am a liveaboard. I thought I was going to move on to my boat just for a summer. 13 years ago, I'm still here. Absolutely love it. It is the best lifestyle. My learning curve was huge, but done well. Spent over 1,000 hours easily, all the way up to Queen Charlotte Inlet. I mean, I go as far as I can go with the time that I have off at work, and it is the best, absolute best lifestyle for me.
That's great.
And what are some of your favorite tips for seasickness?
Oh, tips for seasickness. Well, I think the most important thing is prevention of seasickness, because once it's there, it's really hard to deal with. If you can prevent with either pills, Dramamine, boning, any of those. A lot of people like those wristbands. They're natural. They hit an acupressure point right here on your wrist. Other people use the scopolamine patch. That's my personal favorite. That thing lasts for 3 days. It's one and done. You don't have to remember to take the pills. If you're already nauseous, sometimes hard to take a pill. So prevention, I think, is key. Hydration, like don't eat anything really gross. Anything that you don't want coming back up when you're out there, don't eat it the night before. If you're prone to seasickness, then I would suggest medicating even the night before you're going to go out on the water. I've never been seasick myself, but it's the worst. I mean, it is the worst feeling. You literally want to throw yourself overboard because there's no relief. And once you're out there, you're stuck. So yeah, I would say pre-medicate, hydration are the two most important things you can do to prevent it. I think it's also, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I have had one person on our boat come on board our boat who ended up with seasickness. And at the point in time, because my husband and I have never suffered that, we could not remember. Do you go up higher on the boat or do you send someone lower on the boat?
You go up high as you can, midship, fresh air, eyes on the horizon. I think to understand how to deal with it once you have it, got to understand what's happening in your body. So your inner ear is picking up acceleration and pressure differences, right? It's feeling the movement of the boat and communicating that to your brain. But then your eyes are communicating a different message, which is the perception of that movement. So if you're down below or even up top and everything is moving with your eyes are communicating, we're not moving, we're stationary, but your inner ear is feeling the movement and sending that message to your brain. Well, then your brain dumps all these hormones, vasopressin, adrenaline, into your stomach. That's fight or flight, right? That's what your body does, how it reacts to messages or warnings, fear, etc. Dumps all those hormones, and that creates an increased electrical cycle in your stomach. So your stomach normally will cycle like 3 times a minute, can go all the way up to 9 times a minute. That's what causes all that queasiness and that nausea, that, things are not going well. And until you can stop that and get your mind, your eyes perception in congruency with what your body is feeling, which is why they always say, look at the horizon. It's very true. And that is why those ridiculous glasses that I think we're going to talk about later probably work.
We're calling ridiculous.
No, I think Peter should wear those all the time. Doesn't he look spectacular?
Oh my God, no.
You don't dress for the job you have, you dress for the one you want.
So do these glasses really work?
You know, I think they do. I think they help kids for sure. And it's because they've got the fluid on the side. Mm-hmm. So your eyes are
Don't look at me that way, Mick.
The movement. It's a beautiful thing. Yeah, no, I do think they work. I personally would never wear them, but that's just a personal choice.
Now, what about...
for $450, they're worth it. No, I'm just kidding. They're like $20.
So if, I have 2 questions, and one would be, you talked about, you feel like don't eat anything you don't want to throw up, but, if you're at this point now, you're seasick, do you allow the upchuck to happen? Do you try to force it down?
No, you let it rip. You get outside, midship, preferably downwind, and just go over the rail. Don't go down to the head, because down inside, now you're really in a stationary environment. Those messages are going to get even worse. You're going to want to lay down, fetal potentially, but don't do that either, because that just increases all of that miscommunication to your brain, increases the hormone dump, etc. So yeah, let it rip over the side. Everybody will understand.
So we keep ginger on our boat too for people like little ginger chews. Does that work?
Ginger works great in any form. Ginger, peppermint, saltine crackers, apples, peppermint tea works really well. As soon as you can put anything like that. There's dried form of ginger. There are pills. There's crystallized ginger. There's even a powdered ginger. There's even a ginger ointment, I believe, that goes on the back of your ear. I've not tried that, but I'm kind of intrigued at that thought. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And there are those pressure points too?
Well, that's what I was worried. Yeah, she mentioned the wristbands, or can you physically do a pressure
there's
point?
these pressure point things that you purchase,
Right.
bracelets that
Yeah, the
Dr. Jason
wristbands.
Robertson, had you
Those
seen them,
seniors.
assume
Yes.
that I deleted, you would know that he recommends those as well.
Yeah, because the wristband seems like a good idea for someone who's maybe never been on a boat or not sure if they're going to be seasick, because that's not putting
Not gonna have the side
anything in your
effects.
body. That's
Exactly.
just the pressure point.
Exactly. I think sometimes people aren't placing those correctly. There's a very clear place. You put 3 fingers on your wrist, and then right between these 2 tendons, that pressure point has to be right there on both sides. I've seen people just wear one and give the other one to someone else. You have to have one on each wrist. They're great for kids too. Yeah, I think that's smart, Denise. If you're not sure if you're going to get sick, that's the safest way. It's going to have the least side effects.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Nurse Annie, you've already recorded a few seminars that are playing throughout the course of Seattle Boat Show Connected, brought to you by Uni Marine. Can you talk a little bit about what do you record? I have a feeling I know the topic, but what were some of the other parts of your seminar that we haven't heard about?
Okay, well, first aid kit essentials. I think it's important to have what you need on your boat and know how to use it, right? You get a lot of extra crap in some of these kits.
We've said worse here. It's okay.
I know.
Yeah.
I was trying to avoid. I usually have a swear jar right here.
Yeah,
because,
like
no,
I don't even know if that's a swear word anymore.
I can do it.
It depends on your take, but yeah.
Oh my gosh. True. That is true. Okay. Burns, wounds, splinting techniques, things around your boat that you could use if you needed to splint a broken bone or a finger, heart attack, stroke, how to recognize those things and respond appropriately. Seasickness, obviously, hypothermia, we go over that. I have a very dear friend and colleague, Chris Peters, who's also a nurse, Harborview. We teach this class together, and it's a blast. I love it. It's very interesting to think about how you should handle an emergency in the perfect environment. So at Harborview, we would do XYZ, but on your boat, you don't have access to that. So it's been really interesting to figure out how best to use the products that you have aboard to substitute, because you're not always going to have hardboard splint or, backboard. You're not going to have those things. So it's been fun. It's a lot of fun.
Nurse Annie, what do you say we spin the wheel?
Uh-oh, the wheel.
The wheel. It's time
Are we supposed to have
for a
special lights
spin.
too? Is that still an option? Maybe later in the show? Maybe tomorrow? What are you going to do with special lights?
We have special lights.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe that's what Sunday's for.
Oh,
Bring out the
okay.
disco lights.
What special light?
Well, we've got some sort of disco lights that Doug was all excited to have for us, but I don't know where those live. But we'll
You know
sleep
what I'm
on
going
it.
to do? I'm spinning it backwards. I
Okay,
think I
that's all
usually
right.
spin it the other way.
The other
so we're
side of
gonna
the
see what we get this
equator,
Tell me
this is
about-
how it would spin, right?
Right?
Tell me about, what is this wheel?
Okay, so there are various questions that we've got in store for you, and if it lands on it happened to land on songs, so you're going to be singing a sea shanty.
Right. But you're lucky, unless you want to sing a sea shanty, you landed on app.
You actually landed on app, Annie. I just wanted to hear you sing.
Ah.
Oh, no, you don't want to hear that, Peter, I promise. What is an app?
So what's your favorite app? It can be music or food. What's your favorite boating app or music app or appetizer?
Oh, I think let's go with appetizer and let's go with crab wontons.
Ooh, yummy. Do you make them or buy them?
I buy them.
Okay.
Where does
I
one
like
find?
to make them,
Yeah,
but
where-
I do not.
Trader Joe's or where?
Trader Joe's, Costco even has some, or you can order them from a place here in Seattle.
Oh, cool. Tell them Nurse Annie sent you.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah. You might get a discount.
Or maybe not.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Well, it's great to see you, Nurse Annie. Thanks so much for being part of our show.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Great information. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Bye.
See ya. So I met Nurse Annie through the Seattle Boat Show Live, which is that Thursday night show that I do with my friend Mark Bunzel. And
Yes.
I'd never met Nurse Annie before. I really knew that much I knew about seasickness, but never the science behind it. And I learned that the word nautical and nauseous are from the same Greek word.
Oh, they are? Really?
Is that interesting?
It is.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Speaking of trivia, we're going to have trivia later tonight
Yes.
look at my schedule here. We've got Bill Baker coming up. We've got trivia tonight at 5:30, according to my
Okay, I
schedule
see
here.
it. Yep.
Yep. So for those at home, that means that we'd like you to log in at kahoot.it. That's a new suffix for me. It's KAHOOT.it. and it's an app as well. It's free. It's free to play, and we can only take up to 50 people, and we'll have lots of prizes for the winner. And then there's a special pin you want to use. And Denise, what's that pin?
The pin is 1927402. So I'll say that again if you're ready. 1927402.
So you don't need to wait till 5:30 to play. You can actually download that now, log in now, get one of those coveted 50 chairs that we've got for you, and it's the whole house can play.
Because there's prizes.
Lots of prizes, which we have to figure out what those are yet. Maybe it's some of these props. There's a book out of the bookshelf. I don't know yet, but the flower bouquet from Cedar House Flowers, who knows? So we're going to take a little break here. We'll be right back with our friend Bill Baker, who is returning for an encore performance. He was with us last night and was a big favorite of mine. Bringing him back today to talk more about boating and docking and anchoring and all that boating stuff that he just loves so much. So don't go anywhere. And Logan, would you be so kind to play some of Denise's instructions on how to best enjoy the Seattle Boat Show Connected?
Welcome to Seattle Boat Show Connected. Browse through the digital booth spaces of nearly 200 unique dealers, vendors, and exhibitors. You can search for what you need or filter by brand and product types. As you visit an exhibitor's profile page, you will be able to connect via text chat, phone, website, social media, or email. You can even schedule an appointment or video chat for later by clicking the red button on the top of each page. When you're ready to meet safely in person, use the maps for convenient driving directions. Most Seattle Boat Show Connected exhibitors are offering boats, products, services, and accessories with incredible show-only prices. Be sure to check out the awesome videos and interactive 3D tours. Don't forget to save exhibitors and products to your favorites list, and you can always come back later for the latest and greatest offers and announcements.
Welcome back to Seattle Boat Show Connected. My name is Peter Schrappen, the co-host of Seattle Boat Show TV, which is one of the many activities in store for you at home as we wade through and prosper during the Seattle Boat Show, the 2021 edition. And I'm not here alone. There's a whole team behind us making us look good. There's a whole team back at the NMTA office making us look even as good as possible. And there's also Denise Whitaker here, who's my co-host.
Yes, thank you for having me. This has really been a lot of fun. I'm a big boater, and I'm learning so much from all of our guests. You did such a great job lining up people who just have information that we can all use and not just one-offs, like information that's really useful and that we're going to want to keep with us all the time.
I feel like I learned something new every day about boating. I mean, there's been volumes and volumes of books written about the subject going back eons. So just the fact that we can sort of tap into the wisdom of crowds, and that's really one of the hallmarks of Seattle Boat Show through the years has been this. There's a lot of great boat shows out there. They have a lot of boats for sale. I would put our seminars up against any other boat show in the world.
Sure. And Boat Show University, too.
And I've even gotten to Boat Show University. So that's all in store for you inside Seattle Boat Show Connected, brought to you by Union Marine. We'd like you to go inside the show at $5, and you can actually take advantage of the seminars, the boating and fishing seminars, and then continue to upgrade your ticket up to $89. And at that $89 level, you get a complimentary edition of the Wagner Cruising Guide. I'm supposed to ring the bell. Mark would like that. Mark really enjoys that bell. And then also we've got Sea Magazine subscriptions. You won't get the 1956 edition, but as I learned earlier from Duncan, that's been a real pillar of the boating community since 1908 when it was first published in Seattle. He's claiming that he's one of the first exhibitors. I'm not going to argue with him with that because he's been around for so long. Wow. You also get a ticket to next year's boat show.
Right.
In person, knock on wood here. You also get a Boat US membership, and you can take advantage of all the recorded seminars for up to a week after Peter and Denise leave the airways, after they run us out of town, which is tomorrow night, Sunday at 8 p.m. So that's the story. That's what we're all about. And for our next guest, I'm going to bring him in. He's, like I said, an alumnus of the show. Welcome back, Bill Baker. Oh, wow, you've changed your location.
Yes.
I did. You know, you wanted something in the Northwest on the way up to Alaska, so that's what I did.
Nice. You must have been busy.
And there's the boat right there. So
nice.
Welcome back, Bill. We wanted to talk about anchoring. We wanted to talk about docking. I also wanted to talk with you about purchasing a boat with a partner and also then leaving that relationship still as buddies. And maybe we could start there. Do you have experience and best practices on how to purchase a boat with a non-family member?
Well, I do have experience, although best practice, maybe not so much. No, actually, it worked out really well. It's interesting. My philosophy may be different than others. I don't think you should buy a boat with your best friend. I think the person you buy it with should be, maybe somebody you respect, maybe somebody you did business with somebody who you get along with well. The problem is with your best friend, then you always feel like you need to boat together. And sometimes you want to boat by yourself, and sometimes they want to boat by themselves. And so I think if you have a good, respectful relationship, that's really a key.
Would it be advantageous if you're thinking about something like that to maybe start, because if you're looking at the boat and not the relationship, can you charter boats and sort of do boating that way, or no?
Yes. In fact, we chartered our boat. So our last boat, this was maybe 17, 18 years ago. We didn't plan on buying it. We were looking for a smaller boat, and we found this one that happened to be backed into a slip down in Newport Beach, California. And my wife said, "Oh, let's go on this boat." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." And we get on board, and looks really big. From the back, they all look really small. And we get on, and she goes, "Well, what would it take to buy this?" And I said, "Well, we need to find a partner and put it in charter." And so that's what we did. We made a list of maybe 4 people we thought we could charter with, or we could own the boat with. And I called each of them, and lo and behold, one of them said, "Absolutely, I'd love to." And then we did put it in charter. And that's a different type of thing too. It can work very, very well. And sometimes it's not so good. But I think if you understand it, your boat's going to get a little more damage. It's going to get like maybe 5 years worth of use that you would do in 1 year. So you have to be ready for that. And I do my own maintenance. And so I knew that I had to do that. The other thing I think that's important is you don't want to have 2 people that are vastly different financially. If one is always trying to get a great deal, everybody's trying to get a great deal, but if somebody's always pinching pennies, let's say, and the other wants to spend a lot of money, that makes it difficult too. That puts a little bit of a strain on that relationship as well.
Bill, you had some homework from last night. I don't know if you got to it.
I did. The Ichi-E, I think is what, I don't know how you pronounce it either. Is that the one?
That was it. Yeah. What'd you find?
I found it's great. It's enjoy the moment. The moment is going to happen only once right now. And I think that's a new lifestyle for me. Although maybe I already do that.
I was wondering if you kind of already do that.
It's called the Baker.
That's right.
I started that.
Right.
They named it after me.
Yeah. Live vicariously through others. And then, at some point you're going to live vicariously through yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
As you get old like me, I just, the older I get, the better I was.
Bill, you texted me a question I'm supposed to ask you, which was a first for me. I don't know if this was a sarcasm or what, but you've asked me, your spouse, Emmy, would like me to ask you, let's see if I got this right. Emmy thinks you should ask me what I do to make her life easier when docking. So there you go.
It's funny. After the show last night, I was, I can't remember what I was doing, probably, part of the house chores, but she said, you should say what you do on the lines and fenders. And what I did, it was more important on this boat because we take this boat, just the 2 of us, a lot, and we don't use headphones. A lot of people do, and it works out really well for them. For us, I like to just, everybody knows where they're supposed to be, and it doesn't matter if I'm driving the boat or if I'm doing the lines. If you know what each other's supposed to do, then it's easier. So what I do on the fenders is each one of them, I buy whipping line. I make my own lines, so it's easy. And then I whip the ends so they don't fray, but I put different colors on them. And each of those represents where it goes on the boat. And then I also love my label maker. So I have colored labels.
That guy.
I put stickers on the little pad eyes that I put on the side of the boat. And each one is the right length. There's really only two lengths you ever dock at. One is at, a dock will be at the water level, and the other will be at the, probably the, chine or widest point of the boat. So if you clip all the fenders in the right place, they're always going to be in the right shape. I do the same thing on the dock lines. So you really only need a couple of different lines. You'll have specialty maybe for the locks or for towing a dinghy or something like that. But I whip the lines either in a pattern. So like a 30-footer might have 3 groupings of whipped line, or I'll put colors on those too. And so I just say, put the bow line as a white whipping, put the long string line as the red one, or sometimes I'll put red with 2 stripes of white or something like that. It's so much easier if, as you're coming to the dock, you just know what to do, and it just makes it easy.
Makes sense. Bill, if I had a nickel every time I heard someone say, if I only use my boat more often, I could potentially then afford a Nordhaven. What do you recommend as people set goals to use their boats more often?
I think just use it one more day, or use it 5% more, or just the simplest goal is the best goal. I'm big on sustainability. My son's master's is sustainability and his thesis and all. And so, we don't use plastic bottles. There's a lot of things we don't use. I don't use a plastic razor or things like that. And I think the same thing is true of that. If you use one less water bottle today than you did yesterday, then the world's going to be better. And so the same thing is true for boating. If you go out one more day than you went last week, last month, last year, it's just going to be better. Even if it's for an hour, even if you go slip sailing, that's a lot of people don't use their boats enough. And maybe it's because they bought a boat that's a little too big and they feel uncomfortable taking it out of the dock. But just go use the boat, unplug it, see what happens when you start using the batteries and things like that. Just use the boat more and do it in a way that is easy for you. And the more you use it, the more you're going to enjoy it, and the better it gets.
Good advice.
Denise, what do you and your husband do to use your boat more often?
That's a good question, because last year I really wanted to use it more than we did, but then I ended up with a lot of health issues, and so we didn't go as often as I would have liked. So yes, my goal this year, we were at Blake Island last year, and my goal this year last weekend is to try to use it a little bit more often. But joining a yacht club is one way that I know we've used it a little bit more than we used to. So.
Well, Bill, I think we've got you actually on the schedule again tomorrow, so this won't be I don't know what homework I have for you. Maybe I could text you some homework.
Yeah, good homework. Well, I have homework for you. You should each tell me one thing that was difficult for you on your boat, and then maybe I can help solve that.
Oh,
I like
should
that.
I tell you right now?
Oh, do you know?
Yeah, I know exactly, because we had to have an entirely new electrical system and inverter put on our boat about 2 years ago, and I'm still trying to figure out how to use it properly.
That's actually a very good question. And I think understanding what things on the boat, how much they draw, that's probably the biggest thing. Like when I use my curling iron, it's just, all the lights dim and all of that.
I don't use a curling iron on the boat.
Excellent. But I think that's a good one. The other thing that I do, which this may help in the same situation, is, as you know, my label maker is never that far away from me. I put colored stickers on all the breakers on the boat. So green is always on, yellow is on when cruising, red is on when needed. And that way you kind of flip things off. It's not like your house where you just leave everything on. Just use the ones that you need all the time, and that may help learn the inverter. Sometimes the programming of the inverter is the hard part.
Yeah, the programming is what I need to work on. Yeah, I'll get there.
I can't read, so I can't read the book. So I got to get a book on
right. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Bill, for being part of our show again today.
You bet.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Always enjoy it.
All right, that's Bill Baker. I'm Peter Schrapp, and this is Denise Whitaker, my co-host. We're going to take a little break, and we'll be right back, so don't go anywhere. Let's hear from Denise on how to best enjoy Seattle Boat Show Connected, brought to you by Union Marine.
Hi, I'm Denise Whitaker, and I'm proud to be a part of the innovative and exciting 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Join me and NMTA's own Peter Schrappen as we host the Boat Show TV channel live all 4 days of the show right here on the site. We have an exciting lineup of guest interviews and boating topics, including how to maximize your time on the water, discover new ways to make more memories in the magical world of boating. Plus, you'll meet boating leaders from the Puget Sound area, across the U.S., the world, and beyond. And so much more. Don't miss the boat. We'll see you online and on the water. It's all right here at SeattleBoatShow.com.
Okay, welcome back. That's how you get into the show and have a lot of fun with it. So if you're not going to do that, stay with us right now because Peter Schrappen and I co-hosting everything for you here this afternoon. Our next guest is a friend of mine, and I think you'll be excited to meet her too, and that's Macaulay Haney. She is currently the Commodore of Rainier Yacht Club. Macaulay, are you with us?
I am. Hi, Denise.
Hi,
Peter.
there she is.
Hi, Macaulay.
Hello.
So Macaulay is not to be taken for granted in terms of her skill, her ability, her wit. And I'll tell you one other wonderful thing about her. Man, she can put together an amazing charcuterie board. First time I ever met her in person, she like put together this huge charcuterie board that was amazing. But I think Macaulay is one of those people who can do everything. Why don't we start with Yacht Club, Macaulay? Rainier Yacht Club. Now you're the Commodore. Kind of give us the nutshell of how you got in there.
Yeah. Well, thanks for asking, and thanks for having me on, Denise. I really appreciate it. Rainier Yacht Club, I joined in 2011. My husband and Brian and I, and we were not really living here full time. I travel a lot for my job, so we weren't able to be quite as involved with the going through the chairs and being involved in the board and things like that. So a few years ago, my travel slowed down and we were able to get involved, and I was the fleet captain and then moved up the ranks, and now I'm the Commodore this year. So it's a lot of fun. We have a great club. We're known as the Fun Club, and Rainier Yacht Club is in the south end of Seattle. So I live on the south end of Lake Washington, off of Rainier Avenue. So that's kind of our little neighborhood. And we have some really fun people. In fact, we actually have an all-female bridge of officers right now. And every one of us ladies also are the captains of our own vessels. So it's kind of unique and fun. And we're just a great club to be involved in. So we're having a great time.
Macaulay, did you grow up boating?
I did, yeah. Peter, I got my first boat when I was 26 years old, but I started boating when I was a little kid. The first time I water skied, I was 8 years old. So I've been boating for a long time.
And where did you learn to ski?
It was, man, I was 8. I don't remember. It was a little lake up in Monroe. And my parents liked to water ski and boat and had some friends that lived on the lake there. So that was, and then I got into more small boats, like wakeboard ski boats, when I was in my mid-20s. And that's the first boat we bought. And then I was single for quite some time, and I had 3 daughters, 3 teenage girls, and we would take the boat out by ourselves on the weekends, and pull the boat with my truck and back it in, and off we'd go. So we decided to move up to a larger boat in 2011. We bought a 34 Formula. And then we've just got another boat and got a little bit bigger. We got a Meridian 441 just in June.
Macaulay, did you notice something with your relationship with your children when you're on the water versus when they were on land?
Oh, yeah. Oh, the girls loved it. They had so much fun. They'd always bring their friends. We'd go camping. We would take our boat over to Eastern Washington and go camping on Banks Lake. And we we just spend the whole summer on the lake and enjoy, you know, inner tubing and water skiing, wakeboarding, all the fun activities.
You know, I mean, Macaulay's really an example of how women can captain their own boats. We have so many fantastic women that are even presenting seminars during the show and have such great expertise and experience doing everything. But it's not always easy, is it, to really be taken seriously in what some may still consider to be a man's kind of world. What have you encountered in that, Macaulay?
I have some funny stories, Denise, about that. First of all, I shared, you know, that I used to haul my own boat to the boat launch, and that was always an adventure because here I am pulling up with 3 teenage girls ready to launch the boat, and inevitably I'd have somebody come up behind me, a gentleman come up and ask me, well, do you need me to back that down the ramp for you part? And so that was always a little bit like, well, you need me to back yours up because I'm pretty good at this, you know? So I was always having to kind of prove myself. And I feel like that's what maybe what intimidates women from getting into boating or wanting to run their own boat or, you know, be able to learn how to do all of the things that a captain would do. So I felt like I've always had to prove myself. And, you know, I've just been running through, like going through the locks. Here's another example, Denise. I think I told you this story. We went through the locks one time in our 34 Formula, and my husband was out on the bow, and my friend Scott was out on the stern, and we had driven into the small locks and tied up, and then as they lifted us up, I'm standing there behind the helm. I had driven the boat in, and the lock attendant turned to my husband and said, well, who's going to drive the boat? So I'm like, wait, who am I? I'm sitting here right behind the helm. So I think us women do kind of feel like maybe we have to do extra to prove ourselves, because I don't think that would have happened if my husband was up behind the helm.
Probably not.
There's a great group out there, Northwest Women in Boating.
Yep.
And if you'd like more, I don't know if they have a website because it's such a fun.
They have a Facebook page.
They have a Facebook page.
That's
okay,
pretty
so
active.
They are an active group.
But I think they also have a website.
They meet monthly, and it's a fun way to tap into a whole bunch of knowledge there.
Yeah, it is. It is. Where do you turn when you are looking to learn something new? I know actually Macaulay used the pandemic last year to go through her captain's rigorous testing and everything there.
That's right. Yeah, that was something I had on my bucket list to do for a long time. And I decided, hey, what a better time to do it than during the pandemic. So I studied and took my my exam, and then just, you know, it's a big process. I didn't realize how big of a process it would be even after you pass the test to go through the Coast Guard registration and getting your medical and your all of the things you have to go through, a lot of paperwork, but I just got it. So that's been great. That's one of the things that's helped. The Yacht Club has really helped. A bunch of the folks in the Yacht Club, I mean, we're there to help each other and go through, you know, we cruise together. So there's a lot of things that we learn from each other. And that's really how I've learned to operate my own boat. And you know, I've learned from all my fellow boaters and everybody in the club.
Are your girls still fans of the water and boating?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They definitely are. They're grown, and they have, my oldest daughter has 4 kids and 1 on the way. And so we've taken the grandkids out too, which is really fun.
Macaulay, where would you like to go boating next? What's on your wish list?
Well, we often go to Belize, and we actually have a catamaran in Belize and went over the holidays. And so we're planning a trip to go back in May. And I'm learning how to sail. So our catamaran's a sailboat. So I'm learning from my captain in Belize how to sail. So we're doing that hands-on training, which is really fun. I love it.
Bill was just talking about that on chartering. So you charter your boat. You have that ready for charter for other people, right, in Belize?
We do. Yes. Yes. And then we get to use it several times a year, which is great. That's what we have it for as well.
Macaulay, would you be up for a spin of the wheel?
Sure.
Have you seen our wheel yet?
I haven't seen it yet. No.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
There it is. Can you see the party lights?
All right.
All right.
Here we go.
Wherever it stops, then that's the question or the topic that you've got to cover. So we'll see what happens here.
Got it.
Oh, I think this is the first one we've had.
Have we
Fall
had
on gem.
Undiscovered gem, please, Macaulay, for $1,000.
Oh, Princess Louisa Inlet.
Oh.
That's one of our very favorite places to cruise up in Canada. It's beautiful. You have to go through a kind of almost rapids to get back in there. And then you have these tall mountains with a huge waterfall at the end of it. And the water's so warm in the summer you can swim. It's really beautiful. The water's like this beautiful emerald color. It takes quite a ways to get back in there, but once you get there, it's so worth it. I highly recommend.
I've seen plenty of pictures, so one day I'll have to get there myself.
That's great.
Thanks so much for joining us, Macaulay.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Macaulay.
Enjoy the
Peter.
show.
All right, we're going to take a little break here.
Okay.
We're going to hear from Denise Whitaker as a ventriloquist. You're going to see her next in a different outfit. Outfit change here for Denise as we hear more about Seattle Boat Show Connected, brought to you by Union Marine.
Hi, I'm Denise Whitaker, and I'm proud to be a part of the innovative and exciting 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Join me and NMTA's own Peter Schrappen as we host the Boat Show TV channel live all 4 days of the show right here on the site. We have an exciting lineup of guest interviews and boating topics, including how to maximize your time on the water, discover new ways to make more memories in the magical world of boating. Plus, you'll meet boating leaders from the Puget Sound area, across the U.S., the world, and beyond. And so much more. Don't miss the boat. We'll see you online and on the water. It's all right here at SeattleBoatShow.com.
Welcome back. Hi there, folks, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. My name is Peter Schrappen, co-host of Boat Show TV, which is part of Seattle Boat Show Connected, brought to you by Union Marine.
I'm Denise Whitaker from Como News. Peter asked me to join him this weekend, and I'm having a ton of fun. Thank you so much.
I got your out of office from your Como email account.
Oh, yeah,
Doesn't that feel good when you can get that out of office?
It does, doesn't it?
Oh.
It's like, yes, I am telling everyone I am unavailable.
Like rating happiness, I think that is up there for me when I can type that out.
Right.
I could save it. No, I'm going to type this one out.
Type it.
I am not here. Oh. Well, let's bring in Karl Kruger. I don't know if Karl has ever had a day in the office. Hi, Karl. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you all?
Doing awesome. So Karl and I met 3 weeks ago on Seattle Boat Show Live, which is every Thursday night from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. That's at openforboating.com. And Mark Bunzel always does a gang-up job finding these tremendous superstar guests. And Karl, you were the guest then, and we set a world record for the longest amount of time. I think we went an hour and 15 minutes. My mom watches it and sometimes goes to bed early because it's a different time zone there, but she stayed up for your entire show because of how captivating you were. So no pressure here, Karl, but you're featured in the movie Race to Alaska, the documentary, which we're going to be showing. I don't know if we even talked about this.
No,
so we're
we
going to
haven't.
show the Race to Alaska documentary, which is a Hollywood-style documentary, tomorrow at 6 p.m. That's brought to us by our friends at Fisheries Supply, and that's part of the activities. And Karl, you play a big part of that. You're featured throughout, and you're interviewed, and so for me, you've got many claims to fame. But one thing we talked about was the fact that you took a stand-up paddleboard from Port Townsend to where?
To Ketchikan, Alaska. That's the race course for the Race to Alaska is Port Townsend to Ketchikan.
And you fell off the paddleboard, I don't know, 500, 600 times?
0.
Wow, that was the part.
Not even once. Well, it was funny. Yeah, on that topic, there was it was day one out of Victoria, and I had brought a kite, a trainer kite that I thought that maybe I'd pop out if the conditions were right. And anyway, it was on that first day out of Victoria that I decided I wasn't going to use it. And so I gave it away when I hit Campbell River, and I decided I was going to go puritanical about it, and I was going to paddle every stroke. And then the other goal that I made for myself was that I wasn't going to fall, and I didn't. So that was good. It worked out.
And that's been the first adventure you ever had in your life, right?
That's funny. Well,
I'm trying. I am trying. Finally, we got them. Thank you, Karl. That's why you keep coming back.
That's funny. Yeah. No. Well,
no more.
What's the definition of adventure, right? And everybody likes to joke about how it's when everything goes wrong. And so I've had lots of adventures. Everything from and I was a climbing guide all through my 20s. I actually started in my teens and through my 20s, and sailing and skiing and ski racing and surfing. I've done a lot of different things. And stand-up paddleboarding. I only got into that about 12 years ago now. But because of my canoeing as a kid, my dad was a extremely good and talented canoeer from back east. I grew up paddling canoes in the Adirondacks with him. With the different board sports that I had done as a kid, surfing and windsurfing, plus the paddling, it was immediate. I mean, it all just made perfect sense when I got on a stand-up paddleboard.
How do you work out balance? A lot of people really do fall a lot when they first get on a paddleboard.
Yeah, that is a challenge. It's like anything, you develop a sense, right? You become one. I mean, my dad used to say that you're not a paddler until the paddle goes away in your hands. And that's true of the board as well. With enough miles, the paddle goes away and so does the board. I mean, you don't even have to think about it anymore. So there's that. And then beyond that, there's that's actually a really great question. It gets pretty deep pretty quickly. I spent most of my time during Race to Alaska deeply in flow state. And when you're in that place, your physical and mental capabilities are at their absolute maximum. And it becomes a lot less likely that you will fall. And then beyond that, that's about keeping your blade in the water. So, when you're paddling to make miles, when you're actually getting after it and actually paddling, the goal is, to find a cadence that's not only sustainable, but keeps that blade out there at the catch, which is the very first part of the stroke, that's where all the power is. And so for me, I'm a very high cadence paddler. I like to have my blade in the water as much as possible. And I hit that first part of the stroke really hard. And that becomes a point of contact where you can gain a little stability. Anyway, yeah, that's how that works. So it's like having a third leg out there in the world. If that thing is firmly rooted and you've got your weight on it, it's pretty unlikely you're going to fall.
Well, I'm thinking about that Point Wilson rip outside of Port Townsend. I'm thinking I can barely hang on for dear life on my in-laws Nordhaven, and you're not able to fall off a paddleboard.
That's fun. Yeah. Well, what's interesting about that is, one of the many reasons that I wanted to do this race with a stand-up paddleboard is because it's a weapon. I mean, stand-up paddleboards are, I was not handicapped. I mean, it is a powerful tool for making miles. And what I saw in stand-up paddleboarding was a need to develop the sport a little bit. There aren't very many long distance stand-up paddleboards, more every year. I mean, it's definitely that is an aspect of stand-up paddling that is growing rapidly. But the board design has been a little bit limiting, and again, every year, more are coming out. And so for this race, the year that I made it for the Race to Alaska, I custom built a board with Joe Bark down in Torrance, California. He's just a genius shaper down there. Anyway, it's a planing hull. It's a non-displacement vessel that can plane, right? And so in conditions like you were just talking about in Point Wilson, I remember that the first year actually that there's a little bit of breeze and I got right in that rip and I was on full plane for the first 5 miles, and it becomes it becomes effortless. I remember, I don't know there's footage actually in that. I think it's in the Race to Alaska movie. There's some footage of the blue helicopter, and that helicopter caught up with me out there in that Point Wilson rip. I was just coming out of it and I'm just full plane, just singing along, having the time of my life. And this helicopter came buzzing over my head and taking photos. I'd love to see how that looked. It was a really fun time. I enjoyed that. Yeah.
Karl, maybe people at home, you could just share the nuts and bolts of the Race to Alaska for you. How many days, how many miles did you average? The kind of the intricacies of your daily routine.
There's a lot. So the race that year, I want to say there were 50 plus entries, it's about a 50% attrition. So, about half of the boats that leave Port Townsend thinking that they're going to go to Ketchikan actually make it. And so that year, only 27 vessels made it to Ketchikan. Most of them sailboats. There were a few human-powered boats as well. And I was one of those. And I came in 17th out of the 27 that finished. My daily average, and I did it in 14 days from Victoria. So there's the first leg is called the Proving Grounds, and that's from Port Townsend to Victoria. And the thinking is that if you can make that leg happen across the shipping lanes and with weather and all of those vagaries, and there's a time limit on that first day. They figure that if you can make it across to Victoria within that time limit, then you probably won't get yourself killed on the way to Alaska. So I made that happen 2 years running. Actually, the first year I attempted this was 2016, and I demolished my board in the first day. But it took me a few days to figure it out. I was up in Nanaimo when I figured out that my board was stress fractured all over the entire hull and had been drinking water for a couple of days. And when I backed out of the race that year, I was up in 3rd or 4th place. I was way at the front of the pack. But it was a pretty crushing blow to have to pull out, doing as well as I was. But anyway, went back to the drawing board, kept training, built a board, came back the next year and made it happen. And it was, so to answer your question, it was 14 days on the money from Victoria to Ketchikan. And my daily average was 50 nautical miles. The longest day was 72 miles. And the shortest, I think, was 24 or 7, I think. The last day was about 50 miles pulling into Ketchikan too.
And having heard you share your story before, there was a time when you potentially thought you were going to be able to win it, right? You weren't just in it to complete it. You almost pulled it off.
Yeah, you don't race because you plan on losing. I do believe that one day, it's possible that a paddler can win this race. It probably won't be me, but that goes back to the reasons for doing the race by paddleboard in the first place. I'm a sailor too. I started sailing by windsurfing when I was about 12 I started. And then that rapidly progressed into larger boats. And now I run a sailing charter business here up in the San Juan Islands. And so anyway, lots of sailing. I know the area. I've been sailing up and down this coast for years. And one of the things, early on when the race to Alaska, began, when they started running this race, in my mind, June on this coast is about the most fluky month of the year, when it comes to the winds, right? There's a reason why, sailing developed in lots of different places around the world. And it's because the wind was a reliable, way to power a vessel, right? To move stuff around and move people around. But on this coast, the Coast Salish and the tribes up north, it's always been about the paddle because it's the most reliable. And all you have to do is take care of yourself and make good decisions, and you'll get there. All you have to do is keep paddling. And then that thinking in my mind, plus just the absolute power behind stand-up paddling. It's one of the most sustainable and fast modes of paddle transportation that there is. So all those things sort of added up to ending up paddling this race by stand-up paddleboard.
What kind of weather did you encounter and conditions in those 14 days?
Everything. Everything. I could walk you through every single day of that race. Almost every mile, and tell you exactly what was happening. I surfed waves that were head high around Cape Lazo, and I could see the reef, at my, in each trough, you could see the reef down there because I went inside the mark that's on Cape Lazo there. So I had, it was a southeasterly small craft advisory up in the Northern Straits, and I was out in it paddling. And I made it from just north of Nanaimo to just south of Campbell River in that day, and in a southeast small craft. and had some really good surfing around Cape Lazo. And then, the next day was pretty flat, pretty mellow to get to Campbell River. And then, that very same night, I didn't stay in Campbell River very long because there was a southeast gale forecast in Johnstone Strait. And anybody who's sailed or transited this coast by any means knows about Johnstone Strait and what can happen in there. And, my concern in this race, obviously, for anyone that knows, is that there would be a big, heavy northwesterly that would just make it almost impossible to make any headway. And when I heard on the weather radio that we were looking at a southeast gale, it felt like a gift from heaven, So I was just gunning it to get to Johnstone Strait so that I could take advantage of that favorably wind. So I was in a gale in Johnstone Strait, surfing waves. I think my top speed that day was 12 knots. And, covered 50 miles that day. And then I had perfect glass. I paddled from just off the tip of, it was right by Alert Bay, actually, if anybody knows that section. I slept on the beach there at Alert Bay and ate some hamburgers and got out about 3 a.m. and I was gunning.
You ate like 5 hamburgers, right? Wasn't it something crazy like that?
I
story.
I would have eaten more, totally.
Yeah.
Anyway, and then I had just perfect glass around up to Cape Cod, up to about 20 miles prior to Cape Caution, and then rounding the Cape, I had overhead waves, and then another, and I had glass. I had it all, there were glassy days, but those overhead waves were special around Cape Caution. That was amazing. But fine, I was carrying good speed and getting where I wanted to go. And that was the 72-mile day. That day, I did that in almost 13 hours of nonstop paddling. And the reason I did that is because the next day there was a forecast for a northwesterly, and I didn't want to be anywhere south of Cape Caution for that northwesterly. And so I ducked that. I just paddled that real long day to avoid it, and then got up into Bella Bella that next night. And then it was just punky for a couple of days. And then so I ended up being forced to go inside. I had wanted to skirt Hecate Strait just because it's more direct and less influenced by currents. But I wasn't able to. I just couldn't get across the sound. It was way too rowdy out there. So I went up by the old canoe routes up on the inside and went through Jackson Narrows and ducked in by Clem 2 and then up, Princess Royal in that way. And then all kinds of things. I had thick fog getting up into Grenville Channel there. I'm going to and the crossing across Douglas Channel there at thick fog. And by then, too, I should mention that my radio had died, like dead died. So I didn't have a weather radio anymore. So I was on my barometer and just keeping an eye on the clouds and making my own calls. And then everywhere that I had cell service, which there aren't many places up there with that, I was able to pull up weather reports that way. But I didn't have a VHF. And so in that fog in Douglas Channel, that was a bit of a serious moment because I had no way of communicating with a tugboat captain or a ferry or anybody to avoid being run over. So that was a committing moment. But I had promised myself that if I was capable of paddling, I would, so that I didn't sit on the beach feeling sorry for myself if things were rough. So I paddled every single day. I never stopped.
Karl, can you talk about your caloric intake, your meal planning, your water prep, how that all...
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
That's another funny one.
Funny. I think we have definitions of funny.
Yeah.
Different.
Well, so there's a lot of logistics, right? It's a chess game to do this race and this coast in this manner. There's a lot to think about, and food is one of them. And I realized early on, and knowing this coast, that there's really no reliable place to provision along the coast. And even where there are places, and I'll add to that by saying that I didn't want to be forced to go in someplace just to get food. So I made the commitment early on that I'd figure out how to carry my calories on the board so I didn't have to go out of my way to get any. Because that could easily put me in a situation where I'd end up, paddling upwind to go someplace to get food where I should be going the other direction and having an easy ride of it. So the commitment was to figure out how to power, how to fuel without having to go in anywhere. So one of my sponsors is Hammer Nutrition, and it's a company based in Montana that they've been designing fuels for endurance athletes for almost 30 years now, and so that's all sort of one aspect of this, and the other is that what I was trying to bring to this race and this form of paddling and covering miles was this light is right mentality that I learned in alpine climbing in my 20s as a climbing guide. And it really just adds up to your favor to go as light as possible. I mean, weight is it's just a hindrance, right? And so I'm thinking about every little thing, I broke the handle off my toothbrush, and I mean, it's just every ounce. I was really careful about my weight. And food is heavy. So what basically the commitment was, I went to Hammer and I said, how do I fuel for this thing? I can't bring food. I'm not going to bring a whole bunch of fuel, So I did bring a stove and I had some fuel. I had a cup of miso soup every night before I went into my tent and slept. And I had a cup of coffee every morning. And those were my two big extravagances. But the rest of the time I was on Hammer Nutrition rocket fuel, basically. So they're Perpetuum tablets. They're about the size of a bottle cap and about twice as thick, and just packed with micronutrients and lactic acid buffering and all that sort of very focused. It's all science, It's kind of like it's like a malt ball, I guess. It has that sort of texture in your mouth. You wash it down with a little water. I was using one of their electrolyte replacements in my water. Basically 2 liters equals about 20 miles when you're paddling like that. And my water was full of these electrolyte replacements, which also had lactic acid buffering and along with the electrolytes to try to combat soreness. So there's that. So it was 4 of those per hour as I was paddling, and about every 15 minutes I'd eat one of those. And if I felt like I was, the pilot light was flickering, I'd have a little gel. And if that didn't work, I'd have a bar. And so I had a 4 bar per day budget, 2 gels per day, and 4 tablets per hour. And at night, when I was done paddling, it was a recovery shake, 2 of those, and a protein shake, my miso, and I would go to bed. And with all the work that it took to, build, find a place to set up my tent and, get everything organized.
And it was a huge tent. It was one of those 18-person tents, Karl. I thought that was really big of you to bring that along. You get claustrophobic, I understand.
Oh, man. Yeah.
I mean, the tent is like the size of this coffee cup. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
it was like a squirrel tent.
Yep. You just need a little bit of cover. I like the way you say budget too, because a lot of people, people, whether they're hiking the PCT or doing whatever, they have to budget everything along. So did you budget correctly, or were there times you're like, gosh, I don't have enough?
No, I was ahead. I was ahead. I built in, so I had my budget for what, my goal was 2 weeks, actually. I mean, that was my goal, but I budgeted an extra week just in case of weather, whatever. So I finished up with about a week's worth of that, fueling left. So, I was in good shape. I had no concern in that way. Water was easy. Actually the driest part of this coast, the hardest place to get water is through the Gulf Islands and through Seymour Narrows and into Johnstone Strait. Like once you're into Johnstone, it's no problem at all. I ended up having to buy water at Hornby. I stopped at Hornby there and went into the little marina store and bought some water to fill up. And then it's dry, really, unless you want to go into Comox or beg it off of somebody on the beach once you pass Cape Lazo. But I filled up in Campbell River just on the tap on the dock there. And then, but then once I was into Johnstone, there's plenty of water everywhere.
Karl, can you show what it was like to turn the corner and come in to Ketchikan?
It's brutal, actually. It was one of the more emotional experiences of my life. Some of my friends who had completed the race in 2016 had told me, listen, man, when you come into Ketchikan and you're about to finish, just stop outside the breakwater and pull it together before you go in so you don't lose it. But I had lost it way before that. There was a lot going on for me because I was having the time of my life. I was really happy to have made it happen. I'd set this goal, and a lot of people thought I was an idiot or just crazy or whatever, whatever they thought. But I had this goal and I wanted to make it happen. So I was proud of myself for having done that. But the thing is, like, when you've spent that much time in that flow state and everything is going as well as it was for me, you don't really want it to stop. So it was bittersweet. I was not happy to be done. There's a huge part of me that does not want to be done. I just want to keep going. So there's that going on. But then there's this pride, and there's a lot more attention than I ever really imagined I would get. Just paddling up into Ketchikan, there's a long stretch where the road is right along the water there, and it took me a while to realize. I mean, I've never even been in flow state for that long, so there was a lot I had to learn about that too. But it was almost like coming out of it was a happy place, right? Like I was paddling. I was actually paddling better at the end, even though I lost 15 pounds. I lost a pound a day, basically. I was paddling faster at the end than I was in the beginning. I was covering those 50 miles that I had set aside as a goal for myself every day faster by the end than I was in the beginning. Like it's a healthy place to be. But at the same time, coming out of that is like coming out of like a dream almost. And so as I'm paddling up into Ketchikan, I'm trying to pull myself together and realize that I was going to have to talk to people again. And, all of that. I didn't know what I was into on the dock. I didn't know what kind of scene it was going to be. But as I'm paddling, I slowly start realizing that on the road going into Ketchikan are all these cars parked and like flags and, horns. And, there were all these people lined up and on decks, on houses all along the way that were yelling. And so I lost it, emotionally speaking, long before I got to the dock. I had miles to think about, trying to readjust back to this world.
Well, Karl, you shared with us during Seattle Boat Show Live that there's another adventure in store for you as things start to open up with COVID and the vaccine. What's on your the horizon for you?
Well, in terms of paddling, I've got sailing projects too. But in terms of paddling projects, it was on that last day across Dixon Entrance, and that was a heavy, heavy day too, I have to say. There were these squalls that were ripping through from southwest to northeast that were every 45 minutes to an hour. You can almost set your watch by them. It was a heavy day getting across Dixon. I did it in one shot, from the north end of Grenville Island, cut to the east side of Dundas, and then right across into Alaska. It's 50 some miles that day. Boxing match of a day, but it was during that day when it really started coming. I started realizing that I'd done it, right? Here I am coming into Alaska and started having to deal with these feelings of not wanting to be done. And it was on that day paddling across Dixon Entrance that the idea for what I started asking myself is, what's next? I don't want to stop here. Like, I'm just starting to get good at this. What am I going to do next so I can do this for longer? And the idea came to me to paddle the Northwest Passage. And so I've built a board and I've been training, and I had hoped to get up there in 2020, and that did not happen. Probably won't make it this year either for the same reason. But I'm hoping that in 2022, I can get back to Tuktoyaktuk up in the Northwest Territories, where I'll start paddling east, and I intend to finish up in Pond Inlet on Baffin Island. It's just shy of 2,000 miles through the Arctic.
And you're carrying a climate change message with you?
Definitely. Just the fact that I can head up there and feel pretty confident that with the new summer wide window of ice out up there, that I can pull this off in a single season is decidedly as a result of climate change. There's no two ways about it. The ice is melting earlier in the year and it's staying open much later. And that, again, is a result of climate change. And so, I'm up there talking to as many people as I can. I was up there the summer of 2019, and met a number of just amazing Inuit folks up there, talking to them about my plans and paddling and just kind of getting my feet on the ground. I had hoped to do it that year, but it just wasn't right yet. I knew I needed some more time to pull it together before committing to it.
So what would be your one thing that each one of us could do to counter climate change?
Well, awareness is huge. And if there's just one thing, I really wish people would drop this notion of belief. This isn't something that you can just opt out of. You know what I mean? The data's there. Scientists are some of the most competitive people on the planet. And when you have consensus among scientists that we have a problem, then we have a problem. And so I really would like people that push back against this notion of belief. Like this is not an option. You don't get to just choose whether or not to believe this is a problem. We have a problem.
Good answer. That's the first person I've heard give that answer.
Same here. Yeah. That's why we had him on the show.
That's right.
That's why that's why you got the invite back, Karl. Thank you so much for being a part of this. It's Karl Kruger. It's Kruger, Kruger, escapes, escapes.com. And Karl's got the shirt on Race to Alaska. That's to learn more about that expedition. It's r2ak.com. So r2ak.com. And then the movie that Karl's featured in, that's r2akthemovie.com. That will be part of Seattle Boat Show Connected, part of the activities portion that premieres tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Thank you, Karl.
Thanks, Karl.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Good to see you again.
Yep, you too. Bye.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Makes me think twice about my goals.
Fascinating. Seriously.
Yeah. So modest.
Right.
Yeah, I kind of did this trip.
Do it. Yeah. I just, the food, the water, the tent, like just thinking being on a board for 14 days like that. And it was interesting to hear him talk about the water too, because that's something that you have to survive.
Exactly. And I would do it. I just wouldn't have a place for my pillow.
Yes.
And we're inseparable.
Got to have one.
So even though I'm
and
camping,
waterproof, just in case you fall off.
Exactly. Besides that, I'd be all in for that sort of activity. Well, that's Denise Whitaker. I'm Peter Schrapp, and we're going to take a break, and we'll be back with Jack Wilkin, who's going to wine and dine us with some boating knowledge of his own. So don't go anywhere. We're going to hear from Denise Whitaker. She shares some tips on how to best enjoy Seattle Boat Show Connected, brought to you by Union Marine.
The virtual show floor is one of the coolest features here at Seattle Boat Show Connected. You can surf the aisles of the show floor, navigating exhibitor booths in our fully rendered convention center. We even feature the iconic red carpet that has become a big part of Seattle Boat Show experiences. Here you can filter by product category or enter a keyword to search for what you are looking for. You'll be transported directly to the space on the show floor where you can interact and engage with exhibitors and their show specials. Be sure to explore the outer reaches of the virtual show floor where you just might find a buried treasure. Navigate to the pirate ship's crow's nest where you could discover a hidden prize waiting for you. Find the best deals of the year at the Big Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine.
Welcome back to Boat Show TV. My name is Peter Schrapp, and this is my co-host, Denise Whitaker. Hey, Denise.
Hi there. How's it going, everyone? Thank you for joining us.
We hope you all are enjoying this. And if you want to jump into the show, that's really the encouragement, is to pay the $5, get inside the show, visit with the exhibitors as Denise laid out for you there, and really walk the red carpet from the comfort of your couch. Order pizza, put your jammies on, and shop the show. You've got over 200 exhibitors, over 600 boats, about 1,000 accessories, 12,000 photos that are all prioritized for you that you can favorite. It's laid out. It's customly laid out, if that's even a word. It's customized to fit your experience, and you can actually visit the show when Denise and I get kicked off here at 8 p.m., but we'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. In the meantime, we've got a couple more fun speakers.
Absolutely.
Conversationalists extraordinaire. We've got a trivia game coming up. Let's put a plug in for that trivia game.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So what you want to do, and I'm looking at you as well, Logan, we're going to want to download Kahoot, or just log into Kahoot. That's KAHOOT.IT. And then there is a special, look at that, we got our web ticker going.
Ooh.
Love it. Thank you. That's
nice.
The pin.
There's the pin.
That's right. 192.
That's, you go ahead.
I think I can get
Now
it
you
right
can
this
read?
time. Yeah, 192 officer 1927402 is the pin.
Can you put the glasses on already?
I've gone through 2 pair of glasses.
you have?
I know. They're
Why
not
are
like
you
they
so
used
hard
to be.
on
I don't
things?
know. I'm fidgety. With my stress ball. All right, Jack Wilkin, come on in from the beautiful state of Hawaii. There he is. Hey, Jack.
Yeah, how you doing, Peter?
Doing good. I think we've hit the halfway point of Boat Show TV. The boat show's going well. We've got a lot of exhibitors selling a lot of boats, selling a lot of accessories. You're no stranger to the Seattle Boat Show. You've exhibited there several times. Jack, when did you what was your first Seattle Boat Show like?
My first Seattle Boat Show or the first boat show that I exhibited?
We can do both. We've got time.
Both.
Well, I don't even remember the name of the venue. It's long gone. Boy, I don't remember the name of the venue. It was in the 70s, I think.
In Seattle or in California?
No, Seattle.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then you've exhibited at the boat show. How many years did you exhibit there?
Well, I exhibited there at that boat show as well. But here I think it has to have been about 6.
Uh-huh.
I think about 6.
I don't think there's a day goes by that you probably aren't on a boat or thinking about a boat. What are some of your favorite places to go boating in the Northwest?
Well, I mean, we spend 2 months out of every year up in the San Juans. And it's interesting. We always have so much to do. We always say, well, let's go to Canada this year. And we basically haven't ever made it. We've always had plenty of stuff to do. I mean, the truth is we do spend a lot of time around Roach Harbor. We have some friends up there and they have a mooring, and then we can just sail out into the straits and look for whales, or really, and Roach is a really convenient place.
That is a perennial favorite.
How is boating different in Hawaii than it is in the Washington State area?
Oh, it's really different.
Apples and oranges.
Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, we're on the Big Island, and there's only, well, I was going to say there's only one marina, but that's not true. There are 3 marinas. One on the Hilo side, which is not really much of a marina. It's just kind of boats are just kind of tied up in different places. And then there's one that's up north that there's no office. There's nobody to talk to. It's fabled that to get a place in there is impossible. And so it's just kind of an anomaly. I mean, there's boats there and it's full, and it's a nice harbor. It's a nice little harbor. But there doesn't seem to be any way to get your boat in there. And then there's the main harbor, which is pretty much full of commercial boats, either diving boats or fishing boats. There are some sailboats, and there are some charter sailboats, but they're the rare occasions that there's people living on their boat or anything like that down there.
I guess
Why
it's
is that?
a little counterintuitive to what I would have guessed.
Yeah. Why do you think that is if there aren't many people living on a boat?
Well, there aren't very many places.
Okay.
There just aren't very many places. And I mean, it's living on board in Hawaii generally means Oahu and Pearl Harbor. And there they have bigger marinas and more marinas and everything. In truth, I've never been there. That's only what I'm told. But here on the Big Island, the bulk of the boats are all trailerable. And there is a yacht club, and they have mostly trailerable boats, I think. But if you want to go sailing or whatever, I mean, pretty much here, what we do is we go scuba diving. We've got a 17-foot Boston whaler that we keep on a trailer, and that's pretty much what we do.
What kind of food do you eat on board in Hawaii versus here in the Pacific Northwest?
That was a question I prepped Jack with last night.
Oh, you did?
He's got this.
No, he didn't.
I did so. I said, I'm interested. Jack eats. I'm going to brag about you. I think it's bragging.
Yeah, okay.
You eat keto.
I do.
And I'm interested to know, the question was, what's it like to eat keto on a boat? Because I would think that would be like one of the many reasons why I wouldn't do keto on a boat.
Keto's really easy on a boat.
That's why Keely says this, and I'm like, yeah. Speak for yourself.
So I'm really a creature of habit because I eat the same thing every breakfast, every day, unless my wife Arden makes waffles, and that's the only break in that.
So what's your normal breakfast?
It's yogurt with very crisp bacon chips and monk fruit and a cup of coffee.
Yeah, Jack's a monk fruit file. Can't get enough of that. I've never even heard of it till I met you, Jack.
Yeah, but what we eat on the boat is we just take what we used to call Tupperware, but now it's like Snap things and have all these other names to them. But we just take a little plastic container, and I take a sausage and some cucumbers, and that's really my lunch.
And you've been eating keto for 3 years now, I think.
Something like that. Yeah.
Incredible. Jack, what are some little things that boat owners can do to elongate the life of the boat? Are there just some little hacks or shortcuts that they could change the anodes, or what would you recommend?
Well, obviously, corrosion and electrolysis are an ongoing problem that's happening night and day, whether you're there or not, and whether you're using the boat or not. So certainly changing the anodes is something that's important. But the thing that keeps the boat in the best shape is using it. As you know, Peter, people talk about, I'll change where I'll start here. People talk about boats being a hole in the water into which you throw money. Well, I was at the other end of the hole collecting the money. So I can tell you that the people who pay the most are the people who use their boat the least, because boats just don't want to be not used. They want to be used, whether it's a water pump or a winch or whatever it is. And obviously you need to maintain things. I'm not suggesting you shouldn't, but you do need to use everything. That's beyond zincs or anodes, because now we use aluminum mostly. I would say using your boat is probably the biggest thing to keeping your boat going.
And we're going to end Boat Show TV with that message.
Right.
Gosh, that's all right. That's it right there. Thanks, Jack. Jack, we spent a lot of time together through the years, and I feel in the back of my head that you told me, or you shared with me a story that you and your family with 2 or 3 kids crossed the Atlantic Ocean on a sailboat, maybe more than once. Is that accurate? Am I remembering correctly or misremembering?
No. Yeah, no, we didn't actually.
You raised your family, though, on a boat.
Yeah, we sailed in. So Arden and I left from here. Not here, Hawaii. You're here. From Seattle.
You're here.
And we left just after the Mount St. Helens erupted. So the Coast Guard suggested everybody go out 100 miles because of the deadheads coming down the Columbia River. So that's what we did. So we sailed out, and we sailed on down to San Francisco, and then we sailed out of there and just kept going south until we got to the Panama Canal, and then through the canal, and then north as far as Martha's Vineyard. We went up to visit with Walter Cronkite because I had delivered him a boat some years before. And then we lost that boat on the East Coast. One night it burned and sank. And so a friend of ours convinced us we should go to France and get a boat that he was selling. So we flew to France. And then when it came time to come back, we were kind of under the gun as far as time. And the cheapest and quickest way to come back with the boat was to send it back on Dockwise, which is they have these floating dry docks that were built during World War II, and they come into the harbor and they just sink it down. You power your motor on board, and then they put the stands around it pops up out of the water and off they go. And that's actually a cheaper way to do it than it would have been for us to sail back. But we just didn't have the time. We didn't have the time to do it. So
another random kind of question, Jack, is the scuba
You're
diving.
full of random.
What exactly? What kind of scuba diving? I would imagine there's people out there that have never scuba dived, and they just wouldn't even know where to start. What are they missing out on if they're not scuba diving in the Puget Sound area?
Well, my daughter works at the Point Defiance Zoo and Aquarium, so she could answer this question way better than I could, because the truth is I haven't dove in the Pacific Northwest in almost 40 years. But having said that, I can tell you that Jacques Cousteau said it was one of the best places in the world to dive. There's a great deal of life. There's species that you're only going to find there, the Pacific Northwest. It's if you're good with the cold, and you should be good with the cold if you have because you can wear a dry suit, then it's really a great place to dive.
Yeah.
Another probably question people have too is, I want to go anchoring, but I'm nervous about going anchoring. Jack, you and I have talked about this. What is your best advice for that type of person? Maybe he's named Peter Trappin. It's a common name, so it's not.
Practice.
Yeah, practice.
Yeah, no, it's go out and practice. And I mean, if you're on the freshwater side of the locks, you can go to Juanita Bay and practice. If you're out and about, I mean, there are lots and lots of places where you can go to practice. You know, you're going to want water that's somewhere between 20 and 40 feet deep, because that's more or less what you're going to try to choose. Friday Harbor is always a little bit deeper than that. And the idea is you need to be able to get the anchor down. You need to be able to set it so it's holding when you're backing hard against it. Backing hard against it, by the way, doesn't mean putting the anchor down and then putting it in full reverse and then coming up on that anchor at some speed. That means go ahead and lay the chain out, back down on it. And then when you get it back down, you feel it either hold or like it may be starting to bounce a little bit. You can back off slowly if it's bouncing until it stops, the boat stops, and then you can give it hard reverse, because you don't want the anchor to not set on it for you if you haven't already set it when the wind starts blowing or when the current comes in.
And that rule of thumb for the length of the chain is how long?
So, I've been doing this for a long time, and we always used 6 or 7 to 1. And
Denise says her pen out.
I'm writing it down.
Yeah, and I hear people talk about 4 and 5.
I've heard 4.
Yeah, 4 is really too little. 5, if you're putting out a lunch hook, you're just putting something down that you're going to, you're going to be right there the whole time. You're only going to be there for a couple hours. Yeah, of course, that's not a big deal, because if there's a problem, you can deal with it. It doesn't mean a lunch hook where you put it down and then you go ashore and leave the boat. If you have all chain, 5, 6 is probably enough. But if you have more, I would just let it out. Why wouldn't you let more out?
And smoke if you got them. Yeah,
and if you have a length of chain, which should be normally the length of the boat, and then the rest is all rode, that's really a 7 to 1 for me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
It's always better to err, why not err on the side of caution there? Yeah.
Well, the reason is, I'll tell you what the reason is.
Okay, that's why you're there and I'm here.
There's a reason not to put out endless amounts, and that is the more you put out, when the wind changes or the current changes, you're going to swing. And if there's a lot of other boats in the anchorage, you're going to be restricted as to how much you can actually let out. especially if it's line.
See, when I come into a harbor, boats see me and they give me a lot of room, Jack.
Yeah, well, we were in Roatan in Honduras, in the islands there, and we put our anchor down, and we were sitting there, and all of a sudden I hear this chain running out, and I kind of stick my head out, and this boat that was, I don't know, it was probably about a 40-foot boat. We were in a 33-foot boat, 45-foot boat. And he was letting his chain out, but I could see it was going right across our anchor. And so I went up on the foredeck and I said something to him, and he said, "When are you leaving?" That's the worst question he can ask, of course. And I said, "We're leaving early in the morning." He says, "No problem, we'll be gone." And so I didn't want to be too difficult, so I said, "Okay." So we didn't leave till almost noon. He wasn't gone. So I pulled our anchor in, and we had all chained. So I got to a certain point and I couldn't get it anymore. So I took it to one of our sheet winches, and I kept cranking and cranking and cranking and cranking. Finally, I get along the side of our boat, I get his anchor. Because, of course, not only was it across it, but it was fouled now on our chain. So
there's your answer.
He wasn't even on the boat. So I motored over alongside his boat, and he had a young kid on there, and I said to him, "You know the anchor that wasn't across our anchor and wasn't going to be a problem?" I said, "Well, here it is." And I dropped it back in the water.
You're welcome.
Probably wasn't the nicest thing to do, because he was scrambling because his anchor was no longer set or anything.
Right.
They'll learn them.
But
yeah.
Well, thanks, Jack, for being a part of Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine.
Okay.
We appreciate your time. Thank you. Good
Thanks,
to see you, Jack.
You are welcome.
Okay, awesome.
Take care.
Jack's boating knowledge up against Bill Baker,
Wow,
anyone
right?
else I've ever met before. Yeah, he's always learning, and he's been able to explain to me corrosion and electrolysis hundreds of times, as patient as can be, because I still have a hard time getting my head around all the corrosion issues. Do you use zinc or aluminum anodes?
Yes.
Both
Zinc.
of them? Zinc, yeah.
Yeah, I think listening to Jack, there's no point in getting in a rush. There's no point in getting all excited or angry with someone, because that's not going to solve an issue, his whole anchor story. So yeah, just deal with it.
Was it Captain Lee that said, "Don't hit the dock any harder than, don't go as fast as you don't want to hit it," or something like that? Like, just take your time when you're out there, for sure. Well, we're going to take a quick break here. We've got our next guest already in the waiting room, but we're going to hear from Denise Whitaker on how you can best enjoy Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine.
The 2021 Seattle Boat Show Connected features an incredible schedule of fishing, boating, and sailing seminars streaming right here on this site. With more than 100 hours of content and even more Boat Show University classes, you'll want to watch it all. Lucky you can rewatch any classes you missed or may just want to see again for up to an entire week after the show. You can add a seminar to your personal calendar or save to your favorites list. If you're attending the show from another region, you can even set your time zone preferences so the schedule will display in your local time. During the live stream, chat with other attendees, post questions and comments for the presenter, jump between sessions, browse featured products and services, and more. Get the most out of your boat show experience.
Welcome back to Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. My name is Peter Schrappen of Boat Show TV, fame or infamy, depending on your definition here and what you're thinking of what we're doing here in your home. And I'm joined with Denise Whitaker.
Right. I'm Denise Whitaker from Como News, and we're so happy that you've joined us. We've got, I could listen to Jack tell stories all day.
It's very calming.
Yeah, very nice.
Very soothing. You might see the ticker we've got up and running now. We're just continuing to perfect Boat Show TV, and that may not mean a lot to you, but it's supposed to let you know that we're going to be playing some trivia from 5:30 to 6. And the app that we like a lot is Kahoot, KAHOOT.IT. The pin is 19274. 02. And Phil Meganhart, who's a longtime friend of the Seattle Boat Show, will be co-hosting. I don't even know if you know this, but Phil Meganhart will be joining us at 5:30. We've got a series of questions. We've got lots of prizes for everyone at home who wins.
Perfect.
Still don't know what those prizes are. And I probably should have that difficult conversation with George at some point.
Maybe they'll get some popcorn.
You know, I'm looking forward to you finishing that.
Oh, am I supposed to eat it all?
Yeah, it's not just for show. Oh, gosh,
right.
I am surprised.
I love
still
popcorn.
delicious. Oh, you're a
love
popcorn person. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is that popcorn?
Mm-hmm. It's good.
Good. Well, let's bring in Ann Peavy, Seattle Maven, seattlemaven.com. Ann's in the waiting room. Ann, welcome to. There she is.
Hi.
Hey, hi.
How's it going?
It's going great. How are you two? You're doing a great job.
Oh, thank you. I was just talking to Denise during the break about why I had you on here, and I said because you love Seattle, you love the Puget Sound. We met, I don't know if you remember this, we met about 6 years ago at the Visit Seattle Concierge Desk. You were always so gracious about promoting the Seattle Boat Show, and you've been to our the Northwest Paddling Festival on your own time because you're a big paddler. And I just want to hear from you, Ann, about your love of the Northwest and the terroir, the botois that exists. I was waiting to use that.
Yeah.
I got it out. The botois that exists out here, the water, and what makes Seattle such a special place to you.
Boy, there's so many different elements of that when it comes to Puget Sound and the water. I moved here from Leavenworth when I came out of high school, and I immediately lived on the water down by Through Point in the South Sound. And it was a totally different lifestyle than what I was used to. But I'll tell you, that absolutely spoiled me for the rest of my life. Having a ski boat out on a buoy all summer long and learning to water ski on Puget Sound, having a sailboat so we could go out and take trips up into the San Juan Islands, having windsurfers and paddleboards and just that entire lifestyle. That encompasses so much of what's so great about the Pacific Northwest.
There's a temptation to want to keep a lot of secrets. When I have a secret, I kind of want to keep it to myself if it's an undiscovered area. But you've been so open about all the secrets of the beautiful area that we call home. What are some of your top favorite hidden gems out there?
Oh, boy. One of the things that I'd say is truly a hidden gem, down at the Center for Wooden Boats pre-COVID on Sunday mornings, they'd have a first come, first serve, come on out and just spend an hour on the water. And it could be on a steamship, it could be on a sailing schooner, it could be on a rowboat, but they just wanted people to get kind of a little taste of what life on the water was like. And now with COVID, clearly they can't be hosting groups on boats. So instead what they're doing is they're offering up 1 hour free rowboat rentals during the hours that they're open. This is done online ahead of time, so you do have to reserve, but Wednesdays through Sundays, I believe it is, from 11 to 7 to go out and just get literally a little taste of the water. It's such a great way to, have everything in Seattle all in one spot. I mean, Lake Union, as you know, with the houseboats and the kayaking and boating potentials there, you've got the seaplanes dropping in over your head. It's just such an exciting thing to do and so uniquely kind of quintessentially Northwest.
I want to know what your hidden gems are, and especially since this last year, more so than ever, a lot of us are really trying to shop local, support local businesses. So what are you eating or drinking these days that we should be trying locally?
Well, I've got a little COVID hideout in Eastern Washington where I've actually been since last March. We pop back over into the Western Washington side now and then. But, I look for those smaller little restaurants, the ones that, quite honestly are struggling more than others. Some that have just started, from their roots and worked up. Every time I'm in town, I try to go down to Jack's Barbecue. He's got a location that pre-COVID had just opened up down in South Lake Union. So they had tons of business out of the Amazon folks. That's obviously pretty much dried up. But their Soto location was where they originally started. They also, during COVID, opened up another location down in Algona, which I haven't been to yet, but I know that Jack's Barbecue is so incredible. It's a great place to go. Steve Price, who has the Coho Cafe and Arnie's out in Edmonds, right down on the pier in Edmonds. He did a big pivot just a couple of months ago. And one of the great rewards that I've reaped is because he also owns Coho Cafes, and there's one over on East Lake Sammamish Parkway in Issaquah. He's pivoted to a company called Chickaboom, and they are like fried chicken sandwiches on steroids. The first time I heard about it, I thought, oh, I love a good fried chicken sandwich. And I got in there, and this thing is huge. I mean, the second time I went, I got one, then my husband and I split, and we were both absolutely stuffed. So it's great to see the way that people can kind of pivot in the right ways. Another great pivot that I saw was someone that I got to know when she first started a food tour company in the Pike Place Market. Angela Shen with Savor Seattle Food Tours. And of course, no more visitors coming into Seattle really meant the end of Angela's business. But what she decided to do was to take the wealth of all of those small businesses that she knew from her food tours and find a way to bring something great to them in a really troubling time. So she curated weekly boxes that were full of different purveyors along the Pike Place Market. So Frank's Produce would have a box just of vegetables and fruits. All of these great little market vendors. Beecher's Cheese was one. Indy Chocolates has been one that's been involved in it. Cobb Popcorn. You get this great box bag of curated items, and every week it kind of shakes up into something different. So it's a way that you can either have delivery at your house once a week and almost do it like a subscription meal box, or you can just go and pick it up and do a one-off here or there. We've even had them shipped to us in Leavenworth for some of the packages that are non-perishable. And it was just, I think, the best pivot for me, because when I can't be right in the heart of the city that I love so much, it's really neat to be able to have some of that brought to me and to bring all that Seattle love right back.
And when you were at the concierge desk at the convention center, what were some of the favorite spots that you would recommend to folks, or maybe what were some places that you'd hear about that people were like, oh, you can't miss?
Well, you know, one of the things that's so quintessential with the Pacific Northwest is being on the water, of course. And so fortunately, we had lots of opportunities to get people out, whether it was sailing with Let's Go Sailing down at Pier 55, or Argosy cruises to go out to Tilikum Village, getting them out on the ferries, getting them on paddleboards and kayaks out of West Seattle. Whale watching out of Edmonds is a real popular thing to do. And people really equate, this kind of dovetails right into whales. People really equate the Pacific Northwest with whales. So, you know, when I first started with Visit Seattle, that was 15 years ago, I think 2005, you know, people would walk up to the desk there and ask, you know, if they could go whale watching, and it was March or April, or maybe it was November. And that was when things were really seasonal, not because there weren't whales around all the time, but it was because there were only so many people coming to the city at that time. And a lot of the companies that offered whale watching only did it during the traditional sort of summer months. So people started thinking, oh, there's only whales there in the summer, which is, you know, so not true. We live in an area where the whales are here 12 months out of the year. So where else can you literally find orca whales, minke whales, grays, and humpbacks right in your own backyard? And you can see them on these organized tours. You can go out if you've got friends with boats, or if you have a boat of your own. One of the neatest experiences I've ever had was when we were sailing out in the San Juan Islands. And, you know, sailing is already just such a relaxed, laid back sort of experience. And as I recall, it was the day that we were just barely motoring because there really wasn't much wind, and had a whale come right up to the side of the boat. And of course, we shut off the motor, and it just kind of stayed right where it was. But to be able to just sit there in that moment with just a handful of people and listen to this beast that's 40 feet long, you could hear the inhalations and exhalations of them as they were right there. And it still just gives me chills thinking of just how close we get to be to nature here. Another great trip that I took with that same company, in fact, Savor Seattle Tours, they do a fun little thing in the summer where they curate gourmet kayaking trips. And I did one with them 3 or 4 summers ago now, where we left out of Roche Harbor on the far side of San Juan Island, paddled all the way over to Stewart Island, where we spent 2 nights. And our guides, who were great at helping get us all set up and packed into our kayaks, also did a really great job of creating these just incredible, like 4-course meals, wine, and views. We didn't see any whales on that trip, but you know, where else can it be that you can drive an hour away and hop on a boat, whether you're renting one or going out with the people that really know it best, these tour operators. We're so fortunate.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, that's exactly why I had you on, Ann, is just to feel your energy and the joy you have about the Pacific Northwest. Thank you so much for being part of our show.
You bet.
So it's Ann Peavy, SeattleMaven.com. Follow her. Your whole day will be just filled with fun and joy and pictures. And we really appreciate your time, Ann. And as we go out, Logan, what do you say on my bingo card? I'd like to hear from Center for Wooden Boats. That's number 29, as Ann alluded to them just a moment ago.
Thanks,
Thank you, Ann.
You bet.
In the beginning were the rental boats. One morning at breakfast, Colleen said, we have to do something about the lake. We have seen the end of an era. The old boathouse was bigger than I thought it would be. It was a place where people could relax. First, our neighbors and friends came. There was a sense of family, their second home, in some cases their first home. And there was a common denominator. They kept calling it a living museum, and I believed it. We discovered that people were having an opportunity to once again learn through direct experience, picking up the oar and rowing, picking up the helm and sailing, and not just looking at something historic, but being a part of something historic. The Center for Wooden Boats was a textbook in itself. Nobody had ever done anything like it before. Zoos had petting pens, but we were much different than that. The first thing we thought of is do not charge to come here. We want this to be a community wherever anybody can come to look or play or work. I imagined a place where people would come and find themselves smarter, happier, and more proud of their accomplishments.
Welcome to Seattle Boat Show Connected. Browse through the digital booth spaces of nearly 200 unique dealers, vendors, and exhibitors. You can search for what you need or filter by brand and product types. As you visit an exhibitor's profile page, you will be able to connect via text chat, phone, website, social media, or email. You can even schedule an appointment or video chat for later by clicking the red button on the top of each page. When you're ready to meet safely in person, use the maps for convenient driving directions. Most Seattle Boat Show Connected exhibitors are offering boats, products, services, and accessories with incredible show-only prices. Be sure to check out the awesome videos and interactive 3D tours. Don't forget to save exhibitors and products to your favorites list, and you can always come back later for the latest and greatest offers and announcements.
Waters of Puget Sound and Lake Washington are a beautiful and vital resource to enjoy and learn from.
Sail Sandpoint is a community small boating center whose mission is to bring the joy and life-enhancing benefits of sailing and small boats to people of all ages, backgrounds, and abilities.
In 1998, a group of local parents created a community sailing center where all kids could learn to sail. Like most nonprofits, Sail Sandpoint started out scrappy and never dreamed of what it could accomplish in our 2 decades of community service. Last year, we provided over $361,000 in public benefit through discounts, scholarships, and free events. We collaborated with 36 community partners ranging from local schools to community organizations like Outdoors for All, the YMCA, and Boys and Girls Clubs, as well as critical local institutions like Seattle Children's Hospital. Besides the work we do in Magnuson Park, we also support the growth of numerous other youth programs around the region, including Corinthian Yacht Club at Shoal and Parks Departments at Kirkland and Mercer Island.
Many sailors begin their journey at our summer camps as 6-year-olds learning to sail in Opties, and in 2019 we served 907 youth participants before the pandemic greatly impacted our summer programs in 2020. Ultimately, we seek to graduate skilled, lifelong sailors who will work as instructors, inspiring others or who will possess the skills to rent boats through our open boating program and will benefit from the joy of sailing for their entire lives.
Our open boating program allows anyone possessing the necessary skills to rent a high-quality sailboat, paddleboard, kayak, or windsurfer. Last year, we served over 10,000 people of all levels. I've been sailing at Sail Sandpoint since I was 7 years old. And just this summer, I took my daughter out for her very first sail. And I can't be more excited to share this tradition with her.
This pandemic has taught us many things. In particular, that access to healthy outdoor recreational activities are critical for our health and our physical and mental well-being. During the summer of 2020, as community pools and swim beaches were closed due to the public health crisis, the beaches and waters of Seattle's lakes were inundated with unsupervised boaters and inexperienced swimmers. Community sailing centers like Sail Sandpoint, where the public can gain the safety skills, confidence, and access to boating equipment for low or no cost, are critical for ensuring safe, equitable access to the waters we share.
Our Leeway program provides children from historically underserved populations the opportunity to participate in a fun and educational day on the lake. Scholarships to Leeway groups ensure that no one is excluded from the water due to their limited resources. We're very excited that next year, our Leeway program participants will have the opportunity to participate in our newly launched Siebel Sailors program, offering them long-term sailing and racing experience. With competitive, high-quality middle, high school, and college racing as a popular option, we have numerous methods for engaging sailors and fostering a lifelong love of the sport.
We enable and empower others, regardless of their situation, to fully engage with our local aquatic environment. All of our programs share the goal of engaging the public, including those with financial barriers or physical, mental, and emotional handicaps with sailing and small boating.
Sail Sandpoint is dedicated to sharing the joy of an active lifestyle afloat. Whether as a participant in our classes, volunteering, or donating, we foster the love of water sports for everyone.
Thanks for coming aboard, and we'll see you on the water.
Welcome back to Boat Show TV. My name is Peter Schrapp, and this is my co-host, Denise Whitaker. Hey, Denise.
Hey there. How's it going?
Going
You're
good.
You're good.
Yeah, I just
All
poured
right.
myself a second soda.
I know. He's drinking soda. Like, is
Let my
that
hair
full
down.
sugar soda,
Yeah, I
too?
was like, why not? I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. It's what Doug had.
You're not sleeping tonight
I don't think
either, are
no.
you?
I hope no one at home is either.
No. We're keeping you awake.
Now's
Let's
not
hope.
the time to be
No,
safe
no,
right
no.
now. You've got
No.
boats to purchase, accessories to buy, and photos to peruse right
Mhm.
inside the show at the $5 level. You can go inside the show, take advantage of all the seminars. All the exhibitors are waiting there, 200 of them plus. They've got appointment setting options through Calendly, which you can download, which is quite easy right there for you. And they're not going to shut down at 8 o'clock when we get kicked out of here. Nope, they're going to be up with
All
you.
night.
You're going to be up. You're going to put your partner to bed, come back, buy a boat, buy a large bow to go on that boat. They will work with you. That's what you want.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, we're delighted to have you here. But like I said, please get inside the show. And there's different packages there for you if you want to maybe watch the seminars after the show ends. The Peter and Denise show ends tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Those seminars will be available up to a week afterwards. And at the $89 level, you can get the Wagoner cruising guide, which I have misplaced because it's so small. Right here, they've got the Spiral Bound. It's got the Boat US membership. It's got the Sea Magazine, which started in 1908. We learned
You know
that
what's great
today.
about the Wagoner's Guide, too?
You can play music with as you fold them.
The up-close pictures of the marinas and whatnot, because that really helps if you've never been into someplace before. You know, a lot of people, like, you might know it, but just having everything marked for you is really spectacular.
Do you buy one every year? Or do you
Usually,
want-
yeah. But we bought the $89 ticket this year, so
There you go.
we're set.
Done.
We're
And done.
set.
You should get that autograph by our friend Mark.
I know, I
Denzel.
should.
Yeah, Mark takes a lot of pride in this, as he should.
Yes.
He sends out his team, and I think it's 100% updated every year.
Mhm.
And if we're always looking for tips, so there's something in here that looks like it doesn't fit, let me know at peter@nmta.net. That's because I work at Northwest Marine Trade Association when I'm not hosting this show here. So we can catch our breath a little bit. We've got a
Yeah.
few fun things in store. We've got John Thorburn waiting in the wings. We're not going to get to him quite yet, but he'll be up in a little bit. He and his bride, Talena Thorburn, opened up a cidery in Pierce County recently, so I'm interested to learn more about
I
cider.
want to learn
I
more
don't know
about
much
that
about
too.
cider.
I do enjoy cider. I enjoy just about everything.
That's right. That's a nice attribute.
Right?
It's a good thing to have. Yes. Not being picky.
Except for sugared colas.
Yeah, I know.
That's
I've got
the only,
the disdain.
I'm not into that.
Yum.
I'm not into that.
Wait till I shotgun it.
No. I don't even drink soda myself anymore, not even diet.
No, I don't either. I mean, you can sound like I'm so like so said. Okay, fine. I have a super big gulp like once every other day. But that's it though. I'm done.
Really?
No.
Oh, I was to say I used to drink big gulps. You know what? We have the sparkling water maker. We have a soda
that's nice.
stream.
Yeah.
And in fact, we drink so much at home that whenever we'd be on the boat, I would be all aggravated that I didn't have my sparkling water, so I bought one for the boats.
Yeah,
we have
they're
one on
nice
the
for
boat.
the
We have
boat.
one at the house. It's
Yeah,
perfect.
that sparkling
Yep, no
industry.
bottled water. Yep.
Yeah, I think that's where most of my paycheck goes is into LaCroix. Yeah, and the 37.
Nope, you need a soda
flavors.
stream.
I know, that's true. It's one more gadget.
A little fresh squeezed lime or lemon in there, and you've got your own LaCroix.
Do you make gin and tonics with that?
I'm not a big. I will drink gin, but not with tonic. I'm not a tonic water fan.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I do like vodka. Sparkling water's good. Yeah,
Sure.
but
Yeah.
I'm not a tonic fan.
Do you like a spritz of a lemon or lime in that vodka?
Absolutely.
Both, yes?
Both.
It's like a Sprite.
I like them both. You know what I made? Actually, my husband made me a nice cocktail when I got home last night from here, and that is I made my own cranberry shrub. Do you ever drink shrubs?
Oh, not enough.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm familiar
I
with those.
love making my own shrubs.
Okay,
Yeah.
what do I need to do?
Well, it's a vinegar based, right? Do you know what a shrub is?
Yes,
Yeah.
non-alcoholic.
Non-alcoholic. It's vinegar based, and originally it's like sipping vinegar, and you can use any kind of fruit or herb, anything at all, and you can add sugar, not add sugar. I try to avoid sugar unless I make my own cookies, but I just did make like a simple syrup using star anise and a cinnamon stick, and then you put the cranberries in till they pop and get cooked, and then you put it through a fine mesh sieve, and then add the vinegar, let it sit for a day in the refrigerator. It's fantastic. I used apple cider vinegar for that one.
Okay.
Sometimes you can use red wine vinegar, apple cider vinegar. You can, mix it
You're
up a
down
little
on
bit.
sugar because you're all about that high fructose corn syrup?
I
That's
don't,
it.
yeah.
You don't
exactly.
into that either?
I don't what?
You're not into high fructose corn syrup either?
No. I'm one of those, I read every label
Yeah.
before I buy anything in the store.
Does Denise Whitaker have food rules?
Food rules?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, what are some of them?
Well, I'm trying to eat plant-based. Is that what you mean? Kind
Sure.
of that way?
I'm looking at, maybe order pizza.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, I
once
said that the other day.
yeah.
I love pizza. I could eat pizza all the time. And there's a West Seattle pizza place, west of Chicago pizza, that's amazing. Like this big, deep dish pizza. But I just can't. One of our guests said that earlier today, that it was one of the wakeboard guys. I don't remember if it was Shawn. I think it was Shawn, or was it Rusty?
Might have been.
I think it was Rusty, that you feel or you become what you eat, and that is so true. When I left here Thursday night, I was thinking, gosh, I'm hungry. I wonder if I could get a pizza. I'm like, nope, I don't even want pizza, because the next day I will feel all puffy and bloated and too much sodium. It's delicious, but I can only do it. I only allow pizza in my house like once, maybe twice a year. That's about it.
What day is it? A Christmas night kind of thing?
No, it's just, if it happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. My husband's a big order Chinese takeout kind of a guy. And he does it when I'm not there. Because if he says he's going to order Chinese takeout, when I'm there, then I'm like, nope. And I run to my rice cooker and I throw rice in there. And then I run to the refrigerator and I pull up vegetables and I stir fry them up and I present him whatever he could have ordered, is what I do.
Well, I was looking at some food rules earlier today. I don't know.
I
Do you
like
have that in front of
these.
you? What are
I
some of the rules that kind of caught my attention? I'm asking you because I did other work and I was.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
trying to
No.
find my
Number
paperwork.
one, I really like this because I do read
Yeah.
it. Avoid food products containing ingredients that a third grader cannot pronounce.
Mm-hmm. So
Shoot, half that stuff we can't pronounce.
That's Michael Pollan. And
Yes.
one of a similar one he has is don't eat anything that wasn't invented 100 years ago.
Oh,
which I like.
interesting. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Avoid foods that you see advertised on television. I think that's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Eat only foods that will eventually rot. There we go. That's a good one, because otherwise, if it's processed otherwise. Yes, because it will last longer on the shelf. If it's not food. Oh, it's not food if it arrived through the window of your car. Okay. Eat mostly.
Hey, who's telling the jokes here?
Right.
Eat
Eat mostly plants, especially leaves. Eat animals that have themselves
That's
eaten
his.
well.
Go back to that last
Yes.
one. That is his number one food rule. Repeat that one.
Eat mostly plants, especially leaves. I eat kale almost every day. I love kale.
Yeah.
The whiter the bread, the sooner you'll be dead.
Yeah, my son says. I think that was also featured in Captain Underpants.
Oh, was
I think
it?
that's one of his food rules.
Right.
I think so, yes.
You know, I used to have a sourdough starter that I had going for like 10, 12 years, and then we were on vacation, and I didn't properly, store it in the freezer like you can. So I lost it. So I just started one again because I've heard, I just don't believe I need probiotics because I eat well. Like, a lot of people are into this whole probiotic thing,
Sure,
and I don't
yeah.
pop pills for anything. So
Yeah.
I'm not going to pop a probiotic. But I've read that sourdough is a natural probiotic. So my husband and I are totally into. I bake sourdough every 10 days now. I have
is that right?
two. Yeah, I get anywhere from 2 to 4 loaves out of my starter every 10 days. So that's
nice.
a
And
lot
where
of
did the
fun.
sourdough starter commence?
I started it, and
Yeah.
I've had it going for probably about the last 2 years now. So yeah, like I say, that other one I had a long time ago. There are lots of ways to do starter. You can do overnight starter, like if you boil potatoes, save that water, and you can create a sourdough starter out of that too. So that's pretty easy. Have a glass of wine with dinner. Oh, okay, that's a good one.
That's a good one. That's a good one. And I bet our next guest would like us to have a glass of cider
Okay,
with dinner.
I think so.
Did you see what I
I
did
love
there?
cider.
Did you see what I did there?
Yes,
Little
you
segue
did.
there. All right.
Time to
I'm
move
trying
along.
I'm trying here.
Time to move along.
No,
He's telling me, shut up,
we're
Denise,
gonna
stop talking.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. So we've got John Thorburn coming in hot. Hey, John, how's it going?
I'm good. You guys hear me okay?
You sound great, yeah. And you are at the natural habitat of John Thorburn and Talena Thorburn at the Fierce County Cider. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's a Saturday night. We've got the place 25% capacity full per guidelines, and we're having a lot of fun.
Nice. Well, John and I have known each other for, actually, you were, as I'm thinking of this right now, you were in the job interview when I first traipsed into the Northwest Marine Trade Association, which would mean you and I have known each other for 11 years, and I guess I could thank you for making me sit here right now. So there you go.
Oh, yeah.
So thanks, John, for being a part of our team. He's still with us. He's working on our social media, and I wanted to hear, John, really about Fierce County Cider and what it meant to you and Talena to open this up not that long ago.
Yeah, so it's been kind of a slow growth for our company. So we started the company in 2017 as really just, I'll say, really expensive hobby. And, started out of our garage and started making commercial cider, distributing in kegs, bottles mostly around the South Sound to start. We're located in Puyallup in the South Hill neighborhood. But then after a good solid, 2.5 years, we realized we were selling everything we were making as fast as we could make it. And there was still a lot of pent up demand. And this kind of dream of ours over the years, we decided to really kind of put some energy behind it. And so we acquired this space a little over a year ago. So I think November 2019 is when we got the keys to the space we're in now, and spent about 8 or 9 months building it out, and kind of what you see behind me. And who knew that we were going to open up in the middle of a pandemic, but it's been good. We opened this space in mid-September, and we've been really pleased with the way the community's received us.
And John, when you and I first met, I don't remember talking a lot about cider with you, maybe just because we didn't cover that topic, but when did you first fall in love with cider?
It's so funny. My wife and I, for years and years, and still to this day, we really love going to different breweries around the Northwest, around Washington, Oregon, and breweries specifically. I'm talking about beer, and it was kind of our hobby for many, many years. And I think our own children have spent more time in a brewery than they have maybe in a classroom. It seems like sometimes, we really enjoyed that. And it was, I think, August of 2016. We were floating on the Deschutes River down in Bend, Oregon, and hopping around to a few breweries with our kids, and it just kind of hit us that this is something we enjoy so much, and why don't we take a stab at doing this for a living, or at least for a hobby for a while. It's kind of a side hustle, and we looked at opportunities with beer and looked at opportunities for cider, and saw more opportunity with cider, just because there's so many fabulous breweries around the region, and there are many good cideries as well. But the beer side is just so saturated in a good way with breweries. So we saw more of an opportunity to kind of penetrate the market quickly on the cider side of things. We may add beer sometime years down the road, but right now we're focusing on trying to really kind of perfect the craft of cider making.
Did that perfection or come through trial and error? Or there are some books that you swear by?
It's definitely a trial and error. So, it's really just my wife Talina and I are the company. She's really the cider maker. Sometimes I'm the cider taster, and oftentimes we disagree, and she always wins because she's the cider maker and the wife. But she's done a pretty good job of creating a really nice lineup of ciders. So it was a trial and error for, I'll say, probably the first 6 months, and once we really nailed down our first 1 or 2 ciders that we can bring to the market, and actually saw people buying kegs of it, and then sitting in a tasting room somewhere and watching people order it and see the looks on their face was a pretty amazing experience a few years ago. And now it's kind of blown up here a little bit for us in a positive way, where we get to invite people in at least a few days a week to try all the things we've got on tap.
So what flavors are you featuring?
We've got 7 ciders on tap right now. We've got what we call our flagship ciders. So we do a mango cider. So all the ciders are still apple-based, but it's sweetened or fruited or added fruit with mango. We do another cider. Probably our second cider we ever made was called Gingin Cran. It's a ginger cranberry cider. It's really good.
That sounds good.
A little tart from the cranberry, and it's just got a nice little bite from the ginger. We actually won an award this last November from SIP Northwest Magazine as a gold medal for that cider. So that was pretty exciting for us to kind of play alongside the big boys of Seattle cider and Schilling cider and all those things we might see in a Safeway or a QFC. To be able to win an award alongside those, that was pretty fun. And then we've got a boysenberry cider we call Boysen Apple. We do a rosé. We introduced a new cider when we opened the space here that we call Hazy Raspberry. It's probably our driest cider. It's actually been our #1 seller since we opened in mid-September. So that's been fun to see. And then we do play around with some seasonal things. We did a pumpkin cider we call Guardian of the Galaxy, kind of play on the movie, that people really enjoyed back in kind of October, November. And then we do a winter cider that we call Everything Nice. So it's been fun to kind of play with different palettes. And right now, Talina's working on a hopped cider, playing with hops, kind of leaning toward our love of beer, doing a hopped Marionberry that we're working on right now.
John, what's your food program like? What do you recommend for maybe food and cider pairings?
Well, food here is great. So in the tasting room, we allow outside food, but every Friday, Saturday, we've got a lineup of food trucks coming in. So right now we've got Sabrina's Street Melts. They do like grilled sandwiches, tots, things like that. But last night we had Alaska weather vane scallops. And scallops, you wouldn't think would be all that great out of a food truck, but they are phenomenal. They've got quite a loyal following that travel throughout the kind of Western Washington or greater Puget Sound area to wherever they are stationed. So we had a good night last night, and scallops actually pair really well with cider.
And when I'm trying to do that pairing, what am I trying to do? Match the sweetness or the dryness with the type of food? Is that about right?
Yeah, it's pretty similar to winemaking or wine pairing, I'll say. So if you're looking at your dry wines or your sweet wines, it just kind of follows those same rules as far as what would go with a fish or what would go with a meat, things like that.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does. I could drink a lot of cider. Do you try to make a balance between, because some people like it sweet, some people like it not so sweet, or do your flavors just kind of balance out that way?
We do. So none of our ciders are overly sweet. We tend to lean away from adding really a whole lot of sugar to our cider. Kind of as you were listening to me talk about some of the different ciders we offer, there's a lot of different fruits. So the boysenberry, raspberry, mango. So we really let the fruit itself do the work. And let those flavors kind of shine through alongside those Washington apples. And so, it's when people come into the tasting room, there's one of the first few questions I ask them is, do you like things that are less sweet or more sweet? And depending on how they answer, I can point them in a direction But knowing all the while that even when they say, I like things more sweet, we're not pointing them to something that's what we call a sugar bomb. So it's, when people try our cider for the first time, we've heard a lot of feedback that's saying, I usually don't drink cider very much because the next day I have a lot of headaches or it's just too sweet, I can't handle it. And we really point to a lot of sugar for those reasons, the headaches the next day. And so we're finding a really positive response to people that are trying our ciders that don't like the high sugar content, things like that.
John, does it help the cider industry in Washington State to be located to so many fresh apples? Does that play a big role in where you're getting your sourcing your fruit?
It does. One of the things that Talina and I like to do when we can do it is travel around a bit. I remember a trip we took maybe 2 springs ago down to Austin, Texas, and we did our normal kind of brewery tourism that we like to do in new cities, and also visited some cideries as well. And it's funny, all their literature is, or all their packaging is, Washington, brewed with Washington apples or made with Washington apples. And it's just it was a reminder to us then, and it's a reminder to us every time we put in an order for more cider juice from the fruit processors and farmers we work with around the state, how fortunate we are to be in this region, that it's so readily available. When it comes time for us to make a new batch of cider, it's put an order in of cider, and it's a pretty big volume of cider that we order at a time, and it's here within 48 hours. And I don't know that that's the case for somebody who's making cider in Texas or Colorado or any other many areas around the country.
Wow.
So that's John Thorburn of Fierce County Cider. The Instagram is @FierceCounty. The website is fiercecider.com. Any other social media, John, you'd like to promote?
Nope. Our website is actually fiercecounty.com.
That's why I wanted to get it wrong so you could correct me. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
And then all of our social media is pretty much @Fierce County. So Instagram is @Fierce County. You can find us on Facebook @Fierce County. Our Twitter, I think, is Fierce Cider, actually. So you got it right there.
That's what I meant. Right. That's what I said.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Well, thanks so much, John, for joining us. John's also busy with our social media posts. And actually, this is well-timed, John, because we've actually had a little problem with our Kahoot login information, John. So maybe if you step away here, if you think of it, if you could post. We wanted to get it wrong there as well to build a buzz and what's going on. So the login that's going to work well.
We'll get that fixed.
Yeah, let me just share with that while I have you. It's 887-9641 is the updated pin, and I'll text that to you, John.
Got it.
All right, well, as we go to break here, let's hear from Denise one more time about how to best enjoy the Seattle Boat Show Connected. And then I'd also like to hear from our friends at Purdy Rogers. That's number 36 on my bingo card, Logan.
Hi, I'm Denise Whitaker, and I'm proud to be a part of the innovative and exciting 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Join me and NMTA's own Peter Schrappen as we host the Boat Show TV channel live all 4 days of the show right here on the site. We have an exciting lineup of guest interviews and boating topics, including how to maximize your time on the water, discover new ways to make more memories in the magical world of boating. Plus, you'll meet boating leaders from the Puget Sound area, across the U.S., the world, and beyond. And so much more. Don't miss the boat. We'll see you online and on the water. It's all right here at SeattleBoatShow.com. The virtual show floor is one of the coolest features here at Seattle Boat Show Connected. You can surf the aisles of the show floor, navigating exhibitor booths in our fully rendered convention center. We even feature the iconic red carpet that has become a big part of Seattle Boat Show experiences. Here you can filter by product category or enter a keyword to search for what you are looking for. You'll be transported directly to the space on the show floor where you can interact and engage with exhibitors and their show specials. Be sure to explore the outer reaches of the virtual show floor where you just might find a buried treasure. Navigate to the pirate ship's crow's nest where you could discover a hidden prize waiting for you. Find the best deals of the year at the Big Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. Hi, I'm Denise Whitaker, and I'm proud to be a part of the innovative and exciting 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Join me and NMTA's own Peter Schrappen as we host the Boat Show TV channel live all 4 days of the show right here on the site. We have an exciting lineup of guest interviews and boating topics, including how to maximize your time on the water, discover new ways to make more memories in the magical world of boating. Plus, you'll meet boating leaders from the Puget Sound area, across the U.S., the world, and beyond, and so much more. Don't miss the boat. We'll see you online and on the water. It's all right here at SeattleBoatShow.com.
Wayne's World,
Wayne's
party
World.
on. I haven't said that in a long spell.
Right.
But yeah, so I am Wayne, and this is Garth. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Tried.
I think so.
Okay, we'll see. So no, and I'm also Peter Schrappen. This is also
Denise Whitaker.
And I'm with the Northwest Marine Trade Association. And Denise is the Emmy Award-winning journalist, as you can tell, with Como
with
4
my Wayne's World
and your smart glasses.
Yep.
You
Oh yeah, you're right. I should put it all together. Get the whole costume
the whole
going
look.
here.
And I've broken two pair of those glasses. I'm glad 20 came at the price of like $4, but I've got my Seasickness glasses. And then I think this is the brainchild of Phil Meganhart, who's waiting for us in the Zoom room. It's probably the moment that you all have been waiting for at home. I just know. I know that's why George put this boat show together so we could do a trivia game.
That's right.
He hasn't mentioned that quite yet, but Phil, are you able to join us?
I'm here.
Yay.
Peter, can you hear me?
There we are. Where's your costume, Phil? We've been talking about
Wayne's
the costume
World.
for the last 2 weeks, and you went with the black turtleneck. Nice.
I went with the Steve Jobs
Stark.
Right.
Techno, Tony
Mach
Stark
T.
thing.
So you could have even said you want the Dieter from Sprockets. That was a Saturday Night Live reference there, if you remember that one.
It's true.
That's okay.
Very
Next time,
true.
when we do trivia next year, we will do this. So for all of those people at home who are looking to play, I think you've got let's give out the Kahoot pin
the Kahoot
number.
pin is
I said
88
pin number, Phil. I made fun of you for saying pin number earlier, and I just did it.
Peter.
What did I say?
Kahoot.it
Yep.
887-9641. 887-9641 is your PIN number to get in.
And we have how many questions, Phil, lined up for our friends?
We have 20 questions.
20 questions. All right.
We're going to go through them. I think,
This is like the ground rules. The umpire calling us out. What are the ground rules, Phil?
Well, ground rules are, we're going to read the questions. That you get scored on the speed of your answer. You will see it I would say everyone maybe has played Kahoots. Either you have a kid or a grandkid or something like that in school. This is like the teacher's go-to educational technology right now. So we're keeping it pretty simple. And we'll start the quiz here in a second. We have a bunch of people signed up.
Nice.
And we'll go through them. Everyone gets these funny little names it generates for you. It's going to be hilarious.
You're going to be hurting laughing by the end of this. I was really impressed by the quality of questions that were put together.
Well, the question that I didn't get in is I wanted to get like a love boat question in.
Oh, yeah.
And, how long the show ran. It's going to be questions like that. And the show did run
for next year's trivia game. That's okay.
Exactly. Yeah, that's round 2. Mm-hmm.
The Lovo didn't run just one season.
It was 10 years.
Oh, that could have been there went our trivia question.
Right.
Well, let's dive right into this. Hey, Phil.
Okay, we're going to start it. We're in.
Okay, you're going to share your screen as we talk through this.
My screen is shared. I'm not sure. Someone needs to switch me to the second screen.
Okay. So those of you who have signed in, you're going to see our first quiz, our first question, which it's hard. I'm trying to figure this one out. Hang on. We might have some.
I don't see your screen shared.
You see me. I'm great, but we need the other screen. Let me stop.
There it is.
Yep.
All righty.
There it
You
is.
got
Look
it?
familiar, Phil?
Yes, this is it. Okay, so we have 9 seconds left. Those of you, the animated fantasy film, Yellow Submarine, inspired by what band? Beatles, Kinks, The Who, Rolling Stones.
Are you not supposed to play? We see your desktop.
Yeah, that's a beautiful desktop, Phil.
Oh, that's not what we want.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, you guys.
Take
Hang on
two,
one
because the
second.
good thing this will never air.
Yeah, stand by. You are sharing my. Look how messy it is, Peter. That would drive you crazy.
It looks nice. It's this word mise en place.
Oh,
You gotta move it around.
There he is. Phil just turns off his video.
stop sharing. We're gonna do this again. Hi, everybody.
Ladies and
I'm
gentlemen,
like a
Phil
school
Megenhart.
teacher.
There it is.
Yeah.
Any better?
There it is. All right. So
one person got that right.
There it is. We
Okay.
forgot this. So repeat the question. It was what band provided the inspiration and music for the animated fantasy film Yellow Submarine? Okay. Looking good. All right.
So the answer would, of course, been Beatles. This was our warm-up question.
Yep.
So here we go. So we're going to ask. So the idea is that we're going to ask the next question. We have 20 to go, and I will read them. You at home will be able to see them, and again, you get scored on speed and, of course, correctness. Here we go.
Agility.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that was our. That's a lot of our players. Here we go. Question 2. As the crow flies means red, the straightest route from one landmark to another. Blue, the most direct route from one place to another without detours. Yellow, a crow making a lot of noise as it flies. And green is the crow migrating to a warmer climate.
Okay, this is a
And
Phil
friends?
Megenhart question. You were proud of this question.
I thought it was, the interesting part is here, we'll see who answers correctly. We have some
There it is. The most
questions
direct
coming in.
route from one place to another without detours. There you go.
Well, the historical facts on this one is that.
Good. Yeah, but let's hear them.
Yeah, so the historical facts on this is that ships back in the day, sailing ships would take crows. Of course, we all think of Noah with the dove and whatnot, but the crows were let out and they were on ships. They would let them out of the cage, and as they would fly to, as Blue says, the most direct route from one place to another without detouring. So they're not, and they would, of course, follow the crow. So there you go. Fun facts.
Love it. Next
question. Are you ready?
Question. Yep.
Ready.
The majority of Jesus' apostles were which professionals? Carpenters,
Yes.
fishermen, cobblers, or salesmen?
Huh. This is a good
So-
one. This is
Yeah.
a very good. I wonder who came up with this question.
I don't know, Peter.
This is a nice one.
There was. I think this was your. This I know this
think
was
you
your.
might- Well, it depends if people liked it or not.
Yeah.
What we got here? Do you know this, Denise? Are you playing? Are you not?
I'm
Are we
playing.
eligible to play?
I'm kind of proud of the graphic that I have on this
We're
one.
just kidding.
More than.
Yeah, you did good work there. Fisherman, very good. All right.
So yes, fishermen. I figured the cobbler, since they all wore sandals, would be maybe a close second. But
Right.
of course, the carpenter is the trick question there too.
I think people should know that there's also. You mentioned that speed, but yeah, the quicker you get the answer, the more points you accrue. That's
that
an
the way it
important
works?
part. So you can
Yeah.
try
So
Googling,
for
but that's
example,
gonna
like
slow you
here's
down.
Right.
Yeah, here's all the people that are winning right now. So I don't know who all these folks are, but
Not
you
yet.
all do. So.
It's pretty hard to disperse these boat show tickets and cash prizes if I don't
Yeah.
know who they are. Peter, yeah, I won. I was the hero of plate.
Okay,
Haka.
here we go. Next
Hero
question,
Haka.
Peter.
All right, here we go. When is a rope not a rope?
Not a rope. So this is a backwards question. Remember, a dock line, a fender line, when it's in a coil, like on a dock, or an anchor line.
Oh God, this one hurts my head, Phil. It's like a double negative.
Well, this is all the people that really are hardcore about when a rope is a rope and a line is a
Right.
line.
Yeah, that's what we're going for with this one.
My
Yep.
husband corrects me all the
Well,
time.
that must be fun. You must love
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
So he corrects you, and the correct answer, of course, is a rope is not a rope when it does not have a job.
Yeah, I love how Phil talks about that. An unemployed rope.
An unemployed
line
Not have a
is a rope.
job.
There it is.
Got it.
Yeah, I learned that from Phil. I got it wrong, though, but yeah.
Okay,
All right, let's keep moving along.
We are cooking. Red Leopard crushing this game.
Oh, boy.
Okay, friends. Number 5. According to our friends at the American Sailing Association, what is the most important knot to know? I figured we go from line to knots.
Nice segue.
Yeah. So, cleat hitch, the bow line, the rolling hitch, the pretzel knot. So, blue, bow line, green, pretzel. And I don't know if that's a pretzel with salt or not.
That was me trying to be funny with the pretzel knot.
have them with
I
salt.
threw out pretzel knot. I thought it'd
Yeah.
be cute. Okay, I'm gonna own that one. I still think it's kind of cute. I went with it. So if I was answering, that's what I would say. It's a throwaway one there, Mick. That's what I was doing.
All right. So pretty much strong answers there. Everyone got the bow line. 2 incorrect answers there.
When my son at like age 6 looked at when he met Governor Inslee at a Bill Science ceremony, Governor Inslee said to him, "There's only one knot you need to know. It's the bowline."
Huh.
And guess who still probably doesn't know how to tie a bowline?
Right.
That's
Me
the
and
one.
him.
And I know I'm going to be wrong, and we're going to probably, get some stuff, but it's around the tree, back through the hole. I know there's a little bit more to it, but then of course when you break the bowlines back is it's a very simple knot to release.
Like cattywampus knot, and I'm just like, give me a pretzel.
I learn a knot and I forget it 10 minutes later. So.
The shoelace knot, and I know there's a name for it. That's my 100% go-to knot.
Yeah.
I just use that one all the time on everything, like tying down whatnot.
My number one knot is Velcro.
Very well said.
Like that. All right, what we got?
Okay, here's the winner. Red Leopard still crushing the game. There we are. When did the term head come from?
Okay.
The direction of the wind blows when sailing. That's red. Portuguese word for toilet. That's yellow. Shipmate went to the toilet when they went to the head. And green, a copyrighted error for toilet.
Huh.
And,
nice graphic, Phil. Hats off. I'll tip my cap to you on that one.
Yeah. This is an interesting question. We'll see how everyone comes in.
Yeah.
Or uses the head, answers the question. So
nice one.
So there you go. So it's the direction, no one got it right. It was the direction the wind blows. So the term head, not using the head, but the wind would blow from the back of the sailing vessel, of course, to the front, and it went to the head. And that's where people did use the toilet, which is the head. So that's where it came from.
Makes sense.
All right, we'll move on.
These are some good questions.
Oh, superstition. So, Peter, I've heard all day long.
All day yesterday?
All
and I
day.
think all day tomorrow we'll be talking superstitions.
Yeah. Cats are good omens. Never say goodbye. Never start a voyage on a Thursday. Or green, always get the boat. Always get on a boat with your right foot. So that is the superstition. And do people get a bingo stamp for this one?
We're going to find out. Here we go. 2-1. This is a good question.
Mm-hmm.
Never start a voyage on a Thursday. There it is.
Never start a voyage on a Thursday.
I don't remember why that was. Do you remember, Phil, in your research as your crack staff back there in the Megan Hart family?
Actually, there was a few of them. Yeah, and I do thank you very much for talking about the real producers behind this, which is Alice and Zeta, our juniors in high school. Really helped
potential interns.
Yes, exactly. It said something like Thursday. It all has about the tides too, but I don't really have much answer on that.
Yeah, that's okay. I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
Space or ostrich crushing the game.
Are they? What? I missed the score.
Double points on this one.
Oh boy.
Which state has more coastline? Red, Hawaii. Yellow, Louisiana. Blue, Washington. Green, Maine. And the picture we're looking at, I'm pretty sure is in Australia. I think it's
Australia. That makes sense. Good.
I think it's called the 12 Apostles. The shoreline that we're looking at. I've been there when I was a younger person.
Thank you.
All right, here we go. Everyone's coming in. Are you playing along with us, Peter?
I'm not. I didn't know if I was eligible for the cash prizes. So I just walked away.
Mm-hmm.
Hawaii. We have 3 correct answers. Washington. Hawaii is kind of a funny one, right? Because it's a chain of islands and it's all coastline. What?
Wait a second. You know, Denise, I like to talk about Lake of the Ozarks. Lake of the Ozarks likes to claim that it has more coastline than the state of California, which
really
I have never heard anywhere else outside of Missouri. And I tried to Google it, and I don't know. It seems like
that I can see that simply because it has a lot of jagged edges. Like there's more coastline than you might think. That's why I didn't think Hawaii was the answer on that one, because the islands are only so big.
Sounds like Denise is challenging.
Yeah, it's Hawaii. The actual mileage I can find out for you after the game, but I feel we should move on. It's something like 500 some miles.
Interesting.
So it's good.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, that's what we can talk about that tomorrow.
True or false? The word nautical and nausea are related.
Oh, okay. I know this one.
Yeah.
I know this one. Which one's true? I can't see.
Blue, true.
Blue, thank you.
Yeah.
And then red
false.
is false. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me to call out that.
Yeah, I don't know if
for fans of this boat
you
show
don't
TV,
get you don't get the question. You don't get to see the question when you're playing. You only get these colored squares.
It costs more than $35.
Yeah, you do. And then that's the idea that you would be looking at the screen or shared screen on the monitor.
I like these kind of questions with the
All right, as you can see, almost 50-50. So the answer is true. And our next question is very much related. And Peter, I will read this because I'm not sure if you can see these or not.
It's tough.
To ward off seasickness, we had a seminar earlier today and about this breakfast was touted as the best to get going on the day. So it is red, skip breakfast; yellow, build a base with a greasy breakfast; blue, intermittent fasting; and green would be oatmeal.
I'm laughing
but we could say kale. We could say kale. I heard you're a big fan of kale.
I love kale.
Kale, that
there it is, oatmeal. Build the base with the oatmeal. We did cover that, even though Peter deleted the seminar. That's okay. Dr. Robertson's not going to talk to me again, but that's okay.
Oh, all right. Well,
what are you going to do? Oatmeal, wow.
Smoothies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
People are paying attention.
Yeah, our scoreboard's moving around. Okay. Which calendar?
What question? 11 of 20?
2011 or 11.
Are we doing how well?
I think we're doing well. I've lost my show schedule.
Right.
So red, Julian, sorry. Yellow, Georgian. Blue, Mayan. And green is none of the above. On a boat, time doesn't matter.
Oh, that's sweet. That's a cute, nice way of looking at life. Ichigo, Ichige.
I think I'm going green.
Is that the way you pronounce that? Ichigo, Ichige?
This is that St. Louis accent that I bring to the game.
Oh, look at that. Green is actually not correct, but I believe that everyone should get a point for the green.
Right.
Georgian is the word. And Peter, this was your question, so you can talk about fun facts on this.
Well, there are 47 different I think I remember this. There's 47 different calendars in use right now, and if you try hard enough, you can celebrate New Year's Eve, I guess, 47 different times.
Yeah, why not?
Throughout the course of the year. So yeah,
it's a lot of champagne.
That's a lot of bubbles.
Yeah.
That's right.
All right, here we go. Quiz. Question 12. What is the name of Blackbeard's ship?
Now that's going to say Blackbread's.
I did say Blackbread's ship.
What's going on there?
Oh,
the copy
no
editor.
correction there.
We need to employ that copy editor. We let go.
Dang it. Okay, friends. So it is the Blackbeard. Flying Dutchman red. Santa Maria yellow. Blue, Black Pearl. Green, Revenge of Queen Anne.
This looks like a Phil Meganhart question if I didn't know any better.
And if it is a bread, it would be a sourdough. And we do know from a previous conversation how to start a sourdough.
Yes.
10 to 12 years in the back of a cupboard.
Right, that's right.
Right, with potato
Gotta feed it every 5 days.
And
potatoes.
McGriddles.
Okay, friends, it is. It's really interesting, the Flying Dutchman. That, of course, you would think that would be it, but it was the Revenge of Queen Anne because Queen Anne, of course, was the Queen Mother at the time, and she was out hunting Blackbeard. I'm sorry, Blackbeard. All right. Or
what's the score? Can I see that scoreboard?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, it's close. Space Ostrich. This is getting really exciting. This is worth the price of admission right here.
All right. Next question, 13. Which of these fruits are considered bad luck to bring on a boat? I've heard a whole thing all day today about this.
This is what
red apple, yellow banana, blue pear, or green, none of the above. Who brings fruit on a boat?
Do you like that one?
Right.
Yeah. Denise
So
Whitaker
this
does.
one I heard two people talk about this today
Oh,
on,
there's been
on TV.
You just because you just tuned in, you've only heard two people talk about it.
Well, and then there was the banana grams. Does that count as a
Right.
Does that count as
I
a
never
fruit?
did get an answer to that question.
We're in the middle of a trivia game here, people.
Well, Phil's the one who's talking.
It's a fun game.
Yes.
And if
Okay.
my
So
kids
there's
were
this
saying
controversy. Like, we had one person who would take off the Fruit of the Loom tags off of underwear as a guest.
Really?
We had all these guests.
Oh,
Remember
my
that? You heard them
gosh.
say it's like, yeah, I heard of a ship captain that would cut off the Fruit of the Loom
Oh, yeah,
underwear
yeah,
tag
yeah.
because that is bad luck. It's like,
Right.
whoa.
I like the example of like, sure, you can bring a banana, but you're going to catch a minnow versus a
Right.
You know, a
Yeah,
whale.
that was good. Like, you didn't
that was
try
good.
hard enough.
Yep.
Or you didn't pray
Yeah.
hard enough. That was up
So
there
go
with
ahead
that
and
one.
do that. Oh wait, we haven't. Space ostrich is still on
Yeah,
the
okay.
leaderboard. Okay, the Kalakala was never a dance hall, red dance hall, yellow cannery, blue ferry, green a nonprofit. So this is it's kind of a tricky question.
Oh.
The Kalakala, 1957 to 1967, I think, is when it served on the Puget Sound. And then it was retired. It was part of the
You're going to start giving away
World's
the answer at
Fair.
this point, Phil.
What?
The
Oh,
answer's
well, we
going to
all
slip
know-
out
we
here.
all know
Not
it, you know.
careful.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You could help
Okay, here we
yourself.
go.
There it is, dance
It
hall.
is a dance hall.
Okay, now we can have our
Dance
Kalakala
hall is the
history.
correct question, but it is interesting because it is kind of written in a clever way. But Peter, so the cannery, of course, it was sold in 1967 and went up to Alaska.
Of course.
And then a Fremont, because I'm from Bold Hat Productions, is based in Fremont, and we do the Fremont Oktoberfest and that sort of stuff. And Peter Beavis, a local Fremont artist, was the man who went up there and pulled it out of the mud and muck and hauled it down here. God, I want to say my son was super small. He was like in a backpack thing. So that's probably like 15 more years ago or something like that. I don't know. That would be a great trivia question. It's like when it actually came down.
Now it's scrap
It became
metal.
it became a navigation problem.
It became a lot of things, yeah.
Yeah. So,
Who we got?
Koala. All right, here we go. We have a few minutes left. We might have to blaze through the last five. Who was the person who named the Pacific Ocean? Magellan, red. Columbus, yellow. Balboa, blue. Leif Erikson, green.
Okay, this is tapping into that 6th grade kind of world history, I think.
Yes. Now, Magellan, Columbus, he was the Atlantic guy. He discovered.
See, Phil, we got 8 seconds to get to the east. He does this every time. You just can't help
I just
yourself.
keep talking.
Yeah, you're throwing people off and leading them to the right answer here. That's your
trying,
style.
yeah.
I liked it.
Here we go, Balboa.
Nice.
And then, fun fact, Balboa was also the name of a character in the Pirates of the Caribbean.
We talked about a little bit about that. The Kraken.
Although Noah made the boat himself, who told him to do it? This is a good boat question. Red, his wife. Yellow, his son-in-law. Blue, God. And green, his boss. Now, the animals came 2 by 2. And I'm always, and back to the crow, Noah, the first bird he let out, they say was a crow and never came back.
I didn't know that.
God is the correct answer. His boss. That could be God too. You never know. It's just how you have to look at it.
Depends who you ask.
Okay, for the sake of time, we're going to keep going.
Okay. We're not going to look up Genesis and read about Noah?
Genesis was the book. In the island of Yap, used what currency?
This is a good question.
Wow, this is a good one.
Red hermit crabs, yellow limestone rocks, blue pink coral, green live
Speed is the name of the
eels.
game here. Don't dawdle.
Yeah.
What we got here?
It's going to be a tricky one. Ah, yes. The pink coral,
wow,
the
no one
hermit
got it
shell,
right.
and the
What a
pink
great
coral.
question.
No one got it right.
Sweet.
So,
It's a
Peter,
great
this is your question. Tell us about the limestone rocks.
Well, it's a fascinating topic. It's an interesting way to think about currency, where these are really hard to move around, so people just getting point at the currency. No, actually, this is mine, and yeah, it's been featured in books and NPR podcasts, and it's an interesting way to think about money.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, the question I had for you is it a pebble or is it like a stone or is it
I got
like
the
a
impression it was
boulder?
very large, like super inconvenient to hoist around, so it kind of just stayed in one place. And people are just like, no, it's mine.
Magellan was killed in what country?
Oh.
Red, Panama. Yellow, Jamaica. Blue, the Philippines. And green, Iceland. You think green would be Greenland, but it's actually Iceland. It's always very confusing, this whole Iceland-Greenland thing, isn't it? And there's a picture of him on the Kahoot screen. He kind of looks like you, Peter, in a way. If you would have had a yellow blouse on, maybe. All right, let's see who answered. The Philippines. Strong answer. The answer, everyone knows their Magellan history, apparently.
I'm getting some feedback. This may not be showing the best at home, so I'm glad you're reading these, Phil, as we get to the last question.
Yeah.
Just as we come to a close here, I think we're nailing it.
All right, here we go. Last question. Oh, we have one more. True or false? Jimmy Buffett will not play if the doors are open during the sound check. This is true or false. Blue is true. Red is false. Now, I'm a Margaritaville fan.
Yep.
You know, and I guess the real question is Jimmy Buffett claustrophobic, or is he not claustrophobic? That you can answer that. You can write the question that way too. The answer is true. Blue, correct. So a lot of our players got that. Okay, we're going to go right into the finish line, Peter. Unless you have anything more about Jimmy Buffett.
Is he not really? I mean, I love his stories on the Johnny Carson show. He really attributes Johnny Carson to getting his start twice. He's been on the show 4 or 5 times, and Johnny and him would go boating together. Johnny enjoyed his Westport, built in Port Angeles, Washington, and Jimmy's no stranger to super yachts. So they were buddies, and Johnny didn't have a lot of buddies. So yeah, there you go. So what is next, Phil?
True or false? Last question.
Last question.
The green flash occurs when the sun rises. It's true or false? Blue, true. Red, false.
The green flash.
The green flash.
Do you know this, Denise?
I do not.
The green flash is
I'm kind of like stuck with the Key Westy kind of theme a little bit. Yeah, sunsets and Buffett and.
Good questions. Here we go. 4, 3, 2, 1, and the correct answer is false. Oh, that went 50-50. I'm surprised.
I like that.
Yeah. So at sunset, as we sunset this experience of trivia, we close our trivia night with the green flash is false. It is a sunset, not a sunrise. And I have gone to many a sunset with the intention of seeing this green flash. Never have seen it.
Oh, really?
Never have seen it.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I always like get the binoculars out or look and.
But
you know, there's a whole big scene in Pirates of the Caribbean. You know, the green flash.
Oh.
So Phil, where can people find out more if they enjoyed trivia so much and they want to reach out to Phil Meganar? Where are you located, Phil?
Well, you know, I'm sitting at the HQ of boldhatproductions.com. We produce large public civic events, and we've been working with the boat show for a number of years. My first job with the boat show is I was a monitor for the touch the boat. Actually, you had to stand behind a water ski. I did this trivia night for them. There were 15 people standing behind a boat in water skis with a rope for 91 hours. And then another thing I did for them is I read them
the real part of that
book.
story. Hold on, this is my first boat show as well. The real part of the story that makes me laugh and cry at the same time. There were multiple people that quote unquote won that made it the 91 hours. Remember that, Phil?
Oh, I just remember the one casino lady. The lady
there
who
were
was
several
the
people
casino
that ended
dealer.
up having touched the boat for 91 hours, and every 4 hours you had to give them like a 4-minute break because of course we're OSHA compliant. And then we ended up like flipping a coin at the tail end of it to award the boat because we didn't anticipate that would happen.
You would have that.
You could still walk home.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember people getting wheeled out because their legs swelled up, and you know, and then like I took the midnight shift to monitor them, and I would read the Endurance. You know, the Shackleton story to keep them entertained.
Oh, like you're filibustering.
Yeah, and then the other thing I did that night too is to keep everybody busy. This was back in the day when they just came up with these new television shows. The large screen television. So I hauled one out of some exhibitor's booth and we played Fast and the Furious. Just came out on DVD. Could have been VHS back then.
Yeah.
So yeah, trivia night lives on, Peter.
That's right. I feel like one of the more important points. Excellent. That was kind of good,
fun.
Denise.
It
You
was
did
fun.
excellent, though. We missed the most important part is who actually won, Phil.
Yeah.
Yeah, hang on a second.
Oh, wait, we didn't track that.
No, we did. Hang on. We did.
That's what we upgraded
Next.
earlier today.
Podium.
It's not podium. Third place,
Agent
Ann.
Ann, third place.
Okay.
Soaring Deer, number
This
2
is
and number
close.
1. Oh, this is going to be good.
Who do we got?
Lively Koala.
Okay.
So
how do
these three people should reach out via social media to John, of course, he's watching this stuff, and let us know who you are and what your code is, and then we will send prizes. The number one prize is I get to come and sit on your boat for a couple of hours during the summer
For 91 hours. He's going to relive the touching the.
So that's the number one prize. I'm going to come and sit on the boat. Yeah, I can sit on the front of the boat, the back of the boat. It doesn't really matter. That's the
You're a
prize.
humanitarian, Phil. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
No, this is
Here to
great.
help everyone.
I threw this out at you, Phil. You're like, yeah, let's do
was
it.
fun.
And we did it. I'm not sure how smooth it was for
Why
you at
not?
home. And you were able to.
I
play.
played.
Did you win?
No, I
No,
did not win.
All right.
What was your name?
I don't think I want to tell you.
Yeah. Who's
Okay.
asking?
I actually played along too, and I was I was the ostrich, the lively ostrich. I didn't do all that well.
You finished second place, didn't you?
No, I was not. There was a shout out. I was like fourth or something.
okay.
Like that.
Oh.
I was hero.
I even got them wrong though because I was reading it. And
I was in the lead at one point, and then I went straight downhill from there.
Phil, I'm going to send you on your way. It's Saturday night. You probably got a big plane. You would probably want to jump into the Seattle Boat Show and see what's going on in there, eh?
I am very excited. I need I was thinking about this today. I need to get some new wetsuit booties. I'm not sure what exhibitor's doing that, but I bought some at the show before. Last year we bought a bunch of downriggers, and that's been fantastic. That was Sports Emporium. I think.
Sport. Sure.
Yeah.
Outdoor
happy.
Emporium, Sport Co.
Yeah, Outdoor Emporium. Thank you very much.
You bet.
Great people. They fixed them. They calibrated and did whatever you're supposed to do for them. It was great.
Cool.
Go there.
Go inside the show, $5. You can get in and have all the fun in the world. Denise and I will be here until 8 o'clock tonight, and then we'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. This is Seattle Boat Show Connected, brought to you by Union Marine. We're going to take a break and hear from Denise Whitaker on how you can best enjoy the show as well. So don't go anywhere. Thanks, Phil.
Thanks.
You bet. Love it.
Welcome
Thank
to
you.
Seattle Boat Show Connected. Browse through the digital booth spaces of nearly 200 unique dealers, vendors, and exhibitors. You can search for what you need or filter by brand and product types. As you visit an exhibitor's profile page, you will be able to connect via text chat, phone, website, social media, or email. You can even schedule an appointment or video chat for later by clicking the red button on the top of each page. When you're ready to meet safely in person, use the maps for convenient driving directions. Most Seattle Boat Show Connected exhibitors are offering boats, products, services, and accessories with incredible show-only prices. Be sure to check out the awesome videos and interactive 3D tours. Don't forget to save exhibitors and products to your favorites list, and you can always come back later for the latest and greatest offers and announcements.
Once was a sailor, a young man and brave. Da-da-dum-day, da-da-dum-dee. The nights were unsleepless, the peace I would crave, carrying me home to the sea. Da-da-dum-day, drift away, sailor boys on the deep sea. Worry no more, for you're safe now with me. Rest in my arms, my sweet, and she's singing my name. Carry me back to the sea. Da-da-dum-day, da-da-dum-dee. Drift away, sailor boys, on the deep sea. Worry no more, for you're safe now with me. Rest in my arms and my sweet melody.
I don't want to call that an ad. That is a story from Discover Boating, and I think it's what it's all about. For those of you at home who are wondering who the heck I am and coming into your living room, my name is Peter Schrappen. I work at Northwest Marine Trade Association, which owns and produces the Seattle Boat Show. And this year we're calling it Seattle Boat Show Connected because we are connecting with you and up on the water after you start with us online. And I'm joined by Denise Whitaker, my co-host.
Hi there.
And our next guest is waiting for us in the wings. Her name is Nancy Pearl. NancyPearl.com is her website. Hey, Nancy.
Hi.
You made it in.
I did.
You kept trying. Thank you for hanging out with us this evening, this Saturday evening. It's 6:10 right on the dot, if you will. And I'm just really delighted that you ultimately said yes to me after emailing you a few times. And I appreciate you graciously enough giving us some of your evening. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I've got your action
pleasure.
figure right here. Did you ever think that you would have an action figure?
Never at all. And that's the brand new version of it. There have been 2 previous versions, but that's the real superhero. Wow. As librarian always are.
You're the most famous librarian I've ever heard of. Congratulations, the star power you bring to Seattle Boat Show TV. Nancy, do you have any rules for reading when it comes to, I look at food rules, and Denise, I have some food rules here from Michael Pollan, who's a name I'm sure you recognize. He's got 64 food rules. Do you have 64 reading rules?
I have one major reading rule, which is don't finish a book unless you're really enjoying it. And I have this was actually on a Starbucks cup. Remember back when Starbucks was doing quotes from authors on their cups? So my rule of 50 is this: if you're 50 years of age and under, give a book 50 pages. At the bottom of page 50, if you're loving it, go on, of course, and read it. If all you care about is who the murderer was or who marries whom, turn to the last page of the book. If you're not enjoying it, return the book to the library, lend it to a friend, put it on your bookshelf, and pick it up again in 6 weeks or 6 months or 6 years or 60 years. But the fun begins when you're over 50. If you're 51 and up, you should subtract your age from 100. And that number, which Peter, goes down every year, gets smaller and smaller every year. That's the number of pages you should read before you can give up on a book guiltlessly. And when you turn 100, which I'm sure we all hope we will, then you can legitimately judge a book by its cover. So that's my one rule for reading.
Wow.
That's a great one rule to have.
That is a great rule.
Thanks,
I have to say, though, I'm glad I didn't follow that rule of if you're not getting it, don't, because it took me a few tries to get through the chapter of Pushing Up the River before I finally got through chapter 1, and then I loved the rest of the book.
Yeah, so much of why you like a book or not is the mood that you're in. I mean, I think 80% of why at least 80% why we like a book or don't like a book is our mood. And your mood, we find our moods change so often that there are many times when I have not liked a book and then gone back, a few days later or whatever, months later, years later, and picked it up again and discovered, oh my God, I love this book. So, when I say give up on a book, it's not that you're never going to pick it up again if you want to. It's just that at that moment, it's not the right book for you.
Nancy, I just read Stumbling on Happiness by Daniel Gilbert a second time because it's been about 10 years. Do you find yourself reading a book the second time, or are you one and done?
No, I am a big rereader, and especially I find during, last year when we've all been stuck at home, I have been doing a ton of rereading. I even reread mysteries, even though I sort of know who the murderer is. For my previous reading, I find that I'm just going back to books that I've loved and rediscovering them.
Do you read fiction differently than you read nonfiction?
I think everybody probably reads fiction differently than nonfiction. I think that nonfiction in general demands a more close attention. I know, after way back in 2001, when the planes hit the World Trade Center, my reading really changed. I really found that I couldn't read any fiction after that for a long time. I just wanted to read nonfiction. I didn't want the hurly-burly fiction. I wanted the calm sedateness of nonfiction, which is weird. And then during the pandemic, I've just been, as I said, doing a lot of rereading and finding that I don't want to read anything heavy at all. I don't want serial murders. I don't want to be in the head of the person who's dying, who's been murdered. I don't want any of that. I just want a nice world. So that's where I am reading wise.
I was going to say, how do you try to get some younger people to do more reading? What would be ways to encourage people to read if they're not already reading?
Yeah, that's really hard. And I have to say that the young adult librarians or the school librarians who work with middle grade and high school kids are really great, and they really know their collections. I think the most important thing is first of all, to let kids read whatever they want, and not to put limits on them. And if you, as an adult, as a parent, think that a book is not right for your child, of course that's up to you, and you could stop your child from reading it. But I don't think that kids are going to be harmed by anything that they read. And in fact, I think that kids get from a book whatever they're going to get from a book. They're not going to be shocked by something they don't understand. They just skip over that. So what you have to do when you're working with non-readers is find what they're interested in and then find a book that speaks to that interest. And adults are the same way. I mean, we focus on children and young adults because we don't want that drop off, to have kids who were readers in elementary school all of a sudden give up reading in middle school or high school.
Nancy, I've heard that listening to a book is like drinking your vegetables. Is that true in your world? Do you agree?
I've never heard that, but I have to say I am a huge audiobook reader. And I remember years ago, people would say, they would kind of say, sort of shamefacedly, they would say, oh, I only listened to that book. Does that count? Well, does it count as reading? Of course it counts as reading. I find audiobooks, I have to say I'm almost enjoying listening to books more than I am reading them. And my big problem now is finding enough to do that will allow me to listen. So I've been going for, walking 8 miles a day and doing jigsaw puzzles, anything that I can do that will leave me free to listen to the books I've been doing.
Have you had a chance to hear of Malcolm Gladwell's books that he's put on audio, and how he's kind of reinvented the audiobook by putting in primary sources?
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Well, and his podcast, I've really enjoyed as well.
Oh, sure. Revisionist History and Pushkin, they all are phenomenal for sure. Nancy, I've got your book here, The Writer's Library, the authors you love and the books that changed their lives. A lot of our audience are on boats, they're on vacation. What are some authors that you would recommend when people are setting out to go on vacation? The Karl Hyacins or something in that genre?
Oh, yeah. Yes, Karl Hyacin. I think that's how it's pronounced, but you could be right as well.
Probably not, if you've listened to the show.
I mean, what you want, it seems to me that what you want on vacation, what you want for long plane trips, if people are taking long plane trips these days, are books that draw you in from page one. Books that are very plot heavy. You don't want a lot of kind of narration. I mean, I love John le Carré. His spy novels are absolutely wonderful. Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy is one of my favorite books, but it's not a book that I would want to read on vacation because it's so narrative, it's so dense, so wonderfully, wonderfully dense. So when I go on vacation, I mean, Karl Hyacin is always one of those writers. In fact, I remember coming home from a library conference and stopping at the airport bookstore and buying like 3 paperback Karl Hyacins that I hadn't already read. And what a treat that was. You don't want something that's going to sort of weigh you down emotionally on vacation. At least I don't.
Have you ever taken a speed reading class to consume more books?
I have not. I'm generally a fast reader in any case, but they were very popular, I guess, when I was in college, and I just never did.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Evelyn Woods and.
Yeah, exactly. My husband took an Evelyn Woods speed reading class, but he doesn't read. He concentrates. He focuses too heavily on what he reads, so he's not going to do what she says to do.
Well, Nancy, what's next for you? You've got this book already out. Are there a whole host of books you still want to write, or are you going to take a break from writing? Well, I wrote a novel that was published in 2017 called George and Lizzie, which was just so much fun to write. And I loved the characters in it that I invented or who came to me in a dream. And so I wrote about them. And one of the characters in that book, one of the secondary characters, is a football player. And I'm thinking I'm sort of thinking about writing a book with him turning 50 and discovering that he's not going to be in the Football Hall of Fame and that his 2 younger brothers are better football players and his wife he thinks is on the verge of leaving him, and he discovers out of the blue that he has a daughter that he didn't know about, all those things. So that's what I'm thinking about. Nancy, what book have you gifted the most?
Oh, what book have I? Probably Larry McMurtry's Lonesome Dove. And I have to say, have you read that, Peter?
It's been a while, but I read that maybe a senior in high school or in college.
Yeah. That I think is a book that's a book that appeals to the largest number of readers. I mean, it's a book I could give to anybody, whether they like adventure or whether they like great characters or whether they like to sort of be enveloped in the setting of a book. That's a wonderful book, and I've given that a lot.
Have you read that one? Have you seen the there's a miniseries that was.
I have not even seen the miniseries on that one.
Oh, the miniseries, they did a wonderful job adapting.
It was like an all-star cast, I think I recall.
I remember when that was out.
Yep, it was fabulous. But the book is really, won a Pulitzer Prize. And it's a book that you'll never forget those characters, the two main characters. They're just, Larry McMurtry did a great job with that book.
Nancy,
read it, Denise, read it.
Okay.
Nancy, we've spent about the last 20 hours bragging about how awesome Seattle is and the Puget Sound in the Northwest. What makes Seattle and the Puget Sound such a beacon for authors, do you think?
Well, a lot of people think, of course, that it's the weather and you can't go outside, so you might as well stay home and write or read. But I think it's really a beautiful place to live, I think. And I think, the University of Washington campus, for example, is a gorgeous, gorgeous campus. It's that kind of beauty that I think, maybe it's that I've just been looking for beautiful things during, since last March, and finding them in Seattle. I just think it's a wonderful place to live.
We've talked a lot about community and the relationship with happiness and yacht clubs and boaters coming together with the boat show.
Right.
Nancy, if someone wants to create more community, starting a book club, what book would you recommend? I know it would probably depend, but is there a fiction book that was really a nice ease into a book club that's approachable by different people?
Oh, well, I guess I would go back to Lonesome Dove.
Okay.
There are so many book clubs out there, and there's so many great lists of books for book club suggestions. I would go to Oprah's Choices. You could do a lot worse with your reading life than rely on what Oprah's recommending.
I would not have thought of that. Yeah. Thank you, Nancy. Thanks for that.
You're
That's a
welcome.
nugget there, right there. Thank you. Well, Nancy Pearl, the only person we're going to have on of the 80 guests coming through the stage with an action figure. Book
Right.
Lust is the name you've seen in a lot of bookstores, and the Writer's Library is your latest book, correct?
Yep.
Awesome.
Yes.
Thanks so much for being on Boat Show TV.
Oh, well, thank you so much, guys. Have a good time. tomorrow.
Thank you. Oh, we will. Thank you. It's nancypearl.com, and she's all over social media. She's fun to follow on Twitter. And yeah, I'm glad I was persistent and having her join the show. She's like, oh, Peter, I don't go boating that much. I got, that's okay.
That's okay.
You are a superstar, and that's what
right.
we're about. So what we're going to do right now is take a break. We're going to hear from Denise Whitaker on how to best enjoy the Seattle Boat Show. Seattle Boat Show Connected, brought to you by Union Marine, and it's hopefully going to inspire you to spend $5 and get into the show and mingle with our exhibitors just waiting for you. Stay tuned.
The Big Seattle Boat Show Connected offers a collection of contests, promotions, and games that you can play for fun and for prizes. Browse through the list of activities to learn about the exciting ways you can get more from the boat show. Featuring a Dogs on Deck photo contest, marine industry career fair, a selfie booth, and so much more. There's an activity for guests of all ages. Interact, engage, and get involved in the community to show off your love of boating. Hi, I'm Denise Whitaker, and I'm proud to be a part of the innovative and exciting 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Join me and NMTA's own Peter Schrappen as we host the Boat Show TV channel live all 4 days of the show right here on the site. We have an exciting lineup of guest interviews and boating topics, including how to maximize your time on the water, discover new ways to make more memories in the magical world of boating. Plus, you'll meet boating leaders from the Puget Sound area, across the U.S., the world, and beyond. And so much more. Don't miss the boat. We'll see you online and on the water. It's all right here at SeattleBoatShow.com. Welcome to Seattle Boat Show Connected. Browse through the digital booth spaces of nearly 200 unique dealers, vendors, and exhibitors. You can search for what you need or filter by brand and product types. As you visit an exhibitor's profile page, you will be able to connect via text chat, phone, website, social media, or email. You can even schedule an appointment or video chat for later by clicking the red button on the top of each page. When you're ready to meet safely in person, use the maps for convenient driving directions. Most Seattle Boat Show connected exhibitors are offering boats, products, services, and accessories with incredible show-only prices. Be sure to check out the awesome videos and interactive 3D tours. Don't forget to save exhibitors and products to your favorites list, and you can always come back later for the latest and greatest offers and announcements.
And now, here's another fascinating secret of seafood from the old chowderhead himself, Ivar.
If you've been around Puget Sound for any length of time, you probably know me. But some of the kids in the audience have been writing in wondering if I'm real. Yes, I'm for real, and I'm not Colonel Sanders' illegitimate son. I'm not even his cousin, for goodness sake.
He's been called the P.T. Barnum of Puget Sound. But others insist that old Barnum was never half as clever as Seattle's Ivar Hagelin. A self-effacing showman of Swedish-Norwegian stock, Ivar started out with an interest in finance, but he wound up as a folk singer, an aquarium owner, and a restaurateur. Oh, and he even put in a single 6-year term during the 1980s as a Seattle Port Commissioner.
Could we turn and smile now?
Although he filed for political office only as a publicity gag, he wound up winning by 30,000 votes. He was that well known and appreciated. After all, his name was up in lights all over town.
Carl, how far can a sea squirt squirt? Will the sea squirt squirt if his feelings are hurt?
Ivar's father was a baker, and his mother's immigrant family had purchased Alki Point, the original town site of Seattle, from none other than pioneer David Doc Maynard. Ivar Hagelin was born in 1905, and unlike his reclusive dad, he proved to be a natural performer. During get-togethers with his cousins in West Seattle, he'd play the ukulele and sing. He even learned to tap dance. As Ivar grew older, he'd do all three at the same time for appreciative audiences, telling jokes in between numbers. Yet when Ivar graduated from the University of Washington in 1928, it was with a degree in economics. He had anticipated a career in the stock market. Unfortunately, a year later, Seattle and the rest of the U.S. were smacked by the Great Depression. Stockbrokers were suddenly in very low demand.
Deep in the waters of Puget Sound, many, many strange things are found.
Ivar wasn't without other money-making prospects, though. Following a 1938 visit with cousins who ran an aquarium in Seaside, Oregon, he decided to follow their entrepreneurial lead. He set up his Seattle aquarium, the city's first, at Pier 54 on the waterfront, stocking his tanks mostly with what he caught from the adjacent sound. Plus a few imported crowd pleasers like Pat the Seal. Years later, Ivar was asked whether he'd actually known anything about running an aquarium. No, he conceded, I just thought it was a neat way to collect dimes. It also, though, introduced him to the restaurant biz. After watching a friend's fish and chips counter open and then fail at the aquarium, Hagelin decided to create his own seafood eatery. Ivar's Acres of Clams served its first meals at Pier 54 in 1946.
Run clam, run clam, run clam, a-hunting we will go.
No more than 3 cups of clam nectar per married man. I'm Ivar and I enforce that rule. I don't want you to get crowned. They're too expensive.
A ham right down to the bone, Ivar did whatever he could to publicize his restaurant and promote himself in the process.
Oh, how do you get down to Ivar's? Acres of clams, please show me the way. Oh, it's easy to get down to Ivar's, just to stop before you walk in the bay.
He wrote pun-filled songs for radio and television. He held clam-eating contests. And in 1947, after a train tank car hose broke, spilling thousands of gallons of syrup here in Alaskan Way, right across from the acres of clams, Ivar rushed over with a plate full of pancakes and started spooning up the spilled sweetener. As newspaper photographers snapped away, he told curious onlookers, "Eat at Ivar's. We don't skimp on the syrup." What Ivar may be best remembered for, though, is the slogan, "Keep Clam," which still adorns the chain of eateries he spawned, and which led in 1960 to his printing official-looking postage stamps featuring the tasty mollusks. It was just another Ivar prank, but the U.S. Postal Service didn't even crack a grin. Instead, the feds quickly confiscated and then incinerated Ivar's clam stamps.
Home, home in the rain, where dirt drips from the cloud and the tree, where the wind seldom blows and all year blooms a rose. Puget Sound is where I long to be. We had a lot of fun decorating Ivar's with those Norwegian net floats.
Ivar Hagelin always seemed to find a wee bit more humor in life than the next guy. In 1976, after buying Seattle's historic and revered Smith Tower, Ivar ran a 16-foot salmon-shaped windsock up the flagpole at its peak. And then he chuckled as flustered city bureaucrats tripped all over the regulations trying to make him remove the too whimsical banner. Sure, Ivar had his cantankerous moments, but he was a kid at heart. No wonder he created in 1965 what has become a Seattle tradition, the Ivar's 4th of July fireworks blowout over Elliott Bay.
As happy as a butter clam when tides are high, I sing a grateful ode to Puget Sound, the land of everything. I love it from Tulalip to Puyallup, Squim and Pished, and to the Dosey Wallops where so many times I've fished.
The city was shocked when this captain of kitsch, this unofficial mayor of the waterfront, died in January 1985, just shy of his 80th birthday.
A land that nature loves so much, she stays the whole year round. I trade a royal palace for a shack on Puget Sound.
He'd been entertaining Seattle for half a century, feeding its residents and its seagulls for nearly that long. Without him, things just seem, well, a little fishy. For Eccentric Seattle, this is J. Kingston Pierce.
Learn more about the colorful highs and lows of Seattle's history in the book Eccentric Seattle by J. Kingston Pierce, available at local bookstores or direct from the publisher. Historic photos and video provided by Ivar's, Como 4 TV, and University of Washington Libraries Special Collections.
Just got the hand signal there from Logan behind the computer, making us look good here. My name is Peter Schrappen, co-host of Seattle Boat Show Connected, Seattle Boat Show TV, which is part of Seattle Boat Show Connected, brought to you by Union Marine. I'm joined by my co-host Denise Whitaker of Como 4.
Hey there.
How are your notes doing? How's the popcorn doing?
I'm eating popcorn. I'm taking lots of notes. I have so many things to keep track of now, new apps to download, new things to put into my memory bank for the next time I need them on the boat.
What's really stood out for you on day 3?
Oh, gosh, so much. Well, first of all, we've got some wild people in terms of, you know, the paddleboarders, the wakeboarders, who just adventure is their thing. And that's part of being on a boat. You don't have to go all way out there adventure, but being on a boat is just an adventure in itself. So it's been fun to kind of see the extremes and the things that you can do if you want to.
Nice. Yeah, I think one of the neat things about the Seattle area, Tacoma, South Sound, Central Sound, North Sound, we love Canada. We can't get to Canada.
Right.
Canadians love the United States. They can get here a little bit easier. But there's so much to do in your backyard.
Right.
Wherever you are with your boat, you can explore
true.
and see it differently, what we call slow boating. Take your time to get where you need to go. There's no rush. Chill out and enjoy the journey as much as the destination.
Even like Eric was telling us earlier today, how he just goes down and, hangs on the boat.
Yeah.
You don't need to go anywhere. Just be on the boat.
Well, Elliott Bay Marina is full of those types.
Yes. You're right. When we had our boat in Elliott Bay Marina, I was really I was happy, but also surprised at the number of people I saw. We go to physically leave the slip, but there were so many people around us on our dock that would just have people over for dinner. That's, in a way, still using your boat. You need to run those engines and keep those running too, but yes.
That was something I picked up from Jack and George, just the fact that it's like a muscle that you need to use it or you're going to lose it. And that's similar with boats. You need to have some activity to keep all the systems running. And the best thing for a boat is usage. I think about, too, the third place that Starbucks talks about. There's where you work and where you live. But that boat is that third place.
It is.
We're kind of limited on where we can go for a while there. We didn't have as much fishing opportunity. And you can still be tinkering around the boat in these bizarre times that we find ourselves in. So
make a little, home improvements have been big in the last year. So time to get down on the boat and do some shining up and some improvements down there.
So if you've been at home, you've been watching us potentially, we'd like you to now invite you to go into the Seattle Boat Show at $5. You can enjoy everything that's there to offer. There's been our exhibitors working months to get their booth ship shape, and they've installed 3D technology a lot of their facilities to have something called Matterport, which is a new word for me in 2020. And it's just like you'd see on Zillow, where you can actually don't have to be at the facility. You can experience it through the 3D Matterport technology. So bang around the boat show, jump on the pirate ship, walk the red carpet, enjoy the selfie station. It's all there. There's a treasure hunt, thanks to our friends at Ivar's. And there's a whole host of activities. We're slow boating, slow TV. We've got a whole build-a-boat class going on right now. They're building a pram boat, so check that out. There's the Career Center. Dogs on Deck, Boat Show Yearbook. You've been involved with Boat Show Yearbook a little bit. Haven't you?
I should post some more pictures. I'm slacking.
We've got time.
Okay.
We're going to be here until 8 o'clock tonight, and then you can still enjoy the Seattle Boat Show Connected presented by Union Marine till the cows come home. But we'll also be back tomorrow, Denise and I, at 10 a.m. with another great lineup, and then we'll be here until tomorrow at 8 p.m. And if you've already bought your ticket, you can enjoy the recorded seminars. You can enjoy Boat Show University. Mark Bunzel and his team at Wagner Cruising Guide have got a whole bunch of seminars in there, hundreds and hundreds and hours of nuggets of information all waiting for you. So it's all right there inside Seattle Boat Show Connected presented by Union Marine. I think right now, why don't we take a break, and we're going to be hearing about an industry update from my friend Kitty McGowan of U.S. Super Yacht Association, and she has got boating leaders. She visited with them this past week to hear what's going on around the country on the super yacht side. But before we do that, let's play the Super Yacht Northwest ad, Logan, if you can be so kind, number 30 on my bingo card.
Latitude 47, Seattle and Washington State's Puget Sound. Where do you go from here? To all parts north and northwest. The Puget Sound and Super Yacht Northwest are your gateway to the pristine waters of British Columbia and Alaska. Visit Washington State's San Juan Islands and the nearby Gulf Islands of British Columbia and the inner harbor of beautiful Victoria, provincial capital of British Columbia. Through the Strait of Georgia to internationally renowned Vancouver, BC. From the cities of British Columbia, head north along Vancouver Island to Pender Harbor, Desolation Sound, and the Queen Charlotte Islands. Through Alaska's majestic Inside Passage to Holcomb Bay and on to Juneau, Alaska. Cruise spectacular Glacier Bay and the waters off the Tongass National Forest. These are isolated destinations that few are fortunate enough to witness firsthand, where nature still shows itself as it once did, where the air is still crisp and clear. It's a journey that takes preparation. That's why any trip north starts in the Puget Sound and Super Yacht Northwest. We're your gateway to the waters of the Pacific Northwest with all the support and services necessary for an unparalleled super yacht cruise. To prepare for your journey, we offer moorage for superyachts in several locations. Fueling and provisions, maintenance and repairs, haul-outs and vessel builds. Plan your next extraordinary cruise to the beautiful Pacific Northwest waters. But before you go there, come here to Super Yacht Northwest, your gateway to all parts Northwest.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kitty McGowan, and I'm the president of the U.S. Super Yacht Association. And I'm so thankful to Peter Schrappen and the whole team out at the Northwest Marine Trade Association for keeping the boat show spirit alive, even though we still can't be together in person much because of this ongoing pandemic. We're really excited to be able to bring you an update from around the United States about what's been happening and how this COVID craziness has positively impacted and negatively impacted the industry around the country. So what we're going to do, because I have reps from all over the U.S., I'm excited to we're going to start in the Southwest from the Marine Group Boat Works, Leah Yam, who's the Director of Communications down there in San Diego, Florida. Welcome around, Leah. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Kitty. Yeah, San Diego, California is seeing a pretty big rise in a lot of the super yachts that are coming over this way. Actually, just to back up a little bit, Marine Group Boat Works is a shipyard based in San Diego as well as in Cabo. We do a lot of refits for the super yacht market. We are also kind of a diversified shipyard in that we see a lot of commercial boats and government work as well. We also have part of our portfolio, Fifth Avenue Landing Marina, which is a downtown, kind of a boutique style super yacht marina. And so we have about 12 slips there, all catered to super yachts. And so kind of the state of the market right now for San Diego has been actually just an overwhelming number of boats coming up to our region. I actually just spoke to a shipyard in San Francisco, and between our two yards, we've been going back and forth and trying to accommodate the larger market. What we're seeing is the mega yachts, so boats over maybe 50 meters, coming this way a lot more than they ever used to. And with Marine Group being able to haul out up to 600 tons, it's been a struggle to find, just other resources for them. So what we're seeing is they'll do in-water work with us and then maybe haul out at nearby shipyards, simply because they prefer to do the work in San Diego. Weather down here is just much more predictable. Once in a while we get some, flash rains and here and there, but I think they're all okay with it if it's, going to help clean their vessels during the yard period. So yeah, I think that's kind of the new thing that pokes out at us. It's just a lot more mega yachts coming over to the West Coast region. So that's our update.
Well, great. Thank you so much. And yes, I'm sure that our friends in the Northeast would have a much different opinion of the weather up there, but I know it's not impacting their progress this year. But we're going to head all the way up northwest, just west of Seattle, to the Port Angeles area, to Marty Marchant from Westport Yachts, Marty is the client services and product development manager for one of the few remaining yacht builders here in the United States, and we're really excited to have him. He's also, like Leah, sits on our board of directors here at the U.S. Super Yacht Association. Marty, so tell us what's happening. Everyone wants bigger, better, badder boats, and you guys are building them up there.
Hi, Kitty. Great. Thanks for having us here. Marty Marchant, and just wanted to, I guess, we are doing our COVID actually hit us in a way that really hit us hard, I guess, in a sense that our governor here has mandated, and we are still in phase one, where we have to have social distance. So normally if I have 6 guys building out an engine room, now I'm now down limited to half of that. So we've had challenges in that regard of meeting our on time, on budget. Well, it's, that we're really functional and getting those boats out on schedules. So it's been a slight challenge there on that new yacht build. We have sitting in the water 50 meter, 5015 is our latest. It's here in Port Angeles waiting for a weather window, and it will make its way around to Fort Lauderdale and home port in Fort Lauderdale. So another 50 meter Westport to be stationed in Fort Lauderdale full time. And then we've got a couple of new builds on the 112 series side, 7764. That's 64 hulls of the 112.
Wow.
We'll deliver on this fall. And then we just contracted for another new 112, which is, and again, because of timing and not knowing, I mean, we've had delivery schedules that we don't know when we're getting supplies and materials at this point. So that boat is a new contract, but it's early 2022, which is kind of a little bit challenging. It was like, we don't know what date to put on there, but we gave ourselves a buffer. Also, up here in the Pacific Northwest, Westport has engaged in doing service and refit. We are now capable and painting. We're contracting currently for another 50 meter paint job, which will start after that boat comes up and goes to Alaska early fall this coming in for a paint job. So we are doing some of that service work and updating. That boat is a 2015 model. So they're just sprucing things up, but we are doing full AV retros on some of our vessels that are looking for updates. New AV and electronics. So
what better way is there to socially distance and spend time with your families than on your yacht? And like you, Leah and Marty, you've seen an increase in the number of large vessels. I know that once the Alaska area opened, associations like the U.S. Superyacht Association, NMTA, worked with the Canadian government to allow yachts to transverse up there and to actually visit the Alaskan islands up in that chain. So that has been a real big boon to that area. And then with the loss of not having commercial ships and cruise ships, there's been a lot more opportunity for these big white boats to go to the dock and not sit out on the anchor. So there's a mixed blessing there for a lot of the economies up in Alaska, and I hear a lot more heading up that way already for next year. So that's great, Marty. We're so happy to see that you guys are staying well and pivoting and moving and finding new ways to keep business rolling. So we're going to take a quick flight across the U.S. and head up to the northern part of the Maine area, and let's talk to JB Turner, with president of Front Street Shipyard, as well as a principal with Cape Charles Yachting Center in the Chesapeake. It's not like he didn't have enough on his plate to keep him busy in Maine. So JB, tell us what's happening up there in the great state of Maine.
Well, thanks, Kitty. It's been really busy up here. The pandemic initially seemed like it would slow things down, but over the course of the summer, a lot of the larger yachts were able to figure out the restrictions and quarantine issues that were early on and work their way up the coast. So we had probably more large yachts over 50 meters that I've ever seen in Maine last summer. Almost every harbor, and there's thousands of harbors and islands in Maine, every one of the major harbors always had a boat over 50 meters sort of anchored outside with tenders bringing people in and out. And the usual spots like Somme Sound, et cetera, were just overly busy. At one point, I ran into a lobsterman who was a little upset because there was 18 boats over 150 feet headed down Somme Sound, so he lost all the gear. So,
oh, no.
but the better side of that story is everybody came to Maine basically last summer. There was just a tremendous influx starting in August and through the fall. And we've seen that continue as people were unsure about what winter would bring. And there was always the talk last fall about the second surge. So a lot of people stayed in Maine or stayed in New England, throughout New England. You'll find almost every yard in New England is over full. We were turning boats away as early as August. Just lack of room, and our regular returning customers plus people that had made their minds up early on. So we have an abundance of work this winter, as does just about every yard in Maine, from new boat construction. My friends at Brooklyn Boat Yard and down at Rockport Marine are 4 and 5 different custom projects going on. We're starting up a new small custom project along with all of our refit work for the winter. So there's a lot of things going on, a lot of diverse things, whether it's refits or new construction. It seems to be flurry everywhere. And the same goes true what we saw of our smaller yard down in Virginia. A lot of the catamaran and cruisers were forced out of the islands last winter, and they were a little afraid, some of them, to come up into the New England area, not sure about what was going on in the Massachusetts, Connecticut area, so they stayed in the Chesapeake. And our yard down there, having just a little bit wider travel lift, was overwhelmed. And it's not a big yard, but we were overwhelmed with work and continue to be, as the catamarans and the cruisers really, again, didn't know whether to go south again. So they hung out, and a lot of them stayed for the winter again this year instead of going south. So it's been busy all up and down the East Coast as far as I'm aware of.
Yeah, we've been hearing about a lot of those types of very positive signs. And as well, like with Marty saying, the challenge seems to be more of a lack of supplies to do the work than the work itself. So we hope that trend continues. So, but we're happy to see that you guys are doing well up there in Maine and hopefully staying warm. I know you guys have had some big flurries up there already this year. So I hope you're staying warm up there. And I know you've got some really cool projects with some new state-of-the-art 3D laser cutters and all kinds of crazy stuff. So, and I know we'll look forward to hearing more about that very soon in the near future to keep business going strong here in the United States. So congratulations, JB, on your success, and hope things stay forward and you guys stay well. We're going to head a little further south, just south of the Chesapeake, to the, just past the northern part of Florida, to a little adorable little town. If you've never been to Savannah, Georgia, I'm excited to have one of our USSA board members with us today, Jim Baroulis, Vice President of Savannah Yacht Center, and tell us what's been happening in Georgia. You guys haven't been open that many years, so you're kind of the relative newcomer to the scene in repair, but you're no newcomer to the scene, but the yard itself is. So tell us, what have you been finding?
We had a very slow summer and the beginning of the fall, and the boats, and we focus on larger boats, typically 50 meters and up. The boats were tentative. They didn't know what their plans were. They didn't know where to go. Suddenly, just before the holidays, that changed. We are now almost full. We have had a couple of 300 footers here just recently, one of which is still in town. The boats seem to have either come to grips with the virus or just have to have their work done. The boats that we have here now all have very strict protocols. We have one boat that's here for an extended refit period, and they test every workman that goes aboard every day. Most of the boats that are here are very concerned that they complete their shipyard period and leave virus-free so that they can go into charter. We actually have a 50-meter boat here that is headed for Alaska in about a month's time.
Wow.
So it would appear as if things are opening up in terms of boat usage. We hadn't seen that for quite some time, but now we expect to have a very good winter, and we've had inquiries into the summer. Things have changed dramatically since Thanksgiving.
Oh, that's great news. I mean, it's really good to hear that business is doing so well, and that people are doing it safely, and then we can find that as an essential industry, because we are essential clearly to the economic impact of the markets we serve, being able to go to work and keep our workers working and on the job is a really critical part about things that we do, like at the U.S. Super Yacht Association. So I'm so happy to be able to see that you guys are picking up and doing well. Congratulations, and we hope that success continues. And so last but not least, in the largest area of the U.S. Super Yacht, so based down here with me in South Florida, where we are enjoying extraordinarily good weather right now, And I'm excited to be able to bring to you James Brewer with Director Shipyards, and they're based down here in the Fort Lauderdale, Dania Beach area, and coming soon to Fort Pierce, Florida. And so they got a lot of stuff going on, and you guys are the big boys here in town as well. So James, tell me a little bit about what you guys have been seeing over there at Directors.
Oh, thanks, Kitty. Obviously, COVID had an impact on the whole industry. We had vessels with different expectations. Some vessels were being used as safe havens by their owners, which means they were completely out of the service market altogether. We adopted pretty strict protocols right from the very beginning, and were able to offer vessels safe service work within the parameters of those protocols. We were fortunate in that the industry was declared an essential business pretty early. Therefore, we're able to keep people working, which was of huge importance to the local economy when things looked really dire at the very beginning. That resulted in strong marina sales right across the whole city, and decent service sales, despite the fact you had very little major work being undertaken, a certain amount of deferred maintenance going on, and certainly owners using their boats for their own purposes. In November, we had, after a great deal of reflection, we put on the Fort Lauderdale International Boat Show on a slightly smaller footprint, but still with safety first and the needs of the community in mind. Resulted in slightly smaller attendance, but certainly huge success for smaller builders. It was a very, very successful show for vessels under 100 feet, which was interesting, but certainly very good for the local economy, local hotels, restaurants, and so on. So it was a good injection into the local economy. For third and fourth quarter sales in 2020, I think industry-wide were pretty good. I mean, suffered through 2 tough quarters at the beginning of the year, but then rebounded nicely. And I would say that the latter half of the year was right on par with what we'd like to see. First 2 quarters of 2021 are looking really strong. I mean, a lot of that deferred maintenance is now being done. A lot of big boats which did winter down in the Caribbean now coming back up in the normal cycle. So we're very pleasantly encouraged for what we see for the first half of the year. The yard is full right now. That is complicated a little bit by some of the challenges of COVID. The new variants are a little bit of a worry, and certainly impact to the supply chain has slowed some things down. But we're hopeful in the long term it won't have any significant impact to revenue or deliveries. That said, I mean, our yard in Fort Pierce, we're going ahead with that as planned. You know, it's a huge investment for us, but we're looking forward to putting up a new machine. Most of that equipment is on site now. The slip is almost completed. We'll be putting up the machine, which will be the largest mobile lift in the world once it's erected.
Wow.
So we're looking forward to that. 1,500 tons capacity will add to the existing service capacity that exists on the East Coast, and give every mega yacht just another option to consider when time to place service work out there. So we're looking forward to a really strong 2021. Thank you.
That's fantastic news, James. It's good, as Leah was saying, there's a lot of perception out there internationally that there is very limited or no capacity for haul outs and doing work of large scale here in the United States, and seeing you guys expanding and seeing things that they're doing, that Marty are doing up there in the Northwest, and what Leah and them are doing there, and Jim, even in the just north of the Florida. I mean, it seems that they are moving further north. I mean, definitely Fort Pierce is a couple of hours north of the Fort Lauderdale, which has been considered the super yacht section of the United States, at least. So we're excited to hear that that's going to go well. How is everybody else feeling about 2021? Is you think that it's going to be a continued good ride, or how do you see it affecting your business real quickly, Marty?
No, we see it real strong here. Word coming, as it's been indicated, a lot of boats traveling up the West Coast and destination for Alaska. And we offered, and we got in the port here, as you know, okay, we got fuel stop provisions that all can happen without having to go into the heart of Seattle. But Seattle's great on support. They're getting out here to the peninsula, but Alaska definitely we see strong boats coming this way. So,
and also a lot of great craftsmen up in your part of the world as well, where you have some good tradesmen that can do fantastic work up that area too. So that's encouraging to see. Jim, what are you saying? You're saying your work continuing to grow this year in 21?
Yes, the indicators are that we're going to have a very strong summer, which is very good for us, and going forward into the fall is good. I think the key to it is, and I'm pleased to tell you, I got my first vaccine shot, and I get my second next week.
Wow.
That, in fact, as they get the vaccine out there, is going to help us all. People are just waiting, I believe, to get back on the water to use their boats, and I think we're going to start to see that this year.
Or at least do it with a little bit more confidence that they're not either going to put somebody at risk or get something as well. I know that's been a lot of concern with the charter market, particularly. So since we heard from James, he's saying that 21 is going to be great here in South Florida. So that makes me happy. JB, you think things are going to continue going strong for you guys up there in the Northeast?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think everything's going to keep going. I see people talking about, we have several boats coming up already planned for the spring and summer and even into the fall. Some of the bigger boats are hoping still that they can get up into Canada, go to Newfoundland, and further up into the ice, which I can't understand from this point of view.
You have enough of it in Maine. That's okay.
Exactly. No, we hope that more of the transients will come. Last year was a lot of big boats and some transients. This year, we're hoping that more of the people in southern New England will make the trek back up to Maine again as the virus hopefully dissipates and the vaccine takes over, and people can feel more comfortable about moving around.
Well, we certainly hope that trend continues and people get more confident to get out back on the water. And last but not least, our beautiful lady from the Southwest, Leah Yam. What do you guys see for a positive end of second, third, fourth quarter of 21?
Yeah, very same. What everyone was saying is pretty indicative of what's happening in San Diego. Some things that I have heard is the foreign travel policies have also made it very good for our industry. Yacht owners from America aren't able to use their boats out in international countries or, countries internationally. And so that actually makes it better for, these owners coming back to the United States and using our country to, as a cruising destination, whereas, they're usually often found in other places. And so that actual just, trend happening is what's benefiting us. So yeah, so long as the foreign policies or travel policies are going to take its time to, get back to where it used to be, we may see that influx of, American owners who make up, I think it's 1/2. I mean, don't quote me on those statistics, but I believe it's about 1/2, of the mega yacht owners out there are United States citizens or Americans. So yeah, San Diego is looking good.
And hopefully soon your state will open up to more travel or fewer restrictions to move around in California. That would be a good thing.
Yeah.
Can come out of lockdown. But I thank you all so very much for your time today. And we're really excited to see what goes on and make sure you keep us up to speed on how business is going. And again, my name is Kitty McGowan. I'm president of the U.S. Superyacht Association. You can find all of these wonderful guests on our website at ussuperyacht.com. That is ussuperyacht.com. And Peter, thank you once again for having us. And we'll take it back to you, Peter, in the studio. Thanks. Bye, guys.
The 2021 Seattle Boat Show Connected features an incredible schedule of fishing, boating, and sailing seminars streaming right here on this site. With more than 100 hours of content and even more Boat Show University classes, you'll want to watch it all. Lucky you can rewatch any classes you missed or may just want to see again for up to an entire week after the show. You can add a seminar to your personal calendar or save to your favorites list. If you're attending the show from another region, you can even set your time zone preferences so the schedule will display in your local time. During the live stream, chat with other attendees, post questions and comments for the presenter, jump between sessions, browse featured products and services, and more. Get the most out of your boat show experience.
No need to adjust your dial. You're watching Boat Show TV, which is part of Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. We just heard from our friends at U.S. Super Yacht Association and around the country. Without even leaving your living room, you now are up to speed on what's going on in the boating world in our beautiful country. I'm joined by Denise Whitaker, Emmy Award-winning journalist here. Hi, Denise.
Hi there. How's it going?
It's going good. Yeah, it's going well. It's been a phenomenal couple days here. We're in day 3 of a sprint or a marathon, depending on how you're feeling right now.
Depends on what your distance is.
Exactly. And we've got a fun night in store. Don't go anywhere. At 7:15, we're going to show I haven't seen it yet, but a movie that we made touring a 5,000 square foot floating home, which is located under the Aurora Bridge in Seattle, the boat. The home is called Aurora, fittingly enough, and it's a 4 or 5 story palatial home that Mike Sherlock of Mischief Distillery was kind enough to allow me in, and he won't make that mistake again. But no, we had a good time there. He walked us through it, and that's in store at 7:15. But between now and then, I thought we could just talk a little bit about the various activities that are all part of Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. We've got a whole host of different activities right there in the various tabs. We've got the Career Center. There are open jobs right now ready to be filled, and those are at nmta.net/career center, and Tori Gearing is staffing that booth. She can work with you on a resume and interviewing skills. And like I said, she's with Core Plus, and Core Plus has a nice video. Logan, do you want to play that right now just to give people a sense of Core Plus? I don't have a number for that one on bingo card. That was a recent addition. But ready to roll with that, so stay tuned and hear from Tori Gearing as she shares the story around Core Plus.
The Core Plus program gives kids the opportunity to get into an industry that is very diverse.
It's a curriculum that enables students to actually go out and have career pathways.
For Core Plus, it kind of puts all the pieces together, kind of formalized, put it together as a package, which helps educators, giving us the resources, the materials, science camps.
These students are going to be able to apply their math and science skills so much better.
Core Plus definitely helped me with my math skills. They were a bit weak coming in.
It's practical math and science, just like what they're doing here in the shop. That's math and science.
Core Plus is just, let's get the doors, and then they can choose which one to open.
When you have a great shop class and a great shop teacher that can get them in there, teach them that stuff, they can decide if that's just a skill they need in addition to the other things they want to do, or if like, hey, this just sparked something, this is who I am.
It can give them a different sense of how they can end up in a rewarding profession.
Once I got to learn more through the Core Plus program, it kind of solidified my choice and helped me pick a career path.
I'm definitely more comfortable knowing that I had a job exiting high school.
A manufacturing education is a door to a wide range of different career paths and opportunities in the world.
I didn't even take shop classes and things like that in high school because I never really looked at what options were available.
I so wish that I had taken shop class in high school. It would have given me that much more of a leg up to get started. Going into college, I would have loved to have known that I was interested in building things in 3 dimensions.
The Core Plus students really work well in our apprenticeship program, and they already know that they like to work in a technical environment.
The business community has been just starving for these young individuals to come out of the high schools.
I love giving high school students a career opportunity. I want to be able to express to them all of the different trade skills that are out there.
There are a lot of great careers available in manufacturing. The compensation and the benefits are fantastic.
It's extremely satisfying coming out and seeing Nathan working here, and it makes me so happy. The possibilities are endless for him right now.
Welcome back live. I'm Denise Whitaker from Como News, and I'm alongside Peter Schrappen, who was kind enough to have me in to co-host all of this with him. Peter's with the Northwest Marine Trade Association, and we've got some really fun stuff happening in the boat show. You know, every year there's always something in terms of activities. Dogs on Deck was the first year last year. That's still going now with photos, because since we're doing things differently. And, you know, we know that everybody's really got great places that they go. They had a lot of fun on their boats last year, whether it's a paddleboard, a canoe, a boat, whatever it is, fishing, boating, sailing, power boating. And so we've got this boat show yearbook this year. So we're trying to get people to go onto Instagram and creating this yearbook of everyone's boating adventures. And a boating adventure means something different to everyone. I often have a dog, my dog, in my photos, if I'm not just taking scenery. But if you go to Instagram and use the hashtag Boat Show Yearbook, then we're also asking you to add at Seattle Boat Show and at Basta Boat Lifts, because they're sponsoring that one. But we're trying to compile all these great photos that we know already exist on your phone. So go ahead and share them with us and have some fun yourself looking at what other people have done. I think I'm going to try to go through the yearbook, and this would be fun. Kind of, you have to guess where the location was, right?
I didn't know
because
that
that's
part.
always, that's what my game that I'm playing.
Yeah.
That's like, have you ever been down to Tacoma Yacht Club for Daffodil Festival in April?
I've been to Tacoma Yacht Club. They have not invited me to the Daffodil Festival.
Oh, okay. So the Daffodil Festival is quite huge every year, and there's dozens of yacht clubs that go in there, and we have a trivia. It's very tradition on Saturday afternoon to have this huge trivia contest. Each team, you're allowed, there's tons of rules. You've got like 5 members, you get in costume, you dress to the theme, there's judges, you bribe the judges. But what's really fun about it is, as we are watching all these pictures scroll behind us, sometimes the question is, identify this location. And it is interesting to see how you can't identify the location if it's taken from a different perspective, right? When we pull into marinas, we're seeing the marina from the water side, and every once in a while they slip one in there. It's a picture from the land side looking out, and it's a lot harder to get. So I think I'm going to go through the Boat Show Yearbook. Again, that's hashtag Boat Show Yearbook on Instagram, and see if I can identify some of the locations that people are posting.
Makes a lot of sense. And we want to thank our friends at Basta Boat Lifts for helping us put this all together. I think we're going to hear from Basta right now. Okay. Does anyone out there want a free boat? That's right. You heard me. You can win a boat to May 4th. You can win a boat when we do a raffle drawing with our friends at the K-Yow Cancer Fund. We had Stephanie Glantz on earlier today telling the story around all the great work they're doing in North Carolina at the K-Yow Cancer Fund and the partnerships they have throughout the country, and the Jimmy V Fund as well. And that was really inspirational to hear Stephanie talk about the fight against cancer and the warriors that are coming through.
Yeah, because they raise money for research, and like she said, they are in every state just because they happen to be headquartered in North Carolina. Yeah.
It was the neatest thing. I mean, she's such a gas. She picks up the phone, calls me out of the blue on New Year's Eve, and I'm like, it's a slow news day at Northwest Marine Trade Association as well. We have those as well. And that was one of those days, and I was dying to talk to anyone. So I was in the office. I picked up the phone. We probably talked about a half an hour, and I'm like, would you please be on my show? I turned the table on her, and she said, heck yes. So we had her on earlier today talking about the Pink Boat Raffle and all the good work they're doing. And better than me, why don't we hear from them and all the important work they're doing in North Carolina at the K-Yow Cancer Fund?
That's right, pink. Savannah Boats has partnered with the K-Yow Cancer Fund and is building a pink boat for them to raffle off. 100% of the raffle proceeds will go towards the fight against all cancers affecting women.
important part of that raffle is they're only selling 1,000 tickets.
Right.
And you can get 12 for $1,000.
Right. $100 each or 12 for 1,000.
Pretty cool, pretty cool. And that's, as you said, that's a remarkable. You see that boat, it's got people's attention.
It's beautiful,
It is
right?
nice. It is nice. So that was it's been fun to have them in our Seattle Boat Show Connected life since New Year's Eve. You know, next we've got a real treat, a little something different. We're going to mix it up just a wee bit. When we started this idea around Boat Show TV, I had a dream in my head. I know it's scary. Everyone home's a little scared. But I really wanted to get inside people's homes around the same tiny homes principles or House Hunters International, where we could actually explore what it's like to actually live in a tiny home. A lot of the boat owners do that in liveaboards and houseboats, and I had no idea that I would actually be getting invited into
I'm jealous.
a mansion. There's nothing tiny about this home, even well, you'll see right now. But we've got an incredible story in store for you. It's Mike Sherlock of Mischief Distillery. I showed up at Mischief Distillery one day, and we were able to film him, which we played yesterday. And then Mike was a gentleman, and he said, why don't you come back to my pad? And we ended up getting a nice tour of his home and what's it like to live on the water like Sleepless in Seattle. You're about ready to find out right here. So why don't you take it away, Logan? Welcome back. This is Peter Schrappen, co-host of Seattle Boat Show TV, Seattle Boat Show Connected. Hope you've checked out the show. Because this is how I roll, not only have I invited myself into Mike Sherlock's Fremont Mischief Distillery, but now I've invited myself into his home, so Mike's going to give us a tour, and we're going to be able to peek inside a real-life houseboat. What do you say, Mike? How does that sound?
That sounds really good, Peter, and thank you for coming down. Hello, everybody.
Mike, when was this home built?
This was built in 2012.
Okay, excellent.
So, yeah. So she's about 8 years old. Well, come on in. This is Aurora.
What kind of wood are we using here, Mike?
Okay, so there's about 30 different types of wood in this house. And this is all clear fir, and then clear cedar ceilings. The floors are different woods, cherry, hickory, maple. We just have all different types.
Does the houseboat rock and roll at night?
No, this boat weighs about 1 million pounds.
Okay.
So, and she sits in the water about 3 feet. And then it's got a keel on it that's about 28 feet long. And it's 5 foot wide, and it's actually a machinery room too. But that sits down under the water about probably 10 feet. So the only time this thing kind of rocks a little bit is when the police boat is up on step, the big boat, and you'll see the chandeliers shaking a little.
And your raucous parties.
Yes.
How long did it take to build this home?
Well, what we did is it took 2 years because we built 4 of them all at the same time. So we built this one, that one next to us, the other big one, and then one more that we built for another customer.
And so for people to get their bearings, you're right below the Aurora Bridge in Seattle.
Yep. And her name is Aurora. And the kind of the cool thing is what we did before we built this one is I took the whole wood crew down to Pasadena, and we went through the Gamble House for a week. So we went down there, stayed there, and I had them kind of study how they built that. So the Gamble House is built in 1911 to 1913, and it's 10,000 square feet. Aurora's roughly 5,000. But they had all these little features that we wanted to incorporate it in here. And so the detail in the wood is amazing. So I had shipwrights, I didn't have carpenters. And these little points, there's about 267 of them in the house. And then all of the trim returns back into itself. So it doesn't just join in, it's 45'd and then returned back in. So each piece is pretty meticulously done.
No glue needed.
It's unreal, you know, so.
Yeah.
And we actually put a elevator shaft in here. There are closets right now, but there's one on each floor. And then we had grandsons when we first started here. And so we got a secret entrance in this little bunk here that goes underneath the stairwell, and it's like a little fort for the kids. But we tried to put storage and everything, just use everything we could. The house originally only had 2 bedrooms, and the whole main floor is our bedroom up top, on the very top. And we put a little bedroom here, and you can go in and go through. And so we put the port lights up on the top above the doors just to let light into the hallway. We'd built one with a center hallway and it was a little dark, so we figured we would do this without lights. It's got a little laundry room. On each floor there's a laundry chute. So it comes down and pops right down below there.
Should have brought my laundry with me.
And then what we did here, we put in big drawers that slide out and they go underneath. It's for like extra bedding, towels.
A lot of daylight.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike.
Yes.
I don't mean to be rude, but the one thing I feel like this home is missing is a home theater system.
Well, Peter just happens to have one.
Oh!
Come on in.
All right, let's do this.
So we have 8 chairs. They all have rumblers in them. So you actually feel like if you're watching Jurassic Park and the dinosaurs are walking, you're actually rumbling around with them. And then it's got the screen goes up.
Yeah, I could watch the Super Bowl from here. Not to invite myself over, but
we've done that.
Yeah.
They all recline.
Yeah.
So it's kind of fun. And then another really cool thing here too is these Indian heads. So when I had the shipyard, we had a foundry that did a lot of our cleats and made stuff for us. And Patty and I found one Indian head. And none of this was, it was just this. And it was out of bronze. And so I bought it, and we had a bunch of them forged. And then we put them out throughout the house here, and we put the mica wings and the copper plates behind them. But they're very distinctive and cool, and so we thought we'd incorporate those into the house. And so this here is like a little TV room. This all opens up to the deck. And we had a barbecue and all that stuff out there, and then TV bar, kind of fun. Another shower there.
Can you point to where your shipyard was located?
Well, the shipyard was down past, I started out at North Lake Shipyard and then down at Emerald Landing.
Emerald Landing.
Where the shipyard was. And what we did down there was mostly staging, and we had a couple of big buildings there, but most of the work we did and in other yards, like we worked on all the factory trawlers, Pier 91, 90, or wherever the boats were at, big boats. And we did a lot of work out of state, but we'd have anywhere from 7 to 15 jobs any given time going on. So.
But you find yourself still living on the water? What's it about living on the water that's so appealing?
Yeah, you know, the big thing on the water is I don't think I could ever get away from it. You know, a lot of people say, why don't you go down to Arizona and stuff, and I just don't think I could ever be away from the water. I commercial fished for 27 years, and I grew up on Whidbey Island, and my brother and I'd always go fishing and rowing around, and I just can never find myself not being by the water or the sound. Or it's really cozy, comfortable.
Yeah.
All the walls are 2x6 inside and out. The floors are about 1.5 feet thick each. Everything's insulated really well, and you know, it's got a kind of a cool kitchen. So we have a Bertenzoni stove, color put on it.
Nice.
It's kind of cool. We sit here and have coffee and a breakfast, watch the boats. We got a sunroom. We kind of named it the Rainier Room because it looks out at Mount Rainier. So if we want to close it off, we can close the walls off.
Yeah.
But it's kind of cool. And that was a book somebody made. So I'll show you the one thing that's kind of interesting here. So everything I do in every house I build, I do models. So I actually draw everything out by hand. And then after I draw them out, we have them put into real blueprints.
So Mike, this idea for the home came into your head?
Yes.
And you, what was it, like
Yeah.
over a series of years, or?
No, I do a lot of drawing and designing. And so what I did is I just draw every level, and so Aurora probably had about 180 sheets. So I do each room individually. I always put the furniture in it. I do what each wall looks like, and I do it to scale, and then give them to an architect to put them in real drawings for build. And everything in here is pretty much identical to the way the house is. The only thing that's different, that front deck down there that we looked at, that used to be a swimming pool. It used to have a current machine in there so you could swim against the current. We figured we're on the lake, so we took it out. But each house comes, we have the drawings done, and then there's, I forget the artist's name, but we have posters made of the houses, and he's the one who does all the national park.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Posters.
Iconic.
Yeah. And it's so hard to clean windows. They all do this.
Oh, that makes it easier. I'm running out of excuses not to clean windows then.
Yes. And all the, and I kind of, nobody would do one that was so easy to just get in and out. And so I worked with a company to come up with this design to get these,
Yeah.
to do this. And we bought so many windows, they did it with us.
I'll even look at this. I mean, just something as small as that, the craftsmanship.
Yeah, it's just, a lot of little dental work and the details. So we called this the Rainier Room. We'd sit here and have coffee, and you can look straight down at Mount Rainier when it's a clear day. And then we had Andrew Carson. He does a lot of artwork for us and at the distillery, but we had him build a Phoenix here for us. And you can see our Mischief Pro on the top of her. They really want to get rid of all these. And I kind of felt, this is part of Seattle. This is what Seattle was always about, or it was a big part of how Seattle came about in a way. And to get rid of all these would have been, I think, devastating, because there's a lot of history.
Yeah.
And so we just felt compelled to help preserve some of this. Here's a model of a dream boat. So the dream boats were built in 1929, 1920, and they were actually built, let me show you right here. So that shipyard there, to keep their guys going and stuff, built dream boats in the late 20s, and they built, I think, about 150 of them. And I'm not real sure how many are left anymore, but it's not that many. And then this is an actual picture of our neighborhood heron. So this is out here on the dock. And Kevin Bagley took that picture. It looks like a painting.
Yeah.
And then, like all the cabinets and stuff, this is poured glass. So the house is built between the year of 1907 and 1915. And this is what they actually would have.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. What is your formal training in?
I'm self-taught.
Self-taught?
Yeah.
School of Hard Knocks?
Yep.
Yeah.
I actually, I left home when I was 16 years old and got into fishing.
Did you grow up in the area? You said Whidbey Island? Yeah.
Yeah. So
there's nothing not cool about this home, Mike, just so you know.
It's kind of fun. Had a lot of fun, designing it and laying it out. So see this right here? That used to be a little joystick.
Okay.
And then a knob for forward and back.
Oh, got it. Okay.
And for steering the boat.
Got it.
And then there was one on the other end in the bedroom. Nobody in their right mind would ever build a house like this.
We said you were in your right mind though, Mike.
So it took 2 cranes to pick this up. We had to hire a moving company to pick the whole thing up to get it over by the water. And then it took the Foss 300 and the Ness 500. And the house weighs about 1 million pounds. But we had to get it so close to the water that the Foss picked up one end and the Ness picked up the other. And it backed out and the other one swung around. And as it got out there, even the big Ness crane, which can pick up about 1 million pounds, got a little top heavy and had to set her down a little short. But it was just enough to float. So it all worked out really well.
And that was 2014, you said?
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm going to catch my breath.
Okay.
You at home, don't go anywhere. Go into the show for $5. You can check out the boats in the show, the accessories. We've got a lot in store. Pirate ship. We've got selfie sticks. We've got selfie stations, a treasure hunt. So it's all inside. $5 up to $89. I'm Peter Schrappen, co-host of Seattle Boat Show TV. I want to thank Mike Sherlock for his hospitality, and stick around. I certainly wasn't expecting that tour.
Wow, that theater.
I mean, just my naive questions like, does this thing rock and roll? Like,
Yeah.
No. He answered that so kindly. Like, no, it's good.
Right.
We're stable.
Well, you're used to being on a Nordhaven when you go out on the water. When you're on a boat like ours, that's a smaller 32-foot Carver,
You're
it rocks
feeling
and rolls.
it.
So I think of it that way. Like if it's big and heavy, it's not moving around as much.
So you're at Queen City Yacht Club.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to me about the different activities that Queen City does that separates itself from the other yacht clubs.
First of all, we are, in our history, we were originally started as a working man's yacht club. So the idea was for the average Joe, the average working guy who, is not rich, doesn't have a whole lot of money, and you only have to have I hope I get this right. I think you only have to have a 17-foot boat to join the yacht club, but you do have to be a boat owner if you want to join as a full active member. And we have, we have children's programs, we have adult programs, we celebrate all the holidays as a group, and we have other fun activities.
Is the kitchen open these days?
So our galley, the way our galley works is we don't operate a full-time restaurant, but we operate a part-time restaurant. And so we have a chef, and he normally cooks Friday lunch, Saturday breakfast, which is really popular when people are, down there working on their boats. And then he'll do Wednesday dinners because our meeting nights are Wednesdays, right? It's like the second and fourth Wednesday of every month. So he would provide dinner before the meeting. So since we haven't had a single in-person meeting, those dinners are not happening. And he has shifted during the pandemic last year to do takeout when we couldn't do
What's
any
the
indoor
can't
dining.
miss meal? What's the can't miss meal that he does? Like what?
He does. He does steak, salmon. He'll do chicken.
Yeah.
Tonight he did takeout meals, and he was doing a fried cod and chicken. Last Saturday, I think he did baby back ribs and salmon. Friday and Saturday, when he's open full time, it's a whole menu you can order from. Full Saturday breakfast, full Friday lunch. So yeah. But right now he's doing takeout, and now I guess after Monday we can go back to indoor dining at 25%. So we'll have to see whether or not we do that or he can.
I've never used more math in my life. All these
know, right?
percentages.
It's
Yeah, I
nonstop.
totally
Yes,
pay attention to
yes.
that stuff. I maybe would have. Denise, are you involved with the opening day of boating? Is that a big day for you?
Oh, so much
it?
fun. Yes,
Yeah.
huge
What
deal.
is that?
Okay, do I have time to tell you a funny story about opening day?
Oh, I'm sorry, we're just about out of. I'm
Okay,
kidding.
sorry.
Please, no, I'm just joking. What is
Okay,
it?
this is funny, and this is kind of a phooey on me kind of a story too. So I get here, I had never been to Seattle before I got my job interview. I get the job. I start in December. A guy that I work with, Dave Schnuckel, he's retired now, but he's in Seattle Yacht Club, and he's part of, they have a zillion committees, right, to put on opening day. So he says, hey, would you like to be a judge for the parade? I'm like, sure, what is this? I don't even know what opening day is, but yeah, of course. He's like, well, you'll be on this great yacht. Yeah, I'm totally in.
You had me a judge.
Right? So I'm a judge alongside the fire chief and a U.S. Coast Guard official, and I'm like the only civilian for that year anyway who's judging. So I received this letter in the mail.
Uh-huh.
And it's, telling me what time to be there and the activities, of course, like they have a flag raising. They do everything right in the morning. It's very pomp and circumstance in a fun way. So I'm reading this, and at the bottom it says uniform of the day. White slacks, blue blazer. I'm like, oh, that's nice. They have me. Well, I don't think it pertains to me. I'm not a yacht club member. I'm not familiar with this. Like, it just didn't seem like it pertained to me. I'm like, well, I don't. What does that mean, right? So I show up in off-white pants and a green. Like, I went shopping for this. I had these beautiful slacks and this aqua green sweater that I'm wearing, pale. And then I had this bright bubblegum pink raincoat, which I didn't need for most of the day. But then, the judge's boat gets to parade all the way down the parade road at the very end. So it started to rain a bit. So I put my pink coat on, and I am not kidding. I honestly still at that point in the day, still didn't know that I had completely goofed all this up.
Right. It's the equivalent of having food all over your face
and
and no one's
nobody
saying
tells
anything.
you. So I'm waving. I'm having the time of my life. Taryn, my husband, is with me. We're having so much fun. And I can hear like the peanut gallery of boats going all the way down.
They all know.
Hey, Pinky. Hey, Pinky. Because I'm the only one on the boat not wearing a navy blue blazer. So I've now learned my lesson on that.
Whoa. When did it sink in that you were actually out of compliance?
Probably not until a week or two later. And even Dave Schnuckel, bless his heart, I see him at work on Monday. Then after that, he never said a word to me. And it was actually one of my other coworkers who said, yeah, so did you wear, what did you think of having to wear the blue? I'm like, having to wear, I didn't wear a blue blazer. She's like, yeah, I think you were supposed to wear the blue blazer. I'm like, oh.
Yeah. Do you know who I am? I'm Denise Whitaker.
But, in hindsight, I made a mistake, but I do feel like if you invite someone, maybe the instructions should be a little more clear. I don't know.
Okay. Have you been invited back to be a judge?
No.
That was it?
No, that
Probably
was
just a coincidence.
Yeah. But I was Commodore of our Carver Cruisers Yacht Club in 2011. So then as a Commodore, I was invited to partake in all of the activities.
And that fun starts with the Windermere Cup races?
Yes, which I have rowed in the Media Cup, I don't know how many years. Yes, it's really fun.
It starts early.
It does.
People get there at 6 a.m.
Oh, my gosh, of course, because the crew races start at, I don't even know, 8, 9 o'clock? No, maybe 10.
People are lined up with their
they line
chair.
up.
When is it? When is opening day?
It's the first Saturday in May. Always the first Saturday in May.
Okay.
And this year, the trio, they're kind of in charge of it. Are you aware of the trio? The Seattle Yacht Club has a trio. So it's the Admiral, the Vice Admiral, and the Admiralette. And so Chris Falsco is the Admiral this year. And this, 2 years ago, he was so I guess that would have been 2019, he's the Vice Admiral. Then 2020, he becomes the Admiral. And they didn't get to have an opening day, so the trio is now transported into 2021. And last I heard, they are planning to do something. They're not going to cancel everything like they were forced to do last year. So if they have to come up with, just like you came up with the Seattle Boat Show Connected here, that if they have to come up with something different to conform to whatever phase and whatever guidelines we're under, then my understanding is something will happen on the first Saturday in May this year.
Well, Diane Lander, my go-to person on usually what's going on with boating, they just had a meeting the other day, and I still think it's touch and go.
Right.
They're still deciding, and we're not quite sure. And then how does the whole day end? Is it a big ball?
A giant party.
Oh, giant party.
Giant parties
Okay.
at various yacht clubs. So because Queen City is directly across Portage Bay from Seattle Yacht Club, Seattle Yacht Club, is usually starting on Wednesday and maybe even before for them. But each night there's some sort of an activity that all boaters are invited to. And same at Queen City Yacht Club. We start on Wednesday, and we have. My husband and I were the chairs of our whole extravaganza a couple of years ago, and so that was a theme year where it was international in flavor. I can't think of the name of the theme at the moment, which I should, but each night was different. I had like an Italian dinner one night, and I had these musicians serenading the dining room, and then I had I think I did a taco night on one night. Anyway, I had an international themed dinner each night the year that I did it. And then you have a band, you have a party. Tyee Yacht Club around the bend there in the lake, they do a steak fry. I think theirs is on Saturday night. So there are activities that you don't have to just be at Seattle Yacht Club, Queen City, Tyee, and then of course you're either on the Log Boom or anchored out over there. Of course, there's the big Windermere party over at the UW campus. So it's nonstop fun for days. It's not just on Saturday.
How competitive are the yacht clubs?
The competition is in the parade because you're trying to win. There's the decorated boat. There's the the theme boats. There's for the parade. There's all these. So I think that's where the competition really comes in. Otherwise, it's definitely a way for us to show people our club and what we have available, and to do a little fundraising, so to speak, for our club as well, since we're not for profit as well.
Sure. Well, it's one thing to be in a yacht club. It's another thing to want to be part of the leadership. Was that a hard decision to want to become part of the executive team, if you will?
Right. Yeah. That is funny because in 2011, when I was Commodore of the Carver Cruisers Yacht Club, which is a small cruising club, but it's, you're running through the chairs just like you would any yacht club. And my husband kept saying, I will never do this. I will never do this, never do this, never do this. And I think it was 2016 that he was Commodore of that club. And then in 2018, when Queen City approached him to go through the chairs, I have to say I was shocked. It is a lot of work. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of playing teacher to a lot of people, especially right now during the pandemic, whether or not you're kind of policing the behaviors and activities of some people. But it's also, it's just a lot of things that have to be done. There are bills that have to be paid. There are budgets that have to be sorted out. There are, rules that have to be followed. And then there are the fun stuff. And
you were mentioning that earlier about going to different marinas at the same time and
it's
taking them over.
Yeah, take them over. Yeah. I mean, we have a summer cruise. Last year, Queen City was still able to do their summer cruise. A lot of clubs last year still kept the cruising because people can stay on their boats. They can walk far apart on docks typically, and we did appetizer hopping where you could set out a table at your boat with an appetizer, and then we walked around and we wore masks, and then we would eat that. So we still had fun.
Yeah, exactly.
And we still will again.
And how long is the term?
It's 3 years total because you're rear Commodore, vice Commodore, Commodore, and then really there's a fourth year because then in most clubs then you're on the board of directors for that fourth year.
God, there's so many great groups out there, so many great associations. It is really hard to say no at times.
Well, right, because you've got between ARBA, you've mentioned the Northwest Women in Boating earlier. There are so many groups, and there are sailing groups. If you want to learn more to get out on the water, there is a group for you. Just going to Facebook, you'll find a lot of options if you just search Facebook for whatever you're interested in.
And we've talked a lot about happiness on the Seattle Boat Show TV. We've talked a lot about connections. It's called Seattle Boat Show Connected for a reason. And I think that's one of the key things, one of the key messages I'd like to deliver is just the importance of making those connections during this bizarro time that we're living in. Really connecting the dots and building that social capital. It's so much better to do things together than alone. That's the beauty of the Seattle Boat Show. We've been around for 74 years. The first time we've taken it to the streets of the internet, and I think it's been a success thus far. We've got a full day tomorrow in store as we start to wind down here. We've got, I was looking at the agenda, or I hate to call it agenda. The show of shows here coming up tomorrow. We're going to hear back from Mischief Distillery. We've got Diane Lander. I think she's at 2:15. We've got my friend Johnny Flavin talking about the crazy. Did you get your game? Have you shorted GameStop yet? Have you been following that at all?
I have.
Have you been shorting it or buying or?
No. I do not dabble in that.
Yes, okay. We won't be talking about that tomorrow. I'm just kidding, of course. We've got. I want to share with you about Race to Alaska. That is I don't know if you have followed this as closely as I have. It is an incredible story. We had Jake Beatty on Seattle Boat Show Live not that long ago talking about it. Came to him in a dream about how can we get people to take their human powered craft from Port Townsend up to Alaska. 750 miles or so, and we heard from Karl Kruger earlier today who did it on a stand-up paddleboard. Well, an entire Hollywood-style documentary was created not that long ago featuring Karl and a whole bunch of other crazy characters, and we're going to show that tomorrow at 6 o'clock. I had my mom watch it a couple weeks ago, and she was riveted to it. I was riveted to it. It only shows at certain times. We're really lucky to have it tomorrow at 6 o'clock, and you can watch the trailer now. If you go into, you were just looking at this.
Yeah, if you go into activities and kind of scroll down, you can totally watch the trailer.
You're going to get carpal tunnel syndrome scrolling through all the various activities. We've got the Career Center there, the Boat Show Yearbook, Dogs on Deck. There was gobs of dogs. I don't know how you measure dogs. Is it a covey of dogs?
Our dog
pack of dogs.
Our dog would not cooperate with Dogs on Deck last year. We took him to the show. He didn't want to have anything to do with having his picture taken. He did not want to get in the boat. He didn't want to play with any of the props. He was really being a stinker.
Did you try this year or not yet?
No, I haven't. I'll have to post a picture. Yeah, I'll try this year.
Maybe like insert another
I'll
dog
try
with the
'em.
beauty
Yeah,
of the internet.
exactly. No, I'll try. I haven't gotten there yet. I know I need to play around a little bit more. I put a few pictures on the Boat Show Yearbook.
Oh,
So
good.
that's another one. Yeah.
Yep. Hashtag.
Yep. Hashtag Boat Show Yearbook at Basta Boat Lifts and at Seattle Boat Show. Those three things put together with your picture.
And there, you may win. I think we've already done the for the Boat Show Yearbook. I don't know if there's a prize for it, but
I
for
know.
the
I
Dogs
think
on
it's just.
Deck,
I think
there
we're
was.
just. Yeah. I think for the Boat Show Yearbook, we're just trying to share all of our collective beautiful photos from boating and fun that we're having on the water.
As you actually, another thought I have is as you look at the seminars, the over 84 hours of seminars, you can actually put those on your calendar with a nice little widget there called iCal that George talked about.
Yeah,
and
I've
so,
not played with that.
So you have over 7 days or 7 days from now to look at the different seminars online, and that's available at the ticket price above $5. But for $5 now until Sunday night, I believe that's when we end up the show. At least that's when the Peter and Denise show hits the road. We curfew comes to us at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. But the recordings are available up to 7 days after the show. So yeah, that's where we are.
It is fantastic.
For all those at home, we want to thank you for being with us. We're starting to wind down here. I'm looking at the watch here at 7:48. We've got also tomorrow. We've got Bill Baker coming back. You've took some notes with Bill earlier today.
Yeah.
I don't know. We're actually going to bring. I think we're going to bring Phil back. I know that trivia was a big hit. My phone was exploding.
Yeah, the trivia was a lot of fun. We should do that again.
We're going to try to
if we have
scrounge
time.
up some trivia questions and.
I like so 115 boat recycling.
Yeah,
that should be pretty good.
Yep. So our friends at the Rhode Island Marine Trade Association. What are we going to do with all these fiberglass boats? Because according to Tom Nelson, that's what everyone has west of the mountains. Little did we know that he actually was a former Bayliner owner, which I found interesting. But yeah, so where are these boats going to go to die? Well, there's a really innovative program taking place in the Rhode Island Marine Trade Association, but it's really grabbed hold here in Washington State in the Northwest Maritime Center in Port Townsend. So we're going to have some folks from the Rhode Island Marine Trade Association with us tomorrow. Evan Ridley is his name, and he'll be with us. So yeah, a lot going on. And then if those people at home want to watch this show, we've got also that recorded. That's on the various social media channels, the YouTube channel. So yeah, whole lot going on here as we look to what's next for us. We're going to be here until 8 o'clock, and then we're going to be kicking it to, we're going to end with the 1947 first boat show.
Okay.
So I don't know if anyone has seen that, but we'll see some black and white footage, and that is the first boat show we found on YouTube, the first Seattle boat show from 1947. So that's how. And is your husband taking advantage of Boat Show University?
Yes, and I need to. I haven't checked in with him yet. I know right now he's playing cards with his brothers. They use Trickster, like you had Kahoot.
Oh, okay,
for
I
the
don't
trivia
know
game.
Trickster.
Trickster is another thing like Kahoot where you can have people from all over the country kind of get together. So they're playing cards tonight. That much I know.
Cool. We've had a lot of friends and family weigh in. We haven't really promoted the chat feature of the YouTube, but please seek us out on the chat and let us know what's going on, what you're enjoying.
My mom's chatting me up.
Yes, I've heard a few times.
She thinks Karl is superhuman, by the way, with his Race to Alaska on the paddleboard. I didn't see her text during the interview. I didn't see it till later. She's like, he is superhuman.
Yeah, that's KrugerEscapes.com. My mom raced home to see Karl again.
Did she?
Yeah, yes. Like, Mom, it's good. No, but yeah, Karl first appeared in my life on Seattle Boat Show Live, which is a program that I get to host every Thursday night with Mark Bunzel, the editor and publisher of this fine cruising guide here, which is considered the go-to for any boaters in the Northwest. It's a lot like the Rick Steves guidebooks. It's got all the places to go. Is this something that you rely on?
I do definitely use it quite a bit. You know, I'm just thinking now, it's fun. Okay, just go to any page. Just let it open. Let's see, where should I go? Oh, Ladysmith. Ladysmith came up. That's a good one.
You know, even on the back, I'm wondering, have you been to Union Steamship on Bowen Island? Ronnie Dyke?
There are so many places I have not been.
I would put this place way up there. My in-laws took our family there not that long ago. It's about 40 minutes on a Nordhaven cruising into Vancouver city. And it's quiet there. There's hiking. There's a lot of bars. And it's a really small, dare I say, hamlet. I just did. I'm not sure what hamlet means, but it sure seemed like a hamlet to me. Yeah, no, it's a really special place.
Right.
Not too far off of, I mean, look at all the cruising opportunities.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, like I said, you can just open any page and then.
Have you spent much time on Whidbey Island?
Not necessarily by boat. I've been there a couple of times to Langley, which is really a lot of fun.
Have you done the murder mystery weekend on Langley?
Love
That's I think in
the murder
February.
mystery. Yes,
Yeah.
we usually ride our motorcycles there when we go. That's we make that a motorcycle day trip. But yeah, we have gone there by boat a couple of times.
And
So.
you have done the murder mystery?
Oh yes.
That's a little
years,
bit of a
many
bizarre
years.
experience, if
Oh,
I do
it's
recall.
So fun.
There's
Yeah.
some hardcore murder mystery
There are.
solver, like, chill out. I
Yes.
don't know what exactly you get, but
Yes.
you look really intense right now. You're starting to scare me.
No, me?
No.
Oh,
the
the
people on
murder
Murder
mystery
Mystery
people.
Weekend.
Yes.
Yeah, like they've
Well,
got
you
the
know-
walkie-talkies. This was kind of pre-cell phone, and families were zipping around, and I'm like,
Oh, were they?
what is going on?
Yeah, if you've never been to the Murder Mystery Weekend, it's so fun because a mystery is written every single year. It's a new mystery every year that's written. And you go to the Chamber of Commerce, you pay $5, you get the little newspaper, which is a fake newspaper, but you think it's real, and it's got all the information about the murder and what's happened. And then townspeople are walking around town in costume, they're playing the characters. So what I found, my first year I did it, and then you go business to business, you collect all the clues. And what I found, what's in my mind forever is the very first time we ever went, our neighbors got us to go up there with them. We took the motorcycles up, we spent the day, and in the restaurants, everybody's got all their clues on these little pieces of paper, and they've got them all laid out. And it's so fun to see everyone like, no, I think it's this guy. No, I think it's this girl. And that I will always remember that. And it's just one of my favorite activities to do in this state.
And I remember entering in a theater with the mayor kind of playing a role and everything.
We've never stayed that late.
Yeah, it's a real experience,
Yeah,
obviously.
yes.
The other mayor that gets into all this is the Paulsbo mayor.
Yes.
They're in the Paulsbo Rendezvous. I think I remember that mayor trouncing around in like the Norwegian.
Yep. Why not?
Yeah, it was. And you have done the Paulsbo Rendezvous?
Oh, I've done it every year, but the last year that they did it.
Can you talk a little bit about that? And Chip Hanauer
Chip
and
Hanauer
Dwight Jones
started that, and the story I always got was that, and I should have asked Chip about this the other day when we were chatting with him. Is that driving a boat for a living? He said he was never enjoyed boating as a recreational activity. So then he got into that when he stopped doing the racing. But he would gather people, and they do the same type thing. You gather on Friday night, and there's a social or a happy hour somewhere, and then on Saturday there's the glog competition.
Oh, I didn't
so
know this.
various restaurants or cafes will enter the glog competition. So you get to go in and taste glog, and you have a score sheet, and
glog tastes like
it's
wine.
It's like a mulled spice wine.
Okay,
It's a
yeah, I think I've seen
sweet,
this.
hot spiced wine, and so you would vote, and then there's a big trophy, and the restaurant owners were vying for that trophy every year. Then there was always some sort of a scavenger hunt as well, where you go all through town and scavenger hunt. Then a couple years he did in Sons of Norway, there was a whole cider and beer tasting set up. So you could walk around and do the cider and beer tasting. And that was nice too, because that wasn't exclusive to the boaters who were there for the weekend. The boaters who were there for the weekend, in our ticket prices, we had entrance into, but the public could wander in too. So that was kind of a nice activity as well. And then there was always a big dinner and a dance on Saturday evening, and then Sunday morning everyone would go home. And on Saturday morning they'd always kick it off with lighting the big bonfire, and like you say, the mayor and everyone dressed in their Norwegian garb, Nordic garb going through. Yeah, it was fun.
And from what I understand, you're not allowed to be quiet at night during the Paulsbo Rendezvous. I've heard that can get kind of crazy.
It can get a little crazy.
Well, I guess if Chip and Dwight at the helm
Of
there,
course.
those things.
Then it's
That's the
fun.
same Dwight Jones that's inspired the Downtown Sailing series. He had a concert, floating concert this past summer.
Right.
No
Yeah, that
shortage
was
of
fun,
ideas.
huh?
Oh, God, it was great. I mean, whatever song you wanted to hear from the 70s, my wife's like, why are you taking so many videos? It's like, I don't know, because I don't know what else to do. This is
You're all wrapped up in it,
exactly.
right?
This is like an incredible night of every
Yeah.
song that we wanted to hear. I think they might have ended it with Yellow Submarine. And
nice.
Yeah, there was one of those special times. LA Bay Marina, right at Palisades and Maggie Bluffs there.
Yep.
And he's got a good thing going
Yeah,
there.
absolutely.
Have you done much of his? He's also has some properties in South Sound, Foss Landing Marina,
yes.
Dock Street
yes,
Marina.
that's Tacoma is another one of those wonderful places to boat to, because they've really done such a nice job in recent years, kind of, fixing up a lot of and adding restaurants and walking paths all along the waterfront there. It was probably 13 years ago that I took my brother and my nieces, my brother, his whole family, we went down there on our boat, and we needed to run out and grab something that we needed on the boat. So it was my brother, myself, and my older niece at the time was probably 5. And it was on a Saturday night. It was dark out, and we caught a bus to go. I forget what we needed, what we're doing, but the bus driver was the kindest person. She looked at us and she's like, "What are you guys doing?" And she didn't feel it was safe for us to be on that bus route at that time. And so she told us exactly where to go, what to do, what bus to get back. She was so kind. I don't think it's like that anymore. I think Tacoma has done a great job of really making that, once LeMay went in and you've got the Glass Museum down there, there's so much to do, and it's such a beautiful place and so easy to get around as
High
well.
quality restaurants,
really,
and golf,
really
and,
nice. Yeah,
special
that
place.
whole Ruston Way area is fantastic.
Super fun site now.
Right.
Spectacular site.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Ruston
now,
Way, I felt like I was in Los Angeles.
Right.
Yeah, in a good way. Like just the glitz and glamour.
And the new entrance into Tacoma Yacht Club and everything is fantastic.
They just remodeled there, right?
Yeah.
Another special place is Roche Harbor. You spent a lot of time up there?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so you've seen colors a few times?
Absolutely.
Well, you're telling me your husband dove in.
Yes, because I guess he was rear commoner at the time, and one of our members' daughters was working the summer there, and so we were able to have our bridge jump in at the end of colors.
Have you been up there for the 4th of July?
I've not.
Okay.
It's spectacular, huh?
Yeah, spectacularly crowded and crazy and fun, no doubt about it.
Right.
It's the place to be. It's one of those places that you need to get a reservation for, like yesterday.
Okay.
And they do a nice fireworks and log rolling competition, and donuts are had by everyone. And it can get a little crowded though. So you want to get an early reservation, or try your hand at anchoring. Or try your hand at anchoring around the corner, which we talked about yesterday, which is called.
Come on.
I always get it wrong.
Westcott.
It's not Westcott Bay.
It's not Westcott. And I always thought, is it pronounced Westcott or is it Westcott? Westcott?
Definitely Westcott. I don't know.
Garrison Bay.
Garrison Bay. There it is. I'm gonna have T-shirts made. My wife and I are talking about having T-shirts made. We run Garrison Bay Marina, which is not really a marina. It's just an open harbor.
Just open harbor.
There you go.
Yeah.
So I bring up Roche Harbor because it's a special place, but that's how we've been ending every Seattle Boat Show TV night. So we want to thank you at home for joining us. Denise and I will be back at. It's going to feel like 8 a.m., but it's going to be 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for another edition of Boat Show TV. That's part of Seattle Boat Show Connected, brought to you by Union Marine, and we hope you enjoy colors at Roche Harbor.
Good afternoon, Kevin Carlton here, Harbor Master of Roche Harbor. Welcome. Talk to you a little bit today about the color ceremony of our Roche Harbor Resort. Our color ceremony was started by the late Reuben Tart, founder of Roche Harbor as a resort in 1956, with the first color ceremony going off in 1957. Our color staff consists of 4 to 5 dock staff that do the color ceremony every evening, 10 minutes before sunset. They'll march out to Colonel Bogey's March to the flags, where they promptly take down the Roche Harbor Burgee first, and then they'll take down the Washington State flag, and then take down the Canadian flag, and then followed last by the British flag, and then the American flag comes down with a salute to colors by a cannon, and then plays taps. In Roche Harbor, please come and join us for our time-honored celebration. We look forward to sharing this experience with all of the boaters here at Roche Harbor, and have a safe and happy boating season.